Have you heard that someone in the square used a Lamborghini of more than 5 million, plus 9,999 roses, to confess? What, such a big scene, go and see it. Xiang University, and explosive news spread all over the campus. And more students rushed towards the square. When they arrived, they were surprised to find that things were completely different from what they had imagined. It's not the boys who confessed, but the famous beauty of Jiangda University, Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen held a bouquet of red roses and looked at the handsome boy opposite her with admiration. "Sister Su, who are you?" Chu Chen spoke politely. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chu Chen's face changed, and she said shyly, "Chu Shuiji, how many times have I told you, don't call me Su Shuijia, we are all students in the Department of Finance and Economics, just call me Chu Chen just fine." In an instant, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Oh my God, when did the famous glamorous beauty of Jiangda become a little woman? As a famous beauty in the school, Chu Chen doesn't know how many suitors, but they are all rejected by Chu Chen. But now Chu Chen sighed softly. Another vulgar who covets his appearance. I have ordinary studies and an ordinary family background. Apart from being handsome and good-looking, I have no specialties. Why so many suitors? It's so hard for myself. What makes a person who pays attention to his inner being to appear? I'm sorry, junior brother Chu, I haven't told you the truth for so long. Today, I have a showdown. Without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, Chu Chen spoke again. Actually, I collected rent. My parents gave me 10 buildings to exercise. Chu Chen's words were astonishing. The scene immediately fell silent. 10 buildings. Not 10 suites. As a quasi-first-tier city in Jiangzhou, even the cheapest house has a price of nearly 20,000. 10 buildings, how much is that? Everyone's eyes are dazzled. Chu Chen is probably worth hundreds of millions at the moment. OMG. Chu Chen, how about being my boyfriend? I'll raise you. Chu Chen finally spoke her mind. Before meeting Chu Chen, Chu Chen always thought that she was not interested in falling in love, not interested in boys, and even doubted herself, but when she saw Chu Chen, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She knew that feeling was called love at first sight. She is Yan Go, what's the matter? Hearing this, countless boys burst into tears, and they also want to fight for 20 years less. And the other party is not an auntie, but the beautiful Chu Chen. Promise her. Promise her. Promise her. In the square, there was a sound like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis. Facing Chu Chen's sudden confession, Chu Chen was also stunned. Although the doctor said he has a bad stomach, is he the kind of person who eats soft rice? Before he could answer, a mechanical voice suddenly came from Chu Chen's mind. Ding. Choose one, promise Chu Chen to get 10 million. Asset rewards. Choose 2, reject Chu Chen, open the strongest richest man system, from now on the gods are unlimited. Hearing this, Chu Chen decided. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen. I'm sorry, senior sister, I don't want to fall in love for the time being. He refused. Chu Chen, definitely not because of the richest man system. He is a positive person, so he won't eat soft rice? Right, that is it. As Chu Chen's voice fell, all the shouts disappeared immediately, and everyone looked at Chu Chen in confusion. Is there really something wrong with this kid's brain? Actually rejected the confession of a Baifume who owns 10 buildings? He's Absolutely crazy. This guy is too good at pretending, and wants to play hard to get? You don't agree, I agree, give me a chance, Goddess Sue. Countless voices came, most of them satirizing Chu Chen. For a poor student to actually refuse such a big happy event, it is definitely a problem with his brain. This kid still has a little self-knowledge, knowing that he is not worthy of the eldest miss. Inside the villa, an old man who looked like a butler spoke. In front, a middle-aged man who was not angry and arrogant nodded slightly. Everything that happened in Jiangzhou University just now appeared on the computer in front of the two of them. This little white face is quite smart. The middle-aged man is Xiang Chuchen's father. Recently, his daughter's behavior was very abnormal, which caught his attention. After knowing the reason, he investigated Chu Chen's information and finally came to the conclusion that Chu Chen was just a good-looking little white face. Not worthy of his daughter at all. If Chu Chen agreed to his daughter's confession just now, he would never admit Chu Chen. Not everyone can be the son-in-law of their Su family. Jiangzhou University, hearing Chu Chen's words, Xiang Chuchen trembled and became emotional. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chuchen spoke again firmly, Chu Chen, I won't give up. Hearing this, countless onlookers exploded instantly. How could this be? Goddess, why is this? Chu Chen doesn't promise you. Can I promise? Please promise me, don't be a licking dog. Countless boys are very sad. While Chu Chen refused, the system's voice sounded again. The task is completed, the strongest richest man system is being installed. Ding, the system is installed successfully. A new day is here, do you check in? Looking at the system page, Chu Chen chose yes without hesitation. Successful punch-in, congratulations on your acquisition of Junlin Group with a market value of 10 billion. The Junlin Group with a market value of 10 billion? Chu Chen felt as if he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, he had changed from a poor student to the CEO of a group with a market value of 10 billion? What the hell? Only these two words can describe Chu Fan's mood at the moment. Looking at Xiang Chuchen, who was a little sad, Chu Chen couldn't help but say, since senior sister has a showdown, then I will stop pretending, and I will also showdown. I'm actually the richest man and don't have time. The richest man? Is Chu Chen the richest man? A series of reversals almost suffocated countless onlookers. Soon, they responded. The richest man? Their richest man in Jiangzhou is not surnamed Chu, let alone a 20-year-old college student. Blow, just keep blowing. Yes, you are still the richest man, you are the richest man in your village. Ha ha ha, I think he is the negative of the debt. None of the people present believed what Chu Chen said. At this moment, there was a roar in the sky. In the distance, 6 helicopters are galloping from far to near. P.S. It is recommended that the author finish the old book of 2 million words, super quality doctor of the city, also known as the Lord of Hell in the city, book lovers who like urban cultivation can read it. Author's old book, welcome to read. While everyone was stunned, 6 helicopters flew here and fell slowly. This? Rich people don't play luxury cars anymore, have they switched to helicopters? There was a commotion, and countless onlookers kept talking about it. This battle was much bigger than the battle Xiang Chuchen had just confessed to. Snapped. Snapped. Many people picked up their mobile phones and took pictures of the slowly descending helicopter. Soon, various circles of friends and hot searches spread the news that mysterious local Tyrants came to Jiangda with 6 expensive helicopters. Although they don't know what brand of helicopter this is, they can tell from the appearance that a helicopter is worth far more than a supercar. 6 helicopters, probably hundreds of millions. In the villa, Xiang Chuchen's father and the old housekeeper were even more shocked. Those students do not know. But they do, which is clearly the EC-155 helicopter, when it appeared at the Paris Air Show, caused a sensation in the audience. Internationally, the price of an EC-155 helicopter is as high as 80 million. Now there are 6 in a row, a full 480 million. In China, although many rich people have their own private jets, most of them are business jets. It is almost impossible for a rich man to spend 500 million to buy 6 helicopters that are far less useful than business jets. This is too extravagant. Who is it? Xiang Chuchen's father muttered, his eyes widened and he stared at the computer screen in front of him. He was extremely curious about this mysterious rich man. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the head of the helicopter door opened, and a stunning beauty walked down. She was wearing a black uniform, tall, her long black hair was gently rolled up, and she wore a pair of delicate black-rimmed glasses, giving her a noble feeling. She was so beautiful, like a flawless work of art, instantly compared all the girls on the scene. Even Xiang Chuchen was inferior. After she got down, a large group of black-clad bodyguards came down from several other helicopters. They formed 2 teams and stood on both sides of the road. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Chu Chen walked over slowly. President, I'm here to pick you up. Looking at Chu Chen, Chu Chen opened her mouth. In an instant, Chu Chen understood that she should be a member of the Junlin group. I'm leaving, call me if you have anything. Chu Chen said something to Chu Chen, and got on the helicopter with Chu Chen. Boom! The helicopter flew into the sky and flew away, leaving only a group of onlookers who were dumbfounded. President? Chu Chen turned out to be the owner of these 6 helicopters, a mysterious rich man? Showdown, I am the richest man. At this time everyone suddenly thought of what Chu Chen said just now, and suddenly understood. What he said was true. Chu Chen is really the richest man. 21-year-old. Richest man. Horrible. This reversal is too big. In the villa, Xiang Chuchen's father and the old housekeeper were even more stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. Just now, they also lamented the powerful financial power of this mysterious rich man. In the blink of an eye, they thought they were not worthy of Xiang Chuchen. The useless little white face turned into an existence that even they had to look up to. This for a time, Xiang Chuchen's father felt extremely regretful. He should help his daughter. At such a young age, he possesses such huge financial resources, his background is extremely terrifying, and his future is absolutely boundless. In this comparison, they seem to be saying the opposite. It seems that Xiang Chuchen is a little unworthy of Chu Chen. Jiangzhou University. Is he really the richest man? It took a long time for Xiang Chuchen to react and understand what Chu Chen just said. Sure enough, he didn't lie to himself. Managing such a huge group, Chu Chen was absolutely very busy and had no time to fall in love. He is not only handsome, but also young and promising, kind-hearted, sunny, and enthusiastic, and is definitely the ideal Prince Charming. Unconsciously, in Xiang Chuchen's heart, Chu Chen, who was just a little more handsome, suddenly had countless advantages. I won't give up. Xiang Chuchen is even more determined. Inside the Helicopter, the stunning beauty reported to Chu Chen the current situation of the company. By the way, what's your name? I was very excited, and Chu Chen didn't listen to the report just now. What? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the stunning beauty was stunned and puzzled. President Chu, I'm Mo Yuan, you hired me to be your secretary. As Mo Yuan spoke, she stretched out her jade hand and touched Chu Chen's forehead. Are you sick? Chu Chen stopped Mo Yuan, I'm fine. Not long ago, the mysterious rich bought the Junlin Group, and the entire group was transferred to Chu Chen's name. Then the mysterious rich man, in the name of Chu Chen, paid a high price to dig up Mo Yuan, a senior economic consultant, to be his secretary. Go ahead. Chu Chen motioned Mo Yuan to continue. At this moment he fully understood. All of these are system settings, and the mysterious rich man is naturally the system. All of this is to make the rewards that Chu Chen obtain reasonably appear in the real world. All subsequent rewards will be like this, making everything reasonable. Half an hour later, the helicopter stopped on the roof of the Junlin Group building. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan came down, and under the introduction of Mo Yuan, Chu Chen inspected the company. Chu Chen also has a general understanding of Junlin Group, which has a total market value of 17.3 billion and is a leader in the domestic scientific research field. And he is the controller of this technology empire, sitting on 17 billion assets. I will not be in the company in the future, you can handle the company's affairs, and you can contact me if you have anything. He was just a college student, and Chu Chen seriously doubted whether he had the ability to run such a huge group. Since the system dug up Mo Yuan, Mo Yuan's abilities naturally need not be mentioned. Let Mo Yuan manage the company, be the boss of the company, and make money lying down, isn't it delicious? Ding. The task is released, go to Tian University to check in, task. Time, 1 hour. Task reward, top vehicle skills, become a top rich man if you can't drive a Ferrari. With one hand, what's the point? Seeing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up, this was exactly what he needed. Urgently. He can't drive. You can't fly around in a helicopter every day, right? Too much trouble. Tian University? Isn't Lingling just studying there? Chu Chen suddenly thought of a person, his godsister by Lingling. I'm going to Tian University. Make arrangements for me. 5 minutes later, Chu Chen left the Junlin Group in a helicopter. On the plane, Chu Chen called his godsister by Lingling. Tian University, by Lingling answered Chu Chen's call with a slight smile on her face. Lingling, what's wrong with the call from your sweetheart? Beside, Bai Lingling's best friend asked, curiously. Where is it? Bai Lingling said shyly. Just then, a passing supercar stopped. This is a Porsche 911, around 1.5 million, which is pretty cheap among sports cars. But this is a university. After all. When it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of countless students. Bai Shueme, are you going out? Porsche stopped, and a handsome young man walked out. Where are you going? I'll take you there. The young man's name is Ma Chong, a famous second-generation rich in Tian University, and of course a famous scumbag. He changes girlfriends more often than clothes. No need, Senior Ma, my boyfriend will pick me up in a while. Bai Lingling didn't want to be involved with Ma Chong at all, so he could only use Chu Chen as a shield. Although Chu Chen was her god brother, Bai Lingling never gave up, hoping to turn her god brother into a love brother. Bai Lingling's father and Chu Chen's father are friends, and the two are neighbors, and they have always had a good relationship. For a while, the father of the two even wanted to marry the two. The father asked Bai Lingling's opinion, but she was still young and shyly refused. But as he grew older, Chu Chen became more and more handsome, which made Bai Lingling regret, what was she so shy about at that time? What? Boyfriend? Hearing Bai Lingling's words, Ma Chong was stunned and did not bother too much. Ma Chong got into the car, drove the car to a distance of tens of meters, opened the window and waited quietly. He has already inquired clearly. Bai Lingling has no boyfriend. It was obvious that Bai Lingling lied to him just now, so he just waited. Here to see what Bai Lingling would do for a while? Taking a step back, even if Bai Lingling has a boyfriend, can he compare with himself? I just bought a Porsche. Does Bai Lingling's boyfriend have a sports car? Maybe a shared bicycle at most. Seeing Ma Chong parked the car not far away, Bai Lingling became anxious. She knew Chu Chen. Although brother Chen was very handsome, he was just an ordinary student with little money. When brother Chen came to pick him up, Ma Chong would definitely come over to sneer at him. Lingling, Ma Chong doesn't seem to be giving up. Why don't you call him and let him wait outside the school? You can go and find him, girlfriend suggested. Hearing this, Bai Lingling nodded, the idea is good. Before Bai Lingling could call, her cell phone suddenly rang. Lingling, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Stay where you are. Chu Chen's voice came from the phone. Brother Chen, you. Bai Lingling spoke quickly, but before she could finish her words, Chu Chen had already hung up the phone. Bai Lingling stomped his feet in anger, ready to call again. Not far away, looking at the angry Bai Lingling, Ma Chong had a faint smile on his face, everything was under control. Boom! A roar came. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously, and in an instant, they were all stunned. I saw not far away, a pure white helicopter was galloping. While everyone was stunned, the helicopter stopped in front of Bai Lingling. Chu Chen came down and walked towards Bai Lingling. In place, both Bai Lingling and her best friend were stunned. Lingling, is he your brother Chen? The girlfriend pulled Bai Lingling's sleeve and spoke with a trembling voice. So handsome. Simply handsome. And they came by helicopter. Compared with helicopters, those luxury cars are simply not worth mentioning. If Ma Chong, who drives a Porsche, has a score of 10, then this brother Chen has a score of 100 million. The top-level appearance and terrible financial resources make Chu Chen seem infinitely attractive. Brother Chen? Growing up with Chu Chen, Bai Lingling knew Chu Chen better than anyone else. At this moment, she was the most shocked. It has only been 3 days since the last time I saw brother Chen. How did brother Chen become like this? Little girl, you don't even know me? Chu Chen rubbed Bai Lingling's little head. Feeling the familiar head slaying, Bai Lingling was sure that it was her brother Chen. Bai Lingling broke free from Chu Chen's big hand and stared at Chu Chen angrily. How many times have I told you that people are grown up, don't treat them like children? Hearing this, Chu Chen pretended to be stern. Growing up, I think you need to clean up? Growing up together, Chu Chen and Bai Lingling had an exceptionally good relationship. The two came to Jiangzhou to go to school. Uncle Bai asked himself more than once to help take care of Bai Lingling. What is grown up and is not a little girl? The girlfriend next to her heard Bai Lingling's words and couldn't help but complain. Smelly Chan Chan, what do you mean? Being complained By her best friend, Bilingualing felt very shameless, and started making trouble with her teeth and claws. Don't make trouble, I'll invite you to dinner. Board the plane. Hearing this, Bilingualing and Chu Chen stopped immediately. Haven't they been in a helicopter before? Under the leadership of Chu Chen, Bilingualing and Chu Chen boarded the helicopter together. Rumbling. The helicopter rose and flew into the distance. At the scene, only countless shocked students were left. A goddess matches a male god, what else do they have other than envy and jealousy? Gulu, that helicopter seems to be in the tens of millions. Although there is no helicopter, Ma Chong has seen a lot of the world after all. As soon as he saw Chu Chen's helicopter, Ma Chong immediately guessed it. Ma Chong couldn't help comparing himself with Chu Chen. In comparison, Ma Chong felt deep malice and hurt. I am afraid that all the money in my family may not be able to afford such a helicopter. I'm a brother. Ma Chong suffered 10,000 points of damage and said in frustration. On the helicopter, Bilingualing looked around, extremely curious. Chu Chen was relatively calm. It was her first time to fly in a helicopter, but after all, it was the first time she saw Chu Chen. She was embarrassed to look around like Bilingualing. Therefore, Chu Chen's eyes were directly placed on Chu Chen's body, staring straight at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's beautiful eyes kept turning, and her face was slightly red. Compared to the shy Chu Chen was much calmer. From childhood to adulthood, he has become accustomed to the eyes of girls. Oh, another vulgar person who covets his beauty. Chu Chen forgot a little, at this moment, apart from his appearance, he also has strong financial resources. Brother Chen, this helicopter is so beautiful and luxurious. Bilingualing spoke very excitedly. Chu Chen also agreed, yeah, it's like a dream. Every girl has a dream, hoping that one day a Prince Charming will come down from the sky and marry her. Chu Chen is, although he did not fly down, but Chu Chen is much more handsome than Prince Charming. Luxury, I think it's normal. Chu Chen shrugged. But he didn't feel anything. This one is very ordinary, not as good as the other ones. Although the 6 helicopters are all of the same brand, the interior decoration is completely different. The one that Chu Chen and Mo Yuan rode on was the best one, and this one was the most common of the 6. Taking a look at the interior decoration of the helicopter, Chu Chen shook his head in disgust. However, these true words of Chu Chen fell into the ears of Bilingualing and Chu Chen, but it seemed like a thunderous explosion. What? Very general? Luxury, I think it's normal. That's it, is it normal? Bilingualing and Chu Chen began to doubt life. Is there something wrong with their aesthetics? No, just when the two of them shocked Chu Chen and said it was normal, they suddenly thought of Chu Chen's next sentence. This one is very ordinary, not as good as the other ones. This seems to be the point. This one, several others, this is the key point, it must be marked out. Listening to Chu Chen's meaning, he seems to have several other helicopters, and at least 2 or more, otherwise he will directly say the other 2. The 2 little girls were completely shocked. In their eyes, owning a helicopter is already very popular, but now, Chu Chen told them that he owns several helicopters. OMG! Is this the rich man? No, local tyrants are described as not handsome, and Chu Chen is like this, that is the top rich and handsome. Is this the top rich and handsome? For a time, countless red hearts appeared in front of the 2 of them. Are you my brother Chen? Ling looked at Chu Chen suspiciously. Hey. Hearing this, Chu Chen sighed softly and said helplessly, since you said so, let me tell the truth. Ling and Zhou Qian immediately looked at Chu Chen, their eyes fixed, for fear of missing any word Chu Chen said. They thought that Chu Chen wanted to explain clearly, and just lied to them. I have a showdown, in fact, I am the richest man. Chu Chen shrugged and told the truth. Ling and Zhou Qian looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The richest man? The richest man at the age of 21 or 2, how is that possible? Neither of them believed Chu Chen's words. Humph, you are still the richest man, then I am the richest woman in the universe. Ling gave Chu Chen a blank look. Although Chu Chen's father and Lingling's father are colleagues, if the two families are compared, the Lingling family is richer. No way, who asked Ling to have a demolition outdoor public? If you don't believe it, forget it. They tell the truth, they don't believe it, so there's nothing they can do. Ding. Tian University punched in successfully. Congratulations on getting the top car skills. Driving a Ferrari with one hand is not a dream from now on. The voice of the system sounded in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen successfully clocked in and obtained top-level driving skills. From then on, he is also a person who can drive. At the same time, with a driver's license in Chu Chen's bag, everything was very reasonable. By the way, where do you want to eat? Chu Chen asked. Well, let's go to Xiang Manuan. Ling thought for a while. She didn't believe that Brother Chen was the richest man. She guessed that Brother Chen was working in a private airport or had a friend who was a pilot for the rich. Therefore, she did not choose those expensive restaurants, but chose Xiang Manuan, which has more than 100 per capita and tastes good. All right. Since Ling wanted to eat, Chu Chen did not refuse. Xiang Manuan is in a food street, and the helicopter will definitely not be able to land. Therefore, Chu Chen found a place with few people and went down with Ling. There are still 10 minutes to go, let's walk over, shall we? Chu Chen didn't care, so he asked. There are shared bicycles there, let's ride. Ling suggested. Chu Chen scanned the code and picked up a shared bicycle. Sorry, I forgot to bring my phone. After searching for a while, Zhou Qian realized that she had forgotten to bring her mobile phone, and said awkwardly. It's okay, why don't you sit behind me? Chu Chen suggested. Hearing this, Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. She really forgot her mobile phone. She just came out with Ling. She didn't plan to go out to dinner with Ling. But somehow, when she saw Chu Chen, her legs were out of control, and she immediately chose to be with Ling. No, Chan, I brought my phone, I'll sweep one for you. Before Zhou Qian could speak, Ling enthusiastically cleaned a car for Zhou Qian and pushed it out. Thanks. After taking over the car, Zhou Qian was very grateful, as expected of a good girlfriend. Okay, let's go. However, in the next second, Zhou Qian seemed to be struck by lightning, stunned in place. I saw that. After handing the car to her, Ling didn't mean to sweep another car, but sat directly behind Chu Chen's car and hugged Chu Chen's waist. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qian wanted to cry without tears. Your sister. Is this a good girlfriend? Plastic sisterhood. She finally understood why Ling helped her enthusiastically. Let's go. holding Chu Chen's waist. Bilingualing said with a smile. See the ignorant guy. Zhou Qian waved a small fist at bilingualing. Such a good opportunity, so gone? Let's go. Chu Chen rode his bike forward. Sitting behind Chu Chen, bilingualing stuck out her tongue at Zhou Qian, looking provocative. As if to say, Brother Chen is mine, you can't take it away, hee hee. Smelly lingling, you wait. Zhou Qian stomped her feet in anger, and immediately ran after him. It seems that he is often exercising. Zhou Qian rode very fast. He arrived at Xiang Manuan earlier than Chu Chen, stopped and walked in. You go first, I'll park the car. Taking bilingualing to the front of Shangman Garden, Chu Chen spoke. Brother Chen, hurry up. After all, bilingualing went in, and Chu Chen came to the parking place. Alone. Chu Chen had just parked the shared bicycle when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Chu Chen? Chu Chen turned back and happened to see a thin young man. It's really you, Chu Chen, it's me, Dong Guanghao, your high school classmate. The thin young man said enthusiastically. Chu Chen had the impression that Dong Guanghao was very poor at the beginning. After high school, he did not go to university, but came to work hard in the society. The relationship between the two was average. Shaking hands, the two started talking. Come to dinner by bike? Looking at Chu Chen's shared bicycle, and then looking at Xiang Manuan next to him, Dong Guanghao asked. Chu Chen nodded. Looking at Chu Chen, Dong Guanghao felt very sorry. I still envy you for going to school. How free you are. Look at me. I'm very busy every day, and even a poor group. Until now, there is only a small hotel with a mere 1,000,000 yuan. Chu Chen, you are the most handsome in our class, you must be rich now. It is not fashionable to show off wealth now, but it is fashionable to pretend to be poor. Pretending to be poor in front of your classmates, suddenly exposing your rich self, and looking at everyone's surprised eyes, that's cool. Cool. I'm poor too. Chu Chen reluctantly said that he only has a group worth more than 10 billion so far. At most, he can be called the richest man in Jiangzhou, which is far worse than the richest man in Kyushu and the richest man in the world. Getting rich has not yet succeeded, comrades. Still need to work hard. I see it. Glancing at Chu Chen's shared bicycle, Dong Guanghao said strangely. I still have something to do, I'm leaving. As he said that, Dong Guanghao pressed the car key, and beside him, a Honda car of more than 200,000 rang. While photographing his Honda, Dong Guanghao said, have you heard about the class reunion in a few days? Chu Chen nodded slightly. In the classmate group before, he saw the news of the class reunion, but he didn't take it to heart at that time. At that time, he was just a poor student who was nothing but handsome. What was he doing at the class reunion, looking for abuse? You must go. Dong Guanghao exhorted. A lot of classmates want to see you? Okay, I'll go. In this case, Chu Chen was embarrassed to refuse. Stop talking nonsense with Dong Guanghao. Chu Chen walked into Xiang Manuan. Looking at Chu Chen who was leaving, Dong Guanghao's smile suddenly stopped, and he snorted in disdain. At the beginning, the most handsome Chu Chen, who was the focus of the whole class, became like this. What kind of shared bicycle is he riding? Is it shameful? Dong Guanghao was extremely proud in his heart. At the school, Chu Chen was surrounded by countless girls, and he was unusually ordinary. But now, he drives a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, owns $1 million restaurant, and his business is booming. On the contrary, Chu Chen got worse and worse. Bah, trash. Dong Guanghao spat in disdain. Suddenly he thought of something and took out his mobile phone. Dong Guanghao took a picture of Chu Chen's parked shared bicycle with his mobile phone, and then sent it to the high school class group. Afterwards, Dong Guanghao made a strange remark. I met Chu Chen from our class just now. I didn't expect him to actually ride a shared bicycle. It's so simple. I'll go. How poor is Chu Chen? It's really pitiful. This is the most handsome boy in our class. I didn't expect that. The more you mess up, the worse it will be. Don't talk about our class. If we were in a row in the school, there is a 90% chance that Chu Chen would be the school grass, but now, it has become a weed, ha ha ha. Seeing the message sent by Dong Guanghao, someone below quickly replied. Most of the replies were boys. When he was in school, Chu Chen attracted the attention of all the beautiful girls in the class. At that time, they were very envious of Chu Chen. Now that Chu Chen is in a state of despair, they feel absolutely relieved. Awesome. Heaven doesn't give birth to my keyboard warrior. Spouting forever is like a long night. Even a few people who couldn't even ride a shared bicycle began to ridicule Chu Chen for being down and out. Seeing the conversation in the group, some girls were also very emotional. Now this society is too real. It's useless to look handsome. Money is everything. Nothing is possible without money. Look at our brother Hao, like a high school, and now he's a big boss. And brother Nan, although he is also in school, he is studying scientific research. It is said that the research fee alone is already 6 figures. Qin Yuyan, the class flower of our class, is now a well-known anchor with an annual salary of up to 500,000. It's fortunate that Chen Banhua was not with Chu Chen at the time, otherwise I would regret it now. It will be a class reunion in a few days. And Chu Chen promised to come. Dong Guanghao once again made a meaningful speech. Everyone was very busy and understood what Dong Guanghao meant, and had their own thoughts. In a high-end apartment in downtown Jiangzhou, Qin Yuyan shook her head with emotion when she saw the news of her classmates. At the beginning, Chu Chen was a well-deserved school grass, with countless suitors, and even she was fascinated by Chu Chen. Even when she went to college, she didn't let go of Chu Chen completely. Everything is over. Chu Chen is no longer worthy of me. Until just now. Seeing the news in the group, Qin Yuyan completely let go of Chu Chen, but she is very fortunate. Fortunately, Chu Chen didn't promise her to be with her at first. Otherwise, she would indeed be worse than a dog. Now, since Qin Yuyan came into contact with the live broadcast industry, in a short period of time, she became famous and signed a contract with the company for an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, reaching the peak at a young age. She has a bright future, and sooner or later she will become a tens of millions of big anchors. Putting down the phone, Qin Yuyan turned on the computer and started the live broadcast. In the restaurant, after Chu Chen was full, he picked up his mobile phone. When he was bored, Chu Chen would watch the live broadcast. Open Shark Live. Chu Chen saw Shark Live's new lottery. It is to give a gift worth 10 yuan, and you can draw a lottery. There are many prizes, such as planes, rockets, super rockets, etc. Of course, the chances of drawing are not high. I just got the system. Will my luck also get better? Chu Chen thought curiously. Glancing at the account balance, there are still more than 20, just enough to draw twice. Just clicked on a live broadcast room, and Chu Chen was going to give a gift to draw a lottery. Is her? However, when Chu Chen clicked into the live broadcast room, he was stunned. I actually knew this anchor. She was none other than Chen Yuyan, a classmate of Chu Chen. Chen Yuyan and Chu Chen were still somewhat impressed. Send it to you. With that said, Chu Chen gave a 10 yuan gift and started the lottery. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts won the super ship. A broadcast appeared in the live room. The image of a super ship also appeared on Chu Chen's mobile phone. Really hit? Chu Chen was also very surprised. When I opened the backstage, I saw a gift from a super ship in my backpack. From childhood to adulthood, he has participated in countless lottery draws, but he has never won, and his face is black to the extreme. But now, it's a draw. I'll go, this brother is Shen, let's go to the Seoul. My God. This is a 4,999 super ship. Did you get it for only 10 yuan? Amazing, God took my knee. I've been watching the live broadcast for a while. This is the first time I've seen someone hit the Seoul and win a super spaceship. In the live broadcast room, countless water friends began to lick Chu Chen, and they worshipped him. You know, for a gift like a super ship, sometimes it takes a few days for a shark live broadcast to come out. Others who won the lottery, to say the least, also gave gifts of several thousand yuan before they got the lottery. But Chu Chen, with only 10 yuan, he got a gift worth 4,999, 500 times as much. It's okay, brother is amazing, you won a gift, won't you give it to me? Chen Yuyan also saw the broadcast, so she started the routine gift in a coquettish manner. Chu Chen ignored Chen Yuyan at all and tried the lottery again. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts. Won the super ship. Another shot into the Seoul. With only 10 yuan, I got a gift worth 4,999. With the advent of the broadcast, the live room was boiling again. Chen Yuyan is even more coquettish and asks for gifts. Chu Chen ignored her, but clicked on the recharge page and recharged more than 1,000 yuan. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts won the super ship. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts won the super ship. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts won the super ship. As Chu Chen drew a prize, a broadcast appeared in the live broadcast room. In the blink of an eye, all the barrages in the live broadcast room became congratulations to Chu Chen for winning the lottery. As Chu Chen became more and more in the middle, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. I'm going, 10. Your internet is slow, there are already 12 now. It's okay brother, it's too European. 20, 30, 40 with the broadcast, more and more viewers came to Chen Yuyan's live broadcast room. Crazy. Too crazy. With the increase in the number of super spaceships that Chu Chen picked up, the audience of Chen Yuyan's live broadcast room also increased suddenly from several thousand, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the end, more than 100,000 viewers poured into Chen Yuyan's live broadcast room, and her popularity soared to tens of millions. For a time, the whole Shark live broadcast was boiling. 80, 86, 93, 97. In the live broadcast room, more than 100,000 people watched and counted the number of draws for Chu Chen. I'm so tired. Chu Chen's hands were tired, so he stopped giving gifts. When he opened the backstage, he was shocked. A total of 107 super ships have been accumulated in the background. This is a gift worth 500,000. Chu Chen only spent more than 1,000 yuan to get it, a full 500 times the income. So cool. Chu Chen made a lot of money. Look at the gifts worth more than 500,000 in the account. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. It was really difficult for him. Good looks, good luck, and money, so distressed. Just when Chu Chen was about to continue scouring the wool, he was surprised to find that this lottery event was cancelled. After losing 500,000 in one breath, the shark platform immediately closed the lottery. 107, it's fine, bro. It's okay, brother mighty. It's okay, bro. It's amazing, it's all sharks smashing our wool, and now there is finally an immortal smashing their wool, it's cool. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were even more excited than Chu Chen. On this day, they witnessed what is called Ocean. On this day, the evil capitalists are finally exploited. It's okay, brother, you are amazing. Would you like to give someone a gift? Seeing that the super spaceships were drawn one by one, Chen Yuyan was stunned. Now, it seems that the owner of this live broadcast room is not Chen Yuyan, but Chu Chen. With the loudest voice, Chen Yuyan tried her best to start licking "It's okay, brother." It's a pity that Chen Yuyan didn't know that the person she licked to the sky at the moment was the person she despised just now. It's okay, bro, although the shark cancelled this lottery, there are other lottery draws. Throughout the live broadcast room, countless audience members who were watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously suggested to Chu Chen. Before, there were people who had just come in who doubted Chu Chen's level and thought it was just a bit of luck. However, when one super spaceship after another was drawn by Chu Chen, everyone obeyed and worshipped. What? Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage? Chu Chen muttered. While talking, he clicked on the recharge page again without hesitation. Chu Chen took a look and found that there are still 3 lottery events that are still going on in Shark Live. Although the biggest gift is not as good as a super spaceship, it is also worth more than 2,000. Today, I will take you to bring down the evil capitalists. Chu Chen sent a barrage and started the lottery again. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Come on, let the shark vomit blood today. It's okay, brother is the strongest, hit the capital of all evil. Seeing Chu Chen's barrage, countless viewers began to spare no effort to lick Chu Chen. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts, won the super rocket. Congratulations, the user I have nothing to do to send gifts, won the love trip. Congratulations, the user has won the lottery for giving a gift when I have nothing to do. With Chu Chen's lottery draw, the live broadcast room was instantly swept away by the winning broadcast. 10 minutes later, all the lottery activities on the Shark platform were cancelled. Chu Chen was also tired. He opened the backstage and saw that he was filled with countless gifts. There were 379 super rockets, 126 rough estimate. These gifts are about 600,000 or 700,000. In addition to the more than 500,000 before, Chu Chen has won a gift of more than 1 million. And Chu Chen only sent a gift of more than 2,000 yuan. 2,000 to 1 million. Chu Chen really picked up a lot of wool. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Cool. What? Brother Chen actually won the trip of love? Next to him, Chu Chen couldn't help but look over when she saw Chu Chen, who was focusing on playing with his mobile phone. After a while, most of the broadcasts had disappeared, and Chu Chen happened to see the last gift that Chu Chen had drawn. How much did Brother Chen get? Chu Chen asked, seeming to be familiar with shark live. $5. Chu Chen answered casually. What? Brother Chen got a love trip worth 2,000 for 5 yuan? Oh my god, it's too European. Chu Chen covered her mouth and said in shock. On the opposite side, after hearing Chu Chen's words, bilingualing also looked at Chu Chen enviously. This luck. The old man will not deceive me. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, let alone bilingualing, even Chu Chen looked over curiously. What did the ancients say? Good looking, good luck. Mimi stared at Chu Chen. Chu Chen said meticulously. Cut. Hearing this, bilingualing gave Chu Chen a big white eye, and said that he had forgotten his sense of justice. Where are you going? After eating, the 3 of them left, chatting while walking. Are you the anchor of Shark Live? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chu Chen was a little surprised. Yes, Brother Chen, don't forget to follow me. Holding Chu Chen's arm, Chu Chen said coquettishly. Chu Chen likes to sing. When she has nothing to do, Chu Chen starts a live broadcast and does a part-time job. Because he doesn't know and doesn't want to lick local tyrants, Chu Chen is just an unknown little anchor. Despite this, Chu Chen is already very satisfied, and can do what she likes and earn a little living expenses. Not bad. It is good. Chu Chen nodded, remembering. Thank you, Brother Chen. Hearing Chu Chen's agreement, Chu Chen was very happy. If Brother Chen could watch her live broadcast, she would be willing even if it was broadcast 24 hours a day. Who made Brother Chen so handsome? Seeing Chu Chen hugging Chu Chen's arm, bilingualing snorted coldly. And hugged Chu Chen's other arm not to be outdone. The 3 of them walked forward. This way, the rate of return is very high. Especially some men, seeing 2 beauties hugging Chu Chen's arms on the left and the right, they were extremely envious and jealous. It's unfair to be able to occupy 2 girls if you look handsome. Many passers-by burst into tears and roared unwillingly in their hearts. After sending the 2 back, Chu Chen also took a taxi back to the house he rented. Although he also has a dormitory in the university, more often, Chu Chen rents a house by himself. After all, it is convenient. Although he has money, he still chooses to rent back the house, which is so simple. He has to go back and pack up before moving out, especially the computer full of study materials, which Chu Chen must take away. It's such a hassle without a car. Since you have obtained top-level car skills, it's better to buy a car. Chu Chen thought to himself. Ding, did you sign in? The next day, as soon as Chu Chen woke up, he heard the sound of the system. Yes. Chu Chen clicked yes, without hesitation. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting the sign-in reward, a Koenigsegg CCX. Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up instantly, excited. Koenigsegg CCX. The system reward is actually Koenigsegg CCX. Cool. You know, the Koenigsegg CCX is a world-renowned top supercar, priced at around 25 million. Also known as the Ghost. You can see the horror of this car. Really handsome, good luck. With the reward of the system, the car key of Koenigsegg CCX appeared in Chu Chen's pocket. At the same time, there were bursts of exclamations from outside. God, this, what a cool sports car. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Downstairs, more and more onlookers gathered. At the moment they are all around a black supercar, incessantly amazed. How is it possible that this car costs more than 20 million? A bystander just checked it with his mobile phone, and suddenly made a sound of astonishment. How can such a car appear in our community? Owning such a car, I am afraid it is a local tyrant with a net worth of over 100 million. Possibly, I guess its owner was a pot-bellied Mediterranean. There are even individual onlookers who maliciously speculate that they have serious hatred for the rich. What's wrong with the Mediterranean? See, isn't it handsome? A beautiful woman passing by stopped. While hurriedly applying makeup, she looked around, waiting for the arrival of the car owner. So cool. Upstairs, Chu Chen was very excited when he saw the Koenigsegg CCX, which was completely black and looked like a ghost. Click. Chu Chen's door suddenly opened. The next second, a middle-aged woman in her 50s with a pearl necklace walked in. She is the owner of this house, that is, Chu Chen's landlord, Aunt Chin. Little Chu, have you got the rent for next month? She had heard before that Chu Chen was out of money and could not afford the rent next month. At this moment, Aunt Chin's eyes glowed green. Staring at Chu Chen, Xiao Chu, do you understand what Auntie told you? You promised Auntie you can save 20 years of struggle? No, I'm not someone who eats with my face, I just want to make money with my own hands. The house is not rented. Dodging Aunt Chin, who came over in a flash, Chu Chen picked up the salute that he had packed up long ago, and ran out of the house. Call. Outside, boys must protect themselves, especially handsome boys. Chu Chen muttered as he went downstairs. I don't even know how to lift up. Aunt Chin snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied. You will surely regret it. Downstairs, everyone still surrounded Koenigsegg, just blocking Chu Chen's way. Little Chu. It's Xiao Chen. After seeing Chu Chen, some people spoke. The girl who had done makeup just now glanced at Chu Chen, her eyes lit up, but she quickly retracted her gaze. What's the use of being handsome, or having money is more important. Please let it go. At this moment, a faint voice came. Lang, who are you talking about? The girl suddenly burst into anger. Suddenly looking up at Chu Chen, he answered provocatively, this is not your home, why should I make way for you? You're blocking my drive. After all, Chu Chen took out the key and pressed it, and the headlight of Koenigsegg next to him came on. For a while, everyone was stunned. Chu Chen pushed the girl in front of him directly to the side, sat on Koenigsegg, and walked away. Brother Chen. Brother Chu, wait for me. The person who called Xiao Chu just now changed his mouth. That girl is even paler. He is the owner of Koenigsegg, and he is so handsome upstairs, looking at Chu Chen. Walking away, Aunt Chin was stunned. Waiting for the red light to be fine, Chu Chen turned on the phone. The number one ocean in the entire network. The man who forced the shark to stop the live broadcast. After clicking it, Chu Chen was stunned. Isn't that him? The first European god in the whole network is. What happened yesterday? Opened the Weibo hot search list and saw that the number one ocean on the entire network actually entered the top 10. Press the news of a celebrity cheating. Several other hot search lists also ranked in the 20th or 30th place. For a time, the first Ocean Nothing brother became popular all over the internet. It's so hot, it's too easy, right? Chu Chen said with emotion. It's too difficult, isn't it just drawing a prize? It's hot, and being handsome is trouble. I really don't understand why other people won't fire. Why is it so difficult? Open Shark Live, and suddenly countless messages came, all of which were requests to add friends. Among them, most of them were female anchors of Shark Live, and there were even a few big anchors who enthusiastically added. Chu Chen. Little brother, why didn't you come today? I've been waiting so hard for you. Among them, there is a request to add a friend from Chen Yuyan, and there are a few artistic pictures, besides licking. Since he was a high school classmate, Chu Chen was not too embarrassed to refuse, so he clicked to agree to add it. Before there was a suitable house, Chu Chen just booked an executive suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Brother Chen, I'm in a hurry. I still have the last courier to deliver today. Can you help me deliver it in the store? Jiang Ji sent a WeChat message. Jiang Ji was a neighbor that Chu Chen knew when he was renting a house. He opened a rookie post by himself, and the two had a good relationship. Seeing the WeChat he sent, there was only one courier anyway, so it was not easy for Chu Chen to refuse. Picking up the courier from his store, Chu Chen drove towards the address on the courier. When Chu Chen came to the gate of the community, the security guard was behind his back, secretly looking at his mobile phone. Dude, open the door and send the courier. Chu Chen opened the car window and shouted. The security guard turned around impatiently and replied rudely. Don't know the courier can't, however, half of what he said, he swallowed the remaining half. OMG. What did he see? Koenigsegg. It's the legendary Koenigsegg. Although this is a high-end community, no owner has the strength to drive a top-level supercar like Koenigsegg. What's wrong? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Nothing, please come in. A smile suddenly appeared on the face of the security guard. He opened the railing and said politely, looking at Chu Chen who was driving away. The security guard couldn't help but complain, it's really not normal for the rich to drive the Koenigsegg. To deliver the courier, it's not funny. I am afraid that no one will believe what happened today. Since last night, Chen Yuyan has been looking at her mobile phone, and she even kept her mobile phone next to her during the live broadcast today. Finally, Ocean It's Okay agreed to her request to add friends. Looking at the anchor group, other female anchors complained that it was okay to be cold and did not agree to add it. Even a few big anchors did not agree, but agreed to herself. Chen Yuyan was extremely excited. She is very confident in her appearance. How can those coquettish bitches compare to her? Ever since Brother Wu agreed, every once in a while, Chen Yuyan took the initiative to send messages and tried every means to please Brother Wu. How can a female anchor be called licking? Although he sent more than a dozen messages, he only answered oh. But Chen Yuyan was very excited. It seems that his charm is still very high. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hello, your courier has arrived. Hearing this, Chen Yuyan was stunned. When did the community let the courier in? With doubts, Chen Yuyan opened the door. The next second, she was stunned. Chu Chen? Looking at Chu Chen standing outside the door, Chen Yuyan was stunned. She never expected to see Chu Chen here. It's you? Even Chu Chen was a little surprised. It was really Chen Yuyan. Although there are real names on the courier, there are more than 1 billion people in the country, and there are countless people with the same name, so Chu Chen didn't think much about it. Did not expect it to be so coincidental. Subconsciously accepting Chu Chen's courier, Qin Yuyan unconsciously thought about the high school of the two. At that time, Chu Chen was very plain to her, extremely ordinary. At that time, Chu Chen was high above, but now he is already a big anchor with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, a real internet celebrity, but Chu Chen, this person with only good looks, has become a lowly courier. It's ridiculous to think about it. Qin Yuyan's heart is very refreshing. Holding the courier, Qin Yuyan looked at Chu Chen arrogantly. Before waiting for Chu Chen to speak, she said aggressively, Chu Chen, you already know my address, but please don't harass me in the future. It is impossible for the two of us, we are not on the same level. Hearing this, Chu Chen showed a faint smile on his face and shook his head helplessly. Chu Chen was very helpless, wondering where did Qin Yuyan get the confidence to say this? Not to mention her beautiful secretary Mo Yuan, Su Shuijia, and the others, and even many girls who she once rejected, dumped Qin Yuyan a few streets away. I really didn't expect that the handsome guy back then would be so selfish and do such a despicable job? Qin Yuyan said with emotion. The high school class reunion in a few days, I advise you not to go, it will save you shame. Ignoring her, Chu Chen turned around and got on the elevator. He was completely speechless. Going downstairs, Chu Chen sat on Koenigsegg and galloped away. Upstairs, when she heard the sound of a sports car, Qin Yuyan couldn't help walking to the window, and happened to see Koenigsegg driving out. My God! Qin Yuyan covered her mouth, shocked. Is that Koenigsegg, a sports car worth millions? Owning a sports car of this level is worth at least several hundred million. So envious. If she can find a boyfriend like this, then Qin Yuyan started dreaming during the day. I don't know whose car this is in the community, so I should pay attention to it in the future. She is someone who knows how to take chances. Suddenly, I thought of it's okay bro. Let's trick him into the gift he's drawn first. Qin Yuyan turned on her phone and acted like a licking dog again. Ding. System task release, spend 5 million on Shark. Live, task time, 24 hours, complete the task, reward 15% of the shares of Shark Live. Looking at the system page, Chu Chen was a little surprised, spending 5 million, how much? What is the 15% stake in Shark Live? Chu Chen was very curious, and when he checked, he was immediately stunned. I'm going, so much? I don't know. If I don't check it, I'm shocked when I check it. The Shark Live broadcast, which I don't usually care about, has a total market value of as high as 17 billion. 15% of the shares is 2.55 billion. Spend 5 million and earn 2.55 billion, more than 500 times the income. With just a few clicks, you can earn back 2.55 billion. Profiteering. Chu Chen just let Mo Yuan hit 100 million in his card, which just came in handy. Although Chu Chen's Junlin Group has a total market value of more than 10 billion, many of them cannot be moved unless the company is sold. Now the Junlin Group can use about 1 billion funds. Chu Chen can't take all the 1 billion. Once the group has no liquidity, the risk of bankruptcy will be extremely high. It is impossible for Chu Chen to bankrupt his group of more than 10 billion for the sake of a momentary refreshment. As long as the Junlin Group is here, there will be a steady stream of money entering Chu Chen's pocket. Doing nothing every day brings countless money into your pocket, how cool it is. Who are you rewarding for? By the way, isn't Chu Chen broadcasting live on sharks? There are only two anchors I know, Zhou Xian and Chen Yuyan. After the events of the day, it was naturally impossible for Chu Chen to give Chen Yuyan another gift. Chu Chen opened Zhou Qian's live broadcast room. Without saying a word, Chu Chen swiped the gift directly, and for a while, the prompt to send the gift was swiped in the live broadcast room. 100 super rockets. 200 super rockets. The gifts that other people gave one by one, Chu Chen gave them 100 and 100 directly. In an instant, Chu Chen sent out hundreds of super rockets. For a time, the entire shark live broadcast went crazy. They have seen countless gods, but they have never seen gifts like this. It's only been a few minutes, and more than 3 million gifts have been sent. Chu Chen recharged more than 3 million, plus the gifts he had drawn in Shark Live. It was exactly 5 million gifts. Looking at the live broadcast room, Zhou Qian was stunned. It's okay, brother mighty. This is the goddess. It's okay, bro. In the live broadcast room, countless people kneeled and licked Chu Chen crazily. In less than 3 minutes, the popularity of Zhou Qian's live broadcast exceeded 10 million, and the number of viewers soared to 500,000. Brother Chen, who are you? Zhou Qian took a look at Chu Chen's mobile phone before, knew Chu Chen's Shark Live broadcast nickname, and saw that Chu Chen was madly sending gifts, so he hurriedly contacted Chu Chen. It's okay, it's important that you are happy, just a little money. Chu Chen returned the news that 2.55 billion was about to be obtained, so 5 million was nothing. Ah. Seeing the news of Chu Chen, Zhou Qian's little heart almost jumped out, and her face instantly turned red. The focus of Chu Chen's reply message was a little money. However, after Zhou Qian saw the news, she immediately focused on it's important that you are happy. As for a little money, it was automatically ignored by Zhou Qian. In brother Chen's heart, is she so important? Zhou Qian was so excited, her heart was beating wildly, she couldn't help falling into a fantasy. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations on getting a 15% stake in Shark Live. After Chu Chen finished brushing the gifts, the system sounded. The next second, a share transfer contract appeared on the table next to Chu Chen. At this point, 15% of the shares of Shark Live worth 2.55 billion belonged to Chu Chen. You must know that the current chairman of Shark Live is also Chen Dong, who only holds 13.3% of the shares of Shark Live. His own shares have surpassed Chen Dong. Yesterday, Chu Chen checked that the largest shareholder of Shark Live is Penguin Group, accounting for 37.2% of the shares, and the second shareholder is Shark Live founder Chen Dong, with 13.3%. Although the Penguin Group occupies the largest share, it does not participate, nor does it interfere with the internal affairs of Shark Live. It only distributes dividends every year. The second largest shareholder, namely Chen Dong, is the real controller of Shark Live. Now, Chu Chen's shares have surpassed Chen Dong. From today, Chu Chen is the new boss of Shark Live. It's so cool. System bullpen. The next day, Zhou Qian called. In order to express her gratitude, she wanted to invite Chu Chen to dinner at noon. Chu Chen agreed to pick her up at noon. Since she was going to Tian University, her clingy godsister Bilingling would definitely be with her, so in the morning, Chu Chen came to the company. Although he had Koenigsegg, he could only sit for 2 people, so Chu Chen called Mo Yuan and asked her to prepare a car Parking Koenigsegg at the company, Chu Chen found an ordinary car in the company's garage and went straight to Tiannan University. When Chu Chen came to Tiannan University, Chu Chen was already waiting there. Today, Chu Chen dresses up more maturely, wearing a deep V, and with a delicate face, Chu Chen instantly becomes a beautiful landscape, attracting the attention of countless people. Even Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but Chu Chen was still very predictable. Chu Chen parked the car in front of Chu Chen and opened the window. Does this beautiful lady appreciate the honor? Chu Chen took off his sunglasses, and Chu Chen recognized Chu Chen from his days. I'm going, what kind of car is this? It's so atmospheric. Bentley, it's actually a Bentley. When Chu Chen stopped, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention from Chu Chen's body to Chu Chen's car. No way, Chu Chen's car is too eye-catching. Bentley Mulsanne, this is more than 5 million Bentley Mulsanne. Someone screamed. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. They also thought that this car was worth a lot of money, but they never expected it to be as high as 5 million. This is the real luxury car. Countless people picked up their mobile phones and started taking pictures, and more people gathered around. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Is this the beauty of a fairy? Some girls who saw Chu Chen's appearance screamed. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Chen was here, they would naturally be incomparable, and I'm afraid they would have embraced them long ago. Brother Chen, didn't you say you drove an ordinary car? Looking at the Bentley in front of her, Chu Chen was extremely surprised. Just now Brother Chen sent her a message saying that he drove an ordinary car. Chu Chen thought it was a Mercedes-Benz or an Audi. Unexpectedly, Brother Chen actually drove a Bentley. It's the worst car in the garage. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. In the car Mo Yuan prepared for herself, this Bentley Mulsanne was indeed the worst. Chu Chen himself didn't think there was anything wrong with this sentence, but the people around him were instantly petrified. You listen, people say no. This is the worst car in the garage. 5 million Bentley. The worst car ever? Damn rich people. Chu Chen thought about the millions that Brother Chen spent yesterday, and understood the helplessness of Brother Chen. He is handsome and rich, what can he do? Brother Chen is too difficult. Where's Ling Ling? Chu Chen looked around, but found that it was only Chu Chen, not by Ling Ling. Oh, there is something in the club. And the teacher called Ling Ling over temporarily. Chu Chen explained. At this time, Chu Chen also received a message from by Ling Ling, saying that she and Chu Chen should go to dinner, she couldn't get away today. Of course, bye. Ling Ling didn't forget to remind Chu Chen not to be hooked up by the little goblin Chu Chen. She also complained that for this date, Chu Chen started putting on makeup and looking for clothes a few hours ago. Really? Plastic sisterhood? Chu Chen smiled helplessly. Is he that kind of person? Although he looks handsome, he is definitely a serious person. You will never take the initiative. Unless, get in the car. Under the shocked and envious eyes of everyone, Chu Chen galloped away with Chu Chen. Ancient you aged boiled snails, tuna pie, steak with shiitake mushrooms. Chu Chen didn't drink, because he wanted to drive, but Chu Chen drank a little, and a blush appeared on his face. After lunch, Chu Chen and Chu Chen originally planned to go shopping, but Chu Chen received a notice from the brokerage company to hold a temporary meeting. It is very likely that because of what happened last night, the brokerage company is going to support Chu Chen. I'll take you there, it's not far from the company. Chu Chen opened his mouth. As soon as the two walked out of the restaurant, Chu Chen met an acquaintance. A good-looking girl who was also an anchor of their company, Su Tongshan. Does your boyfriend have a car? Can you take me with you? Su Tongshan said anxiously that the company meeting was in a hurry. Hearing this, Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen. Let's go together. Chu Chen nodded. After seeing Chu Chen, Su Tongshan was stunned, obviously attracted by Chu Chen's immortal appearance. But Su Tongshan quickly recovered. What is not good-looking? She is most interested in money. Money is everything. She knew that Chu Chen was just a college student, and the boyfriend she wanted to have had no money. However, when Chu Chen opened the guest's car door, Su Tongshan was stunned. Bentley. A Bentley Mulsanne worth 5 million. Thinking of a sugar daddy, Su Tongshan has a lot of research on cars and recognized this car at a glance. Chu Chen's boyfriend drives a Bentley? In an instant, Su Tongshan watched Chu Chen's eyes light up. And her attitude became extremely good. Is this your car? Su Tongshan came to Chu Chen's side and asked with a smile. No, the car belongs to the company. I'll use it to drive it. Chu Chen answered casually. Hearing this, Su Tongshan became extremely disappointed. It turned out to be from the company. She thought she had met a local tyrant, but she didn't expect to be a stinky driver. The smile on Su Tongshan's face suddenly disappeared and she became arrogant. Su Tongshan began to hate Chu Chen. In order to pretend to be coercive, he secretly took the company's car to drive. That's abominable. Oh. With a random answer, Su Tongshan stayed away from Chu Chen. Zhou Qian got into the car. She originally wanted to sit next to Chu Chen, but she was helplessly pulled by Su Tongshan to the back row. Chu Chen drove towards their agency. On the way, Chu Chen sent a message to Mo Yuan, asking her to send someone to send Koenigsegg to the vicinity of Zhou Qian's agency, and then drive Bentley back. Save yourself time. Qian, you are still young, you only know your looks. You will understand in the future that looks are nothing, money is the most important thing. I heard that a goddess gave you millions last night. You must seize this opportunity. Don't let this goddess know that you have a boyfriend. Sitting in the back row, Su Tongshan said meaningfully. Hearing this, Zhou Qian's face became a little ugly, and she was very dissatisfied with Su Tongshan. Chu Fan, who was driving, shook his head helplessly. The green tea was indeed green tea. Along the way, Su Tongshan began to talk sideways, trying to find out the identity of the god, but Zhou Qian ignored her. When he came to the brokerage company, Chu Chen stopped. I got out of the car. Su Tongshan said lightly and got out of the car directly, being extremely arrogant towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen and Zhou Qian also got out of the car. A middle-aged man came over and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I drove this Bentley back. President Chu? Hearing this, Su Tongshan stopped. President Chu? Su Tongshan turned around and looked at Chu Chen blankly. Didn't you say that the car is not yours, but the company's? Su Tongshan opened her mouth in surprise. Yes, this car is indeed not mine. Whose company is that? Su Tongshan asked again. The company is mine. Chu Chen answered lightly. Hearing this, Su Tongshan was completely stupid. The car is not yours, but the company's. But the company is yours. For a time, Su Tongshan was extremely ashamed. This is definitely Chu Chen playing her. The company is yours, isn't the company's car still yours? Chu Chen didn't point it out directly, making her act arrogant and rude. This is definitely Chu Chen toying with her. Let yourself be a poor pen and mock the rich face to face. What a ridiculous scene, you go away. Chu Chen handed the key of Bentley to the middle-aged man. At this time, a tow truck drove up. Above the trailer is Chu Chen's Koenigsegg. Without the car key, Mo Yuan could only find a trailer and bring Koenigsegg over. My God, Koenigsegg? After seeing Koenigsegg, Su Tongshan screamed instantly. She has also seen many sports cars, but this is the first time she has seen a supercar like Koenigsegg. This is my car, Chu Chen said lightly. What? Hearing this, Su Tongshan was stunned, and quickly ran to Chu Chen's side, saying flatteringly, "Little brother, I was wrong. Just now. Can I have your contact information?" The shame just now made Su Tongshan thrown thousands of miles away. So what about playing with her? As long as she got Chu Chen's contact information, she would be willing to let Chu Chen play herself 100 times. Chu Chen ignored Su Tongshan, and after talking to Zhou Qian, Chu Chen drove Koenigsegg off the trailer and left. Zhou Qian walked into the company when she saw Chu Chen leaving. In place, only a regretful Su Tongshan was left behind. No, I can't give up, Su Tongshan muttered, so she hurriedly went after Zhou Qian, wanting to get Chu Chen's contact information from Zhou Qian. At night, Chu Chen parked the car in the underground garage and went to a shopping mall for dinner. Chu Chen? As soon as Chu Chen walked in, someone suddenly stopped him. Facing Chu Chen, a young man and a woman stopped. It was the man who spoke just now. He is Chu Chen's high school classmate, Xing Weiyan. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chu Chen was also a little surprised. Introduction, this is my girlfriend, Qing. Xing Weiyan proudly introduced the girl next to him. Hello. Chu Chen spoke politely. Taking a look, Xing Weiyan's eyesight is okay. This Qing has a face value of more than 80 points, which is beautiful. After seeing Chu Chen, Qing's eyes lit up, but she quickly covered it up. Weiyan's classmate is so handsome. Where's your girlfriend? Xing Weiyan asked. Chu Chen was a schoolboy at the time, and he drove countless girls crazy in the school. How can he be alone now? I don't have a girlfriend yet, Chu Chen said casually. Oh. Hearing this, Xing Weiyan's face flashed an imperceptible sneer and hugged Qing tightly, showing off. Today is different. After the house was demolished, Xing Weiyan became rich and got a beautiful girlfriend. However, Chu Chen, who used to be very beautiful, is now extremely depressed, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. What a pity. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Suddenly, a beauty with a face value above 85 came over and said with great excitement. Little brother, people also need contact information. Another long-legged beauty with a face value of 90 points came over and said coquettishly. Little brother, you are so handsome. For a time, Chu Chen was surrounded by 4 or 5 beauties visiting the mall. Chu Chen had no choice but to give them WeChat, and said helplessly, I'm too handsome, I can't help it. Hearing this sentence, Xing Weiyan's face turned green. Understand. In terms of appearance, he was crushed. Xing Weiyan comforted himself, no matter how handsome he is, what's the use, isn't he just being chased by a few beauties? No money, still rubbish. By the way, don't forget the class reunion tomorrow night. Jing Weiyan reminded. Tomorrow night was a good time for him to show his face. He didn't tell anyone about the demolition of his family. In the class group before, he pretended to be poor, and tomorrow is his time to show off. Where? It's at Lijingshuan, tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Jing Weiyan replied. 7 o'clock tomorrow night? Chu Chen muttered, wondering if he would have time tomorrow. You must go. The classmates miss you very much. Tomorrow, Qin Yuyan, Chen Banhua, Dong Guanhao, and the others will all go. Do you all get together? Tomorrow is the day when he will be in the limelight. It is a pity that there is no Chu Chen as a green leaf. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Chu Chen nodded. After a few simple words, Chu Chen left. Looking at Chu Chen's back, Jing Weiyan's enthusiasm just now disappeared, and he sneered. Isn't it just a little more handsome? What kind of dress? A poor pen. I see how you will dress tomorrow? No money? Next to Jing Weiyan, Qingqing's eyes lit up. If you don't have money, you have a chance. Because she likes money, Qingqing is with Jing Weiyan, but she still likes handsome. Now that I have money, I can go after the handsome. Jing Weiyan didn't know what his girlfriend was thinking, but instead imagined the scene of tomorrow's class reunion. With a big laugh, Jing Weiyan left with Qingqing. The next day, as soon as Chu Chen woke up, he heard the sound of the system. Task release, become a DD driver and complete an order, time, 24 hours, task reward, a set of Yuatan Garden. Villa, Moon Sandalwood Garden? The reward for this mission is actually the villa in Yuatan Garden? Yuatan Garden, the most luxurious villa area in Jiangzhou, is built around the famous Linyue Lake in Tiannan province. Unlike other villa areas, Yuatan Garden has only 18 villas. When it was built, a villa cost 88.88 million. It has been a few years now, and the price of the villas in Yuatan Garden has doubled several times. Even rich people may not be able to buy them. Where does Chu Chen Jingwuri live? This task came just in time. On the way to Lijingshuan, Chu Chen was just in time to pick up an order. It was a pity that Chu Chen didn't come across a suitable order, so he went directly to Lijingshuan. I'll go. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? It's so cool. When Chu Chen's car appeared in front of Lijingshuan, it immediately attracted countless eyes. Although Jiangzhou sports cars are not uncommon, most of them are Ferraris and Lamborghinis, with $2 or $3 million. There are very few million-level supercars like Koenigsegg. I'm going, so handsome. I'm in love. I even thought of our child's name. Seeing Chu Chen, there were bursts of screams, and countless girls went crazy. Li Jingxian, Chen Yuyan, Dong Guanhao, and others in box 666 have already arrived. Chen Banhua, you are a lot more beautiful? Yeah, now our Chen Banhua is a big anchor. How about hundreds of thousands of followers? Many people gathered around Chen Yuyan and kept touting it. Brother Yan is also a great writer, and now it's really soaring into the sky. Beside Chen Yuyan, a young man in a suit was holding a glass of red wine. He is Jing Weiyan, who was very ordinary in the class before, but I didn't expect this meeting to be the best of him. The family was demolished and divided 20 million yuan. He dropped out of college directly and spent money to make connections. Jing Weiyan joined a real estate company and became a department manager. Even Dong Guanhao looked at Jing Weiyan with admiration at this moment. He was next to Chen Yuyan just now, but now he took the initiative to step aside. Brother Yan is not only handsome, but also has a promising future. He will definitely be a big boss in the future. Don't forget your wealth and honor. Dong Guanhao opened his mouth. Little things, little things. Listening to the touts, Jing Weiyan waved his hand. One of the leaders of this party is Jing Weiyan. By the way, Chu Chen hasn't come yet? Looking around, Dong Guanhao said. It won't be a bad mix, is it shameless? I saw Chu Chen a few days ago, and he was delivering a courier. At this time, Chen Yuyan added. Send a courier? The famous Chu Chen, who was surrounded by countless girls, was actually delivering a courier. It was a big joke. Hearing this, many boys laughed gleefully. Click, the door of the room opened, and Chu Chen walked in. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Chen. Some things were delayed, and it was late. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Isn't it because the express delivery was late? Dong Guanhao said Yin and Yang strangely. Who is delivering the courier? I am obviously opening Didi. Open drip? Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone was stunned. What's the difference between this and express delivery? Oh, since you drive Didi, what kind of car are you driving? Dong Guanhao continued to ask. Chu Chen shook the car key in his hand, too lazy to explain. After seeing the car keys, many people still do not understand. They haven't even seen the keys to an ordinary supercar, let alone Koenigsegg's. Chu Chen, that's why you're wrong. Jing Weiyan stood up and said with great dissatisfaction, everyone met just to get together and reminisce about the old days. You actually used a lighter to hold Koenigsegg's car keys in order to pretend? Even if he was killed, Chu Chen could afford Koenigsegg. Chen Yuyan snorted disdainfully. She also didn't believe that Chu Chen's car keys were real. Did she think she had no brains? Driving a Koenigsegg to open Didi and deliver courier? Is there a hole in the brain? With a click, the private room door opened again. A thin boy walked in. Did you see it? Did you see it? As soon as he came in, he was very excited to ask. Everyone instantly turned their attention from Chu Chen to this boy. I came up just now, guess what I saw? The thin boy said with a look of longing and envy, I actually saw a Koenigsegg worth more than 20 million parked downstairs. A sports car worth more than 20 million yuan, what a big dog. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The thin boy wanted to say something, but he was surprised to find that no one spoke except himself. What happened to you? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Chen. Is it true? Does Chu Chen really own a sports car worth more than 20 million? No, it's not possible. Chu Chen clearly said that he drove Didi. How could he own a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan? Yes, it must be a coincidence that a Koenigsegg happened to be parked outside. Thinking of this, everyone relaxed. There was a sudden knock on the door, and the thin man opened the door. 3 or 4 beauties with looks far above Chen Yuyan walked in. I finally found it, little brother, are you really here? Little brother, you are not only handsome, but your Koenigsegg is also handsome. Can you take us for a ride? That's it. 3 or 4 top-notch beauties surrounded Chu Chen and acted coquettishly. Seeing this scene, the others in the private room were stunned. What's the situation? These beauties were obviously found from One box after another, and they couldn't be the caregivers. That Koenigsegg really belongs to Chu Chen. For a time, everyone seemed to be struck by lightning, especially Jing Weiyan and Qin Yuyan. The car keys are real. Jing Weiyan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his heart was full of shock. After the demolition of his home, he only got 20 million yuan. Since then, he has soared into the sky and has become a leader among his peers. Now, Chu Chen's car is more than 20 million yuan. In comparison, he is a younger brother. How come? Dong. Guanghao's face became even more pale, and he suddenly thought that he had ridiculed Chu Chen in the group before. And he felt even more ashamed. Looking at Chu Chen, Qin Yuyan's mood was very complicated. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Open WeChat and see in the anchor group, the boss of their brokerage company sent an urgent message. Internal news, the chairman of Shark Live has been replaced. Now the chairman of Shark Live is called Chu Chen, which is the previous Shenhao nothing brother. The boss of their agency is always the brother-in-law of a certain high-level Shark Live, and often gets the inside information of Shark Live in advance. Now that he says so, it stands for absolute truth. Who is Chu Chen? Which boss is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? In the anchor group, countless people are very curious why the boss of their boss suddenly changed, and it is still a person they don't know? In the group, only Qin Yuyan didn't speak. At this moment, she was holding the phone with her right hand trembling. Chu Chen, are you okay, bro? Qin Yuyan stood up abruptly and looked at Chu Chen. Yes, what's the matter? Chu Chen replied subconsciously. Gudong. Hearing this answer, Qin Yuyan's body softened. And she fell on the seat. She regretted it to the extreme. I go first. This kind of classmate Chu Chen didn't want to stay, and he wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. The villa was the most important. After finally getting rid of the entanglement of those beauties, Chu Chen drove away. 5 minutes later, Chu Chen received a suitable order and headed for the Monsi restaurant, not far from here. Several young men and women came out of the Monsi restaurant. It can be seen from the standing posture of several people that there are 2 couples among them, and only one girl is single. Although this girl is single, she is the most handsome among the 3 girls, with a score of over 90 and a tall figure of 1.75 meters. She has long wavy hair, and she is better than the model in terms of appearance and figure. After coming out, the 2 youths went to pick up the car, leaving only 3 girls. It's really a plastic sisterhood. Didn't the 3 of us have dinner together? Why did you bring your boyfriend? Among them, the most beautiful girl opened her mouth. Angie, I can't blame us. Who made you so good, but didn't find a boyfriend? Hearing Anchi's complaint, Lu Wei explained. That's right. Chui Lily agreed. The 3 are colleagues in a company. Although their relationship is relatively good, they still have a strong sense of comparison, especially in the face of Anchi, who is prettier and better than themselves. Although he is not as beautiful as Anchi, he has an excellent boyfriend. When did you find a boyfriend? Chui Lily asked Lu Wei curiously. I didn't know him for a long time, and he pursued me madly. If it wasn't for his handsome looks, I wouldn't agree. Lu Wei gave a somewhat ostentatious answer. Both Lu Wei and Chui Lily have boyfriends, but Lu Wei's boyfriend is obviously more handsome than Chui Lily's. Although my boyfriend looks average, his family runs a company, and he just bought a Porsche with more than $1 million. Few days ago. Chui Lily said not to be outdone. Beside, listening to the comparison between the two and Chi was very embarrassed. Angie, why don't you come with us? I'll let my boyfriend take you. Lu Wei suggested too. And Chi. Angie, take my boyfriend's car, the Porsche I just bought, it's absolutely comfortable, let's go with me. Chui. Lily also spoke. And Chi naturally understood what the two of them meant to show off, but she would not agree. No need, I have someone to pick up now, and Chi only hopes that Master Didi will come sooner. Although they understood what Chi meant, the two still pretended not to hear and were ready to persuade Chi. At this moment, a roar unique to a supercar came. They saw a black ghost-like sports car galloping forward and stopped directly in front of them. Koenigsegg? My God! Looking at the supercar in front of them, Lu Wei and Chui Lily covered their mouths in shock. And Chi was also very surprised. When did Jiangzhou have such a luxury car? The next second, Koenigsegg's car door slowly unfolded like black wings, and the aura burst. Chu Chen got out of the car and recognized Chi at first sight. Very handsome. Such a high value? Is he a prince? Chui Lily and Lu Wei showed the expressions of nympho. Get in the car. Chu Chen glanced at Chi and spoke lightly. Chi was stunned for a moment. After confirming Koenigsegg's license plate, she got into Chu Chen's car. The next second, Koenigsegg started and walked away. In place, only the shocked and amazed Chui Lily and Lu Wei were left. What's going on? Why does Angie have a boyfriend? And still so handsome and so rich? Comparing their boyfriend with Chi's boyfriend, Lu Wei and Chui Lily's faces became ugly. In Koenigsegg, Chi was still a little stunned. Are you really a Didi driver? Angie couldn't help but speak. Yes. You already have more than 20 million Koenigseggs, yet you still open Didi? No way, I'm poor. Hearing this, Chi rolled her eyes. Driving a Koenigsegg and talking about being poor? Damn rich people. A few minutes later, Chi recovered from the shock. Sitting in the co-pilot, Chi secretly glanced at Chu Chen and was stunned. Before Chi's attention was focused on Koenigsegg, after all, no matter who, Didi Taxi hit a sports car with a price of more than 20 million, it would be stunned. Gudong, Gudong. Looking at Chu Chen's profile, Chi's heart beat wildly. Too handsome, isn't it? Chi hurriedly shook her head and pulled herself out. She has never been looking for a boyfriend, and her vision is indeed high. Seeing Chu Chen now, Chi suddenly understands what seeing means: love at first sight. Can I add you WeChat? Angie tried her best to calm herself down. Okay. Chu Chen agreed. After all, he was his first passenger. After sending Chi downstairs, Chi was about to invite Chu Chen up for tea. But she didn't have time to speak. I'm leaving. The next second, Chu Chen galloped away. The sound of the system appeared just now. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting the number 6 Yuanyuan villa now. Chu Chen wants to see what his first villa looks like. Chu Chen came to Yuatan Garden. After the property confirmed that Chu Chen was the new owner of Villa No. 6, they immediately sent a beautiful female employee to take Chu Chen there. Villa 6 is in the entire Yuatan Garden, and its area is enough to rank in the top 3. When they came to Villa 6, Yang Rui smiled and introduced to Chu Chen. In the face of a top-notch, tall, rich and handsome, the beautiful employee explained with great enthusiasm. Villa 6 covers an area of about 1,500 square meters. As soon as you enter the door, there is an 8-meter-high entrance hall, which is full of atmosphere. Open the villa door, Yang Rui introduced. As soon as he entered, Chu Chen was stunned. Even the entrance hall was 8 meters high. The number 6 villa company has 3 floors, with a private swimming pool, wine cellar, gym, SPA, and KTV. Under the leadership of Yang Rui, Chu Chen came to the living room. There are floor-to-ceiling windows on both walls of the living room, so you can see the panorama of Linhua Lake, and the lighting is excellent. The sofas here are all Fendi, handcrafted. Except sofas, most of the furniture is Giorgetti. As a luxury brand that has existed for 200 years, Giorgetti is good at combining the warmth of wood, the modernity of metal, the classicism of stone, and the luxury of leather. The round, matte white bathtub is elegant and passionate, and the bathroom products in the villa are all Duravet, absolutely comfortable. After listening to Yang Rui's introduction, Chu Chen nodded. Duravet. Chu Chen has heard before that Duravet, known as the Rolls-Royce of the bathroom industry, has ridiculously high prices. After introducing the villa, Yang Rui took Chu Chen to the backyard of the villa. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge infinity pool, followed by a design similar to a southern garden. The backyard was designed by a master gardener. This is the rockery. Qilin Peak, built from Taihu stone, the first of the 4 strange stones. This is a 100-year-old wisteria that cost millions to find from the mountains and forests. The entire backyard is full of precious flowers and stones. After the introduction, Yang Rui reluctantly left, leaving only Chu Chen in the entire villa. Sitting on the huge Fendi sofa, Chu Chen looked at the Linhua Lake in the distance and sighed infinitely. This is the life of a rich man. The next day, the weather was fine in the morning. Chu Chen walked out of the villa and came to the side of Linhua Lake. Not far away, a very capable beauty wearing sportswear with a face of over 90 points is running over. After seeing Chu Chen, the capable beauty was taken aback for a moment, and she was a little surprised by Chu Chen's beauty. Hello, new neighbor. Running to Chu Chen's side, the capable beauty stopped. I am the owner of Villa 5 next to me. Hello. The two briefly said a few words, and the capable beauty left. She is no longer the kind of 20-year-old girl who can't walk when she sees a handsome guy. Thinking about it, the capable beauty turned around and glanced at Chu Chen secretly. She was really handsome. Should buy some clothes. When the season changed, Chu Chen found that he had nothing to wear. Several figures quickly appeared in Chu Chen's mind. Who should he ask to accompany him? Su Chuqing, no, she just rejected others. And it's only been a few days, it's embarrassing. Right, Mo Yuan. In an instant, Chu Chen thought of his beautiful secretary, and when he first saw Mo Yuan, Chu Chen was still shocked. Mo Yuan's outfit is still in line with Chu Chen's aesthetic. 10 minutes later, Mo Yuan hurried from the company to Chu Chen's villa. Mr. Chu. What's the matter with you? When I received a call from Chu Chen just now, saying that there was an urgent matter, Mo Yuan immediately stopped her work and rushed over. It's too lonely for me to go shopping alone. I'm looking for you to accompany me. While speaking, Chu Chen opened the Koenigsegg door. Hearing this, Mo Yuan didn't know whether to be happy or helpless for a while. President Chu was shopping, and Mo Yuan was still very excited when he thought of himself for the first time. At the same time, she was also a little helpless. Her own boss was handsome and rich, but she was a little unreliable. It is good. Although her mood was Complicated, Mo Yuan's body was honest and she got into the car directly. The two came to the nearest city of Vientiane. The MixC is known as the shopping center with the most concentration of top domestic luxury brands, Hermes, LV, Versace one after another. As soon as they came in, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked into the LV store. The huge LV store has only a few customers. Mo Yuan has good taste and knows a lot about luxury goods. It didn't take long for Chu Chen to buy several nice clothes. Chu Chen gave the card to Mo Yuan to check out, while he continued to turn around in the store. Hey, isn't this Chu Chen? A customer who just came in recognized Chu Chen at first sight. Chu Chen turned his head and saw the person who called him. This person is none other than Zhang Biyun, who was introduced to her on a blind date by her neighbor, Aunt Wu. Chu Chen's family is from a small county, and young people get married very early. Although Chu Chen went to college in Jiangzhou, there were still many enthusiastic aunts who introduced him to him. Aunt Wu said that Zhang Biyun is the daughter of her old sister. She has been working in Jiangzhou for 2 years. She is beautiful and has a good personality. What should I do? In the end, Chu Chen had no choice but to agree. But as soon as they came up, Zhang Biyun caught Chu Chen by surprise. Originally, they agreed to meet at 10 in the morning, but Zhang Biyun didn't arrive until 11. That's not all. After being late, not only did she not apologize at all, but instead blamed Chu Chen. Shouldn't it just be an hour to wait for a pretty girl? At that time, Chu Chen was speechless. Zhang Biyun had a maximum score of 70 points, and any girl in Chu Chen's WeChat could crush her. Chu Chen didn't break it, and just wanted to get in there early, as an explanation to the family. However, Chu Chen never expected that Zhang Biyun's demon act had just begun. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Biyun started chattering endlessly, calling Chu Chen's remarks worthless. So Chu Chen took the time to go to the toilet, came to the front desk, ordered all the expensive dishes in the restaurant, and left directly, leaving Zhang Biyun there. Seeing Zhang Biyun again, Chu Chen didn't want to pay attention to her and was about to leave. Don't go, just keep watching, you can only watch if you don't have the money to buy it, Zhang Biyun said. Although her boyfriend is now 50 years old, he can occasionally buy her a LV, which is much better than Chu Chen. I'm really thankful for you. I left at the beginning, otherwise, if I followed you, I'd probably starve to death. It's been so long, you should still be single, TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Biyun is sarcastic. At this moment, a beautiful woman with 7 or 8 packaging bags came over. So much? Seeing this beauty, Zhang Biyun was immediately envious. All of my luxuries add up to no one else buys more at one time. This is such a LV, I am afraid that the minimum is 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. In the next second, something that Zhang Biyun couldn't believe even more happened. I saw this beautiful woman who made her envious walked to Chu Chen's side and handed over a bank card. Mr. Chu, it cost 730,000 tiny. Chu Chen said indifferently. Let's go to other stores to see. With that said, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan left the LV store, leaving behind a stunned Zhang Biyun. At this moment, Zhang Biyun doubts her hearing. 730,000? She heard it right. Did Chu Chen spend 730,000 just now? That's the money for a BMW. Zhang Biyun was dumbfounded. After a long time, Zhang Biyun suddenly thought of Mo Yuan next to Chu Chen. Yes, Chu Chen must have made a fool of that woman. The 730,000 just now is definitely not Chu Chenhua's. Zhang Biyun thought of an extremely reluctant explanation. It must be so. After some psychological comfort, Zhang Biyun went out to call her 50-year-old boyfriend and urged him to come quickly. After walking around in other stores, the clothes were almost finished. When Chu Chen was about to go back, he suddenly saw the Patek Philippe logo not far away. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, and the rich play with watches. If you have nothing on your hands, you should buy one. Come on. Let's go to Patek Philippe to see. Chu Chen took Mo Yuan towards the Patek Philippe store. This watch is so beautiful. In the Patek Philippe store, a coquettish voice came. At this moment, Zhang Biyun is acting like a spoiled child to a 50-year-old man. Hearing his little girlfriend's coquetry, Lu Qian glanced at the watch. 130,000. Lu Qian stopped talking for a while. Usually, it's not bad to buy Zhang Biyun a few thousand yuan. Now Zhang Biyun wants an expression of 130,000 yuan. Is she crazy? Lu Qian was about to speak when two customers entered the store. In an instant, Lu Qian was stunned. So beautiful. Lu Qian was taken aback by Mo Yuan's perfect face. Chu Chen, is it him again? Following Lu Qian's gaze, Zhang Biyun's face was gloomy. You know him? Lu Qian asked Zhang Biyun in surprise. Well, a poor student. Lu Qian's eyes lit up. After seeing Chu Chen, he thought that Chu Chen was a rich second generation. After all, he had such a beautiful female companion. It turned out to be a poor student, which was easy. Chu Chen didn't pay attention to Zhang Biyun, but walked around the store with Mo Yuan. He stopped in front of a delicate black lady's watch. Sir, this is our classic watch collection 4895 R001, sapphire crystal glass, 18K rose gold with diamonds, set with 164 diamonds. Seeing Chu Chen stop, the beauty salesman said with a smile. This is absolutely every girl's dream watch. Beside Chu Chen, Mo Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw this black watch. It was so beautiful. It matches your girlfriend's temperament very well, so try it. Glancing at Mo Yuan, the salesman suggested. Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment, just about to explain something. But Chu Chen took a step forward. Okay, take it out and try it. Hearing this, Mo Yuan was stunned. Could it be? Thinking about it, Mo Yuan's heart beat faster. In a daze, the salesman had already put the watch on Mo Yuan's hand. The effect is indeed very high, the temperament and appearance are perfect, and with this black watch, Mo Yuan looks even more noble. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Chu Chen would not be stingy with his own people. When Chu Chen was about to pack the sales, an old man came over and said with a smile, this watch goes well with beautiful women. Introduction, I am Lu Qian, the financial director of eBay Company. Wow. Honey, I want it, can you buy it for me? Zhang Biyun pointed at the watch in Mo Yuan's hand and said deliberately. I want this watch, pack it. Lu Qian opened his mouth. Of course, he didn't buy it for Zhang Biyun, she didn't deserve it. The reason why Lu Qian bought it was to please Mo Yuan. Hearing that Lu Qian was about to buy it, Zhang Biyun looked at Chu Chen with a flamboyant face, as if she was talking. See, this is my boyfriend, Patek Philippe buys it casually, and has money. Okay sir, it's 1,579,900 yuan. Would you like to swipe your card, or? The beauty salesman said with a smile. Lu Qian was dumbfounded and froze on the spot. More than 1.57 million, a watch costs more than 1 million? Lu Qian thought that this watch was only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. For this perfect beauty, he gritted his teeth and bought it. But who would have thought it would cost more than 1 million? Even if his car arrived, he wouldn't be able to get more than $1 million. Gentlemen? After waiting for a minute, seeing that Lu Qian didn't speak, beauty sales spoke again. Honey? Zhang Biyun also anxiously shook Lu Qian's arm. Finally, Lu Qian spoke in an extremely embarrassing manner, I have no money. Hearing this, Zhang Biyun is stupid and has no money? The face of the beauty salesman also changed. She didn't have the money to pretend to be a big money. And it was a waste of her time. Like it? Chu Chen ignored the two and turned to ask Mo Yuan. Like. Mo Yuan spoke subconsciously, but Mo Yuan reacted in the next second. No, President Chu, it's too precious. Although she was hired by the company with a high salary, her annual salary was only 1 million. It was too extravagant to buy a watch for 1.5 million, even she did not dare to think about it. After that, Mo Yuan took off her watch. It doesn't matter, what you like is the most important. Chu Chen grabbed Mo Yuan's arm and stopped her. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Qian was extremely disdainful in his heart. He admitted that Chu Chen was handsome and could flirt with girls, but he did not believe that Chu Chen had the strength to buy this watch. A poor student, what to wear? Mr. Chu Mo Yuan wanted to refuse, but stopped because of Chu Chen's gaze. I bought it and packed it, Chu Chen said to the beauty sales. Hearing this, the originally frustrated beauty salesman was stunned for a moment. Such a domineering little brother, handsome and rich. I bought this one too. After looking around, Chu Chen found himself a 2.85 million Patek Philippe 6104 R001. At the same time, Chu Chen found another blue watch, which was very suitable for bilingualing. Bought all three. Chu Chen spoke casually. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the sales in the entire store were stunned. These three watches together add up to 5 million. Humph. Lu Qian sneered, but he wanted to take a look. If he has no money for a while, what should he do with this kid? 3 watches, I don't think you can afford one. Zhang Biyun even sneered. At this moment, the beauty sales are also a little suspicious. This is 5 million, the money for 2 houses. Although this little brother looks handsome, does he really have so much money? A total of 5,165,900, are you? 5 million, so cheap? Chu Chen said in surprise, he thought it would be nearly 10 million. However, Chu Chen's casual words fell into the ears of everyone, but it was like a thunder. 5 million is still cheap. Is this Shenhao? Under the amazed eyes of everyone, Chu Chen paid the money and left with Mo Yuan. Oh God! They met the real God Hao today, and they spent 5 million without blinking an eye, but they thought it was cheap. Damn rich people. Standing there, Lu Qian and Zhang Biyun became the target of ridicule. Are you making fun of people? 2 poor pens. Being watched by everyone, Lu Qian became more and more angry, feeling that his old face was disgraced. He turned around and walked out of the store. As soon as he walked out of the store, Lu Qian was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged woman. Lu Qian, what are you doing here? The middle-aged woman is Lu Qian's veteran, the tigress at home. Seeing Lu Qian leaving, Zhang Biyun hurried to chase. Honey, wait for me. As soon as Zhang Biyun came out, she happened to meet a middle-aged woman. Hearing this sentence, the middle-aged woman's face turned gloomy. Lu Qian. Lu Qian, how dare you look for a mistress behind your back, and look for such an ugly one? The middle-aged woman yelled. Today, she went shopping with her old sisters, but she didn't expect to meet Lu Qian. After that, the middle-aged woman rushed towards Lu Qian. The best friends of Lu Qian's wife also swarmed up, instantly surrounding Zhang Biyun and Lu Qian and beating them. Although the two resisted, there were 4 or 5 opponents there, and they were beaten with bruised nose and face, and even the fake nose that Zhang Biyun had just made was slapped crookedly. Mr. Chu, I can't accept this. In the car, Mo Yuan wanted to refuse. 1 and a $500,000 Patek Philippe is too precious. When there is no one in the future, you don't need to call me President Chu. Chu Chen doesn't have so many rules. You've worked hard today, accept it, a little gadget, it's nothing, what you like is the most important. Chu Chen waved his hand and started the car. You like the most important. Hearing this sentence, Mo Yuan's face turned slightly red. Does President Chu really think so? Now that Chu Chen has said this, Mo Yuan no longer refuses. Although I know that after accepting this watch, the relationship between the two may become subtle, and it is no longer a simple subordinate. But Mo Yuan has no reason to refuse. President Chu is really handsome. If you have anything, you can come to me at Villa number 6 in Yutanuan. Hearing this, Mo Yuan was stunned. What does President Chu mean? After sending Mo Yuan back, Chu Chen drove to Tian University again. The blue Patek Philippe matched bilingualing very well, and Chu Chen didn't pay attention to the price. For the current Chu Chen, with such a little money, sprinkle water. Wow, brother Chen, it's been a while since you gave me a present. After receiving the gift, bilingualing was extremely excited and joyful. Bilingualing did not recognize the Patek Philippe logo. She was only excited because of the gift from Chu Chen. This shows that brother Chen still has her in his heart. Well, you must hurry up, you can't let others take brother Chen away from you. Chu Chen didn't want to cause a stir, so he parked Koenigsegg outside. However, even so, the extraordinary-looking Chu Chen still caused a sensation in Tiannan University. Several bold and beautiful girls took the initiative to ask for Chu Chen's contact information, but they were all driven away by bilingualing. At night, Chu Chen left, and bilingualing returned to the dormitory. Wow, Lingling also has gifts? A chubby girl said in surprise. You all have gifts from your boyfriends. Too cruel to the dog. There were 4 people in bilingualing's dormitory. Zhou Qian was not in the dormitory to go live. There were only 3 people left in the dormitory. In addition to the chubby girl, there is also a good-looking girl, Xiang Chuchen, who also received a gift today. This is what my boyfriend has been preparing for a long time. Xiang Chuchen opened the gift while talking. Wow, Hermes. As soon as it was opened, the chubby girl gathered around and said with great excitement. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen was very proud. They went to college, and their usual living expenses were more than 1,000. Now her boyfriend actually gave her a piece of Hermes, which made Xiang Chuchen very excited. Is it the first time I've seen a Hermes watch? The chubby girl excitedly glanced at the price tag that had not been removed. I'm going, 35,000. As expected. Of the legendary Hermes, it's too extravagant. In the corridor, as soon as they heard Hermes, several girls rushed in, looking at the 30,000 plus Hermes watch with admiration. So beautiful. This is a Hermes Arceau watch, which is hard to find. Why don't I have such a boyfriend? People are envious. Hearing the voices of everyone, Xiang Chuchen had a bright smile on her face. By the way, Lingling, what gift did your boyfriend give you? Xiang Chuchen asked suddenly. Xiang Chuchen and Bai Lingling have a very general relationship. Both of them received gifts, and their hearts for comparison surged instantly. Her appearance can't compare to Bai Lingling, and her boyfriend's gift can be compared to that. This is more than 30,000 Hermes. Xiang Chuchen doesn't believe that even with gifts, Bai Lingling can crush herself. What? Brother Chen gave me a small gift, nothing. Bai Lingling said she didn't want to compare, no matter what gift, as long as it was from Brother Chen, it would be the best. Lingling, take a look? Yeah, let everyone take a look, maybe it's better than Hermes? The crowd cheered. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen smiled disdainfully, what gift could be better than Hermes? All right. In the end, unable to hold back everyone's pleas, Bai Lingling agreed. She didn't ask what Brother Chen gave her before. Under the attention of everyone, Bai Lingling opened the gift. Wow, it's also a watch. So beautiful. Yes, it's several times more beautiful than Ishan's. When the gift was opened, everyone immediately exclaimed in amazement. Jiang. Ishan came over and was stunned for a moment. She was really beautiful, but after looking at it for a long time, she didn't recognize what brand it was. What kind of miscellaneous brand is this? How can it be compared to Ishan's Hermes? Xiang Chuchen's friend said sarcastically. This is Patek Philippe, the legendary Patek Philippe. At this time, a girl who had just checked her mobile phone shouted in shock. The logos of Hermes, LV, and Chanel, as we all know, are common luxury goods after all. But the logo of Patek Philippe, which costs hundreds of thousands, is rarely known. What? Hearing this, everyone picked up their mobile phones. A check, it really is the logo of Patek Philippe. My God! How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, Patek Philippe was so far away from them. Jiang. Ishan was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Is this Patek Philippe? How much is this watch? The crowd asked, curiously. Bai Lingling flipped the price card, 743,500. More than 70,000? Someone was amazed. You count. Again, it's 6 digits, it's 740,000. 740,000. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. A small gift of 740,000 yuan. This gift is really small. They haven't seen each other since they were young. For a college student, 740,000 is an astronomical amount. Is this fake? The girl who spoke for Xiang Chuchen just now spoke again. It's impossible, the invoice is still inside. At this moment, everyone looked at this 740,000 Patek Philippe, and their eyes turned green. This is top luxury. Compared with it, Xiang Chuchen's 35,000 Hermes is simply not worth mentioning. How come? Xiang Chuchen's face was pale, she couldn't believe it. Even the gift was lost in Bai Lingling's hands. Who was Bai Lingling's boyfriend? The 740,000 watch was given away casually. This is not a birthday, an important day like Valentine's Day. Jiang Yishan is very envious. Why don't you have such a boyfriend? Looking at Patek Philippe's invoice, Bilingling was also shocked. Early the next morning, Chu Chen sent a message to Chu Chen. Brother Chu, we will meet at 9 o'clock. A few days ago, Chu Chen sent a message, wanting to invite Chu Chen to go to the Tian villa outside Jiangzhou in a few days. Chu Chen agreed. System tasks: go to Tian villa to check in, reward the ownership of Tian villa, and become the owner of Tian villa. Seeing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. The mission came just in time. Tian villa is the top 3 high-end leisure villas in Tiannan province. Covering an area of 500 acres, it is backed by Qiyun Mountain and has leisure places such as Tianlin Lake, golf course, shooting gallery, etc. It is a place frequented by the dignitaries of Tiannan province. The monthly turnover is as high as tens of millions, and the profit is unimaginable. Soon, Chu Chen drove her red Lamborghini to Yuatan Garden. So you live here? Chu Chen was very happy to know that Chu Chen's home was here. She lives not far from here. You drive, or me? Today I invited you out to play, of course it's me. Chu Chen took the initiative to drive, and Chu Chen sat in the co-pilot. Half an hour later, Chu Chen and Chu Chen came to Tian villa. The sky here is exceptionally blue, the scenery is beautiful, and the mountains and rivers are interspersed. Arrived at Tian villa, do you check in? The system beeps. Chu Chen nodded yes. Ding, the system task is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of Tian villa and becoming the owner of Tian villa, transformed into the owner of Tian villa. At this moment, Chu Chen looked at Tian villa with exceptional comfort. Let's go. Chu Chen seemed to have returned to his own home. When Chu Chen stepped into the Tian villa, the villa manager received news. What, Boss Xing has sold Tian villa to someone else? Manager Li just received the news. His boss suddenly changed, and the previous president Xing bought the villa to a young man. Soon, Manager Li received a photo of Chu Chen. Chu Chen? So young. Seeing the photo of the new boss, Manager Li was taken aback. Soon, Manager Li posted the photo of Chu Chen. After all, as an employee of Tian villa, he had to know. His boss, Chu Chen, didn't expect us to meet here? As soon as Chu Chen and Chu Chen walked into the villa, they met 5 young men and women. The leading young man stood up and opened his mouth with a smile. There is no such a coincidence in the world. It was the young man who learned that Chu Chen was coming here, so he brought his friends to wait in advance. Zhou Chuanhao, we are not familiar with each other, please call me by my full name, thank you. In the face of the uninvited Zhou Baihao, Chu Chen's attitude is very cold, as if she has become the cold and beautiful school flower again. Sister Chu Chen opened his mouth. Chu Chen instantly changed from a glamorous schoolgirl to a shy little woman, emphasizing, Brother Chu. Just call me Chu Chen, you don't need to be like this. Next to him, Zhou Chuanhao's face instantly turned green. When he heard this, what does it mean? Just because this kid is more handsome than him. For a time, Zhou Chuanhao was full of deep hostility towards Chu Chen. After seeing Chu Chen, even the 2 beautiful girls on Zhou Chuanhao's side lit up. What a handsome little brother. Is this the beauty of a fairy? For a while, The two girls forgot that they were here to assist Zhou Chuanhao and pursue Xiang Chuchen. Everything can be pushed back, and you must not hinder yourself from looking at the handsome little brother. Zhou Chuanhao didn't know that too. Allies on his side had betrayed, and said very dissatisfiedly, "He is?" Xiang Chuchen did not pay attention to Zhou Chuanhao, but introduced these people to Chu Chen with a smile. After listening, Chu Chen understood. These 5 young men and women are the sons of a group of bosses in Jiangzhou. In short, they are a group of rich second generation. Because of the business relationship between their parents, Xiang Chuchen knew them and they were barely friends. Chuchen, since we met, let's be together. Yes, let's play together, there are so many people. Without waiting for Zhou Chuanhao to speak, the two girls took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanhao had a smile on his face. As expected of his friend, he knew that he was thinking of him. In order for them to help him, he spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy them a bag. It's a pity that Zhou Chuanhao was just wishful thinking. He didn't know that the reason why these two girls said this was because they wanted to get close to Chu Chen. All right. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't say anything, Xiang Chuchen couldn't resist the soft and hard bubbles of the two girls, so she had to agree. That's it in the morning. In the afternoon, I am taking a chance with junior brother Chu to leave and go to the two-person world. You are so kind, Chu Chen. Hearing Xiang Chuchen's promise, the two beautiful girls jumped up excitedly. Several people walked to the depths of Tian Villa together. On the way, Chu Chen met those two girls, one named Meng Meng and the other named Xiaomen, both of whom had a face value of over 85, the real Bai Fume. Looking at Chu Chen and the others who were talking and laughing, Zhou Chuanhao's face was getting worse and worse, and he always felt that something was wrong. After lunch at noon, everyone was tired and went to rest and play in the afternoon. There are rest hotels in Tian Villa, and the level is not lower than 5-star. Of course, apart from these, there is also a villa area in Tian Villa, which contains 10 single-family villas, which are prepared for those top-level wealthy nobles. Just as a few people passed by in front of the villa area, Chu Chen suddenly stopped. Chu Chen, let's go here. Chu Chen didn't plan to go to the hotel. Knowing that Chu Chen came to Tian Villa, managerly immediately arranged the best villa number 1 for Chu Chen. What? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Xiang Chuchen and the others were stunned. You must know that these 10 single-family villas are not necessarily eligible to enter even if their parents came. Now a poor boy is going to rest inside? Chu Chen, did you book a villa before? Xiang Chuchen asked in surprise. No. To tell the truth, Chu Chen did not book a villa. Then how can you go inside? To rest? Xiang Chuchen was still puzzled. Maybe he's handsome. Chu Chen replied with a smile. After all, Chu Chen took Xiang Chuchen towards villa number 1. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. I didn't make a reservation, I still want to live in a villa, what about my dreams? Zhou Chuanhao sneered. However, just when Zhou Chuanhao thought that Chu Chen would be stopped by the security guards there, an accident happened. Not only did the security guards not stop Chu Chen, but they respectfully saluted him. Chu Chen and Xiang Chuchen swaggered into the villa area. Zhou Chuanhao was dumbfounded. If he can get in, so can I. A poor boy can get in, why can't he? Zhou Chuanhao muttered, and also walked towards the villa area. Seeing this, several of Zhou Chuanhao's friends were stunned. Chu Chen's swaggering entry just now made them doubt their life. Could it be that Zhou Chuanhao can also enter? Zhou Chuanhao didn't want Su Chuqing and Chu Chen to be alone in a room, so he speeded up. Since the security guards didn't stop Chu Chen, they wouldn't stop him either. However, before Zhou Chuanhao was close to the villa area, several security guards came over and said coldly, "You cannot enter." Several tall security guards directly stopped Zhou Chuanhao outside. Then why did he get in? Zhou Chuanhao stood there awkwardly, shouting unwillingly. No comment. Several security guards have no obligation to explain to Zhou Chuanhao. Please leave immediately. In the end, several security guards directly put Zhou Chuanhao 20 meters away. Zhou Chuanhao stood there stupidly, embarrassed to the extreme. Why can Chu Chen go in, but he can't? Is it because Chu Chen is handsome? He looks handsome. Can he really do whatever he wants? If you are ugly, you cannot enter. Today's society looks at looks, not money? For a time, Zhou Chuanhao's worldview collapsed. Why? Zhou Chuanhao kept muttering. Several friends of Zhou Chuanhao came over. Looking from a distance, Chu Chen and Su Chuqing have entered the most luxurious villa number 1, and they are drinking the northwest wind here. How can this be? It's abominable. Zhou Chuanhao's 2 male friends fought for Zhou Chuanhao. It's abominable. Meng Meng and Xiaoman also showed complicated expressions on their faces. It's just not for Zhou Chuanhao, but for himself. Were they just stupid? They were shocked by Chu Chen's words just now, and they didn't have time to speak. Thinking about it now, they can't wait to scold themselves. Why didn't you take such a good opportunity? Just now, they should have taken the initiative to ask Chu Chen to let them in together, and maybe they are already in Villa 1 now. Instead of letting Su Chuqing be alone with Chu Chen. Such a good opportunity, cheap Su Chuqing, too hateful. Helpless, Zhou Chuanhao and several people came to the hotel to book a room. After entering Villa 1, Su Chuqing wanted to ask what else. Chu Chen was the first to speak. Chuqing, take a rest first, I have some things to deal with. After all, Chu Chen left first. In the villa. Su Chuqing thought for a while, and she understood. Before her head was blank, she was stupid, she never thought that Chu Chen was the richest man. With Chu Chen's status, living in Villa number 1 is no problem. He actually invited me to the villa alone? Su Chuqing's heart beat faster and said excitedly. After Chu Chen refused, she did not give up, and now it seems to be the most correct choice. You see, the relationship between the two is not further at this moment. Su Chuqing is confident that Chu Chen will definitely be captured by her. Must. Chu Chen came to the office building of Tian Villa. Mr. Chu, you are here. Very early, manager. Li waited here with several executives of Tian Villa. When they saw Chu Chen, several high-level executives were even more shocked. Although they had seen the photos, they were still shocked when they saw the real person. This President Chu is too young and too handsome. Especially among several high-level executives, a young woman's eyes became even more straight after seeing Chu Chen. Under the leadership of Manager Li, Chu Chen came to the office. Mr. Chu, this is the financial statement of our villa for the most recent quarter. Do you have any instructions for our work? Manager Li asked. After casually flipping through the financial statements, Chu Chen was very satisfied with Tian Villa. As expected of the Top 3 high-end leisure villas in Tian province. The profit in 1 quarter is as high as 250 million. You must know that even those tens of billions of groups do not necessarily have as much net profit as Shui Tian Villa. In 1 year, the profit of Shui Tian Villa is nearly 1 billion. Hanging and beating tens of billions of groups. I don't have any instructions for the time being, and it's business as usual. Chu Fan put down the document and spoke lightly. Mr. Chu, the key to villa number 1 has been placed in the villa for you. Suddenly thought of something, managerly said. Villa 1 of Shui Tian Villa was built for the former owner of the villa, Mr. Zheng, and is not open to the public. But because Mr. Zheng lives in the magic capital, Villa number 1 has been vacant since it was completed. Now that Chu Chen became the new owner of the villa, the key to Villa 1 should naturally be given to Chu Chen. After learning that Chu Chen came to the villa, manager Li immediately sent someone to open the door of Villa number 1 with the key in advance, and left the only key there. Understood. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Villa number 1 was indeed the most luxurious villa in Shui Tian Manor, and the decorations were even several times higher than the Yuanyuan villa that Chu Chen got. You can stay here for a while when you are bored. A few minutes later, Chu Chen left. Looking at Chu Chen's back, manager Li was shocked. Who is the young master of a wealthy family? Mr. Chu is so young, he actually bought the villa from Boss Xing, and his strength is too strong. In the afternoon, Chu Chen and Su Chuqing walked out of the villa. Zhou Chuanhao and Meng Meng were already waiting outside the villa area. After a few people met, they started to play in the villa. Their first stop was the shooting gallery of the villa. Because a few people don't know how to firearms, they chose archery. Let's compare? Zhou Chuanhao said very provocatively. No. Chu Chen can't shoot arrows, no need to compare. Su Chuqing stood up. She knew Chu Chen and knew that Chu Chen couldn't shoot arrows. And she knew that Zhou Chuanhao had learned archery since he was a child, and he didn't know how many championships he had won. Zhou Chuanhao did this entirely to make Chu Chen embarrassed. I promise. Chu Chen patted Su Chuqing on the shoulder and responded to Zhou Chuanhao. Hearing this, several people were stunned, thinking that they had heard it wrong. You don't know how to shoot arrows, and you have to compete with Zhou Chuanhao, who has practiced since childhood. Are you crazy? Chu Chen, can you shoot arrows? Su Chuqing opened her mouth in surprise. Won't. No, why did you agree? Su Chuqing was extremely curious. Because I believe in a truth. In an instant, the eyes of several people were all on Chu Chen. Good looking, good luck. Chu Chen said confidently. Go. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanhao and his 2 male friends snorted disdainfully. Su Chuqing, Meng Meng and Xiaomen looked at Chu Chen, their eyes lit up. The confident Chu Chen is so handsome. Chu Chen, come on. Come on, little brother. You must win. Several girls spoke together. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanhao was dumbfounded. Su Chuqing said that he understood. But why did the helper he called also shout together? Hee, woman. When you are disappointed in a while, I will win. Zhou Chuanhao has full confidence. If he can't win even a person who can't shoot arrows, then he doesn't have to live. Such a waste does not deserve to live. Zhou Chuanhao chose a handy bow and arrow. And Chu Chen also took the bow and arrow handed over by the staff. The two came to the prescribed position and the game began. In the shooting gallery, many people gathered around. There are 3 very beautiful beauties on Chu Chen's side, plus the immortal-looking Chu Chen. It is impossible not to attract people. Bending the bow and arrow, Zhou Chuanhao aimed at the distant target. Good standard posture. Definitely an expert, at least practiced for more than 5 years. Looking at Zhou Chuanhao, some onlookers couldn't help but say. As soon as they turned their vision and looked at Chu Chen, many experts could not help shaking their heads. Just looking at the posture, they knew that this was a novice. A novice still wants to compete with an expert, and is it a dead end? Whoosh! Zhou Chuanhao moved, and shot straight at the bull's eye. 8 rings. As expected of an expert, the first arrow hit the 8th ring. Many onlookers were very shocked and said with emotion. The corners of Zhou Chuanhao's mouth rose slightly, and he turned to look at Chu Chen. Whoosh! Chu Chen's arrow flew out. The next second, the shooting range became silent. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the distant target in disbelief. 10 rings. Hit the bullseye, no deviation. How come? This is a newbie. Amazing. Little brother is a great pen. Brother, you are the best. Su Chuqing and the others were the first to react. They jumped up excitedly when they saw that Chu Chen actually hit 10 rings with 1 arrow. Even happier than Chu Chen. Looking at 10 rings in the distance, Chu Chen showed a mysterious smile. Managerly really did not disappoint him, and the road became wider and wider. The reason why Chu Chen is so confident is because Chu Chen believes that when he learns that he is playing in the manner, in order to please his new boss, Manager Li will always pay attention to him. When he learned that he had agreed to Zhou Chuanhao's competition, Manager Li would definitely take action. Sure enough, when choosing a bow and arrow, Chu Chen was convinced of his own thoughts. Just now, Zhou Chuanhao chose the bow and arrow himself, and Chu Chen's bow and arrow were sent by the staff voluntarily. The reason why Chu Chen can easily get 10 rings is that the bow and arrow are the key. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhou Chuanhao's face turned pale, and he kept shaking his head. He didn't believe it. How come? Zhou Chuanhao's 2 friends were also stunned. It must be good luck. 2 wins in 3 games. Zhou Chuanhao was unwilling and picked up the bow and arrow again. Whizzing. 2 arrows flew out. 8 rings, 9 rings. Whizzing. Chu Chen bent his bow and shot an arrow. 10 rings, 10 rings. Another 10 rings. Seeing this, countless people were shocked. Zhou Chuanhao was dumbfounded. Genius, absolute genius. If there is only 1/10 ring, it may be luck, but if all of them are 10th ring, it can only be said that Chu Chen is a genius among geniuses. 5 wins in 8 innings. 9 rings, 9 rings, 8 rings, 9 rings, 7 rings. On Chu Chen's side, there are 10 rings. Looking at Chu Chen's target, Zhou Chuanhao was stunned. The archer. Definitely the archer. Sharp. Little brother is too arrogant. Several girls cheered. For a time, Chu Chen became the focus of everyone. Putting down the bow and arrow, Chu Chen slowly walked outside. Chu Chen felt that it was too difficult for him. He was handsome and his luck was against the sky. How could this make others live? Several girls hurriedly chased after them, chatting with Chu Chen extremely enthusiastically. Is it really handsome and lucky? I'm too ugly. To lose? Zhou Chuanhao fell into deep suspicion. After dinner, a few people took a walk in the villa. Not far away, there were bursts of singing and the lights were shining. In order to attract tourists, the villa will invite singers to sing from time to time. A few also walked over curiously, looking at the singer who was about to finish singing on the stage. Zhou Chuanhao's eyes lit up. If you lose in archery, can you still lose in other areas? Now that the lights are shining and everyone is watching, it is the best opportunity to show yourself. Wait, Chu Chen must be mine. Coming to Chu Chen's side, Zhou Chuanhao said something confidently. After the singer finished singing, Zhou Chuanhao jumped up, said a few words to the person in charge, and took the microphone. Today is a special day. I want to continue this stage and sing a song to a beautiful young lady, Zhou Chuanhao said with a smile. In order to flirt with girls over the years, he has practiced singing hard, and now his level is high enough to hang and beat countless people. On the stage, Zhou Chuanhao gave Chu Chen an extremely provocative look. Seeing Zhou Chuanhao, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although you are ugly, you think beautiful. Next, I bring a confession balloon. The music sounded, and Zhou Chuanhao fell into a mood, like an infatuated man. The banks of the Seine left bank coffee, I have a cup, taste your beauty mouth with lip. Prince Flower Shop Roses, whose name is spelled wrong. Confession balloon, wind blows across the street, smile flying in the sky. Listening to Zhou Chuanhao's song, everyone was intoxicated for a while. Zhou Chuanhao touched many people, but not Chu Chen. Chu Chen was chatting with Chu Chen at the moment, and didn't care about Zhou Chuanhao's song at all. After Zhou Chuanhao finished singing, there was a burst of applause. However, when Zhou Chuanhao was full of confidence and thought that Chu Chen would definitely be moved by him, Zhou Chuanhao's face suddenly turned green. At this moment, Chu Chen is actually pinching Chu Chen's shoulder. And it was she who took the initiative to say that Chu Chen was tired from archery this afternoon and wanted to rest. The originally glamorous Chu Chen looked like a shy little woman in front of Chu Chen. Little brother, do you want to go up and sing a song? Yes. Little brother, you are so handsome, you must sing well. In the end, under the pressure of several girls, Chu Chen took to the stage. Wow! What a handsome little brother, what a fairy! So handsome! As Chu Chen came to power, countless girls below screamed like crazy. Just playing on the stage, the atmosphere off the stage has far surpassed when Zhou Chuanhao ended. Under the stage, Zhou Chuanhao's face turned green for a while. Chu Chen stood on the stage thinking, and suddenly his mind flashed, I bring a song if one day I become rich. This used to be Chu Chen's favorite song, and now it has finally come true. Come on, little brother. You're the best. Countless girls shouted. If one day I become rich, my first choice was not to travel the world, lie on the biggest and softest sofa in the world after eating. You will wake up and then eat for a year. Become rich, I become rich, then pretend to be humble and say that money is not everything I got. Rich, all troubles are left in the sky. Become rich, I become rich, then say from the bottom of your heart that money is not everything. As Chu Chen's singing fell, the scene instantly boiled. Countless girls stood up and screamed like crazy, and even many girls rushed over, wanting to wait for Chu Chen to step down. God of song, little brother, you are definitely the god of song tonight. Little brother, I love you so much. Little brother, when my boyfriend, can I support you? Countless girls screamed. The level of madness at the scene has far surpassed Zhou Chuanhao, and is comparable to a first-line singer. Chu Chen, I love you. Little brother, I love you. Chu Chen and several others also shouted, their eyes shining. Who doesn't like a handsome boy who can sing well? My damn charm. Chu Chen muttered helplessly. After Chu Chen stepped down, countless beautiful girls immediately gathered around and asked to add Chu Chen's WeChat account. In the end, with the help of Chu Chen and Meng Meng, Chu Chen escaped from the flowers. Why, he's obviously not as good as me. Zhou Chuanhao was about to cry. Why is this? The result? Woo woo, he is not alive. That night, when Chu Chen and Chu Chen were about to return to Villa Number 1, Meng Meng and Xiamen took the initiative to ask Chu Chen to bring them. Chu Chen agreed. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanhao's two remaining friends showed envious expressions in their eyes. Seeing this, Chu Chen greeted Manager Li. Villa Number 9 opened, and Chu Chen asked them to live in Villa Number 9. Brother Chen is mighty. Brother Chen, I really admire you. Zhou Chuanhao's two friends quickly thanked them. They also want to stay one night in the villa area of Shuitian Villa, knowing that even their parents have never lived there. He looks handsome and is generous. The two touted Chu Chen. If there is anything in the future, Brother Chen will order it casually. Yes, Brother Chen, although we are dandies, the old man in the family still has some relationship and energy. As long as Brother Chen has something to do, just say hello. The two warmly assured. Chu Chen ignored Zhou Chuanhao and took Chu Chen, Meng Meng and the others to Villa 1. Brother Hao, we're sorry tonight. After saying a word to Zhou Chuanhao's last two allies immediately rushed to Villa Number 9. Traitors, all traitors. Zhou Chuanhao stomped his feet in anger. How long has it been? Since then, all of his allies have betrayed. Hateful. The next day, several people played in Shuitian Villa all morning. This time, there was a huge change when he came, and Chu Chen became the focus. Whether it was Chu Chen or a few friends of Zhou Chuanhao, they were all around Chu Chen. Zhou Chuanhao seemed to be lonely and pitiful. In the afternoon, several people left Shuitian Villa. Finally leaving this ghost place, Zhou Chuanhao's mood improved. Jiangzhou. That is its own territory. Zhou Chuanhao was ready to raise his eyebrows and beat Chu Chen. No matter how handsome Chu Chen looks, can he be richer than himself? However, before he could speak, he heard a word. No need, Chu Chen can just send me back to Yuatan Garden. You can go back. Chu Chen rejected the kindness that Meng Meng and others wanted to send him. What? Moon Sandalwood Garden? Zhou Chuanhao thought he heard it wrong. Brother Chen lives in Yuatan Garden, it's amazing. That's Moon Sandalwood Garden. Even the dignitaries of Jiangzhou, wealthy businessmen, are not necessarily eligible to live in it. Meng Meng and the others were equally astonished. For them, Moon Sandalwood Garden is still untouchable. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen actually lived in Yuatan Garden. General, and Yuatan Garden is like that. Chu Chen spoke lightly. Seeing the extreme luxury in Villa Number 1, Yuatan Garden felt like that in Chu Chen's heart. At this moment, Moon Sandalwood Garden, in general? Zhou Chuanhao had the idea of not wanting to live again. He was extremely ashamed at the moment. Did you show off in front of a super rich? Zhou Chuanhao couldn't wait to slap himself. What happened yesterday? Wasn't he the one who took the initiative to stretch his face over and let people beat him? Shame, Brother Chen is actually an invisible rich man, it's too low-key. It's rare to see a low-key person like Brother Chen. Zhou Chuanhao's two friends said from the heart. He is handsome, rich, lucky, and low-key. For a time, Chu Chen's image became taller in everyone's heart. Especially the two Bai Fumei, Meng Meng and Xiaomen looked at Chu Chen even more wrongly, and their eyes seemed to say that they were going to rely on Chu Chen. Let's go first. Boys, especially handsome boys, must protect themselves outside. After seeing Ming Ming's gaze, in order to protect themselves, Chu Chen and Su Chuqing left first. After sending Chu Chen to the villa, Su Chuqing left. At this moment, Su Chuqing is in a very good mood. After this tour, her relationship with Chu Chen was a step closer, and it was not far from her hooking up with Chu Chen. Su Chuqing, come on, you can definitely do it. Chu Chen, you can't escape my clutches, hee hee. Su Chuqing cheered herself on, she didn't look like she used to be a schoolgirl. In Beixiang Pavilion, a tall and beautiful woman helplessly faced various questions from her relatives. Angie, you are 24 or 5, should you get married? Angie, do you want my aunt to introduce you to someone? Facing the enthusiasm concerns of relatives, and she was extremely irritable. If it wasn't for her cousin's birthday and the family forced her to come, she would never attend such a party. Okay, I'll showdown. I already have a boyfriend, Auntie, you don't need to introduce me. In the end, being forced to be annoyed and she could only lie, no, it was a good deception. Have a boyfriend? Hearing this, several relatives of and she immediately regained their spirits. It's good to have a boyfriend, let him come quickly, and my aunt will help you with the staff. Yes, and Chi, you call him. I'm also curious, what kind of boy can actually become the boyfriend of our arrogant little and Chi? What and Chi never expected was that after knowing that she had a boyfriend, these relatives did not give up, but became more enthusiastic. Let your boyfriend come? Where is she going? To find a boyfriend? Good. Being quarreled, and she had to make an excuse to call out. Angie, don't slip, otherwise, we'll go to your house and talk to your parents about you. Aunt told Anchi. Anchi's parents didn't come because she was not feeling well. I won't go. Anchi was even more helpless, and her plan to take the opportunity to slip away was in vain. How to do? Out of the private room, and she walked around anxiously, looking at the cars coming and going outside, and she suddenly thought of that immortal and handsome little brother Chu Chen. That was the only one who made his heart flutter. Biting her head, and she called Chu Chen. Hello. The call is connected. Angie immediately became nervous. It's me, and Chi, who took your car last time. Angie? Chu Chen still had an impression of Anchi, who was tall and slender than the model he had opened before. Can you come pick me up and take me home? Angie asked cautiously. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Where are you? I'm at Beixiang Pavilion on Lianhe Road. Chu Chen was outside at the moment, searched and found that Lianhe Road was not far from him. Chu Chen agreed. It is good. Who made him a serious, low-key, helpful little man? Thank you, really thank you. A smile appeared on Angie's face. Angie thought of a suitable plan. Let Chu Chen show a face, and without waiting for those relatives to speak, she made an excuse and left immediately with Chu Chen. This way, there is no need to trouble Chu Chen. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen came to Beixiong Pavilion. And she called and asked Chu Chen to pick her up in box 309. Chu Chen thought that Chi might be drunk, so he came to the third floor. Opening box 309, Chu Chen was taken aback. As soon as it was opened, more than a dozen pairs of eyes gathered on Chu Chen's body. "This is my boyfriend." And she said something, then got up and prepared to leave with Chu Chen. However, just as she stood up, she was pulled by the aunt next to her. "Everyone has finished eating, let's chat for a while." And go. Stopped by her aunt, and she gave Chu Chen a helpless look. Chu Chen understood. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Chen. The guy is handsome. Very spirited." Most of them were still very satisfied with Chu Chen, only the aunt, the third aunt, who wanted to introduce Chi to someone just now, were a little dissatisfied. "Boy, what are you doing now? How much is the monthly salary?" "I open Didi, and the monthly salary depends on luck." Chu Chen doesn't have a serious job, and the monthly salary really depends on luck. There are many rewards for system tasks, and Chu Chen's monthly salary has no upper limit, billions, tens of billions if the reward is small. Now his several industries add up, there should be 200 million a month. Open drip? Monthly salary depends on luck? After listening to Chu Chen's words, the eyes of these people became complicated. Although Chi's own conditions are very good, her boyfriend is not very good. "Xiaowen, don't find such a boyfriend in the future." And Chi's aunt said to her daughter next to her. I wouldn't find someone who opened Didi as a boyfriend." At the first sight of Chu Chen, Xiaowen's eyes were still bright, but when he knew that Chu Chen was open, Xiaowen instantly despised Chu Chen. "Let's go." The crowd went downstairs. "What? Have your family bought a new car again?" While walking, they said that everyone was extremely surprised that Chi's aunt's family actually bought a new car. Bought a Porsche Cayenne, 1.34 million, average, not a good car. Angie's aunt had a contrived expression. "Wow, $1 million+ car isn't a good car? You hit people too much?" And Chi's relatives said enviously. "Cayenne, it's really not a good car." Chu Chen spoke subconsciously. Previously, Chu Chen had obtained the system reward need for car skills and had a certain understanding of all kinds of cars. And Chi understands Chu Chen. Chu Chen drives a sports car of tens of millions. And a 1 million Cayenne is naturally not a good car. However, Aunt Chi's expression changed instantly. "You said that the Cayenne is not a good car, what's the reason?" Aunt Angie questioned. "First of all, the quality of the Cayenne's workmanship is not bad, the window lift button is particularly stiff, not like a car with more than 1 million yuan, the seats are not comfortable at all, the gearbox is stuttering, and secondly, the engine start and stop is not intelligent enough, the fuel consumption is high, and the start it's a bit meaty, and the power is sluggish even when you step on the accelerator." Chu Chen answered casually. "Haha, what qualifications does an open Didi have to speak?" The aunt's face couldn't be hung, and she retorted. And Chi's other relatives were also very dissatisfied. With Chu Chen, the young man was too arrogant. Wow. After going downstairs, Xiaowen was the first to discover Koenigsegg, who was parked outside. "This sports car is so handsome, how much does it cost?" Xiaowen ran to Koenigsegg and said enviously. "I'm afraid it will cost 3 or 4 million. Angie's aunt guessed. 25 million. Chu Chen replied. Impossible. How can there be such an expensive car? My aunt didn't believe Chu Chen's words at all. Also, how do you know it's 25 million, it's not good for young people to lie. Believe it or not, it's up to you. As for why I know, it's because it's my car. After all, Chu Chen pressed the car key. In an instant, Koenigsegg's headlights came on, and the doors slowly rose like black wings. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. I found it, this is Koenigsegg CCX, the domestic price is 25.6 million. Xiaowen checked the price of the car from his mobile phone, and suddenly made a sound of amazement. Xiaowen opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Chen incredulously. What? This car is really 25 million. Crazy. Really crazy. Especially Enqi's aunt, her face is hot. At this moment, Enqi's relatives looked at Chu Chen with amazement and shock written all over his face. Is Chu Chen really open? Driving a Didi with a 25 million luxury car? Without explaining anything, Chu Chen got into the car and Enqi left directly. Really sorry. In the car, Angie said apologetically. She didn't want to cause trouble to Chu Chen, she just wanted to show Chu Chen's face, and left immediately. Unexpectedly, she still miscalculated. It doesn't matter who has few snobbish relatives. I'll invite you to dinner in a few days, as an apology. Angie was still embarrassed. I would like to thank the book friend for the reward of 100 book coins for the autumn breeze is cool, and I am very grateful to the first book friend who gave the reward. Brother Chen, our boss, Sister Lu, wants to invite you to tea. I wonder if you have time? The next day, Chu Chen received a call from Zhou Qian. After that Chu Chen's crazy reward, Zhou Qian's live broadcast career skyrocketed, and she received the full support of Lu Wei, the boss of their brokerage company. Sister Lu wanted to get to know Chu Chen, the new president of Shark Live, so she asked Zhou Qian. After receiving a lot of care from Sister Lu, Zhou Qian was embarrassed to refuse. Where? Chu Chen asked. It's Yiping Xian, next to Wutong Street. Next to Wutong Street? Chu Chen muttered. When Chu Chen hesitated to go, the system's voice sounded again. Pick in task release, go to Wutong Street to check in, task time, 12 hours, quest completion reward, get the ownership of Wutong Street, ownership of Sycamore Street? Seeing this, Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment, the system was too good for him. Wutong Street is a famous commercial street in Jiangzhou. Although it is not long, because it is in the center of the city, the price of Wutong Road is as high as 50,000 per square meter. There are about 50 or 60 shops on Wutong Street. If each shop is 100 square meters, the entire Wutong Road is worth between 250 million and 300 million. And each store can collect rent, which brings in a lot of income every month. In this way, Chu Chen will get at least more than 300 million assets. Going to check in again, I'm so tired. On the side of Chu Chen, his body was honestly looking for the car keys. I promise. Around 2 p.m., Chu Chen drove to Yipingshuan, that Zhou Qian said. Walking into Yipingshuan, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam came up. Mr. Chu Chen, you can go directly to the 3rd floor, Miss Zhou told me before. Thanks. Chu Chen nodded and walked up the stairs. That Sister Lu seemed to have reserved the whole Yipingshuan, and there was no one on the 1st floor. When Chu Chen walked into the 2nd floor, several young Men and women were standing in front of the stairs leading to the third floor, talking nonstop. These are the big anchors of Sister Lu's company. Brother Chuchen, do you think we'll go up? A female anchor with heavy makeup asked Jiao Didi. Hearing this, in the center of the few people, a spiritual guy with a pot cover, a tattoo on his right arm, and black tight pants said, "Don't wait any longer." He is Brother Chuchen, and he is also the biggest anchor among them. He does a good job by renting a luxury car, pretending to be a local tyrant and flirting with girls, and has more than 2 million fans. Today, the boss didn't know why, and called all the big anchors of their companies here. However, when they arrived, the boss didn't know what to say, and asked them to wait on the second floor while he went up to the third floor. "Please let it go." Walking over, Chu Chen said lightly. A few people turned back and saw Chu Chen. Everyone was stunned. Especially those beautiful female anchors have bright eyes, such a handsome little brother. After seeing Chu Chen, these people regarded Chu Chen as the anchor. Chu Chen passed a few people and stepped directly up the stairs to the third floor. "Wait a minute." Just then, a voice came. Seeing that spiritual guy, Brother Chuchen said, "You better wait here for a while." The boss didn't speak. Brother Chuchen is a little dissatisfied. He is the backbone of the company, and he is not even qualified to go up. How can a newcomer go up first? Several other anchors were also a little unhappy. These big anchors haven't gone up yet, what does a newcomer do? Brother Chuchen is still here, what qualifications do you have to go up? The heavy makeup female anchor who asked about Brother Chuchen just now scolded Chu Chen. Don't the newcomers know how to respect the seniors? Brother Chuchen said coldly, with the attitude of a big anchor and a superior. You don't seem to be my senior. I'm not the anchor of your company. Hearing this, Brother Chuchen was taken aback. Who are you, and why are you here? Well, strictly speaking, I'm your boss's boss. Chu Chen thought about it for a while and replied lightly. Boss's boss, you. Blow again. Who believes? How old are you? Come down quickly. Brother Chuchen and the others didn't believe it at all, so they spoke impatiently, and Brother Chuchen even wanted to do it. Come down. Chu Chen didn't come down. But a voice coming downstairs came. I saw a 312-year-old young woman in a suit coming downstairs. She was Lu Wei, the manager of the agency. Yeah, Mr. Chu, you are here, please. After seeing Chu Chen, the young woman showed a charming smile and hurriedly welcomed him. This is the president of Shark Live, and Chu Chen is her immediate boss. Under Lu Wei's warm reception, Chu Chen and her went up. On the second floor, Brother Chuchen and the others were completely stunned when they watched this scene. What just happened? Is what he said true? This kid, who is younger than them, is actually the boss of their boss. How can that be? For a time, everyone was stunned. Chu Chen and Lu Wei talked for a while and were about to leave. When Chu Chen went downstairs, the big anchors just now apologized quickly, especially the female anchors who almost got hung up on Chu Chen. After Chu Chen left, Lu Wei's face immediately turned cold. Lu Chuchen, you don't have to live stream in the future, you will be permanently banned. No, Mr. Lu. Hearing this, the spiritual boy collapsed instantly, his body softened, and he fell to the ground. Banned, he's finished. Wutong Street was not far from here. 3 minutes later, Chu Chen came to Wutong Street. When Wutong Street is here, do you check in? Pick the card. Pick-in is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the property ownership of Wutong Street. While Chu Chen received the system reward, 58 real estate certificates appeared on Koenigsegg. I got more than 300 million. The life of the rich is so boring. It's too easy for me, Chu Chen said with emotion. The renters of all the shops on Wutong Street also received messages from the former owners. I'll go, I bought Wutong Street in one breath, where is this God? It's amazing. I'm over it. Many people who rented shops were shocked. Since you're here, let's collect next month's rent by the way. Experience the rent-collecting life. As soon as he got this street, Chu Chen naturally wanted to experience the life of a renter. Thinking about it, Chu Chen walked into the first store. Just after reading the news and putting down the phone, the renter of this shop happened to see Chu Chen. Mr. Chu is here. Without much need for Chu Chen, the shop owner took the initiative to give Chu Chen the next month's rent, and then sent Chu Chen out respectfully. One family after another, Chu Chen soon collected more than 1 million in rent. It's tiring to collect rent. Chu Chen was carrying a large bag of money and felt his arms were very tired. Some shopkeepers did not know what to do, and gave Chu Chen cash, and Chu Chen found a black plastic bag and put it on. I worked too hard. No way, who made him a decent man who is handsome and works hard? Go ahead and collect rent. Chu Chen walked into the next store. After seeing Chu Chen, a male salesman in the store was taken aback. Isn't that Chu Chen? Sun Kai, do you know him? Next to the male salesman, another clerk asked, curiously. Well, we are from the same village, from the same community. Sun Kai explained. He's handsome, but he doesn't seem to be doing well, another clerk commented. At this moment, Chu Chen was holding a black plastic bag and dressed casually. Because he was holding a large bag of money and charged 20 or 30 rents, Chu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Well, I didn't expect that the feng shui would turn around, Sun Kai said gloatingly. In the beginning, all the girls in the community revolved around this kid. Until Zhangde, he was chased by countless girls, but I was single for 20 years. I used to be so envious that I exploded. Sun Kai recalled the past. God is fair, now I'm getting better, but he is extremely miserable. Sun Kai is very talented in sales. After half a year in the store, his sales have skyrocketed, and his daily basic salary plus sales commission can get him 700 or 800. And the people in the main store have taken a fancy to his ability, and it won't take long before he will go to his other branches as a store manager, with a monthly salary of up to 30,000. A year is 360,000, which is already higher than the income of some white-collar workers. At that time, he bought a Mercedes-Benz, married a beautiful woman, and from then on, he reached the pinnacle of his life. Holding a black plastic bag like a beggar? Sun Kai looked at Chu Chen and shook his head. He used to look up at Chu Chen on the ground, but now he wants to step on the ground and let Chu Chen look up at him. Watch me taunt him. After saying a word to his companion, Sun Kai walked over. Chu Chen. Long time no see. Chu Chen turned around and was stunned when he saw Sun Kai. You are Chu Chen. Couldn't remember. Sun Kai, from a community. Sun Kai reminded that he was really inconspicuous at the beginning, but now it is different. Oh, I remembered, I'm so sorry. Chu Chen said apologetically. What have you been doing lately? Sun Kai asked enthusiastically. It's nothing, I haven't graduated yet, a rubbish university, and I won't necessarily find a good job. After graduation. Chu Chen told the truth. Before he got the system, apart from being handsome, he was really useless. His studies were average, and the schools he was admitted to were also average. That's right. A smug smile appeared on Sun Kai's face. You can think about it. I will be the store manager soon. You can come too. Work in my store after graduation, and I will not treat you badly for your salary. Starting at 5,000 a month is a lot for college students. Sun Kai said generously. Thanks. Chu Chen replied. Come on, work hard, I've been working for a few years, and it's only today. I haven't completed my small goal today? Sun Kai pretended to be modest. Target? Yes, that is to earn 3,000 yuan today. This is the small goal he set for himself yesterday. 3,000 yuan a day is 90,000 yuan a month, which is out of reach for a college student. No, 99% of the population. Hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, and there was a ray of light in his eyes. You see, to earn 3,000 yuan, you have to keep working hard and have your own small goals. Take a look at yourself, now you are worth 10 to 20 billion, and you don't have a small goal. You are so depraved. Why can't he have it? Life can't fall. Although he is now worth 1 or 2 billion, it is still too little. Looking at Chu Chen's eyes, Sun Kai subconsciously thought that Chu Chen was frightened by his salary. 3,000 a day is indeed very high. With a smug smile on Sun Kai's face, he raised his head to his companion, not far away. For a time, Sun Kai felt erratic, the world seemed to be unable to let him go. What do you think? Sun Kai asked, casually. I also thought of a small goal just now. Interesting, what small goal? While speaking, Sun Kai picked up the water glass next to him. Make another 1 billion tomorrow. Chu Chen said with a serious face. Today, he got all the real estate in Wutong Street, which is considered to be 300 million yuan. Tomorrow will definitely be more than today. Since it is a small goal, it can't be too much, just 1 billion. 1 billion, not much. Puff. The water that Sun Kai had not had time to swallow spurted out. Cough cough cough. Coughing violently, Sun Kai was really frightened. Not far away, Sun Kai's colleagues were also stunned. I have a small goal to make another 1 billion tomorrow? What? Is this a small goal? This is a great goal. This is an impossible goal in a lifetime. Looking at Chu Chen, Sun Kai was extremely contemptuous. Just brag about it. But you blow out of the sky. At the beginning, Sun Kai thought that Chu Chen would say that he would make 500 yuan a day, but he never expected it. Chu Chen, you're wrong, I'm talking to you, but you're bragging, Sun Kai scolded coldly. But before Sun Kai could finish speaking, the shopkeeper suddenly came out of the inner room. At this moment, the shopkeeper was holding a stack of money, at least tens of thousands of dollars. As soon as I saw Mr. Chu coming, I immediately went in to get the money. This is next month's rent, please take it. The shop owner said respectfully while handing the money to Chu Chen. Chu Chen opened the black plastic bag and let the shopkeeper put it in. Cough cough cough. Glancing at the contents of the black plastic bag, Sun Kai coughed violently again. Money. It's all money in here. At least hundreds of thousands. For a time, Sun Kai felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past. Putting money in plastic bags is such a shame. I'm leaving. Chu Chen turned around and patted Sun Kai on the shoulder. Thanks, let me have a small goal. After all, Chu Chen walked out of the store with a bag of money. You know Mr. Chu? Looking at Chu Chen, who was leaving, the shop owner asked curiously. No, fellow countryman. Your fellow countryman is so awesome. He bought the entire Wutong Street. Not to mention how much Wutong Street is worth. Just by collecting rent, he can earn several million every month. Why is there such a big difference between people? The owner said something very envious. Snapped. Hearing this, the cup in Sun Kai's hand fell directly to the ground. The entire Wutong Street is his. The total value of Wutong Street is several 100 million? The shop owner said just now that Chu Chen bought it. Being able to buy Wutong Street means that Chu Chen has more assets? I have a small goal to make another 1 billion tomorrow. Suddenly, he thought of what Chu Chen said just now, and he was completely stupid. Is what Chu Chen said just now true? His monthly salary is only more than 10,000 yuan, and he is trying to show off his wealth with a billionaire? Is he neurotic? Where did the confidence come from? A breeze blows. Sun Kai is completely messy in the wind. He felt that the whole world was dark. Not knowing that because of the small target, it caused so much damage to Sun Kai, Chu Chen continued to work hard to collect the rent. If he knew about Sun Kai's experience, Chu Chen could only say sorry, and said the small goal was 10 billion. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen returned to Koenigsigri with a bag of money. Collecting rent is also a hard work. I don't know how Sister Sue survived, but she has to collect 10 buildings. Chu Chen said with emotion. Today is too hard. Chu Chen wants to reward himself. Just come with a bucket of braised beef noodles, add an Australian lobster, a king crab, and a dozen abalone to make do with it. In the evening, Chu Chen was eating instant noodles with relish when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Not many people seem to know that they live here. Opening the door, Chu Chen was stunned when he saw the person standing in front of the door. He didn't expect that it was her who was knocking on his door at night. At this moment, standing in front of Chu Chen is not someone else, but Chu Chen's beautiful neighbor, which is different from the previous capable style. Today she wore a long purple dress and looked very noble. Hello, have you seen the baby? Yan Luoshui spoke anxiously. Baby? Your beautiful neighbor has a baby? Seeming to find Chu Chen's surprise, Yan Luoshui hurriedly explained, the baby is a ragdoll cat I raised. Because he was single. He lived alone in a huge villa and often felt lonely, so Yan Luoshui raised 2 puppet cats, one called Baby and the other Babe. Just now, the naughty baby ran out of the house, and it seemed that he should have run into Chu Chen's villa. I didn't see it. What happened? Yan Luoshui explained. Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui searched for a while, and finally found the baby in the backyard. Baby, come to me. While talking, Yan Luoshui walked towards the baby. Meow, the baby didn't want to be caught easily, so he dodged away. Chu Chen happened to see this scene and hurried over. What a good-looking cat. It was the first time that Chu Chen saw a puppet cat, like a white elf. Taking advantage of Yan Luoshui's attention to the baby, Chu Chen hugged it. Being hugged by Chu Chen, the naughty baby just now became very docile. Hey, it actually stopped making trouble? Yan Luoshui was very surprised to see this scene. How could the baby be so docile when he arrived? In Chu Chen's arms? And here, the baby is very naughty. Maybe it's the mutual attraction of good looks. Chu Chen said with a smile, and by the way handed the baby to Yan Luoshui. Once back in Yan Luoshui's arms, the baby became naughty again. Meow meow, stinky baby, they're all ragdoll cats, why aren't you as docile as Bebe? Yan Luoshui pretended to scold the baby harshly. Hearing this, the baby struggled even more. Thank you so much, Yan Luoshui said from the heart. Because he was afraid that the baby would run out of his arms, Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen said a few words and left. However, to Chu Chen's surprise, 10 minutes later, Chu Chen suddenly heard a cat meow. Meow meow, the baby jumped in from the open window and came to lie down beside Chu Chen. The knock on the door sounded again. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Yan Luoshui. Looking at the baby lying on the sofa, Yan Luoshui was speechless for a while. Are other people's homes so good? Forget it, why don't you let it stay here first and see the situation tomorrow? Seeing Yan Luoshui's helplessness, Chu Chen suggested. Will it trouble you? Yan Luoshui asked in a low voice. It's alright, I'm at home alone, don't get in the way. With such a big villa, one more cat is not a problem at all. Okay, thanks. After educating the baby for half an hour, Yan Luoshui left reluctantly. Of course, the results of education are not optimistic. Yan Luoshui was talking there, the baby was like a hairball, lying there with his eyes closed. If it hadn't moved his tail from time to time, he might have thought he was asleep. Looking at Yan Luoshui who was leaving, Chu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this capable beauty also had the gentle side of a little woman. The next day, Yan Luoshui came to Chu Chen's house, but the baby still had no intention of leaving. For 3 or 4 days in a row, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui became very familiar with each other. Yan Luoshui was 3 years older than Chu Chen and was the CEO of Rongmei Times Company. In the end, Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen negotiated that the baby would be kept here temporarily, and Yan Luoshui would often come to take care of him. Because of a cat, the two became familiar with each other. Old Chu, my sister is going to take advantage of the holiday to travel to Jiangzhou tomorrow morning. I have something to do tomorrow morning. Could you pick her up for me? Chu Chen's iron buddies, Han Yuan and Fatty Han, called. No problem. This trivial matter, Chu Chen naturally agreed. But having said that, Fatty is aerially unreliable brother. Did he plan to introduce his sister to him before? Of course, Chu Chen refused righteously. Fatty's sister is still a high school. The next morning, Chu Chen parked Koenigsegg outside and walked to the exit of the train station. When the time came, Chu Chen looked around and found no one like Fatty's younger sister, Brother Chu. At this moment, a crisp voice came. Chu Chen turned his head and saw a tall and beautiful girl with a face value of over 90 points waving at him. Seeing this, Chu Chen was taken aback. This is Fatty's sister, how is that possible? For a time, Chu Chen was very suspicious. Previously, Chu Chen asked Fatty for his sister's photo so that he could pick him up. However, Fatty said that he had already sent the photo of Chu Chen to his sister. After seeing Chu Chen, her sister would take the initiative to come over. Hello, brother Chu. My name is Han Shishir, and I'm Han Yuan's younger sister. When Chu Chen was stunned, Han Shishir had already walked over and introduced with a smile. Before Chu Chen could speak, a shout came from behind. Shishir, wait. For us. Where is that handsome little brother you mentioned? You're not lying to us, are you? I saw two pretty girls chasing after him. Soon, they discovered Han Shishir, but when they saw Chu Chen next to Han Shishir, their eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling light. Before, they thought that Shishir was lying to them. Where is such a little brother? However, when they saw Chu Chen, they immediately believed it. This is simply divine beauty. So handsome. Soon, Chu Chen was surrounded by three beautiful girls. Behind the girl, followed by 4 or 5 young men and women came out. It turned out that Han Shishir came with her classmates and girlfriends. A few people came out and saw Han Shishir and the others surrounding Chu Chen. Among them, a young man's expression changed immediately. Brother Ming. Who is that kid? It seems that he has an unusual relationship with Han Shishir. Someone whispered to the young man. Hearing this, the young man Wang Hongming's face turned green. He came with him just to chase after Han Shishir, but now definitely can't be cheap, this kid. Thinking about it, Wang Hongming walked towards Chu Chen and Han Shishir. Who are you? Wang Hongming asked Chu Chen with a strong hostility. This is Shishir's brother's friend. Chu Chen didn't speak, and a girl next to him answered subconsciously. His brother's friend? Glancing at Chu Chen, a mysterious smile appeared on Wang Hongming's face. It turned out to be a poor college student, so this is easy to handle. Chu Chen had already felt Wang Hongming's hostility, and when he glanced at Han Shishir and the others, Chu Chen instantly understood. For a time, Chu Chen felt a trace of guilt. Hey, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault that I'm so handsome and attract the attention of all the girls. If he didn't see himself, Wang Hongming might not be able to catch up with Han Shishir and the others. But now that they have seen themselves, Chu Chen is sure that Wang Hongming will not have the slightest chance in this life. So pitiful. Where are we going? To play? Following Wang Hongming, several other men and women also came over and asked. This time, when I came out to play, Wang Hongming, a second-generation rich man, suggested himself and took the initiative to take the responsibility of formulating a tourist route. Let's go to Lingyun Peak first, then go to Fulong Temple, and go tomorrow, Wang Hongming explained the tourist route again. Why isn't there Lingyue Lake? One of Han Shishir's two best friends said. Her name is Zhao Xian. After seeing Chu Chen before, she was the one who shouted so handsome. Yes, the beauty of Lingyue Lake is famous in Tiannan province? Wang Hongming's companion also asked. I want to go too, but now Lingyue Lake is no longer a scenic spot. A villa area is built around it. Now Lingyue Lake is a private landscape of the villa area, and outsiders are not allowed to enter at all. Wang Hongming answered helplessly. Oh, what a pity. Damn rich people. The people were very sorry. Hearing this, Chu Chen touched his nose and his face changed slightly. He seems to be one of those wicked rich people. Brother Ming, that's not right. Except for Lingyue Lake, there seems to be no Shuetian Villa. I heard Brother Yuan say that Shuetian Villa is the most fun place in Jiangzhou. A companion of Wang Hongming added. For these 17 or 18 young people, fun places are more attractive than those natural attractions. I've heard it too, let's go to Shuetian Villa first. Zhao Xian also spoke. Yes. Brother Ming, let's go to Shuetian Villa first. Go to Shuetian Villa. Several others have suggested. Hearing this, Han Shishir's eyes flashed, obviously very interested. I heard that tickets for Tian Villa are not easy to buy, and they are very expensive? Han Sure said hesitantly. Wang Hongming was instantly refreshed, and the opportunity came. Opportunity finally arises. Now is the time for him to show his strength and let Han Sure worship him. Isn't it just a few tickets? With the relationship at home, still can't get it? It's all about me. Wang Hongming patted his chest to assure. My uncle runs a company in Jiangzhou. He knows a lot of big people in Jiangzhou. It's just a few tickets. It's very simple. Wang Hongming shows off. Know the big man in Jiangzhou? Brother Ming is amazing. With brother Ming here, everything is not a problem. Everyone looked at Wang Hongming with envy and admiration. Accepting so many envious eyes, Wang Hongming was extremely proud. With a proud look, Wang Hongming glanced at Chu Chen provocatively, as if mocking. Chu Chen's garbage. Third uncle, help me get 8 tickets for today's Tian Villa. Wang Hongming opened his mouth. 8 tickets for Tian Villa? During the phone call, Wang Hongming's third uncle was taken aback. His nephew really didn't know anything. You wait. Wang Hongming's third uncle is really not sure if he can get it. You must know that the tickets for Tian Villa are all pre-sold. There are only 300 tickets per day. Generally, they are sold out more than 20 days in advance. My third uncle will go get it, it will be done in a while. Let's get ready to go. Wang Hongming is ready to go. Counting the time, the car he rented should arrive. In order to put a pen in front of everyone, he spent tens of thousands of yuan and rented 2 Maserati Presidents worth 1.5 million. When Maserati appears, it will definitely shock everyone. At that time, he will have to take a look at what to do with this Chu Chen. Brother Ming is mighty. Brother Ming is Brother Ming. While everyone was touting, Wang Hongming's cell phone rang, and the third uncle called. Not one. Before Wang Hongming could speak, Wang Hongming's third uncle spoke first. What, how could there be none? Wang Hongming almost jumped up. Beside them. Everyone looked at each other when they heard Wang Hongming's words. I found a lot of people, and they all said there was no way, the tickets were sold out. What about tomorrow? No. The day after tomorrow? Don't talk about the day after tomorrow. There will be no tickets for the next 20 days, and the tickets for Tian Villa after 20 days have not been pre-sold. After all, Wang Hongming's third uncle hung up the phone directly, leaving only the stupid Wang Hongming. He had sworn a promise just now, but now he can't even get one. I can't get a ticket, and the tickets for the next 20 days have been sold out. Wang Hongming said embarrassedly. It's okay, no problem. Yes, if it's a big deal, don't go. Wang Hongming's friends quickly helped Wang Hongming speak. Wang Hongming explained for himself and spoke with great certainty. Tian Villa's tickets are too precious. They are all reserved. No. One can get the tickets for the day on the same day. You really want to go? Chu Chen asked. Han sure, a few people. Of course I want to go. Zhao Xian answered without hesitation. The ticket thing is on me. Hearing this, Wang Hongming was instantly unhappy. It's still wrapped around you, a poor college student. What clothes are you wearing? Even my third uncle can't get a ticket. Even if a god comes, it's impossible to get it, let alone you. Wang Hongming sneered. Wang Hongming, pay attention to what you say. Brother Chu is also 4 Even if you don't get it, it doesn't matter. Han Shishir stood up and spoke for Chu Chen. Right. Zhao Xian and the two also stood up. Yes, 8 people. Manager Li will leave it to you. If others can't get tickets, can Chu Chen still get tickets? Tian Villa is his. Sure, your mobile phone number. 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. Han Shishir replied. All right. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Are you done? Got it so soon? Even just now, Wang Hongming waited for a while, although he failed. But Chu Chen is too fast, just a phone call, 2 sentences. To get it? How is this possible? Brother Chu is too powerful. Han Shishir opened her mouth, her eyes full of admiration. Little brother is a great pen. It's incredible. The crowd was very emotional. Oh, it's fake, it's so easy to get, I don't believe it. Only Wang Hongming spoke, yin and yang strangely. Who are you fooling? You can get it, my name is yours. Just then, Han Shishir's cell phone rang, it was a text message. Han Shishir subconsciously read it out. Miss Han Shishir, Tian Villa reminds you that your 8 tickets have been successfully ordered. Tian Villa welcomes you and wishes you a happy travel. Thanks to book friend Huing 688 book coins, book friend. Broken Bridge Misty Rain, come on. 588 book coins, book friend Regular Erit 500 book coins, book friend Chen Yuan Lock. Painting 202 book coins, book friend Crazy 200 book coins, book friends Don't cherish until you lose it, book friends. Don't forget your original heart 100 book coins, thank you for your support. Did it work? As Han Shishir's voice fell, Wang Hongming was dumbfounded. Brother Chu is amazing. Han Shishir looked at Chu Chen with admiration on her face. Little brother is too powerful. Her 2 best friends also looked at Chu Chen in shock. When you go to Tian Villa, I won't go. Chu Chen said to Han Shishir that he had just been to Tian Villa. Han Shishir and the others looked disappointed. By the way, you can contact me after the end, and I will take you to see Linyue Lake. Chu Chen added. What? Han Shishir and the others looked surprised and curious. Look at Linyue Lake, are you qualified to go in? Where is the famous villa area in Jiangzhou? Wang Hongming sneered in his heart, he didn't know about Tian Villa, but he had already investigated Linyue Lake. Except for the owners of the luxury villa area, no one else can get in at all. Just a college student who wants to enter, what a joke. My car won't take you, so I'll go first. Chu Chen thought that Han Shishir was the only one, so he drove Koenigsegg, but now that there were 3 of them, Koenigsegg couldn't sit down at all. Car? Hearing the car, Wang Mingjie suddenly regained his spirits. That's right. He can't compare to a network, can he compare to a car? For this trip, he spent nearly 10,000 yuan online a few days ago to rent 2 Maserati Presidents. That's a Maserati, and for high school students, it's an absolute luxury car. That's right. Of course, it's not convenient for you to ride a bicycle. Wang Mingjie said in and yang strangely. Look, my car is here. Wang Mingjie pointed to 2 brand new Maserati Presidents that stopped not far away. Mr. Wang, your car has arrived. I'm the driver of the car. A middle-aged man in a suit got off the Maserati and walked over respectfully. Renting 2 Maserati Presidents alone costs 10,000 yuan, but the 10,000 yuan includes these 2 full-time drivers. Wow. Is that a Maserati? The Trident is Maserati, you can't go wrong. For this group of high school students, Audi Benz is already very good. Unexpectedly, they were fortunate enough to sit on a Maserati. This time, Brother Ming is mighty. Thank you very much, Brother Ming this time. Several people quickly touted Wang Mingjie. Wang Mingjie floated up and looked at Chu Chen triumphantly. What about the right car? My car? With that said, Chu Chen turned his head and pointed to the place where he parked Koenigsegg. He wants to keep a low profile, why is it so difficult? Hey, is that the Wuling Hongguang van? Haha, it turns out that your car is a van, why do you have to sit on the side? Wang Mingjie burst into laughter. From here, a van not far away just blocked Koenigsegg. It turned out to be Wuling Hongguang. Is Shishi's brother's friend so poor? Several young men and women spoke with disdain and disgust. Garbage truck. Wang Hongming agreed. It's really a garbage truck. Chu Chen said casually, and then walked forward. At the same time, Wuling Hongguang drove away. Koenigsegg's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Dark body, majestic lines, in an instant, everyone held their breath. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Chu Chen took out the car keys, got in the car and left. Looking at Chu Chen who was far away, Wang Hongming and the others were completely stunned. After watching Koenigsegg's figure disappear into the distance, only a few people came to their senses. Supercar? Is that the legendary supercar? Most of the people present had never seen a supercar. Although they didn't know the brand of Chu Chen's car, they could tell from the appearance that it was definitely worth a lot of money. That supercar costs 4 or 5 million, right? Is that his car? You're so young, you've already started a supercar, and you can't let people live. Yeah, especially since he's so handsome. People are more popular than dead people. Several people said in shock and envy. At the scene, Wang Hongming was the most stupid. Is Chu Chen's car a supercar? How can that be? He was completely defeated in the comparison of contacts, and this time in the car comparison, he was completely defeated again. Not alive. Wow, Brother Chu actually drives a supercar? Han Shisher was extremely surprised. Originally, they thought that Chu Chen had an immortal appearance, but he was just an ordinary college student. Unexpectedly, Brother Chu actually drove a supercar worth millions. It turns out that Brother Chu is the top rich and handsome. For a time, several little girls were full of fantasies. In the end, the boy had a car, the girl had a car, and the whole group went towards the Shui Tian villa. After playing for most of the day, until the evening, everyone reluctantly left the Shui Tian villa. Wang Hongming set up a 4-star hotel in Jiangzhou and enthusiastically asked everyone to live there. Han Shisher and the others were a little reluctant. They knew that Wang Hongming had bad intentions and did not want to have too much contact with Wang Hongming. Yeah, didn't Brother Chu say before, let's go find him after we're done? Suddenly thinking of Chu Chen's words, Han Shisher spoke. Let's go find that handsome little brother first. We'll talk about where we live? I think so. 2 girlfriends joined. Well, I'll send someone to take you there. Wang Hongming took the initiative to stand up. He thought about it. For a day, although Chu Chen drove away in a sports car, would it be that Chu Chen rented it in order to install a pen? Although supercars are expensive, if you only rent for an hour or two, you can still afford them. In the end, at the strong invitation of Wang Hongming, Han Shishir and several others sat on the Maserati. Master, go to Linyue Road. Han Shishir and the others sat in the back, and Wang Hongming sat in the passenger seat. After half an hour, several people arrived. After looking around, there is only one villa building in Yuatan Garden. Stopping there, they saw that Chu Chen just came out. You live in a villa? Wang Hongming asked in surprise. Yes, what's the matter? Chu Chen spoke lightly. Especially at this moment, Wang Hongming seemed to have 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, constantly stepping on his little heart. At this moment, he can't describe his mood. After thinking about it, there seems to be only one word. Miserable. Han Shishir and Zhao Xian were shocked when they saw that Chu Chen also had beautiful eyes. They never imagined that brother Chu actually lived in the villa. The villas here look like hundreds of millions. Don't you want to see Linyue Lake? I'll take you there. Chu Chen came to the front of several people. Ah, is that right here? Han Shishir was extremely surprised. Under the leadership of Chu Chen, Han Shishir and the others walked into the Moon Sandalwood Garden. Seeing this, Wang Hongming also wanted to follow, but before he could enter, he was stopped by two security guards with their backs. You can't come in. No, I'm with them. Wang Hongming pointed to Han Shishir and the others in the distance, and quickly explained. It's a friend of the owner. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Just said that he invited the three young ladies, not you. The security shrugged. Hearing this, Wang Hongming was confused. For a time, Wang Hongming felt that he was abandoned by the world. He clearly brought Han Shishir and the others here, but now that they are in, he is alone outside. Chu Chen. Chu Chen. Since he was here, Wang Hongming also wanted to go in and have a look, so he shouted at Chu Chen. Oh, you can go back first, then I will take care of them, thank you. After all, Chu Chen took Han Shishir and the others away. Wang Hongming's tears were about to flow down. Thank you, uncle. I'm really a good person, so I brought Han Shishir and the others on their own initiative. With endless pain, Wang Hongming had to leave. Wow. So beautiful. Is this Linyue Lake? Looking at the huge Linyue Lake, Han Shishir and the others were intoxicated for a while. Of course, what was more right in their hearts at this moment was emotion. Is this the life of the rich? Turn the huge scenic spot directly into a private lake. Very envious. After visiting Linyue Lake, several people came to visit Chu Chen's villa. As soon as they came in, a few little girls were like curious kittens, wandering around and sighing constantly. Picking up their mobile phones to take selfies from time to time, is it the first time for them to enter the villa? Within a few minutes, the three girls posted on moments at the same time. In an instant, comments appeared under the circle of friends. I'm going, is this a villa? What? A beautiful villa, I envy you so much. That private pool is my dream. Just after returning home, Wang Hongming picked up his mobile phone and was about to relax and browse the moments. However, when he saw the moments posted by Han Shishir and the others, his face suddenly turned blue. He got hit again. Although his family also has money, they only live in a duplex and can't afford to live in a villa. Looking at the pictures posted by Han Shishir and several people at the moment, Wang Hongming is both envious and jealous. Chu Chen's villa was very large and had more rooms, so Han Shishir and the others stayed there as a matter of course. Sign in task. Do you sign in? Seeing this, Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. He signed in for the task, and there was another sign in task, which was great. This is probably the easiest task. While thinking about it, Chu Chen clicked yes without hesitation. Congratulations, get a Bugatti 16C Galloped, it is now in the garage, please pay attention to check, Bugatti 16C Galloped? Looking at the reward from the system, Chu Chen showed a satisfied smile. What is really missing? Bugatti 16C Galloped is known as the most powerful coupe in the world. And it is the main car Bugatti company recently. The Bugatti 16C Galloped is a top business four-door car, which not only has the majestic atmosphere of a top business car, but also has the speed of a top sports car. It can be said that the two are perfectly integrated. Its price is ridiculously high, priced at 30 million. You know, similar to its type, the well-known Rolls-Royce Phantom sells for only 6 million. And the Bugatti 16C Galloped is 5 times as big. In the whole of China, I am afraid there are not many cars. Before, Chu Chen had a headache because Koenigsegg could only sit for 2 people, but once there were more girls, it would be very troublesome. The system is really sweet. I took the initiative to send a Bugatti 16C Galloped that can seat multiple people. Brother Chu, how do we go out today? Is it to call a car, or after breakfast? Han Shisher asked. Be my car. Under the shock of several people, Chu Chen drove out the Bugatti 16C Galloped that he had just signed. Wow. After seeing Bugatti, several little girls suddenly made a shocked voice. Although I don't know what kind of car this is, but looking at its majestic appearance, I know that its price is definitely not low. Brother Chu, how much is this car? 5 million. Zhao Xian asked, curiously. Not expensive, 30 million. Chu Chen answered lightly. Now 30 million is really not expensive for Chu Chen. 30 million? Isn't that expensive? For a time, several little girls doubted their lives. This is probably the money they can't make in their lifetime, isn't it expensive? Looking at Chu Chen's indifferent appearance, they were convinced that what Brother Chu said was true. 30 million. Is nothing to Brother Chu? How rich Brother Chu is. Chu Chen first brought Han Shisher and the others to Jiangzhou University and met Fatty Han and Han Yuan. Having lunch nearby, Chu Chen prepared Han Shisher and the others to send to his classmates. Let a few girls get in the car. Chu Chen and Fatty came to the side. What happened recently? Seeing Fatty's absent-minded appearance, Chu Chen asked. It's okay, it's my girlfriend, the fat man said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Chen didn't say much. Call me something. After saying something to Fatty, Chu Chen took Han Shisher and the others away. After a good night's sleep, Wang Hongming felt much better. Yesterday's events are over. I just don't care about that Chu Chen, so he can still beat himself. The big deal is not to tease Han Shisher, go to Zhao Xian, or another best friend of Han Shisher. Sleep late in the morning and travel in the afternoon. Ready, Wang Hongming and his classmates walked out of the hotel. At this moment, Chu Chen drove a Bugatti at a gallop, stopped in front of a few people, and Han Shisher and the others got out of the car. Looking at the Bugatti in front of them, everyone was stunned. Bugatti, this is a Bugatti. This time, someone finally recognized Chu Chen's brand and shouted in surprise. Most of Bugatti's cars cost more than 10 million yuan, and this car is probably not cheap. Swallowing, the man added. More than 10 million? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. I drove a supercar yesterday, and today I drove a luxury car with more than 10 million yuan? It's too arrogant, isn't it? Wang Hongming was hit hard again. Why is there such a big gap between people? It's just that he is more handsome than himself. Why is he richer than himself? And let no one live? Thinking of Wang Hongming turning around and heading for the hotel, he is not going to leave the hotel these days. Perhaps only in this way will his little heart not be ruthlessly hit. To flirt with a girl, go to a special flirt, now he just wants to leave Jiangzhou. He was so miserable and wanted to go home. Today's recommendation votes are half less than yesterday. Why don't you vote for the recommendation, just because you are more handsome than the protagonist, and your appearance is 100 points? No, I don't believe it, unless you cast your own recommendation votes to prove it. Today is Saturday. At noon, Chu Chen's beautiful neighbor Yan Luoshui came to Chu Chen's house to take care of the puppet cat. You see, the baby is more and more like a ball. Looking at the baby whose body was developing horizontally, Chu Chen couldn't help but speak. Are you fat? I think the baby is still very thin. You eat more, baby. While talking, Yan Luoshui fed the baby dried fish. Hearing this, Chu Chen's head was full of black lines. At this moment, Chu Chen's cell phone rang. Chu Chen took the phone and saw that it was his mother. Xiang, what's the matter with the 500,000 you called? Turning on the phone, my mother's voice came. Mom, I'm lucky in stocks and I made some money. Of course Chu Chen couldn't say it clearly, so he made an excuse. My mother didn't know much about stock trading, but she only knew that stock trading was very risky. She subconsciously believed that stock trading was like buying a lottery ticket, and it all depended on luck. After I got the richest man system, I transferred my parents' jobs to a more relaxed position through various relationships. Although Chu Chen can give his parents hundreds of millions to make their lives extremely rich. But in this case, Chu Chen is really unable to explain, and once honest parents get so much money at once, they will definitely worry about themselves and think wildly. It is better to find a relaxed position for parents and let them live a comfortable life. Okay, Mom knows you're promising. After listening to Chu Chen's words, the mother said with relief. By the way, Xiaofan, your aunt introduced you another girlfriend. In Jiangzhou, it is said that she has a gentle personality and is very beautiful. Finally, Mom added. How about you, why don't you go on a blind date? Hearing this, Chu Chen's head was full of black lines. The object introduced by the neighbor's aunt last time asked herself to go on a blind date, and the result was unbearable. This time, Chu Chen really didn't want to go. Mom, I don't want to go, Chu Chen said firmly. Xiaochen, you will go again this time, the last time. Mom doesn't want to give up like this, but she is looking forward to holding her grandson? Hearing this, Chu Chen didn't know how to answer for a while. Mom, let me be honest with you, I actually have a girlfriend. In the end, in order to escape the blind date, Chu Chen could only justify it with white lies. What? On the other end of the phone, when I heard Chu Chen's words, my mother was extremely surprised. In the villa, Yan Luoshui, who was teasing the baby, heard this. For some reason, she felt a little bit of loss in her heart. Does he actually have a girlfriend? How do you not know? Who is she, what's her personality? Like, where is she from, and what does the family do? Mom became interested in an instant and asked again. And again. Chu Chen fell into thought. Soon, Chu Chen had a flash of light. She is a top level. By Fume. She is now managing a company worth tens of billions. When she is the president there, I also learned from her the ability to invest in stocks. Chu Chen replied. He suddenly felt that this was a great opportunity. In this way, you can find a reasonable explanation for your money from your girlfriend. So Chu Chen made up such a girlfriend. As for the 10 billion group, of course it was his own King's Landing group. Chu Chen even thought about the next step. If his mother told him to bring his girlfriend home, he would bring back his beautiful secretary, Mo Yuan. Let her pretend to be her girlfriend, no matter her temperament or other. Mo Yuan really looks like a female president. And Chu Chen believed that Mo Yuan would not refuse, he was her boss, he. Beside, after listening to Chu Chen's words, Yan Luoshui was stunned. She misunderstood. White, rich and beautiful girl? 10 billion group? To be president? Isn't that her? Chu Chen told his mother that he was her girlfriend. In an instant, Yan Luoshui became nervous, his face turned red, and his heart beat faster. If someone else said that, she would definitely be angry, but when Chu Chen said that, Yan Luoshui was not only not angry, but a little excited. What does Chu Chen mean? Is he taking the opportunity to express himself in a special way? Thinking of this, Yan Luoshui became even more nervous. If this is the case, what should I do? Promise? Did Chu Chen agree when he hung up the phone, or did he agree after thinking about it for a while? In addition to the possibility of taking the opportunity to confess, could it be Chu Chen hinting at him? Let yourself take the initiative to confess to him? If so, he must be interested in himself, but he is thin-skinned and embarrassed to speak. For a while, Yan Luoshui thought about it. Sounds good, but a female president, by Fume, why is she with you? Mom asked in confusion. Why else, your son is handsome. Chu Chen shrugged and replied. Beside, hearing what Chu Chen said, Yan Luoshui secretly glanced at Chu Chen. Handsome, Chu Chen is indeed getting more and more handsome, and he has an inexplicable temperament, much like the top rich man he once met. All right. Mom expressed deep suspicion. Well, after a while, you will find an opportunity to bring that girl home for me. And your father to see, and give you a counselor. Also let those relatives see that my son is promising. And found a rich and beautiful friend. Mom said worriedly. It is good. The mother actually doubted her appearance and charm, and Chu Chen was very unhappy. In the end, my mother told me many times that when you are outside alone, you must take care of yourself. Hanging up the phone, Chu Chen happened to see Yan Luoshui walking towards him. At this moment, Yan Luoshui's face was different. What's wrong with you? Chu Chen was puzzled. She was fine just now. Is it uncomfortable? Drink more hot water and pay attention to rest. Chu Chen kindly reminded. Hearing to drink more hot water, Yan Luoshui is not only not angry, but a little excited. Chu Chen is caring about himself. How can a person with a good face say to drink more hot water? How can he be called a straight man? This is a hot man. Chu Chen, I haven't thought about it yet, let me think about it. Yan Luoshui felt that the incident was too sudden and caught her off guard, so she whispered something and left in a hurry. Looking at Yan Luoshui, who escaped, Chu Chen was stunned. What happened? He didn't understand a woman's mind, who made him an honest and serious person. At this moment, Chu Chen suddenly received a call from Fatty. What, I'll go right away. Chu Chen nodded, and immediately drove Koenigsegg to the hospital. It turned out that Fatty's father had a car accident last night. Because their home was in a small place with poor medical equipment, they were sent to the nearest Jiangzhou. Because of the high cost of surgery, Fatty's family was desperate. In desperation, Fatty had to call Chu Chen. Fatty is Chu Chen's brother. From college to now, the relationship between the two has always been strong. Now that Fatty's father has an accident, Chu Chen will not sit idly by. Driving the Koenigsegg, Chu Chen galloped towards the hospital. System task release, pick in task, go to Jiangzhou Iron Hospital, to check in. Task time, 1 hour, completion reward. 10% shares of Lingyun Capital, Iron Hospital, Lingyun Capital? After seeing the mission, Chu Chen raised his brows. Is there any connection between the two? Iron Hospital is the hospital that Fatty's father went to. Although it is a private hospital, it is very famous in Jiangzhou and has many experts. Why go to Iron Hospital to check in? And what shares of Lingyun Capital do you want to give? On the way, Chu Chen found a time to take out his mobile phone and searched. I didn't expect Lingyun Capital to be so powerful, with a total market value of more than 30 billion? Chu Chen was very surprised. It turns out that Lingyun Capital is the top 10 investment limited company in the South, specializing in investing in various enterprises. Among southern investment companies, Lingyun Capital is well known, with a total market value of more than 30 billion. 10% of Lingyun Group's shares are more than 3 billion. With this 10% of shares, Chu Chen has become the fourth shareholder of Lingyun Capital. On the other hand, as a top 10 investment company in the South, Lingyun Capital has invested in countless large enterprises and large groups, with an unimaginable network of contacts. Among them, Iron Hospital is invested by Lingyun Capital, and it is the largest investor. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen came to Iron Hospital. Stopping the car, Chu Chen suddenly saw the black plastic bag next to the seat. That was the hundreds of thousands of cash that Chu Chen had collected from rent. Before, it was only a few 100,000. Chu Chen was too lazy to go to the bank for such a small amount of money, so he kept it here. Useful now. Thinking about it, Chu Chen picked up the black plastic bag and walked into a Iron Hospital. Arriving at Iron Hospital, check in or not sign in. Congratulations, obtained 10% shares of Lingyun Capital. Chu Chen became the fourth largest shareholder of Lingyun Capital. With Chu Chen owning 10% of Lingyun Capital immediately held a high-level meeting. I'm so anxious to find everyone probably already knows. Our group's fourth largest shareholder, Mr. Chen, has sold his shares to a man named Chu Chen. In the conference room, Zhao Guangji, the current president of Lingyun Capital, pointed to the big screen while talking. At this moment, it was Chu Chen's photo on the big screen. So young? He looks like he's only 20 years old, and he actually bought the shares from Mr. Chen. It's amazing. Looking at Chu Chen's photo, these high-level executives were extremely shocked. He must be a big family, or someone from a wealthy family, otherwise, it is impossible to have such great energy. Yes, if you want to buy shares from Mr. Chen, you don't have to be rich. The high-level people were talking about it. Among them, the President Zhao Guangji and the Vice President Sun Dian started their own plans. In Lingyun Capital, Zhao Guangji holds 20% of the shares and is the first shareholder. Vice President Sun Dian holds 15% of the shares and is the second shareholder. The two have been fighting openly and secretly. Although Lingyun Capital owns 12% of the shares, the third shareholder is Sun Dian. However, because the previous fourth shareholder, Mr. Qin Lao, and Zhao Guangji got close, Sun Dian has always been at a disadvantage. Now, Mr. Qin has sold his shares, which is a perfect opportunity. Whether it's Sun Dian or Zhao Guangji, as long as they have Chu Chen's support, they can take the seat or secure the position of president. Check out Chu Chen's information immediately, and at all costs, befriend him and bring him to my side. Sun Dian secretly sent a message. Naturally, Zhao Guangji would not be idle. Before the meeting, he had already started to find ways to send someone to win over Chu Chen. In front of the operating room on the third floor of Iron Hospital, Fatty's family had already been waiting. There. In the operating room, the fat man's father was resuscitating. Outside, Fatty walked around anxiously. Fatty's mother sat there, crying sadly, and Han Shishir comforted her by the side. Don't worry, Mom, Dad will be fine. Although he comforted his mother, Han Shishir was also holding back tears with red eyes at the moment. They paid 200,000 yuan for surgery just now, which is already the limit for a family from a rural area. However, according to the doctors' words, it seems that 200,000 is not enough. For a time, the family was in a desperate situation. They had borrowed all their relatives and friends, and they really ran out of money. Click. The operating room door was pushed open. A doctor with glasses came out. He is the chief surgeon of this operation, Dr. Ning. Dr. Ning, how is it? Seeing Dr. Ning coming out, Fatty's family hurried forward and asked eagerly. Listen to me, the previous surgery was successful, but hearing the previous sentence, the Fatty's family breathed a sigh of relief, and when Dr. Ning said the word but, everyone's heart suddenly froze. When we performed the operation just now, we discovered other symptoms of the patient and needed a second operation. I'm asking for your opinion now, do I need a second operation? Hearing this, several people answered without hesitation. Need. Of course I need it, Dr. Ning. Okay, we'll have the second operation right away. You can go and pay the operation fee, no more than 500,000. Dr. Ning nodded and said. 500,000? Hearing this, the Fatty family was dumbfounded. Need so much? They have already taken out all the money, how can there be any money left? Dr. Ning, can you do the surgery first and then pay? The fat mother asked in a low voice. No. Unexpectedly, Dr. Ning immediately rejected it, with a very firm attitude. Hearing this, the fat mother's eyes darkened and she almost fainted. How to do? The fat man kept talking. Dr. Ning, the patient is dying. A nurse walked out of the operating room and shouted anxiously. What? Hearing this, the Fatty family became even more nervous. Dr. Ning, I beg you. The fat man pleaded. You have the surgery first, and I will pay the surgery fee. No. Dr. Ning still indifferently refused. Dr. Ning, just save him. Fatty's mother collapsed and knelt directly in front of Dr. Ning. Mom. Mother. Seeing this, the fat brother and sister immediately went to help their mother. No. Dr. Ning still refused indifferently. At this time even the nurse couldn't stand it any longer, and persuaded. Dr. Ning, our hospital doesn't have a policy of paying the surgery fee before surgery. You can do it first. Hearing this, Dr. Ning snorted coldly, a hospital is a hospital. I, Ning Lishuan, have my own rules. There is no surgery fee, and no surgery. Even though the nurse said that, Ning Lishuan still refused to operate, and was extremely indifferent. Do not. Hearing this, Fatty's mother completely collapsed. I don't have money, so let's prepare for his funeral as soon as possible. Ning Lishuan said sternly. You the. Fat man couldn't help but clenched his fists, it was too hateful. Do not. Fatty's mother was extremely grief-stricken, and Han Sure helped her up while crying, feeling extremely helpless. Hey. Even the nurse couldn't stand it anymore and sighed. But she couldn't help it. Ning Lishuan is notoriously mean and ruthless in the hospital, not a qualified doctor at all, but who made him the cousin of Vice President Tian? How can she be a little nurse? Many nurses and doctors in the hospital were very disgusted with Ning Lishuan. Some people reported it more than once, but it turned out that Ning Lishuan was safe and sound, and the whistleblower was dismissed immediately. This is society. There was a sound of footsteps. Chu Chen came over with a black plastic bag. What's wrong? Looking at the desperate fat man and the helpless Han Sure mother and daughter, Chu Chen asked. Fatty told Chu Chen what happened. You don't deserve to be a doctor. After listening, Chu Chen said to Ning Lishuan coldly. Chu Chen still has a good impression and respect for the doctor. Of course, that is a real doctor, not a beast. Looking at Chu Chen, Ning Lishuan sneered, his face full of disdain, a boy with no hair at all. Isn't it 500,000, I'm out. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Humph. Ning Lishuan didn't believe Chu Chen's words at all. A 20-year-old boy, at most. A college student, could give out 500,000 casually? Take a garbage bag, you just came back from begging, right? Ning Lishuan was ridiculed. The nurse next to her also shook her head. She didn't believe that Chu Chen, a young man, could just give out 500,000. 500,000, this is not a small amount. Give. Chu Chen casually threw the black plastic bag in front of Ning Lishuan. Money in garbage bags? Who believes it? This is money. Is there anyone who doesn't take it seriously? It's loaded with money, who believes it? Ning Lishuan sneered, but just halfway through his words, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a corner of the garbage bag. Looking at it, Ning Lishuan suddenly opened the garbage bag, and when he saw what was inside, he was completely stunned. I saw that the big garbage bag was full of money, adding up to 5 or 60,000. How come? Ning Lishuan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Using garbage bags as money, how not to treat money as money? The little nurse next to her stood on tiptoe and looked this way. What? The next second, she screamed directly. A bag full of money, is this the first time she has seen so much money? Local tyrants, local tyrants. Who put money in garbage bags? Damn rich people. At this time, a group of people came here in a mighty manner. Mr. Zhang, in front of us is our operating room, which is equipped with the most advanced instruments. Treating diseases and saving lives is our aim. Jing Yunfeng, the director of Airan Hospital, brought a group of senior officials of Airan Hospital around a middle-aged man. That is? The middle-aged man pointed to the scene in front and asked in surprise. Looking forward, the complexions of the senior management of the hospital changed. Why are the doctors in their hospital staring at a garbage bag in a daze? And in front of the operating room? Vice President Tian. Next to him recognized Ning Lishuan at a glance and hurried over. What are you doing? Vice President Tian scolded. His cousin. What? Only then did Ning Lixuan realize that the senior management of the hospital and the middle-aged president, Zhang, had already walked over. He took money to humiliate me. Ning Lixuan immediately hit back. Delay my surgery. Hearing this, Vice President Tian looked at Chu Chen with a cold gaze. Shame the doctor with money, you are insulting us. Not wanting to pay attention to these people, Chu Chen turned around and said to those high-level officials in the hospital, please the best doctor for surgery. Hearing this, the high-level officials of these hospitals were dumbfounded. How could the tone of these words seem to be ordering them? Is this kid crazy? What are you? Why? Vice President Tian was even more furious, and Chu Chen ignored him, so he scolded him sharply. It's just that before he finished speaking, he saw the surrounded middle-aged man suddenly and respectfully speak, You are Chu Chen, President Chu? I saw that Mr. Zhang came to Chu Chen respectfully and said politely, I'm the department manager of Lingyun Capital, Zhang. Kale. Have you not heard yet? Let the best doctor do the surgery. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't speak, Zhang Kale understood instantly, so he yelled loudly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What's wrong? Especially Vice President Tian was dumbfounded. In the end, Dean Jing Yunfeng entered the operating room. As a veteran expert, Jing Yunfeng has been practicing for more than 30 years. No one in the entire hospital has stayed on the operating table longer than him. More than 40 minutes later, the operation was successfully completed. In the dean's office, Chu Chen was sitting, and all the hospital executives and Zhang Kale stood there respectfully. Mr. Chu, do you think we should withdraw our capital? Zhang Kale asked. This time, Zhang Kale came here to investigate on behalf of Lingyun Capital, whether he would continue to invest in Iron Hospital. As the fourth largest shareholder of Lingyun Capital, Chu Chen naturally has the right to decide. Moreover, Zhang Kale had already reported the news that he had met Chu Chen at Iron Hospital to the President Zhao Guangji, and Zhao Guangji immediately told him to listen to everything from Chu Chen, no matter how big or small. This is a good time for Zhao Guangji to befriend Chu Chen. After knowing that Chu Chen was in Jiangzhou, Zhao Guangji was even ready to go to Jiangzhou to meet Chu Chen and let Chu Chen stand on his side. After listening to Zhang Kale's words, Chu Chen looked at the dean who had just completed the operation. Seeing Chu Chen's gaze, Dean Jing immediately understood. Ning Lixuan, Qian Zong, the two of you have been fired. I know all about you in the hospital all these years. Just wait for the court summons. Dean Jing said sharply. That the evidence in his hand was enough for them to be locked up for 10 years. What? Hearing this, Ning Lixuan was frightened to the ground, his whole body trembling. Do not. No. Vice President Tian also shouted. It's over, it's over. You can do the rest. Chu Chen was not interested in other things, and said to Zhang Kale, Chu Chen left the dean's office and went to the ward to see Fatty and the others. As soon as she saw Chu Chen, Fatty's mother thanked him again and again. Thank you, Brother Chu. Han Shishir even hugged Chu Chen. Without Chu Chen, I am afraid that his father will leave. Thanks, brother. Fatty didn't say much, this love will always be in his heart. Fine. Patting Han Shishir on the shoulder, Chu Chen said to the two of them. At this moment, Chu Chen's cell phone rang suddenly. Chu Chen picked up his mobile phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Chu Chen answered the phone and heard the voice of a strange man. Is it Mr. Chu Chen? Yes, you are? Oh, I'm Sun Dian, Vice President of Lingyun Capital. You have become the fourth largest shareholder of our group. I would like to visit you very much. Do you have time? Sun Dian asked tentatively. Okay, I'm in Jiangzhou. Having become the fourth largest shareholder of Lingyun Capital, Chu Chen also wanted to meet the top management of Lingyun Capital and learn more about Lingyun Capital. Okay, I'll see you in 3 days. Sun Dian said very politely, as soon as he got Chu Chen's contact information, he immediately contacted Chu Chen, even faster than the president Zhao Guangji. This time, he is bound to win. He must let Chu Chen stand on his side, and he will befriend Chu Chen at all costs. In the ward, Dean Jing came to visit with a group of high-level experts. Dean Jing talked with the fat mother very enthusiastically, reassuring her that the patient will definitely recover. In order to please Chu Chen, Dean Jing directly transferred the fat man's father's ward to the highest-level private ward in the hospital, and waived the hospitalization fee of up to 20,000 per day. After staying in the hospital for a while, Chu Chen was about to leave. Sure, hurry up and deliver, said the fat mother. It is good. The two walked out of the ward together. Brother Chu, this time I really thank you. Downstairs in the hospital, Han Sure said from the bottom of his heart. It's okay, call me for something. After all, Chu Chen sat on Koenigsegg and left. Looking at Chu Chen, who was far away, Han Sure made a decision. After that, she applied for Jiangzhou University as a volunteer for the college entrance examination, so that she could see Brother Chu every day. Brother Chu is not only handsome, but also loving. He is definitely the best candidate to be a boyfriend. Although Brother Chu is a few years older than himself, he feels more secure. At Tian University, in the dormitory, Bai Lingling, who was reading a book, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, Bai Lingling felt weird and didn't know what was wrong. It must be Brother Chen who misses me, he. The next day, Chu Chen invited Chu Chen to go shopping. Chu Chen came to the mall and found that it was more than 10 minutes early, so he looked around, looking for a seat, and waited for Chu Chen. For a while, Chu Chen didn't pay attention to his feet. What? Exclamation came. Chu Chen accidentally knocked off the white bag of a beautiful beauty under the crowded crowd. The beloved bag fell to the ground, and the beauty exclaimed. Her face changed greatly. Beauty attracts the most attention, no matter where she is. Originally, beauty attracted countless attention, and this scream attracted everyone. This kid is finished. Bag is a woman's life. This kid rubbed off the beauty's white bag and caused trouble. Some onlookers who saw that scene said one after another. There was even a young man who took the initiative to go over to help the beauty pick up the bag, and then angrily scolded Chu Chen. What do you think? How can you take off the beauty's bag? Don't you have eyes? At this moment, the young man was extremely excited, even gloating. Thanks to this kid, he has been eyeing this beauty for a long time, but he doesn't know how to strike up a conversation. Now Chu Chen has created a perfect opportunity for him to win the heart of the beauty in one fell swoop. I'm sorry, boy, I can only step on you and hold the beauty back. Thinking about it, the corners of the youth's mouth rose involuntarily. What are you so fierce? A screeching sound came. Right, the young man just wanted to agree, but he was surprised to find that something was wrong. The beauty didn't seem to say it to the boy just now, but to him. You are really a jerk, bastard, scum. The beauty scolded the young man sharply. Asshole? Scumbag? Not him being reprimanded by beauties, the youth is completely stunned. He who let you meddle in your business? Roll. Originally, the beauty was very angry when someone ripped off her bag, but when she saw Chu Chen's immortal appearance, she instantly stopped being angry. Instead, she was expecting that Chu Chen helped her pick up the bag, and the two had a pleasant conversation, resulting in an unforgettable love. But now, such a good opportunity has been destroyed by this young man. It's my fault, I didn't notice. Sorry. Chu Chen said apologetically to the beauty. It's okay, it's okay. Hearing Chu Chen's words, a smile appeared on the beauty's face, and quickly said that it had nothing to do with it. Can I add your WeChat? The beauty asked nervously. Can. With the addition of Chu Chen's WeChat, the beauty and Chu Chen chatted enthusiastically. Beside him, the young man was completely dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. What the hell is going on here? Things were different from what he imagined. He was repeatedly reprimanded by the beauty, but the boy was actively added to WeChat by the beauty and chatted enthusiastically. Why? While chatting with the beauty, Chu Chen glanced at the young man who had no love, and couldn't help shaking his head. You can't live by committing sins. He didn't do anything, and was called scum by the beautiful woman, but he asked for it by himself. What a handsome little brother. Fairy beauty, Mom, I'm in love. When the boys around were paying attention to the beauties, the girls around them were all focusing on Chu Chen. How much I want to be that woman, it would be great if a little brother rubbed off my bag too? A girl said enviously. Hearing this, a man with sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks lit up next to him, and then deliberately squeezed over, directly squeezing the girl's bag out. Ah, my bag! The girl exclaimed and squatted down to pick up the bag. Seeing this, the man with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills became excited, and he was waiting for the girl to take the initiative to add WeChat. The next second, he was grabbed by the collar of the girl. Hey, the girl is so hot. Isn't it just to help squeeze the bag out? Small things, please send me WeChat. The man thought excitedly, but the girl's next sentence left him dumbfounded. Don't try to run away and pay for my bag. This is the LV I just bought. It cost more than 30,000 yuan. It's broken like this. You have to pay me. After listening to the girl's words, the man was stunned. Something was wrong. Shouldn't it be the same as before? The girl took the initiative to add his WeChat? Seemingly seeing through the man's thoughts, the girl couldn't help but complain, although you are ugly, you think beautiful. What kind of looks do you have? What looks like my little brother? Hatue, compensate me. Hearing this, the man was completely dumbfounded. I'm dead. The man with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills screamed. The girl not only did not take the initiative to add WeChat, but also made him lose money. I hate you, leaving a tragic voice. The man with sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was taken by the sister and a few of her best friends to buy a bag. Hearing this, Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. He looks handsome and is liked by girls, can you blame yourself? It's so hard for myself. 5 minutes later, Xiang Chuchen came. I'm sorry, it's too tiring to collect rent. Xiang Chuchen complained that it was too hard to collect rent. Yes. Chu Chen agreed very much that he only charged rent for one street, but Xiang Chuchen had to rent 10 buildings, which was too hard. After strolling with Xiang Chuchen for a long time, Chu Chen was waiting outside the mall. Chu Chen went to drive, and Chu Chen wanted to take Chu Chen to a special restaurant. It's him? At this time, a young man also came out of the mall and was stunned when he saw Chu Chen. This young man is none other than the young man who wanted to please the beautiful woman and scold Chu Chen before. Just now, he wanted to step on Chu Chen and win the favor of the beauty, but he was reprimanded by the beauty, making him humiliated in front of countless people. I want to get my face back. Yuan Liangzhe made up his mind, thinking about him walking towards Chu Chen. Brother, are you also waiting for the bus? Glancing at Yuan Liangzhe, Chu Chen nodded. I'm also waiting for the car. Just waiting for my girlfriend, she's going to drive. Yuan Liangzhe was showing off. What's your job? No job. Chu Chen replied. I don't have a job. Hey, I really envy you. I can only work part-time in one of the top 500 companies in the country as a deputy supervisor. Yuan Liangzhe said very humbly. The annual salary is not much, only 2 or 300,000. Around, several passers-by stopped when they heard this. 20 or 300,000? Seeing everyone's envious gazes, Yuan Liangzhe became complacent. Just when Yuan Liangzhe was about to speak again, the phone suddenly rang. What, Manager Ma, my plan has been changed 7 times, and I still need to change it? And to finish it tonight? Yuan Liangzhe suddenly collapsed. For this plan, he worked from morning to night, but his boss kept rejecting it. It will take at least 5 days to change this plan, and it will be more painful than killing him for him to change it tonight. It can't be fixed, you don't have to go to work tomorrow. Shouting came from the phone. Without waiting for Yuan Liangzhe to say anything, Manager Ma hung up the phone. Putting away the phone, Yuan Liangzhe, who was still complacent just now, was suddenly helpless. Why am I so unlucky? After a few years of hard work, I became a deputy supervisor, but I was constantly run on by my boss. My girlfriend always despised me as a waste. Yuan Liangzhe complained. Hearing this, the surrounding people kept talking. Chu Chen also said, actually, the most important thing is to be casual. Doing what you want to do is the happiest. I also had an unpleasant job before and was pushed out by my boss, so I resigned and I'm fine now. Before getting the system, Chu Chen worked part-time outside, but the boss targeted him, so Chu Chen resigned directly. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Yuan Liangzhe suddenly became enlightened. Yeah, life is short, you must be casual, don't be restrained. Go to a special job, go to a special girlfriend. Thinking about it, Yuan Liangzhe picked up his mobile phone and called Manager Ma. You rubbish, trash, dead bald, fuck your uncle, don't tell me, I have resigned. After scolding, Yuan Liangzhe felt extremely comfortable. Yuan Liangzhe put down his phone and saw his girlfriend stop the car. Yuan Liangzhe looked at his girlfriend and suddenly thought that she had complained about him many times, and even domestic violence against him. Yangshi, I want to break up with you. Yuan Liangzhe shouted loudly to his girlfriend in the car. Happy. Yuan Liangzhe took a long breath and felt very comfortable. By the way, what about after you resign? Yuan Liangzhe opened his mouth curiously. After resignation? I live in Yuatan Garden. Chu Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Yuan Liangzhe was stunned. Yuatan Garden, isn't that a famous villa area in Jiangzhou? Feeling this brother Is a rich second generation? Chu Chen, let's go. When Yuan Liangzhe was stunned, a prominent red Lamborghini stopped in front of Chu Chen. Under Yuan Liangzhe's dull gaze, Chu Chen got into the car and Chu Chuchen walked away. Beautiful beauty, Lamborghini? Yuan Liangzhe's mentality exploded. It turns out that he is really the second generation of the rich. And he has a rich and beautiful friend. No, no. Yuan Liangzhe suddenly thought of a terrible thing. Chu Chen is a rich second generation, can do whatever he wants, and doesn't want to resign directly. Anyway, there are hundreds of millions of properties in the family waiting to be inherited. But he is different. He resigned and there was nothing left. Yuan Liangzhe, my mother told you that there is no breakup here, only widowhood. At this time, Yuan Liangzhe's girlfriend Yang she also reacted, got out of the car abruptly, and walked over aggressively. You know, Yang she is a boxing coach. Aren't you going to break up? My mother will make you happy. Saying that, Yang she punched Yuan Liangzhe. Do not, Yuan Liangzhe screamed and fell to the ground. Chu Chuchen invited Chu Chen to dinner, and at the dinner table, Chu Chuchen and Chu Chen chatted. I'm going to the beach with my best friend in a few days. I haven't swum in a long time. Jiangzhou is a coastal city, and the seaside scenery is not bad. Well, by the way, Chu Chen, do you want to be together? While speaking, Chu Chuchen acted coquettishly towards Chu Chen. Beach, let me think about it. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Will you go? Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded. Check-in task content, go to the Oriental Hanhai Villa to sign in. Mission time, 2 days, sign-in reward, 1 Seaview Villa in Dongfang Hanhai No. 1, known as the No. 1 Seaview Villa. In Jiangzhou, villa with Seaview? Or Dongfang Hanhai Villa area? Chu Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Chu Chen now has a villa to live in, and he really lacks a Seaview Villa for leisure and entertainment. Seaview Villa, quite comfortable. If I can be with Sister Sue, of course I will go. Chu Chen nodded. What villa? Is not a villa, these are not important. The important thing is to go out with Sister Sue and have fun. That is really good. Hearing Chu Chen's promise, Chu Chuchen was extremely excited. Although they agreed not to bring a boyfriend or anyone else. But as soon as Chu Chen agreed, Chu Chuchen immediately forgot all the agreements. See astringent forget righteousness. See astringent forget righteousness. At that time, we can rent a Seaview Villa and have a good time for a few days. Chu Chuchen started planning what happened after. Don't be so troublesome, just live in my villa. Chu Chen opened his mouth. If he went to Dongfang Hanhai Villa to check in by himself, then Villa 1 is his, so naturally, there is no need to rent any villa. You have a Seaview Villa, where is it? Oriental Hanhai Villa No. 1. What? Hearing this, Chu Chuchen was taken aback. Dongfang Hanhai is well known in Jiangzhou. It is the best Seaview Villa area in Jiangzhou. The price of any villa there exceeds 100 million. Oriental Hanhai Villa No. 1 is even more terrifying. Because her family is also a wealthy family in Jiangzhou, Chu Chuchen knows something about Dongfang Hanhai No. 1 Seaview Villa that ordinary people don't. Dongfang Hanhai No. 1 Seaview Villa is said to be worth 300 million. To the outside world, but it is far from simple. It is more like a symbol of status and status. Let alone 300 million, even if you pay 500 million, or even more, you may not be able to buy it. She had heard people say that Dongfeng Hanhai Seaview Villa No. 1 was in the hands of a terrifying big man in Jiangzhou. Could this big man be Chu Chen? Or did Chu Chen buy it from this big man? No matter what kind of possibility, it explained Chu Chen's terrible background and relationship from the side before. Chu Chen thought that Chu Chen was just handsome. No, he was handsome. It was not until she took the initiative to confess that she knew that Chu Chen actually had terrible financial resources. Now that he knew that villa, one of Dongfeng Hanhai, belonged to Chu Chen, Chu Chen was even more surprised by Chu Chen's terrifying background and relationship. Whenever she thought she knew Chu Chen always surprised her. Humph, you can't escape my clutches, Chu Chen thought to herself. After eating with Chu Chen left, and Chu Chen walked to the underground garage alone. When Chu Chen walked to the underground garage, he saw a young man with gold-rimmed glasses leaning on his Koenigsegg. "Beauty, how is my car?" While leaning against Koenigsegg, the young man said to the girl next to him. "This girl just got out of her car, with heavy makeup on, she is barely a beauty." "Wow!" the beauty screamed. "What kind of sports car is this? It's so handsome. It's even cooler than the Lamborghinis and Ferraris I've seen." The beauty covered her mouth and stared at Koenigsegg without blinking. "This is Koenigsegg. I bought it for 10 million. The youth showed off the answer. "What, 10 million? Hearing this terrifying figure, the beauty couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was terrible. 10 million. She would never make so much money in her life. Not much, not much." The young man waved his hand, looking extremely casual. "How about it, is the beauty interested in having a meal and watching a movie?" The young man stood up slowly. Hearing this, the beauty was about to nod her head when a footstep sounded. The two turned their heads to look, and happened to see Chu Chen walking over. "Wow, so handsome." After seeing Chu Chen for the first time, the beauty felt as if she had fallen. The young man sensed a sense of crisis. "Brother, don't go forward." As he spoke, the youth patted Koenigsegg lightly. "This Koenigsegg of mine costs more than 10 million. If you accidentally scratch it, I'm afraid you will lose your money." "Your Koenigsegg?" Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Interesting. More than 10 million? Beside, the beauty whispered something. Handsome guy, money, how should she choose? At the last bite, she chose the youth. After all, he has more than 10 million Koenigsegg. "That's right, you'd better stay away, you can't afford it." The heavily make-up beauty stepped back and stood beside the young man. "If you want to take a photo, I'll leave in a while, you can take any photo. You don't have the money to buy it, so you can only take pictures and install pens." The young man looked contemptuous. "Take a picture? He doesn't deserve to take a picture with your Koenigsegg, that's an insult to Koenigsegg." In order to please the youth, the beauties with heavy makeup deliberately ridiculed Chu Chen. "Ha ha." Hearing the words of these two players, Chu Chen laughed angrily, which was really interesting. "You said this is your Koenigsegg, then tell me, what model is this, and how much does it cost?" Chu Chen asked back. For a time, the young man was stunned by Chu Chen. "You don't know the model number. As for the price, I bought it for 10 million. The youth answered. 10 million, bought a Koenigsegg CCX, you are amazing, I will give you 1 billion, you can buy me. 100. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Even if the whole country adds up, Koenigsegg probably does not exceed dozens of vehicles. This Koenigsegg CCX has an international price of 25 million. The heavy makeup beauty sneered, this car belongs to someone else, and the price they said is fake, is what you said true? I think you are bragging. The youth's face also darkened, and he said coldly, humph, this car is mine, not yours. I don't know how much it sells for? Sorry, this car is really mine. With that said, Chu Chen pressed the car key in an instant. 2 dazzling light beams emanated from Koenigsegg, and Koenigsegg's car door opened slowly like a pair of black wings. Chu Chen sat on Koenigsegg and walked away. There were only stupid men and women left. Is this Koenigsegg his? Both of them thought of this sentence involuntarily. How can it be so coincidental? He looks younger than me, how could he be Koenigsegg's master? The young man said dully. He also came to the underground garage to park, and his car is more than 200,000 yuan, which is not bad. After getting out of the car, he spotted the legendary Koenigsegg at first sight, so he hurried over to take pictures. Unexpectedly, I happened to see this beauty, and in order to strike up a conversation, there was something behind. In the young man's mind, he thought that the owner of a tens of millions of luxury cars was also a middle-aged person, or a successful person in his 30s. But who would have thought that the owner of the car would be a young man in his 20s? This time I hit the iron plate realistically. This car is not yours, you are the one who came to take pictures? The heavy makeup beauty yelled angrily. Because of this person, she missed a tall, rich and handsome man with perfect appearance and terrifying wealth. You dare to lie to the old lady, and the old lady will kill you. The heavy makeup beauty was furious to the extreme, and rushed over with open teeth and claws. For a time, the two scuffled together, and they were extremely embarrassed. A day later, Xiang Chuchen picked up Chu Chen and went straight to the beach. Xiang Chuchen's best friends were already waiting there in advance. Half an hour later, Chu Chen and Xiang Chuchen came to the beach. Chu Chen is here? She's finally here. At this moment, on the beach, 2 beautiful beauties are waiting anxiously. One has big waves and has an excellent figure, and the other is a black long straight beauty. Chu Chen, we are here. The big wavy beauty shook her hand. After seeing it, Chu Chen stopped the car not far away. Chu Chen and Xiang Chuchen walked down together. Hey, why are there 2 people? Seeing that besides Xiang Chuchen, a strange man got out of Xiang Chuchen's car, the black long and straight beauty was a little surprised. Isn't it just us? The big wavy beauty also complained. However, when they saw Chu Chen who had turned around, the complaints just now were forgotten. Wow! For a while, looking at Chu Chen, the two were stunned. What beautiful scenery, can this little brother look good? Looking at the 2 girlfriends, Xiang Chuchen, who was guilty, became nervous. After all, it was only a few of them who had agreed, not bringing a boyfriend or anyone else. Xiang Chuchen was thinking that her 2 best friends had trotted here. It's over. Xiang Chuchen thought they were going to find her to settle accounts, and sighed helplessly. In the next second, what Xiang Chuchen never expected was that her 2 best girlfriends ignored her at all, passed by her side and came to Chu Chen's side. As if Xiang Chuchen did not exist at all. Little brother, are you human? The big wave beauty asked Chu Chen. Of course I'm human. Chu Chen shrugged, answering. For no apparent reason. No, little brother, you are not human. The big wavy beauty said solemnly, you are my Prince Charming. Looking at the passionate, big wavy beauty, the black long and straight beauty is not to be outdone. And speaks very seriously, I once thought that I had no shortcomings, little brother, but after seeing you, I found that I actually have a huge disadvantage. Hearing this sentence, Chu Chen, the big wave beauty, and Chu Chuchen couldn't help but look at the black long and straight beauty. The black long and straight beauty shyly said to Chu Chen, I miss you. Chu Chen didn't know how to answer for a while, the girl was too straightforward. Cut. Big wavy beauties complain. Oh, woman. Chu Chuchen couldn't help shaking her head. Gone. Looking at the two girlfriends, who were more excited than herself, Chu Chuchen said helplessly. For a time, she regretted it, and it seemed that she should not bring Chu Chen. She has a feeling of sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Chu Chen walked in the front, Chu Chuchen and two girlfriends walked in the back. Chu Chen, what's your little brother's name, is he your boyfriend? The big wavy beauty Nuonyo asked. His name is Chu Chen, not yet, but I believe very soon. Chu Chen shook her head, but before she could finish her words, Nuonyo, a wavy beauty, immediately interrupted Chu Chuchen's words. It's fine if it's not, who can tell what will happen in the future? Hearing this, Chu Chuchen became extremely vigilant. Nua, are you trying to grab a man from me? I warn you, Chu Chen is mine, you can't take it away. The big wavy beauty Nuonyo smiled slightly, that's not necessarily true. Meng Yao, do you see her? Chu Chuchen acted coquettishly at the black long and straight beauty next to her and asked for help. Chu Chen. I'm sorry. The long black beauty Meng Yao gave a meaningful answer. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Nuonyo laughed. Before Chu Chuchen could react, Nuonyo and Meng Yao had already left her behind and walked towards Chu Chen. Ching, why haven't you come yet? On the pier by the sea, Chu Chuchen asked in surprise. This time, the four of them came out to play together, but Ching, who was usually active, was late. A few minutes later, a car stopped and Ching walked down. It's just that with Ching, there is also her new boyfriend Wei Xinyan. Ching, why did you bring your boyfriend? Yup. Seeing this, the big wavy beauty Nuonyo complained. Chu Chen brought little brother Chu Chen to give them a chance. Such a handsome little brother, here is a scenery. But Ching's boyfriend is different. Originally, when she saw that Chu Chuchen also brought a boyfriend, Ching wanted to refute, but when she saw Chu Chen's face, she stopped talking. Okay, let's go. Soon, several people boarded a valuable private yacht. This is Nuonyo's father's, and Nuonyo sent people to play. As Chu Chuchen's best friend, Nuonyo and several others are also by Fume. Lying on the yacht, the beauties are blowing the sea breeze, which is extraordinarily comfortable. Look, what did I find? A few minutes later, Nono found 2 fishing rods from the yacht. Who among you can fish? My boyfriend will. Seeing the fishing rod, Ching instantly regained her spirits. His boyfriend is a master at fishing. Before, her boyfriend was pressed by Chu Cheng's boyfriend, which made Ching very uncomfortable. With the fishing rod, her boyfriend Wei Xinyan could definitely make a comeback. Little things about fishing, Wei Xinyan said. Hearing Wei Xinyan speak, the other people's eyes couldn't help but turn to Chu Chen. I'll be a little too, but not much. Chu Chen told the truth, he had learned it before. But his skills were very general. It's okay, let's go fishing. With that said, Nuonuo distributed the fishing rod to Chu Chen and Wei Xinyan. All right. Being idle is also idle, Chu Chen took the fishing rod. Wei Xinyan professionally found a position and started fishing. Chu Chen is very casual. This time, it's time for me to win. Back my face. Wei Xinyan was very excited. He and his father had been fishing for 8 or 9 years. And the technique was absolutely fine. After a while, he catches a big fish, and these beauties will definitely be excited. It was definitely me who caught the first fish. Wei Xinyan was full of confidence. Qingqing and Wei Xinyan sat together. The other beauties were all around Chu Chen. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you can't catch it. Su. Chu Chen comforted. Yeah, come on. Meng Yao also agreed. Little brother, wipe the sweat. Sitting next to Chu Chen, Nuonuo took out a tissue very intimately and wiped the sweat for Chu Chen. Seeing this, Su Chuqing and Meng Yao immediately gave Nuonuo a big white eye. Just sat down, where did the sweat come from? At this moment, they finally understood why Nuonuo took out the fishing rod, just to take the opportunity to approach Chu Chen. 2 minutes later, Chu Chen's fishing rod suddenly moved. Chu Chen retracted the pole, and a palm-sized black snapper appeared in front of everyone. Wow, little brother is amazing. Little brother caught the first fish, so strong. I also said that my fishing skills are average, my little brother is too modest. Nuonuo and Meng Yao exclaimed and were extremely excited. On the other side, seeing this scene, Wei Xinyan's face turned yellow. Damn it. Putting away the fish, Chu Chen continued. After getting the system, his luck is getting better and better. Ding, the time for the Ocean Experience card is up. To 1098, just as Chu Chen thought about it, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. The 15-day European God Experience card ends. Afterwards, the mission reward of the system will reappear the Ocean Experience card. Please pay attention. Hearing this, Chu Chen quickly checked the system, and then he understood. He also wondered why he was so lucky after he got the system. It turned out to be because of the Ocean Experience card. When he got the system, Chu Chen also got the reward given by the system to the novice, the 15-day Ocean Experience card. At that time, the Ocean Experience card was activated directly, and Chu Chen didn't pay attention. Now that 15 days have passed, the Ocean Experience card has expired. I don't have the Ocean Experience card. With my face-defying appearance, the Ocean value should be very high. Thinking about it, Chu Chen turned on the system and started searching. A minute later, Chu Chen looked at his ocean value and was dumbfounded. He has already prepared in his heart, even if it is not high, the worst is just a 0. However, when Chu Chen really saw it, he was still stunned. Euroscore, -1. Your uncles, do you still have a negative OOS? It's like an exam. The worst is 0 points, but when it comes to him, it becomes a negative. Chu Chen's face darkened. But on second thought, before I got the system, it seemed that I was really unlucky and never won the prize. Once, he was nothing but handsome. Now, apart from being handsome and capable of making money, he is still useless. Rich, handsome, and annoying. Without the help of the Ocean Experience card, Chu Chen did not catch a single fish within half an hour. Hooked. On the other hand, Wei Xinyan has already caught 3 fish, and now This one weighs 4 or 5 pounds, which is the largest fish caught. Holding the big fish in one hand, Wei Xinyan made a show of it. Bravo! Ian is the best. However, apart from his girlfriend Qingqing, no one spoke, and no one even looked at him. Holding the fish, watching Chu Chen talking and laughing over there, Wei Xinyan exploded with anger. Although he has a girlfriend, he still hopes that more beautiful women will pay attention to him and worship him. After seeing Qingqing's few best friends, Wei Xinyan found out that Qingqing was the worst of them all. I just caught a small fish and attracted them all. I really don't know what they think. Wei Xinyan couldn't help shaking his head. After lunch on the yacht at noon and playing for a few more hours, everyone returned to the shore. At night, they did not intend to go back. Should we go to a hotel? There seems to be a 5-star hotel next door. Nuo spoke. Chu Chen didn't tell them about Chu Chen's villa before. Will there be no room now? Meng Yao worried. Small thing, I have their platinum card, and I will call in a while, and there will definitely be a room. Wei Xinyan said actively. Don't be so troublesome, we can live in Chu Chen's house, directly. Chu Chen spoke, not wanting to be so troublesome. What? Chu Chen's family is here? Hearing Chu Chen's words, several people were very surprised. Well, I have a small house here, and everyone can go there tonight. Chu Chen also spoke. There are still a few hours before the opening task ends, so it is naturally impossible for Chu Chen to stay in any hotel. Small house? Brother Chu actually has a small house here. Hearing this, Nuo and Meng Yao both brightened up. I didn't expect that the little brother was still a hidden rich man. Didn't you hear it? It's a small house. It's not certain whether we can live in it or not. Wei Xinyan said coldly. Chu Chen stopped him from putting up the pen again, and Wei Xinyan naturally found Chu Chen very unpleasant. That is, Qingqing was helping her boyfriend by the side. Although they are best friends, there is still a comparison mentality. Compared with her boyfriend and Chu Cheng's boyfriend, she lost miserably. In terms of money, she can't lose, her boyfriend's family is engaged in real estate. Otherwise, let's go to a hotel. Qingqing's suggestion. No, let's go to my brother's house. Meng Yao said. Yes, it's a big deal for a few of us to share a room. Nuo also agreed. In the end, Nuo took Chu Chen into her BMW. Meng Yao and Chu Chen also came up, and Chu Chen's car was temporarily parked here. Driving in the car, Nuo walked in front, Qingqing and Wei Xinyan followed behind. I just want to see, can his little house fit us? Can his tiny house be as luxurious as a 5-star hotel? Wei Xinyan sneered. 10 minutes later, they drove to the area of Dongfeng Hanhai Villa. Wow, Brother Chu, is your little house in the eastern vast sea? Brother Chu's little house is a villa? Driving in the eastern vast sea, Nuo and Meng Yao said in great surprise. Although they are also by Fume, they have not yet been able to afford Dongfeng Hanhai Villa. A random villa here is worth tens of millions. Stop right in front. Chu Chen opened his mouth. A few minutes later, they stopped. The car in front of Dongfeng Hanhai Villa 1. Villa 111? After getting off the bus, Nuo and Meng Yao were stunned. They never imagined that the small house that Chu Chen mentioned was actually the most luxurious number 1 sea view villa in Dongfeng Hanhai. Small house, really a small house. Nuonuo and Meng Yao doubted their ability to judge for a while. Arrived at the opening location, check-in or not, the sound of the system came, and Chu Chen nodded. Yes. Ding, successful punch-in, congratulations on obtaining the Seaview Villa number 1 of Dongfeng Hanhai, so far, Dongfeng Hanhai. Villa number 1 completely belongs to Chu Chen. So handsome, so golden. At this moment, Meng Yao and Nuonuo were completely attracted by Chu Chen. The two of them kept staring at Chu Chen with beautiful eyes. Is this your villa? Behind. Qingqing and Wei Xinyan also walked down. Wei Xinyan said with a sneer, you don't even make drafts for bragging. Who doesn't know in Jiangzhou that this villa number 1 belongs to Mr. Meng? When did it become yours? Click. Before Wei Xinyan's voice could fall, Chu Chen had already opened the villa. Please come in. After Chu Chen got Dongfeng Hanhai Villa number 1, some introductions about the villa had already appeared in his mind. Hearing this, several people rushed in with excitement. They also wanted to see what was inside Villa 1. Outside, only Wei Xinyan and Qingqing were left. Dongfeng Hanhai Villa 1 is his small house. It's so small. You must know that this villa can be worth hundreds of millions. In the end, Wei Xinyan and Qingqing could only bite the bullet and walked in. Wow, it's so luxurious. This place is like a palace? Meng Yao sighed. Have a good rest tonight, I'm going surfing tomorrow. Nuonuo was also very excited. Hearing this, Chu Chen added, actually, it's not so troublesome. If you want to surf, you can go to the private pool number 2. Several other people in the living room were very surprised. Private pool for surfing? What the hell is this? It was the first time they had heard of it. Looking at the surprised eyes of everyone, Chu Chen explained, my villa has 2 private swimming pools, one is an ordinary 200 square meter swimming pool, and the other is the number 2 swimming pool outside, which is the small bay outside, which is also within the scope of villa number 1. There are countless advanced capture nets around this small bay. It is absolutely safe here. You can surf freely and do whatever you want without going outside. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, everyone didn't know how to describe their feelings for a while. If I had to find one word, it would be fuck. Private swimming pool for surfing, awesome. Wow. Little brother is amazing. Nuonuo's eyes radiated light, and they admired Chu Chen to the extreme. On the other hand, Wei Xinyan was severely attacked. It turns out he is a brother. Compared with looks, luck, and financial resources, he was completely defeated. I still have some things to do, I'll go first. Unable to stay any longer, Wei Xinyan had no choice but to stand up and walk outside disheveled. If he continued to stay, he was afraid that he would be severely hit. The blow to the mind is far more cruel than the blow to the body. The ancients are right, people are more popular than dead people. He wants to stay away from the devil, Chu Chen. I'm leaving too. Qingqing was also sitting on pins and needles, saying something to Su Chuqing and the others, and hurriedly left. Little brother, can you surf? Hearing that Chu Chen could actually surf here, Nuonuo, the beauty of the big waves, instantly became energetic and asked excitedly. It really won't. Chu Chen told the truth. No. I'll teach you. Without waiting for Chu Chen to say anything, Nuonuo took Chu Chen and walked outside. By the way, let's change clothes first. After all, Nuonuo found a room to change clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic Nuonuo, Chu Chen and Meng Yao were very envious and jealous for a while. Scumbag. Nuonuo, the scumbag who is oblivious to justice. I actually found such a good opportunity to be alone with little brother Chu Chen. Although they are very envious. But because they can't surf, they have nothing to do. By the way, little brother, are you hungry? When her eyes lit up, Meng Yao asked Chu Chen very gently. When you say that, I'm really hungry. Chu Chen nodded. Great. Meng Yao was very excited. I'm going to cook now, little brother, their cooking skills are great, right? Smiling slightly at Chu Chen, Meng Yao entered the kitchen excitedly. Although Nuonuo caught up with the little brother one step ahead, Meng Yao still had the confidence to snatch the little brother from Nuonuo. As the saying goes, if you want to grab a man's heart, you must first grab his stomach. Little brother, your stomach is mine, hee hee. Meng Yao murmured in her heart. Seeing the two extremely enthusiastic girlfriends, Chu Chen sitting there was completely dumbfounded. I'm a big fool, a big fool. Chu Chen complained about herself. She should never bring Chu Chen here, and let the hungry wolf friends know Chu Chen. Didn't she take the initiative to find a rival for herself? Although I can't surf or cook, I'm pretty. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chu Chen recovered herself. Chu Chen must be mine, no one can take it away. Chu Chen thought to herself. After thinking for a while, Chu Chen also entered the kitchen and wanted to learn how to cook with Meng Yao. 10 minutes later, Nuonuo put on a black bikini, held a surfboard, and dragged Chu Chen to the beach. At Jiangzhou Airport, a serious middle-aged man stepped off the plane. Mr. Sunday. Walking out of the airport, a man in a suit greeted him and said very respectfully. This middle-aged man is none other than Sun Tian, the vice president of Lingyun capital. He had made an appointment with Chu Chen before and was going to visit Chu Chen. How about the car that you prepared in advance? It's ready. I found you a Maybach S680 Pullman through various connections, which sells for more than 15 million internationally. The man in the suit replied. The man in the suit was sent to Jiangzhou in advance by Sun Tian. This time, in order to show his identity and status, and to shock Chu Chen, Sun Tian sent a man in a suit to find a top-level luxury car. As long as Chu Chen was shocked, he would be sure to pull Chu Chen to his own camp. 15 million, not bad. Sun Tian nodded with satisfaction. 15 million was almost equal to the price of the last villa. You know, his own car is nothing but a Rolls-Royce of 4 or 5 million. Walking to the front of the car, the man in the suit introduced, Mr. Sun, this Maybach S680 Pullman has a body of 6.5 meters and a wheelbase of 4.418 meters. It has a slender figure, stacked LED taillights, a bumpy design, and a double-sided single exhaust, which highlights its domineering brilliantly. It definitely reflects your extraordinary identity and status. Looking at the luxurious Maybach S680 Pullman, even Sun Tian was shocked. Good, good, good. Sun Tian laughed loudly and said with confidence, with it, it will definitely shock Chu Chen and let Chu Chen stand on my side respectfully. Getting in the car, the two drove away. Go to Dongfang Hanhai Villa 1. After calling Chu Chen, Sun Tian said to the man in the suit. Neither of them were natives of Jiangzhou. And they didn't know much about Dongfang Hanhai. They subconsciously thought that Dongfang Hanhai was just an ordinary villa area. Because of this Maybach, the security guards of Dongfang Hanhai would naturally not stop Sun Dian. Soon, they came to Villa 1 of Dongfang Hanhai. After getting off the car, Sun Dian was stunned when he looked at Villa 1 of Dongfang Hanhai. This villa is so big. Maybe it's just bigger. Sun Dian shook his head and comforted himself. Dong. Dong dong. The man in the suit knocked on the door. 10 seconds later, Chu Chen opened the villa door. We are here to find Mr. Chu, we made an appointment before. The man in the suit said. Please come in. Chu Chen welcomed the two in. As soon as they walked in, Sun Dian and the man in the suit were stunned. Looking at the various luxurious decorations in the villa, even Sun Dian, who had seen the world, was startled. It's too luxurious. This is Mr. Chu's villa? Sun Dian opened his mouth in surprise. This seems to be his second villa. Chu Chen nodded. Second villa? Does Chu Chen have more than one set of villas like this? Sun Dian was stunned. This villa is probably worth several hundred million, and Chu Chen actually has more than one. Sharp. By the way, what about Mr. Chu? Sun Dian asked. He's surfing in the pool, I'll call him. After all, Chu Chen walked towards the beach. Surfing in the pool? Sun Dian was completely frightened. Is the pool big enough for surfing? This is the first time Sun Dian has heard of it. It's terrible. For a time, Sun Dian had the feeling of a frog at the bottom of a well. He still wanted to shock Chu Chen with a 15 million car, but he was completely shocked before Chu Chen came out. No, he was frightened by Chu Chen's financial resources. Terrible. This is godly. For a time, Sun Dian felt extremely happy. Fortunately, he didn't show off at first, otherwise, he would probably become a joke. Even Sun Dian was shocked, and the man in the suit was even more frightened. Mr. Sun is here. Back at the villa, Chu Chen spoke. Hello, Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Chen, Sun Dian became extremely humble and shook hands with Chu Chen with a sense of awe. You don't need to call me President Sun, just call me Xiao Sunday. Mr. Sun is very polite. Chu Chen responded. Looking at Sun Dian, who was in awe of him, Chu Chen was a little surprised. I didn't do anything myself. How did that happen? I don't understand. After receiving Sun Dian's call, Chu Chen asked Meng Yao not to cook. Next time, she will show her cooking skills and go out to eat today. After talking with Sun Dian for half an hour, Chu Chen's understanding of Lingyun Capital was almost the same. Lingyun Capital has investments in various industries. Although it is not many, it is extremely extensive. Therefore, the most terrifying thing about Lingyun Capital is its terrifying connections. As for the battle between Sun Dian and President Zhao Guangji within Lingyun Capital, Chu Chen is not very concerned. As soon as Sun Dian mentioned this, Chu Chen took the initiative to change the topic. He doesn't want to stand in line yet. It's almost time, let's talk while eating. After glancing at the time, Chu Chen suggested. No problem. Sun Dian nodded. Several people walked out together. In Dongfang Hanhai, two uniformed staff were walking around with a middle-aged man with a pot belly. At the back, 4 black-clothed men followed. They were the bodyguards of the middle-aged man. Mr. Huang, you have seen several villas, how do you feel? A staff member asked cautiously. The middle-aged man in front of them is a god of wealth. It is said that millions of cash are kept in the trunk all year round. This time, at the request of the manager, the two of them accompanied the middle-aged President Huang to see the villa. It's not very good. Those villas are too ordinary to be worthy of my status, Huang Peng said with disgust. Hearing this, the two staff members sighed for a while. The two villas just now were very valuable, but they were even worse. What? Walking on the road, Huang Peng suddenly lit up and saw a villa not far away. That villa is nice, let's go in and have a look. After all, Huang Peng walked over there. Looking at the place Huang Peng pointed, the expressions of the two staff changed. This Huang is really good at picking places. Mr. Huang, wait a minute. Mr. Huang, this villa has an owner. The two staff quickly chased after him and persuaded Huang Peng to stop him. This is the number 1 villa. It once belonged to a big man in Jiangzhou. It is said that it has now been bought by a mysterious person. Mr. Huang, why don't you take a look at other villas? The staff suggested that there is already a master here after all. Otherwise, villa number 1 would have been taken by other big figures in Jiangzhou long ago, and it would not be Mr. Huang's turn to be a person from another province. I have a master, little thing. Wouldn't it be all right to let him sell the villa to me? Huang Peng looked indifferent. I have nothing but money. Having said that, Huang Peng was about to enter villa number 1, and it happened that Chu Chen and son Tian came out. Hey, what a coincidence. Huang Peng laughed and asked, who among you is the master of this villa? It's me, what's wrong? Chu Chen said. It's you? Looking at Chu Chen standing up, Huang Peng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect the owner of this villa to be so young. It's like this, I took a fancy to this villa. You sell it to me. The villas here seem to be around 100 million. I will give you 110 million. And give it to me. Huang Peng looks like he has a lot of money. Hearing this sentence, Chu Chen smiled helplessly and responded, I'm afraid not enough. Not enough, then 120 million? 150 million. Huang Peng saw that Chu Chen did not agree and continued to rise. Well, how much money you say? I don't have much other things. But the money is too much to spend. Huang Peng said confidently. Hearing this sentence, Sun Dian's subordinate couldn't help but say, a lot of money can't be spent, I'm afraid there is a mine at home, right? Hey, you're really right. I really have a coal mine. Huang Peng said triumphantly that he was a nouveau riche coal boss. You tell him how much is my villa? Chu Chen glanced at the two staff members and spoke lightly. Mr. Huang, this is the number 1 villa. The original price was 300 million yuan, but now it is higher. Hearing this, Huang Peng was stunned, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Tell me, how much does it cost? With a general idea in mind, Huang Peng still didn't want to give up this number, as long as you can get it, I will sell it. Chu Chen stretched out a hand and opened his mouth. Seeing this, Huang Peng hesitated. Okay, 500 million, I bought it. Huang Peng gritted his teeth and agreed. However, Chu Chen shook his head, you're wrong, it's not 500 million, it's 5 billion. Just wanting to buy his villa for a mere 500 million, is it a joke? What, 5 billion, are you crazy? Huang Peng shouted. Even if it is. To sell iron, he will not be able to come up with 5 billion. You can't even get 5 billion. And you still say you have money? Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, preparing to leave with the others. At this moment, Huang Peng's 4 bodyguards suddenly blocked Chu Chen's way. Today, I'll give you 100 million and sell the villa to me, otherwise, you won't want to leave. Huang Peng carried a strong threatening tone. Although it is said that Qianlong does not overwhelm the local snakes, but he is used to being a domestic king in his hometown, Huang Peng wants to try it. You can't do this, Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, what are you doing? Seeing this, the 2 staff members quickly stopped Huang Peng. Being able to buy villa number 1 from the big man, these 2 staff members naturally guessed that Chu Chen's identity and background were terrible. Don't stop me. Huang Peng said dissatisfiedly that. One of Huang Peng's bodyguards stopped the 2 staff members. Want to be tough? Chu Chen said lightly, believe it. Or not, if you move with the front foot, your mind will be gone. Now that Chu Chen is sitting on Junlin Group, Shark Live, Shui Tian Villa, and Lingyun Capital, his connections have accumulated to a terrifying level. Dealing with a nouveau riche is a piece of cake. Huang Peng thought that he was a strong dragon and wanted to suppress his local snake, but unfortunately his calculations were wrong. Who is the dragon and who is the snake? Not sure. My mind is gone, ha ha ha, what are you kidding? Huang Peng burst into laughter, he didn't believe it at all, that he was able to make a fortune by relying on it. My name is Huang Peng, the coal. Mine is, you can go. Huang Peng even declared himself home and was fearless. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, Sun Dian next to him said, why bother Mr. Chu with this small matter? Just leave it to me. Although it may not be possible to seal up the coal mine, Sun Dian is still very sure that Huang Peng is terrified by beating Huang Peng. After more than 20 years in Lingyun Capital, Sun Dian still has a network of contacts. Just a coal boss. The next moment, Sun Dian made a call. Call, who? To call, can you control me? Huang Peng sneered, he knew that a local snake like Chu Chen must have his own connections, but at most it was only in Jiangzhou and Tiannam province. His own coal mine is very far away from Tiannam province. What kind of joke can this kid's connections reach there? Just when Huang Peng was getting carried away, his cell phone suddenly rang. Fatty Huang, are you fucking courting death? Who did you offend? Just as Huang Peng answered the phone, he heard a grumpy voice. Mr. Tian, what's wrong? Huang Peng's mobile phone almost didn't hold steady, he said tremblingly. In fact, he only accounted for 20% of the mine, and the bulk of it was the total money. Otherwise, with his strength and connections, he would not be able to mine. Tian is finally his immediate boss, not only that, but there are other mining companies under Tian's name, which he cannot afford to provoke. Who is to blame? After looking around, Huang Peng finally set his eyes on Chu Chen. I fought for a villa with a hairy boy before. As if I threatened him? Huang Peng's lack of confidence answered President Tian. Your uncles. President Tian yelled. Just now. He received a call from a boss who told him that Fatty Huang under his command had offended someone who should not have offended him. Hearing this, without further ado, President Tian immediately understood, so he hurriedly called Fatty Huang. I didn't get a few things done, and I just caused trouble for my mother. President Tian taught Huang Peng a lesson on the phone. If that young man doesn't forgive you today, believe it or not, I let you. Huang Peng become Huang Peng. What? Huang Peng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. President Tian never broke his promise. Those who sinned against President Tian usually end badly. He made mistakes before, and President Tian said the same thing. He naturally understood the meaning of President Tian's words. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. The next second, Huang Peng knelt directly in front of Chu Chen and said tremblingly, "Everything is my fault, you don't remember the villain's deeds. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his stomach, don't have the same knowledge as me." Huang Peng quickly apologized to Chu Chen, and was extremely afraid in his heart. Seeing this scene, several of Huang Peng's bodyguards were stunned. This is the first time they have seen the boss like this. In their impression, the boss is a big man with hands and eyes, omnipotent, and now he is actually kneeling in front of a young man. The boss knelt down. What could they do? So several bodyguards also knelt down and apologized. All kneel down? Seeing this, the two Dongfang Hanhai staff were deeply shocked. They never guessed that this was the result. Although they knew that Chu Chen's identity and background were unusual, Huang Peng was not from Jiangzhou after all, nor from Tiannan province. Now a phone call has actually made Huang Peng willingly kneel down and apologize. How terrible is the network of the owner of Villa Number 1. This Nuonyuo and Mengyao were also stunned. They were still worried about Chu Chen when they were stopped by Huang Peng's bodyguards just now. Brother is so strong. Bastard, let me talk to Mr. Chu. Mr. Qian's voice came from Huang Peng's mobile phone. Mr. Qian knew that Huang Peng was a waste. If he wanted to relieve Mr. Chu, he had to go out in person. Mr. Chu. Huang Peng trembled and handed the phone to Chu Chen. You are? After taking the phone, Chu Chen spoke. Mr. Chu, I am Huang Peng's boss. Just now, it was all Huang Peng's fault. He has eyes and does not know Mount Tai. Don't have the same knowledge as him. Qianzong said very politely. Owning several large coal mines, money can always be said to be exquisite, and he knows how to do things very well and will not easily offend anyone. In order to apologize, I will give you 5% of the shares of Xingyuan coal mine, about 2 or 3 billion, not much, please accept it. Tian said. All right. Chu Chen glanced at Huang Peng, who was kneeling on the ground, shivering as if he was about to pee his pants in the next second, and nodded. Hearing this, Qianzong on the other side of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chu is really a generous person. I admire him. I don't know each other. If Mr. Chu is willing, I will make a deal with Mr. Chu as a friend. President Tian continued. The share transfer contract will be delivered to your residence soon. When I have time, I will definitely come to apologize. Throwing the phone to Huang Peng, Chu Chen got into Nuonyuo's car and left. The cars of Chu Chen and Su Chuqing were in front, and Sun Dian was in the back, heading for the nearest high-end restaurant. Watching Chu Chen leave, Huang Peng exhaled. What, that 5% of the shares will be taken from me? Picking up the phone, Huang Peng jumped up when he heard President Qian's words. He only has 20% of the shares, and now he will give away a quarter. I'm dead. This simply cost Huang Peng's life. In the car. Little brother, who are you? You are amazing. Yes, little brother, it really scared me just now. That Huang Peng looks so fierce. I didn't expect a phone call, and he knelt in front of his little brother to apologize. It's incredible. Brother, why are you so powerful? In the car, Nuo and Meng Yao asked with incomparable admiration and curiosity. Why? Hearing this, Chu Chen smiled mysteriously. Maybe because I have the ability to make money superpower? Hearing this, let alone Meng Yao and Nuo, even Xiang Chuchen was stunned. Are there people with superpowers in the world? What is the superpower of little brother? Yes, yes. Several people looked at Chu Chen with big curious eyes. Don't say it, don't say it. Chu Chen answered mysteriously. Chu Chen didn't say it. The more curious they were, the more they wanted to explore and see Chu Chen's true face. They came out early, but were delayed by Huangpingi, who happened to meet the evening peak. Jiangzhou's evening rush hour is famous throughout Tian province, and sometimes it can even be blocked for an hour or two. Their car was blocked halfway. After a while, more helpless news came. It is said that there was a car accident ahead, and with the evening rush hour, it took at least an hour to move before moving. For a time, many drivers got out of the car to breathe. Chu Chen and the others also got out of the car. Xiang Chuchen and Nuo gathered around Chu Chen, chatting enthusiastically. In an instant, Chu Chen became the focus of countless people's attention. A boy asked 3 top beauties to accompany him, which made countless people explode with jealousy. Why, 3 goddesses surround a man? Don't you just look handsome, and there are 3 goddesses that are posted together? Driving a luxury car, accompanied by 3 beauties. This is life. Looking at Chu Chen, these people were extremely envious. Humph, what's the use of having beautiful women as company and luxury cars? You're not stuck here with us yet. That is, everyone is the same now, so what if they are rich? Among them, some people were extremely jealous and began to ridicule Chu Chen, so they came to find comfort. He's handsome and rich, but what can he do? Don't you want to continue to wait here like an inn? That's right, the book is coming to the shelves. At 12 noon today, the author broke out. Even though you are scolded by everyone every day, you are short and weak, but the author still loves you. As a member of the Dignified National Beauty Association, I don't want to make steamed buns and pickles every day. I have a dream. I want instant noodles and ham. Dear Presidents of the Beauty Association, the first day subscription is really important. This book has more than 50,000 book friends, and the author does not dare to expect that 1/10 or 1/20 of the book friends will subscribe. But the subscription on the first day is really important. The author begs everyone to spend a few cents to read and subscribe to QQ. Even if you only subscribe for a few chapters. Most importantly, add more rules. Today, for every additional 500 subscribers, the author adds 1 update. There is no upper limit. Secondly, it is the monthly pass, plus more. The monthly pass is also very important to the book, and the monthly pass should not be a few thousand, nor a few hundred. Now for every additional 150 monthly passes, the author adds 1 more. Now is the double monthly pass period. 1 vote equals 2 votes. You can take a look. There is a new book list in the list. It is arranged according to the number of monthly votes. The author wants to hit the top 10. The author solemnly declares. As long as you enter the top 10 of the new book list, about 500 monthly tickets, the author will add 10 more. For the top 5, probably require 650 monthly tickets, the author adds 20 more. For the first 3, about 800 monthly tickets, the author adds 50 more. The first, 5,000 monthly tickets, too difficult, the author adds 100. Updates. No sooner said than done. The author begged for a monthly pass. If possible, please come to QQ Reading to cast a monthly ticket and support the author. This new book list will be replaced in the early morning of May, and there will be no more chance. It's just the last 2 days of April, everyone is stamping. Kneeling for a monthly pass. Thank you. Mr. Chu, why did you come out? Seeing Chu Chen getting out of the car, son Tian, who followed behind, also got out of the car and walked over. I'll go. The owner of Maybach also knows this kid? I'm afraid this Maybach will cost several million. Yo, it's still the same as us. Looking at Chu Chen and his party not far away, more and more people are gloating. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the distance. I saw 2 helicopters galloping towards here. A few minutes later, the helicopter came to a stop in a large clearing in the distance. With the arrival of the helicopter, the scene boiled over. I go. 2 helicopters, what? Are you kidding? How come there are helicopters here? More and more drivers got out of the car and stared, dumbfounded at the helicopter that stopped in the distance. Here's our pick. Chu Chen opened his mouth. After knowing that there was a car accident ahead and that there would be a traffic jam for an hour, Chu Chen sent a message to Mo Yuan and asked her to send 2 helicopters. Hearing Chu Chen's words, several people next to him were stunned. The person who picks us up? For a while, they didn't respond. After stopping, 2 men came down from the helicopter. After looking around, after discovering Chu Chen, 2 men came towards Chu Chen. President Chu. In front of Chu Chen, the 2 men said respectfully that they were employees of the Junlin Group. The helicopter has arrived, you can leave any time. Having seen it once before, Chu Chen was relatively calm. However, Meng Yao and Nuonua were shocked, and it took a long time to react. Little brother, are those 2 helicopters yours? It's too arrogant. Beside him, Sun Dian was frightened again when he watched the 2 helicopters. He was deeply shocked when he saw Chu Chen's villa before, and when he saw the 2 helicopters again, he was stunned. Others don't know it, but he knows it. The 2 are EC-155 helicopters. The international price is 80 million, and the domestic price is probably close to 100 million. 2 helicopters, close to 200 million. There may be many rich people who play luxury cars, but this is the first time he has seen a billionaire who plays helicopters. The money of a helicopter is already worth a top luxury car in the world, and now there are still 2. It's inhumane. He was used to seeing the big world, but after going through today's events, Sun Dian couldn't help but muttered. Even Sun Dian was like this, and those who mocked Chu Chen for waiting here with them were even more shocked. Helicopter, this is a helicopter. Is this the rich man? Traffic jam, actually driving a helicopter? Countless people were dumbfounded. What's the use of having beautiful women as company and luxury cars? You're not stuck here with us yet. He's handsome and rich, but what can he do? Don't you want to continue to wait here like Henin? The words mocking Chu Chen just now could not help but emerge in their minds. For a while, they burst into tears. They are really different. I can only wait here in traffic jam, but others can call a helicopter. How proud this is. Why is he handsome and so rich, but he has no money and is so ugly? No, he is so ordinary. You take your car to Buffy's Let Nuonuo and Sun Dian give the car keys to the two employees of King's Landing, and Chu Chen and his party boarded the helicopter. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the helicopter took off and galloped away. It's inhumane. After dinner, Sun Dian left. Chu Chen and Nuonuo returned to Villa 1 of Dongfeng, Hanhai. After playing for another day, the few people separated. Little brother, you must remember me. I don't want you to go. When they parted, Meng Yao said sadly. Although I asked for Chu Chen's contact information and added WeChat, but when she thought that she would not be able to see the immortal-looking Chu Chen soon, Meng Yao wiped her tears and felt extremely sad. Brother, I will contact you. Compared with Meng Yao, Nuonuo was more active and smiled at Chu Chen. Let's go, it will be noon in a while. Su Chuqing couldn't stand it any longer. Her two-player girlfriends quickly said a word and drove away with Chu Chen. After sending Chu Chen back to Yuatan Garden, Su Chuqing also left. The next day, Chu Chen woke up from his sleep. Sign in task whether to sign in what? Hearing the system's voice, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't signed in for the task for several days, and he missed it a little. Among all the tasks, what Chu Chen liked most was the sign-in task. The sign-in task is completed with just one click, which is very cool. Yes. Ding sign in successfully, congratulations on getting the 30-day Ocean experience card. Before, he was still worried about the expiration of the Ocean experience card. He didn't expect that only 2 or 3 days had passed, and the system actually sent the Ocean experience card. The system is so considerate, the days of blackface are over. Chu Chen felt very relieved to become Ocean again. After clicking on the system and seeing his Ocean value again, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Euroscore, 100. That -1 is too annoying. After breakfast, Chu Chen received a message from Bilingualing. Brother Chen, I'm about to go home from vacation. I'm going to buy something for my parents and my family. Do you want to come with me? After listening to the voice, Chu Chen nodded. It was time to go home and have a look. It is good. Chu Chen replied to Bilingualing. He also wanted to buy some presents for his parents to go home. At noon, Chu Chen drove a Bugatti to Tiannan University to pick up Bilingualing, and of course Zhou Qian was with Bilingualing. Half an hour later, several people came to the mall. Chu Chen bought some clothes for his father and mother. Dad likes to drink tea. Chu Chen bought some good tea and spent about 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Just a little money. By the way, Dad's car seems to be a little old. It's time for him to get another one. Chu Chen's family is in a small county, and his parents' income is average. A long time ago, Chu Chen wanted his father to change a car. His car was too old. But his parents always disagreed, saying that he wanted to save money to buy him a house and marry a wife, but Chu Chen couldn't say anything, so he had to do it. But it's different now. When he goes back again, he will definitely improve the living standards of his parents several times. Last time Chu Chen sent money to his mother, she still saved it and was not willing to spend it. This time, Chu Chen intends to buy things directly, so that he is not afraid that his parents will be reluctant. The car is the first. At this time, Chu Chen suddenly recalled what he had promised his mother before, and this time he would take his girlfriend back, otherwise he would go on a blind date again. But if you are a serious and honest person, who will you take back? Previously, Chu Chen was thinking about Mo Yuan, but he was not familiar with her, and it was easy to reveal his secrets, so he hesitated. This is a head-scratching question. When Chu Chen was about to leave, Bilingual suddenly suggested, I saw a doll machine over there just now. Let's go grab the doll. Yeah. Hearing this, Zhou Qian, who was originally a little tired, also instantly regained her spirits. They have no resistance to grabbing dolls. Before Chu Chen could say anything, he was dragged by Bilingual and Zhou Qian towards the doll machine. That's it. Eventually, the trio stopped in front of a doll machine with Pikachu in it. Next to them, there is a young couple. Dear, you are amazing. After only 3 uses, the boy caught the first doll, and the girl next to her jumped up excitedly. It takes skill to catch a doll. If you can catch one 3 times, you are already a master. Ordinary people may need 8 or 9 times, or even more, to catch one. When they were about to catch the second one, Chu Chen, Bilingual and Zhou Qian came. Seeing the 3, the couple was stunned. The boys looked at Chu Chen's left and right sides, each with a beautiful woman, and immediately envied them. This is his dream. And the girl's heart beat faster. After seeing Chu Chen, what a handsome little brother. After a few more glances at Bilingual and Zhou Qian, the boy slowly took his eyes back, for fear that his girlfriend would see it. However, at this time, he discovered that his girlfriend's eyes were actually on the boy, and his face turned green for a while. Isn't it just a little more handsome? What's so amazing? The boy complained in his heart and was extremely dissatisfied with Chu Chen. What are you looking at? The boy said angrily to his girlfriend. What? The girl slowed down and immediately retorted, what were you looking at just now? For a while, the atmosphere became weird. When the couple quarreled, Chu Chen had already started. Zhou Qian went first and tried 5 or 6 times, but all failed. Not coming. Zhou Qian said in frustration. Qian, you can't do it, look at me. Bilingual stepped forward with a smile and started confidently. However, after 8 or 9 times, Bilingual still did not catch one. Be steady, be steady. 4. The 10th time, Bilingual had already caught the doll and muttered extremely nervously. Unfortunately, at the end, the doll fell again. Almost again. Bilingual was furious. Brother Chen, why don't you come? In the end, Bilingual took the initiative to let Chu Chen come. I'm here, I haven't caught it before. Chu Chen said subconsciously. Brother Chen, do you want to try it? Zhou Qian also agreed, wanting to see Chu Chen grab the doll. Well, how many do you want? Chu Chen asked, casually. What? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhou Qian and Bilingual were stunned. It was the first time that Brother Chen was caught. Are you so confident? Children only make choices, I want them all, hee. Bilingual replied with a smile. Small things, these are yours. Chu Chen responded and began to grab the doll. Going back 10,000 steps, if he can't catch it, he has a way. It's very simple. Just buy this doll machine. With the banknote capability, everything is so easy. No problem, these are all yours? Beside, the couple was stunned when they heard Chu Chen's words. How dare you brag? Blow into the sky. After catching the dolls for so long, they had never seen anyone who caught all the dolls. For a time, even that girl despised Chu Chen. It's not terrible to brag, but if you brag to the sky, then why are there so many people without self-awareness? In order to win the heart of his girlfriend again, the boy said, "Dear, watch me grab a few more dolls for you." The speed is definitely faster than him. By Lingling and Chu Chen overheard the couple's conversation. For a time, both of them were very angry. How could they talk? Just as Bai Lingling wanted to refute, she suddenly saw Chu Chen bending over. Give. Chu Chen handed a Pikachu to Bai Lingling. This taking over Pikachu subconsciously, Bai Lingling was stunned. Did you catch it the first time? Bai Lingling was extremely shocked. Brother Chen is too strong. Brother Chen is amazing. Chu Chen also jumped up excitedly. The couple next to them were a little surprised when they heard this. I haven't caught it before, but caught it once, which is incredible. When he lost his mind, the doll the boy had just caught fell off. The second time, Chu Chen also succeeded, and gave the captured Pikachu to Chu Chen. The third, the fourth. Chu Chen grabbed one at a time without making any mistakes. After a while, Bai Lingling and Chu Chen both had 5 or 6 Pikachus in their hands. Brother Chen is awesome. Brother Chen is Brother Chen. Not only is he handsome, but he is omnipotent. Bai Lingling and Chu Chen were like little fans, standing beside them excitedly and joyfully. Caught. The boy next to him finally caught the second one, and he only used it 5 times. Just when the boy was very proud, he didn't hear the voice of his girlfriend cheering at all. What's going on here? After catching the second one, shouldn't she jump up excitedly? His girlfriend pulled his sleeve and motioned him to look at Chu Chen next to him. Oh, let me see how many times the kid who blows the bowl into the sky has been caught? The boy turned around very casually. He didn't believe how much Chu Chen could catch the doll. The first time he was caught, he did not catch it dozens of times. In order to pick up girls, he worked hard to catch dolls, and finally he reached the level he is today. However, when he turned to look at Chu Chen, the smile on his face suddenly froze. How is this possible? Looking at the dolls in the hands of Chu Chen and Bai Lingling, the boy was stunned. Just now, he put all his attention on catching the doll and didn't pay attention to the side, but now, how did it become like this? For a time, the boy wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. As for his girlfriend, she was too frightened to speak, but she watched Chu Chen grab the dolls one by one. It has now piled up into hills. Slowly, more and more people saw this scene and gathered around one after another. Wow, what a handsome little brother. He's handsome, and he's a master doll catcher again. I love it, I love it. Why is such a handsome little brother not my boyfriend? Countless girls sighed. If it wasn't for Bai Lingling and Chu Chen being by Chu Chen's side, they would have rushed up long ago. After catching more than a dozen in a row, Chu Chen was a little tired. Okay, Brother Chen, if you catch it again, we won't be able to take it. Yeah. Brother Chen, you are so amazing. Being watched by countless people, Chu Chen and Bai Lingling stood beside Chu Chen and felt extremely proud. This is their dust brother. Taking out the last doll, Chu Chen happened to see the stupid couple, and he shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, I'm not only handsome and rich, but I'm also a hooker. It was my fault to surprise you. After giving the doll to Bai Lingling, Chu Chen realized that he was surrounded by countless girls. Hey, being handsome is really a sin. It's a new week, looking for a recommendation ticket. Of course, being handsome is also a responsibility. He is a good and responsible young man. The more responsibility he takes, the better. In the eyes of everyone's worship, Chu Chen, bilingualing, and Chu Chen left. Walking to the square outside, they happened to come across a stall selling scratchies. Before he got the system, Chu Chen also played scratch games a few times, but unfortunately he had a negative ocean score, and he never hit it once. Now that he has the ocean experience card, Chu Chen decided to give it a try. I don't dare to say that I won the jackpot, but it's not a problem to win back what I lost. Thinking about it, Chu Chen brought bilingualing and the two to the stall. Bilingualing and Chu Chen had never played scratch games before, so they each took 5. Medium, hanging on the first picture, bilingualing muttered in her mouth. It's a pity that the first one didn't get a penny. In a row of 5 cards, bilingualing. Only 120, but this is a scratch-off money. Chu Chen couldn't get there any better. When Chu Chen and bilingualing were playing scratch, a female anchor was holding a mobile phone and conducting a live interview while walking. How much money do you need to save to buy a Mercedes? She received money from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store not far away, mainly to promote their store. About 5 years. If the price of an ordinary Mercedes-Benz car is about 500,000, it will take 5 years for this white-collar worker. Mercedes-Benz, it takes 3 years. When the female anchor interviewed a couple, the boy patted his chest and said in order to express himself in front of his girlfriend. 3 years, good. As a thank you, I'll give you a small present. Saying that, the female anchor handed over a coupon. Mercedes-Benz coupon 50 yuan. Seeing this coupon, the boy's smile froze. He thought he could get some small gifts? That uncle's. Is he missing the 50? It's the 499900. That's right, he only has 50 bucks left in his pocket now. After interviewing many passers-by, most people need 5 to 10 years to save money for a Mercedes-Benz. One of the most powerful middle-aged people needs a year. Nada, is there a handsome little brother there? Go and interview him. Nada, those 2 beauties seem to be beautiful too, go and see. When the camera flashed from Chu Chen's side, many viewers in the live broadcast room immediately brushed up the barrage. After looking around, Nana noticed Chu Chen. What a handsome little brother. Nana looked at Chu Chen's profile, her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. The next second, Nana walked towards Chu Chen. Bilingualing and Chu Chen both scraped the 5 scratch cards in their hands, and they only earned 30 yuan and lost 170 yuan. Give me one. Chu Chen said to the boss. Just one? One. Hearing the affirmative answer, the boss handed Chu Chen a scratch card at will, and stopped looking at Chu Chen. Just buy a poor pen. Little brother, can I interview you? At this moment, the female anchor Nana came over with a selfie stick and asked with a smile. What a handsome little brother, ask him quickly. Such a handsome little brother must be rich. In the live broadcast room, some female viewers said madly. Excuse me. How long do you need to save money for a Mercedes-Benz? Hearing this, Chu Chen did not answer immediately. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After waiting for 3 seconds, she didn't see Chu Chen's answer, and Nana was a little surprised. Is your brother scared? It's a pity, such a handsome little brother has no money. I'm scared to buy a Mercedes-Benz. If my boyfriend is like this in the future, I won't marry him if I kill him. In the live broadcast room, many viewers watched Chu Chen dumbfounded and complained one after another. Enough money. After 3 seconds, Chu Chen spoke lightly. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Nana didn't react for a while. What does this mean? Can you explain? I don't get it. I just asked how long you need to save to buy a Mercedes. Nana asked again. Hearing this, Chu Chen helplessly shook his head. 3, 2, 1. Chu Chen explained. I have the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz. In an instant, Nana was dumbfounded. An ordinary Mercedes-Benz car needs about 500,000. Count 3. And you have the money for a Mercedes-Benz. How is this possible? The countless barrages in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Is little brother so rich? He's handsome and rich, Mom, I'm in love. However, soon, the audience in the live broadcast room returned to calm. No, this kid is only 20 years old. There is money for a Mercedes-Benz in 3 seconds. Who does he think he is, the richest man? That's right, the cows are blowing to the sky. He must be trying to pretend to run away. Nana, watch him and don't let her run away. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Nana also slowed down. At this moment, her impression of Chu Chen has also become worse, and she is bragging. Chu Chen ignored her and began to play scratchy music. Hit the jackpot. Brother Chu, you won the lottery. Tian reacted the fastest and was the first to discover it. 1, 10, 100, 100,000, is this 100,000? The next second, Tian screamed. 100,000? Hearing this, everyone's eyes were on the scraping music in Chu Chen's hands. 100,000,001 is followed by 6 zeros. It's not 100,000, it's 1,000,000. Bilingling took a deep breath and said tremblingly. 1 million? Everyone was shocked. 1 million is the biggest prize of scratch music, not to mention bilingling and the others have never met, not even the boss who has been in business for many years. No, I am afraid. There are not many in the whole country. Hiss. After scratching the bonus, I'm afraid it will only take a few seconds. In a few seconds, the money for 2 Mercedes-Benz cars will be available. Wasn't he bragging just now? For a time, all the audience in the live room went crazy. How is this possible? Brother Chu, you are amazing. Brother Chen, you are very lucky. Tian and bilingling told Chu Chen extremely excitedly. Hearing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly. General. It's not that he's lucky, or that he's good. It's just that the system is too awesome. Of course, the system is awesome, that is, his excellent writing. After some formalities and verification, the authenticity of Chu Chen's scraping music was confirmed, and 1 million hit Chu Chen's card. 1000000 to account, balance 148890000. A voice came from Chu Chen's mobile phone. More than 100 million? After hearing the balance, Nana was completely frightened. Crazy. With so much balance, I'm afraid I won't be able to earn 1% in my lifetime. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were also frightened. After the money arrived, Chu Chen, bilingling, and Tian left. After the success is completed, the clothes are removed, and the merit and fame are hidden. He is so low-key. The next morning, Chu Chen woke up from his sleep. Ding sign and task, whether to sign in hearing the system's voice, Chu Chen instantly regained his spirit and clicked yes, without hesitation. What a wonderful thing it would be to wake up every morning and hear the sound of the system. This kind of task that can be done lying down is simply too intimate. Sign in completed. Congratulations, get a bicycle. However, in the next second, Chu Chen was stunned when he heard the reward from the system. What the hell? Sign in to reward a bike? He was used to the sign-in reward of 100 million, 30 million Bugatti, Supercar Koenigsegg, etc. This time, the system sign-in reward was actually given to a bicycle, which made Chu Chen stupid for a while. System, did you make a mistake? Chu Chen said subconsciously. Just then, there were two more contracts next to him. One insurance, one purchase contract. For a bicycle, there is still a purchase contract and insurance. Chu Chen opened the two contracts with great curiosity. After reading it, Chu Chen understood. Chu Chen came to the garage, and at this moment, a very ordinary-looking black bicycle was parked there quietly. Is this Knight? The name of the bicycle that Chu Chen signed in was called Knight. Ordinary, doesn't it look like it's worth more than 4 million? Chu Chen was very puzzled. It seems that I am still not rich enough, and the level of appreciation for works of art still needs to be improved. Chu Chen said with emotion. When I wake up every day, I have to remind myself that I'm still too poor. After reading the purchase contract just now, Chu Chen knew the origin of the bicycles rewarded by the system. A bicycle, worth 4 million, is comparable to a Lamborghini. This bicycle is called Nightfall, and it is the closed work of the internationally renowned designer Sasha Silipanov. It is the only one in the world, and the price is ridiculously high. Low-key, luxurious, and connotative, this is in line with my temperament. Touching the car, Chu Chen said with emotion. At noon, Chu Chen suddenly discovered that because he bought too many things yesterday, one of Bilingling's clothes was forgotten in his car. Sent a message to Bilingling, and Chu Chen was going to send it to her. Just got night, Chu Chen naturally wants to ride. It's not too far from Tian University, and ride a bike to exercise. Since the first time you got the best car skills, why doesn't the system reward you with other skills? Chu Chen was a little puzzled. He has also read countless online novels, and he is very familiar with the system. Those system rewards will have some skills, all kinds of magical black technology, some super serum, etc. It seems that he has never appeared here. Have time to study it. After all, Chu Chen rode his bicycle towards Tiannan University. After receiving a call from Chu Chen, Bilingling got down from the dormitory and walked towards the school gate. On the way, Bilingling met Yang Xinka, a girl from the same department. Lingling, are you going to the school gate too? Yang Xian was a little surprised to learn that Bilingling was also going to the school gate. Are you going to wait for your boyfriend too? Yang Xian asked with a smile. Ah, yes. Bilingling was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Brother Chen is not here, he should not object to him as a boyfriend. Even if it is against it, he doesn't know, and he can't do anything about himself, he. Let's go together. The two walked towards the school gate together. Of course, Yang Xinka has a deep meaning in doing so. Although she is also a beautiful woman, she is still worse than Bilingling. Bilingling has attracted countless attention in the school, which makes Yang Xian a little jealous. Not long ago, Yang Xinka had a rich second-generation boyfriend who was handsome and rich. This time she wanted to show off. You know. His boyfriend drives a BMW. Ah. Riding a bike on the road, Chu Chen suddenly sneezed. What's going on here? Could it be that you have a cold? You should pay attention to exercising in the future. Chu Chen said. Subconsciously, I noticed it when I saw the system, so I rewarded me with a bicycle and let me exercise. More. In front of Tian University, Bilingualing and Yang Xinka were waiting there. After a while, Chu Chen appeared. Brother Chen is here. Bilingualing waved his hand happily. Wow. After seeing Chu Chen, Yang Xinka also made a sound of amazement. It's so handsome. It's just a goddess. However, when Yang Xinka put his eyes on Chu Chen's bicycle, he couldn't help shaking his head. There was a saying, I would rather cry on a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. She is such a girl. Although having a handsome boyfriend would be extremely happy, she would rather cry in a BMW. Parking the car not far away, Chu Chen walked towards Bilingualing. Just then, a white BMW X5 drove over. My boyfriend Ashura. After seeing the white BMW, Yang Xinka said proudly. The young man in the BMW is Yang Xinka's boyfriend, Guowei. What? In the car, Guowei's eyes lit up. After seeing Bilingualing next to Yang Xinka. So beautiful. In front of his girlfriend and an unfamiliar beauty, Guowei wanted to be handsome, make a beautiful tail flick, and stop in front of him. It's a pity that at the last moment, Guowei didn't control the distance, and the BMW rubbed against Chu Chen's bicycle parked there. What the hell, whose broken bike? Guowei felt extremely embarrassed when he failed to pretend in front of his girlfriend and beauties, and immediately yelled after getting out of the car. What? Suddenly, he saw that his car was scratched, and jumped up in anger. Master, I just bought a BMW X5. Which kid's car? Stand up for me. Hearing this, Chu Chen coughed dryly. The bicycle is mine, but it seems to be you who should be compensated. Just now, it was obviously the kid who failed to pretend, causing the scratches. Although there were scratches on the BMW, his night bike also fell to the ground. Although its price is comparable to a Lamborghini, it is a bicycle after all, and it is immediately damaged when it touches a BMW. Isn't it just a broken bicycle? Guowei was furious. A broken bicycle is nothing, even 100 or 1,000 are not as good as his BMW. Why did you park your car here? Seeing the scratches on her boyfriend's BMW, Yang Xinka also stood up very distressed, and scolded Chu Chen for helping her relatives. If you don't pay today, you won't be able to leave. Guowei's face was gloomy. Yes, you don't want to leave. Yang Xian can agree. You seem to have said what I had to say. Chu Chen shrugged. It seems that you should be compensated. It seems that it is you who should be compensated? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Guowei and Yang Xian were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Boy, aren't you scared because you have to lose money? Guowei laughed wildly and pointed at Chu Chen. I bought a new BMW X5. When I bought it, it was more than 830,000 yuan. Your broken bicycle was scratched. If you want to repair it, you need at least 60,000 yuan. Give me the money. Hearing the price, Yang Xian was stunned. She knew that her boyfriend's BMW was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be more than 800,000 yuan. After a little bit of rubbing, it will cost 60,000 yuan to repair it. You know, many college students, after 4 years of college, all their living expenses are only 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Pay for it. Yang Xinka naturally wanted to stand on her boyfriend's side and said coldly. Are you finished? Taking a look at the superb couple, Chu Chen said lightly, well, I can repair your car. For 60,000 yuan, but should you also pay me a new bike? Hearing this, Bilingual pulled Chu Chen to a sleeve and whispered, Brother Chen, it's obviously his responsibility, you don't have to. Bilingual knows that 60,000 yuan is not worth mentioning to Brother Chen now, but it's not their responsibility, they don't want to compensate. Isn't it just a broken bicycle? If you give me 60,000 yuan, I can buy one for you. Guo Wei waved his hand very generously. In fact, at 60,000 yuan, Guo Wei has already opened his mouth as a lion, and the cut is not really big, only about 30,000 yuan is needed. If this kid really lost himself 60,000 yuan and gave him a few hundred yuan, what's the harm in buying a broken bicycle? However, in the next second, Chu Chen's words left him dumbfounded. Okay, 4.37 million, how are you going to give it to me? Chu Chen asked. 4.37 million? Guo Wei and Yang Xian are stupid. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly just now. Guo Wei thought he heard it wrong and asked again. It's nothing, you should pay me 4.37 million. Chu Chen replied, I think this amount of money is a piece of cake for Mr. Guo. Damn, 4.37 million? Are you so crazy? Hearing Chu Chen's affirmative words, Guo Wei almost jumped up and cursed, a broken bicycle is 4.37 million. You haven't woken up yet, are you crazy about money? He thought that he had already opened his mouth like a lion, but he didn't expect this kid to be more ruthless. A broken bicycle costs 4.37 million? You are stealing money. A bicycle is more expensive than some sports cars. Are you insane? A bicycle actually costs us 4.37 million? After a long time, Yang Xinka calmed down and scolded Chu Chen angrily. Hey! Since you don't want to be private, let the traffic police and insurance companies come. Chu Chen said helplessly, he didn't want to be so troublesome. I'll call. Right now. Guo Wei snorted coldly. A broken bicycle actually wants to defraud me of 4.37 million. I'll give you money. I'm the one with a sick mind. Beside, Yang Xian can echo, dear, I support you, such people should be locked in, hurry up and call the police. 10 minutes later, the traffic police and the insurance company came. The traffic police went to the security room to check the video just now, and the insurance company checked Guo Wei's car. The Guo Wei insurance company estimated that the maintenance fee would be about 32,000 yuan. Did you hear me? Give me the money, kid. Don't worry, someone from my insurance company just arrived. Chu Chen's voice fell, and a middle-aged man got out of an Audi car. When he saw Chu Chen's bicycle lying on the ground, the middle-aged man's expression changed. The middle-aged man was from Chu Chen Insurance Company. The manager came over when he heard Chu Chen's call. Mr. Chu, I'm late. After all, the middle-aged man went to check Chu Chen's bicycle. After the inspection, the middle-aged man said to Guo Wei, Mr. Chu's night has been seriously damaged. It will cost about 2.3 million to repair. It will cost about 2.5 million to ask an expert to come over, so you need to compensate Mr. Chu for 4.8 million. Hearing this, Guo Wei, Yang Xinka, and the people from Guo Wei Insurance Company were stupid. You are so crazy, a broken bicycle costs 5 million to repair. Guowei was furious. Sir, you are wrong, this is not a broken bike, but one of the most expensive bikes in the world. Its name is Nightfall. It was designed by Mr. Sasha Silipanov, a top international designer. There are only 3 cars in the world, and the international price is 4.37 million. Sure enough, you don't know Mr. Sasha Silipanov. I can introduce to you. Mr. Sasha Silipanov is the chief designer of Bugatti and a specially invited designer of Koenigsegg. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Guowei and Xiang Chuchen were immediately taken aback. Guowei Insurance Company and middle-aged people. Check. Mr. Guo, what he said is true, this bike is worth 4.37 million. Hearing this, Guowei completely collapsed. Fuck. At this moment, only 2 words can describe Guowei's mood. A bicycle actually costs 4.37 million, crazy, really crazy. This is so much more expensive than a sports car. For a time, Guowei wanted to cry without tears. You said earlier that this bicycle is 4.37 million, and if you kill him, he won't come over. What are you doing in such a low-key manner, with more than $4 million, to buy a Lamborghini, isn't it? A fragrant Ferrari? As for Xiang Chuchen, an ordinary college student, he was dazed at the moment, and he was dizzy. A bicycle actually costs 4.37 million, how is this possible? She would never make so much money in her life. In the end, the traffic police came back, and all the investigation was clear, it was Guowei's responsibility. And Chu Chen didn't have to give a penny. Do not. Hearing the words of the traffic police, Guowei immediately collapsed. 4.8 million, he has to pay 4.8 million. It's over, it's over. Although his family is very wealthy, 4.8 million is a huge sum for them. Because of my own mistakes, I have to accompany half of my family property. Seeing this, Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. What a good private chat, how could Guowei lose tens of thousands of dollars? Since Guowei wants to lose more money, he will never refuse. Will there be too much money? Snapped. It's all because of you. In the end, Guowei could only put the responsibility on Xiang Chuchen, and he didn't want to take this responsibility by himself. Why do you blame me? This is obviously your responsibility. Xiang Chuchen didn't want to take the blame, and retorted sharply, break up, I want to break up with you, scumbag. The two quarreled. After handing over the compensation to the insurance company, Chu Chen and bilingualing left. Without Guowei and Xiang Chuchen, this pair of superior, everything will be better. Chu Chen and bilingualing spent 2 hours playing at Tian University, and it was almost evening. Ding, task release, go to Xiang Chuchen to check in, task time, 2 hours, complete the task, reward Shuiying Catering Group with 15% of the shares. Snow Shadow Catering Group? Seeing this, Chu Chen raised his brows, he knew about this catering group. Snow Shadow Catering Group is a local company in Jiangzhou, and its president is a famous strong woman in Jiangzhou. He started working hard in his 30s. In 7 or 8 years, he has grown from an obscure, small company to the Snow Shadow Catering Group, which now occupies half of the Jiangzhou catering industry. He is a legend in Jiangzhou. Shuiying Xian is a high-end Chinese restaurant under Shuiying Group. The combination of modern style and southern garden art is a famous high-consumption place in Jiangzhou. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. The system is a very good check-in. Task With 15% of the shares of Snow Shadow Catering Group, it will be much more convenient to treat guests in the future. Okay. Bilingualing said happily that it is a very happy thing to be able to eat with Brother Chen. Let's go to Xiang. His own night was taken away by the insurance company to be repaired, and he didn't drive. Chu Chen found a shared bicycle at random. Bilingualing sat behind and hugged Chu Chen's waist. The two walked towards Xiang. After more than 20 minutes, he finally came to Xiang. Ding, find the punch-in location, whether to punch in or not, punch. Check-in successfully, congratulations on obtaining a 15% stake in Snow Shadow Catering Group. With the successful punch-in, Chu Chen owns 15% of the catering industry in Jiangzhou. Chu Chen also became the second largest shareholder of Snow Shadow Catering Group. Stop the shared bicycle and get ready to go in for dinner. At this moment, a surprised voice came. Xue Mei Bai, are you here too? Turning to look, I saw several young men and women walking towards here. Among them, a beauty with a face value of 85 points was surprised. Sister Fong? After looking at senior Sister Fong Man, Bilingualing was also stunned. Sister Zhao, Senior Gao? Looking at the men and women behind Fong Man, Bilingualing knew them all. These young men and women are seniors whom Bilingualing met in the school club, and they did not expect to meet here. Xue Mei Bai, long time no see. After seeing Bilingualing, Gao Yuda said with a smile. Bilingualing is a well-known beauty in the club, not to mention the same grade, even some seniors and juniors are thinking about it. Gao Yuda is one of them. However, after Gao Yuda noticed Chu Chen next to Bilingualing, his face changed slightly. Bilingualing has a boyfriend? For a time, Gao Yuda was very angry, but when he saw the shared bicycle parked by Chu Chen, his smile returned to his face. It turned out to be an ordinary college student, so this is easy to handle. As long as the hoe swings well, there is no corner that cannot be digged. It's not the first time he's done poaching and prying other people's girlfriends. Wow. What? A handsome little brother. I'm in love. When Gao Yuda was thinking about how to make Chu Chen and Bilingualing conflict, Fong Man and the other two girls also noticed Chu Chen and immediately said in surprise. By Xue Mei. Since we're all here to eat, why don't we go together? Fong Man suggested. Yes, Lingling. Let's be together. Even if you don't necessarily get it, it's good to have a look at this handsome little brother. Hearing this, Gao Yuda's eyes lit up. Yes, Xue Mei Bai, let's go together. Without waiting for Bilingualing and Chu Chen to say anything, Chu Chen and Bilingualing walked into Xiang, surrounded by several senior sisters familiar with Xiang. Gao Yuda brought everyone to a private room that had been reserved for a long time. The inside of the private room is antique, with various paintings and calligraphy, and blue and white porcelain decoration. When you get here, it's your own home. You're welcome. Gao Yuda said like a master. Everyone can order food in a while. I have a platinum card here, which can be discounted. After sitting down, Gao Yuda went straight to the topic and asked. Chu Chen, this is the first time this brother has met. Why don't you introduce yourself? Chu Chen, a student at Jiangzhou University. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Jiangzhou University? Jiangzhou University is very average, not comparable to Tian University, where they are located. What do you do at home, little brother? Among the three girls, a short-haired girl with heavy makeup asked Chu Chen under the hint of galloped. My parents are ordinary employees. Hearing this, galloped smiled. There was no background, it was fine. The girls with heavy makeup and short hair also lost their previous interest in Chu Chen. Looking handsome, what's the use of no money? Of the three girls, the other two didn't care too much, and their beautiful eyes were still circling on Chu Chen. Brother De, how do you have the platinum card here? It is said that the platinum card here is very expensive, and the annual consumption is more than 200,000, a boy asked enviously. Hearing this, everyone also looked at galloped. A platinum card, the annual consumption is more than 200,000, it is terrible. For a college student, 200,000 is already an astronomical figure. It's nothing, strictly speaking. My platinum card was not legitimately obtained. My dad did it for me. Galloped pretended to be humble. Looking at the surprised eyes of everyone, Galloped said again, my dad is a shareholder of Xiang Catering Group. It's a little tricky to get a platinum card. Shareholders of Snow Shadow Catering Group? Everyone was stunned, but they didn't expect Galloped's family background to be so terrifying. Actually, it's nothing, it's just the second largest shareholder in the district. The Snow Shadow Group is not my family. Galloped added again. In fact, his father is only the department manager of Xiang Catering Group and only owns 1% of the shares. The reason why he said this, of course, was to pretend to be coercive, and to take the opportunity to contrast with Chu Chen. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. Isn't he the second largest shareholder of Snow Shadow Catering Group? When did you become Galloped's father? In other words, how did he become Galloped's father? Too complicated to understand? What, Dage's father is actually the second largest shareholder of Snow Shadow Catering Group? The total market value of Xiang Catering Group is about 10 billion, and Daddy's father is worth about 1 billion at least. Horrible. Everyone took a deep breath and showed shocked eyes. I didn't expect that Galloped's family would be so rich, a billionaire. Generally average. By the way, does Brother Chu know anything about cars? Suddenly, Galloped changed the subject and asked Chu Chen. I don't understand. Hey, that's a pity. My Audi is old. I want to replace it. I don't know if it costs more than 1 million. What kind of car is there? Galloped pretended to be very pity. What, Dage's Audi has only been bought for a year, it's time to change the car, local tyrant. With a car of more than 1 million, Dage is trying to live the life of a successful person ahead of schedule? People are very envious. It's nothing, don't hold me like this, I just want you to be a staff officer, what car should I buy? Galloped said innocently. Seeing this, Chu Chen helplessly shook his head and did not speak. I quietly watched you pretend. See what tricks you can come up with. Brother De, buy a car that costs more than 1 million yuan, can't you just buy a supercar, Ferrari, Lamborghini? Is so handsome, so cool. I think so, someone suggested. Hearing this, Galloped shook his head, no, Lamborghini is too high profile for me, I like low-key. As expected of Dage. The realm of Brother De is not something we can understand. Rich people just like to keep a low profile. Hearing everyone's praise, a smug smile flashed on Yuda's face. So far, he's acting pretty well. Of course he wanted to buy a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, but he really didn't have the money. How many millions? Brother De, why don't you buy a Maserati President? Porsche is good too. After thinking for a while, someone gave Gao Yuda a suggestion. Hearing this, Gao Yuda shook his head slightly and looked at Chu Chen. By the way, Brother Chu, what car did you buy and how much? Not much money, garbage truck. Chu Chen answered casually. The car sent by the system did not cost much. Ha ha. There was a hint of sarcasm on Gao Yuda's face. This Chu Chen was indeed a poor man. The one he bought was a garbage truck, and he probably couldn't even compare to his own Audi. Waste. Don't talk about garbage trucks. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the other people sneered and muttered, despising Chu Chen. Gao Yuda glanced at Bai Lingling secretly. He was about to buy a car worth more than 1 million yuan, while Chu Chen was a garbage truck. Bai Lingling should have reacted to such an obvious comparison. This is a common method for him to pry other people's girlfriends. He is in sharp contrast with other people's boyfriends. In this way, there will definitely be conflicts between lovers. However, when Gao Yuda peeked at Bai Lingling's reaction, he was surprised to find that Bai Lingling was drinking tea leisurely and did not respond at all. Didn't she hear just now? Gao Yuda thought in surprise. It's a pity that Gao Yuda wouldn't know. He and Chu Chen naturally formed a sharp contrast. As for who was in the sky and who was in the ground, it was not certain. Okay, let's talk about this topic later. Let's order food first. Gao Yuda opened his mouth. Hearing this, the two waitresses who were standing beside them came forward with menus. This is the box, and there are 2 waiters here who are responsible for pouring wine. After an hour, the crowd was full of food and drink. Let's go. After paying the bill, Gao Yuda got up and walked outside. Going outside, Gao Yuda gave a malicious suggestion. Brother Chu, where does your family live? If you don't want to take my car, I'll send you back. You may not know where, no. Chu Chen refused. That's fine, but Bai Shuime is a girl, it's better to go back to school by car in the evening. Gao Yuda continued. How about I take her back myself? No, I'll just go back with Brother Chen. Without Chu Chen speaking, Bai Lingling refused first. Gao Yuda was about to say something when an exclamation suddenly came. Wow, the latest Ferrari GTC4 Lusso. Not far from them, a white Ferrari was parked. They discussed it just now, but as soon as they came out, they bumped into one. I'm so envious, I don't know when I'll be able to have one. This Ferrari GTC4 Lusso sells for nearly 5 million, let's not think about it. Everyone was extremely envious and yearning for the opening. I think it's normal. Accustomed to Koenigsegg and Bugatti, such tens of millions of luxury cars, this Ferrari is very ordinary in Chu Chen's eyes. It's not bad, I don't think you can afford it for the rest of your life. Gao Yuda snorted coldly, completely torn his face, and sneered. A poor college student, what? To pretend to be. That's right, do you deserve such a car? You still say it's normal, hee hee. Everyone agreed with Gao Yuda. Suddenly, the Ferrari GTC4 Lusso's lights came on and the owner came back. Everyone turned back and saw a beautiful woman walking over. Chu Chen, why are you here? Before everyone could react, the beautiful woman was the first to say in surprise. It was none other than Chu Chen's beautiful neighbor Yan Luo Shui. She just left after eating here with her friends, and unexpectedly ran into Chu Chen. It's a coincidence, I didn't drive, you can take me back. Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui were already very familiar with each other, so they spoke. No problem. Looking at Bilingualing's surprised eyes, Chu Chen explained, this is my neighbor. Hello. Yan Luoshui smiled at Bilingualing. By the way, Chu Chen, where's your Koenigsegg? She often sees Chu Chen open Koenigsegg, why didn't she open it today? Chu Chen, where's your Koenigsegg? In an instant, everyone was stunned. Is Chu Chen's car Koenigsegg? What a joke. It was a top sports car with a million start. Chu Chen's words could not help but emerge in everyone's mind. He said his car didn't have much money, a garbage truck. Is the tens of millions of Koenigsegg a garbage truck? 10 million is not much money? People are stupid. Chu Chen is actually a hidden rich man. Thinking of Chu Chen's words, everyone realized that for Chu Chen, who owns Koenigsegg, Ferrari is indeed very ordinary. How come? Of all the people, Dao Yuda was the most shocked. No, he was shocked. Chu Chen actually owns a Koenigsegg with more than 10 million yuan? For a time, Dao Yuda suspected that something was wrong with his ears. How is this possible? But this beauty who drives a Ferrari doesn't seem to lie to them by saying so. This is impossible. Dao Yuda still couldn't accept it in his heart. The college student he thought was a poor man was actually a hidden genius. Let's go first. The other party said something. Chu Chen and Bilingualing were going to get into Yan Luoshui's car and leave. Let's go back to Yuatan Garden, or where do we go? Yan Luoshui asked. Moon Sandalwood Garden? Hearing this, everyone was even more dumbfounded. What the hell? Moon Sandalwood Garden? Chu Chen lives in Yuatan Garden? That is the top villa area in Jiangzhou. A villa is worth hundreds of millions. Chu Chen's home is actually in Yuatan Garden. Live in Yuatan Garden and drive a Koenigsegg? This is the real rich man. Thinking of their mockery of Chu Chen just now, everyone was extremely ashamed for a while. I am afraid that in Chu Chen's eyes, they are just a bunch of clowns who do not know the heights of the sky. Dao Yuda stood there, speechless, for a long time. You may not know where. Recalling Chu Chen's words, Dao Yuda was stunned. Originally, he thought that Chu Chen lived in a remote place in the suburbs, so he didn't know. However, Chu Chen's home is in the Moon Sandalwood Garden. He really didn't know the exact address of Yuatan Garden. He is not yet qualified to know the person who owns the Yutanuan villa. What Chu Chen said was right. Thinking of this, Dao Yuda collapsed even more. He actually pretended to show off in front of a rich man like Chu Chen. Is his brain sick? In Yan Luoshui's car, Chu Chen sat in the co-pilot, Bilingualing sat in the back, and the atmosphere was a little weird. In the back, Bilingualing's eyes kept circling around Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui, sensing a strange aura. She noticed that this beautiful neighbor of Brother Chen looked at Brother Chen a little differently. Bilingualing's little head spins rapidly, thinking about whether he should speed up his steps and further his relationship with Brother Chen. Just when she was thinking, Tian University arrived. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Bilingualing, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui headed towards Yuatan Garden. Bilingualing left, and only Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui were left in the car. Not only did the atmosphere not ease, but it became even more tense. Chu Chen was nothing, but Yan Luoshui's heart beat wildly. The last time she was at Chu Chen's house, she heard the phone call from Chu Chen and her mother, mistaking it for Chu Chen, to be embarrassed, and reminded her secretly to let her take the initiative. For the past few days, Yan Luoshui had been hiding from Chu Chen, extremely tangled. The little girl just now was your sister? In order to ease the atmosphere, Yan Luoshui found a topic. No, she is the daughter of my hometown neighbor, Uncle Bai. Chu Chen explained. Not a real sister? Chu Chen, be my boyfriend. Yan Luoshui said. Abruptly. Hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned, because Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui were indeed getting more and more familiar with the puppet cat baby. But it was too sudden. For a while, Chu Chen was stunned. No, don't get me wrong. Seeing that Chu Chen did not answer, Yan Luoshui immediately explained, I mean let you pretend to be my boyfriend. In a few days, my parents will come to Jiangzhou. They have been urging me to get married and want to hold a grandson. This time, they want me to go back on a blind date, so I want you to help me deal with them. Yan Luoshui told Chu Chen the matter. I don't know why, but Chu Chen didn't directly agree with the confession just now, and Yan Luoshui felt a little disappointed. Yes, I understand. Chu Chen suddenly realized, and even felt a little bit of empathy, isn't his mother the same? Last time I accidentally overheard you and your mother's phone call at your house. If you don't mind, I can also pretend to be your girlfriend for you. Yan Luoshui added, for fear that Chu Chen would refuse without waiting for her to finish speaking. What? Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Yan Luoshui's idea is very good. When my mother called to urge him last time, Chu Chen made up a white lie, saying that his girlfriend was the president of the company, the top by Fume, to explain why he suddenly became rich. At first, Chu Chen wanted his secretary Mo Yuan to pretend to be, but he hadn't contacted him other than after walking around the street with Mo Yuan once. The two were not familiar with each other, so it might be a little inappropriate to find Mo Yuan abruptly. Now that Yan Luoshui took the initiative to say so, Chu Chen naturally agreed. A few days ago, he was still struggling with how to get home. No problem. Chu Chen agreed. Yan Luoshui pretended to be his girlfriend, and he pretended to be Yan Luoshui's boyfriend. Both sides did not lose. Thanks. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Yan Luoshui showed a smile on his face. Back at Yuatan Garden, Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen went home and played with the puppet cat baby for a while before returning to their villa. Time passed quickly, and at noon 3 days later, Chu Chen received a strange call. Is it Mr. Chu? I'm Chu Chen, may I ask who you are? Chu Chen replied. I am the renter of the shop at number 7 Wutong Street. My contract is about to expire. Would you like to discuss with Mr. Chu about the future? There was a polite voice on the phone. Okay, see you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Glancing at the time, Chu Chen nodded. Trouble, Mr. Chu. Half an hour later, Chu Chen set off for Wutong Street. It just so happened that Yan Luoshui was also going to the company. Chu Chen was too lazy to drive, so he directly asked Yan Luoshui to help him deliver it, which was not far away. When he came to Wutong Street, Chu Chen found shop number 7. Dongli Tea House. It turned out to be a tea house. As soon as Chu Chen walked in, a young man in uniform greeted him. Suryu, after seeing Chu Chen, the young man opened his mouth subconsciously, but suddenly stopped halfway through his words. Chu Chen? The young man said in surprise. Qi Xingrui? Chu Chen was also a little surprised. Before Chu Chen got the system, he worked part-time, but because the boss maliciously deducted Chu Chen's salary, Chu Chen resigned. And Qi Xingrui was Chu Chen's colleague at that time. What a coincidence. Chu Chen said. What are you doing after resigning? Qi Xingrui asked, curiously. I didn't do anything, I've been idle. Chu Chen answered casually. That's right. Qi Xingrui nodded, a little smug in his heart. When he was in that company, Chu Chen's performance was even better than his, but he finally resigned. Now that I meet again, my development is getting better and better, but Chu Chen has been depressed. This is the comparison. Good looking, but useless? For a time, Qi Xingrui became a little proud. You're here for tea, come in quickly, I finally meet, I'll treat you. Qi Xingrui pulled Chu Chen to the box on the second floor. This restaurant is opened by my girlfriend's uncle, so don't be restrained. Qi Xingrui said with some show-off. Not long after Chu Chen resigned, he also resigned and made a girlfriend. Under the introduction of his girlfriend, he came here to help. After a little time of study, he already has a certain understanding of how to operate a tea house. So he asked for a little money from his family and planned to open another tea house by himself and be his own boss. By the way, Chu Chen, did you notice the number 12 shop next to you when you came? Qi Xingrui asked. Shop number 12? It seems to be closed, it's empty. Chu Chen replied. A week ago, the renter of shop number 12 quit his job and stopped renting the shop. Shop number 12 has been empty, and Chu Chen has not rented it out. What do you think? Qi Xingrui asked. Nice. Own shop, of course, is good. Hey, that's mine. Qi Xingrui said with some bragging. Because the restaurant business on Wutong Street is very hot, he discussed with his girlfriend's uncle and planned to rent the number 12 shop, and Qi Xingrui would be the boss. Today, my girlfriend's uncle has made an appointment with the boss of shop number 12 for an interview, and he wants to talk soon. Of course, in order to pretend to be in front of Chu Chen, Qi Xingrui couldn't say that he rented it, but of course he had to say it belonged to him. Anyway, Chu Chen didn't know, and if he pretended to be a coward, he couldn't be dismantled. Is that store yours? I seem to have heard that the owner of that shop is not named Qi. After listening to Qi Xingrui's words, Chu Chen raised his brows and said slowly. In an instant, Qi Xingrui's face turned pale. Extremely embarrassing. This, Qi Xingrui quickly explained. He never expected that Chu Chen actually knew who the owner of that shop was. Even he doesn't know. What I said just now was not serious, it will be mine in a few days. Qi Xingrui quickly explained to Chu Chen. Now I'm discussing with the owner of that shop. That's right. Chu Chen nodded. The box door opened. And a waiter walked in. Please have tea. After the tea was set, the waiter left. Seeing this, Qi Xingrui nodded with satisfaction. Shaoli is still very good, he doesn't need to take the initiative to order, he will serve tea. Give yourself enough face, yes, I can help you in the future. Drink tea, I'll treat you today. Qi Xingrui said aggressively, pouring tea for Chu Chen. It is good. Picking up the teacup, Chu Chen slowly tasted it. Tea is good. On the other side, Qi Xingrui also picked up a cup of tea, tasted it, and responded subconsciously, of course not bad, this is Taiping Hokue. After taking a sip, Qi Xingrui immediately guessed what species it was. Taiping Hokue is the Rolls-Royce of tea. What? But the next moment, Qi Xingrui was stunned. Taiping. Monkey King. The tea served by Shaoli is actually Taiping Hokue? Who let him go? Qi Xingrui roared. In his heart, can they afford this kind of tea? 100 grams of Taiping Hokue costs hundreds of thousands. 200,000. This pot of tea is at least 10 grams, which is more than 10,000. More than 10,000 pots of tea? Does he drink it? 100 grams of Taiping Hokue cost hundreds of thousands? Hearing Qi Xingrui's words, Chu Chen opened his mouth. Because my father likes to drink tea, Chu Chen still understands the price of tea. This pot of tea costs more than 10,000. Looking at the tea in front of him, Qi Xingrui wanted to cry, but had no tears. Is this drinking tea? This is money. Is a pot of tea more than 10,000? Expensive? Chu Chen asked inexplicably. Before going shopping with Bilingualing, Chu Chen bought tea for his father, 350,000 yuan per 100 grams. A pot of tea is only 10,000 yuan, which is really not expensive. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Qi Xingrui didn't know how to answer for a while. A pot of tea is 10,000 yuan, isn't it expensive? For the sake of face, even though his heart was bleeding, Qi Xingrui still looked like he didn't care. Not expensive, not expensive. Although this is my girlfriend's uncle's shop, it's fine to drink a pot of hundreds of thousands of teas, but you must pay for a pot of Taiping Hokue that costs more than 10,000. More than 10,000. This is killing him. The pen that I installed myself, I have to finish it with tears. Soon that shop will be mine. If you don't have a job, you can come to work. It's all yours. I won't deduct your salary. Qi Xingrui said to Chu Chen very generously. This time, in order to pretend to be coercive. In front of Chu Chen, he ended up spending more than 10,000 yuan. He must be happy and belittle Chu Chen. 2,500 a month at the beginning, how? For a college student working part-time, 2,500 is a lot. Qi Xingrui added. Little Li, check out. A few minutes later, Qi Xingrui shouted, it's more than 10,000, it's so distressing. Hearing the voice rushing over, Shaoli said in surprise, check out, what bill? Tea money? I don't need money for this pot of tea, the boss said. Shaoli explained. What? Hearing this, Qi Xingrui suddenly felt that the whole world was brighter. Great. It's Uncle Sun's face, he doesn't have to pay for more than 10,000 teas. See, this is his Qi Xingrui's face. Just when Qi Xingrui was about to show off, a hearty voice came. Mr. Chu came to us to drink tea. It's to give us face, it's our honor, what kind of money do you want? A smiling middle-aged man walked in. What do you think, Xiao Qi? Huh? Qi Xingrui was stunned when he heard Uncle Sun's words. Why does Uncle Sun's words sound wrong? It's for Chu Chen's face, not him, and listening to Uncle Sun's words, it seems that Chu Chen can come here to drink tea, is it to flatter them? Mr. Chu, I will continue to rent the shop. This is the money for the next month. I will call you right away. Soon, 50,000 was transferred to Chu Chen's account. By the way, Mr. Chu, I heard that the No. 12 store is free. I want to rent it for someone. I don't know what Mr. Chu means? The middle-aged man asked very politely. What? Qi Xingrui was completely dumbfounded. Uncle Sun, you said that Chu Chen is the owner. Of shop number 12? Xingrui couldn't believe his ears, so he hurriedly asked. Can you call Mr. Chu's name? Of course, shop number 12 belongs to Mr. Chu. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly, and he scolded Xingrui sharply. How is it possible? Xingrui muttered stupidly. For a time, he could not wait to find a hole to dig in. This time, he not only failed in pretending to force, but he was also embarrassed to show off someone's house in front of the master? Didn't he stretch his face out by himself, looking for smoke? No. Chu Chen, this shop is also yours? Recalling Uncle Sun's words, Xingrui asked in shock. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. Not only these two, but the entire Wutong Street store is mine. It's just a small business. Chu Chen responded. Compared with his own King's Landing Group and Shui Tian Villa, the entire Wutong Street is indeed a small industry. After listening to Chu Chen's answer, Xingrui stood there, feeling as if several knives had been stabbed into his heart. He was hit by 1,000,000 points. The whole street is his? Wutong Street is worth at least several hundred million. Right? Is this still a small industry? Looking at Chu Chen's appearance, it didn't seem like he was pretending to be forced, and he really didn't put Wutong Street in his eyes. How terrifying is Chu Chen's worth? Just now, I foolishly wanted to recruit Chu Chen to work for me. Is he worthy? He doesn't deserve it. Mr. Chu. What's the matter? Xiaoqi made you angry? Suddenly realizing something, the middle-aged man asked, quickly. It's nothing, just. Now Xiaoqi said that he wanted to buy shop number 12. Buy shop number 12? The middle-aged man was extremely surprised. It would cost at least 3 or 4 million, or even more. Xiaoqi, do you have so much money? The middle-aged man asked Xingrui. No, I was wrong just now, I was wrong, it's rent. It's rent. Xingrui shook his head quickly, his face flushed red, and he shook his head sharply. Finally, with the help of middle-aged people, shop number 12 was rented out. Xingrui didn't say a word until he watched Chu Chen leave. He remembered that from today onwards, he will no longer pretend to be coercive. Let's keep a low profile. If Chu Chen knew, he would definitely pat Xingrui's shoulder, very gratified. Young man, he has a bright future, he should be as low-key as he is. As soon as he walked out of the tea house, Chu Chen received a call from the insurance company. They told Chu Chen that his night bike had been repaired and was going to be delivered to him. After the night broke, the insurance company took the initiative to help Chu Chen repair the car, and Chu Chen did not need to repair it himself. Okay, you can send it to Wutong Street. Insurance companies are very efficient. It's just that Chu Chen didn't know how much thought the insurance company had put in to please his special customer. Not far away, when a pretty girl saw Chu Chen, she was suddenly stunned. It's him? After seeing Chu Chen, the girl hurriedly ran away. Little brother, do you have a lighter? Running out of Chu Chen's side, the girl Zhang Yingying asked. No. Chu Chen shook his head. Then why did you set my heart on fire? Zhang Yingying said to Chu Chen with a shy look on her face. Oh. Chu Chen responded. Without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, Zhang Yingying grabbed Chu Chen and walked into a milk tea shop not far away. Walking into the store, Zhang Yingying sat down opposite Chu Chen, pretending to be Chu Chen's girlfriend. Little brother, can you be my boyfriend? The next second, Zhang Yingying said very directly. I don't have a job. You don't care? Chu Chen said. I don't care, I can take care of you. Chu Chen spoke again, I have no money and my parents have no savings. I like your people, not your money, I don't care. Xiang Ying looked serious. I don't have a house. It's okay, I have a house, you can live in my house. Facing Chu Chen's series of questions, the beauty seemed to have thought about it in advance, and answered extremely quickly. Is that so? Chu Chen muttered softly and thought. Over the years, he has known countless girls. He has seen beauties of various personalities. Of course, he has also met a lot of women who worship gold and scheming women. Through this girl's subtle changes in expression, Chu Chen has classified her into the ranks of scheming girls. Of course, it is also possible that Chu Chen saw it wrong. But what the result is, we'll soon have an answer. Chu Chen spoke again. And my car is rubbish, it can only take 2 people. It's okay, it's better to sit for 2 people, it's enough to have you, and nothing else matters. Xiang Ying answered Chu Chen very affectionately. Of course, a sports car has 2 seats. An ordinary car with 4 seats, a garbage truck, is definitely not as good as a sports car, let alone a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. As for Chu Chen, Xiang Ying also met a few days ago. She heard from her roommate in the same room. A few days ago, her roommate, Gao Yuda and Fong Man went to Shuang Xian for dinner. As a result, I met a super low-key rich man. Not only does he have an immortal appearance, but he is so handsome that he also has a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions, living in the Moon Sandalwood Garden. Absolutely top class. Finally, the roommate took out the photo of Chu Chen and let them take a look. Rich and handsome, Xiang Ying remembered Chu Chen's appearance just by looking at the photo. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to meet this low-key mysterious rich man here. Xiang Ying understood that Chu Chen was testing himself just now. It was not the first time she had met her. She had hooked up with several rich second generations, but those rich second generations were now compared with Chu Chen, and they were not worth mentioning. As long as he became Chu Chen's girlfriend, and married into a wealthy family, any villa, a luxury car, a house full of bags, shoes, would not be a dream. Thinking about it, Xiang Ying tried her best to look innocently at Chu Chen. As soon as he saw Xiang Ying's expression, Chu Chen was completely sure. She is indeed a hidden scheming girl. You may be mistaken, my car is not a sports car, but an ordinary bicycle, which is very cheap. Chu Chen said helplessly. What? Chu Chen's words caught Xiang Ying by surprise. How could it be? It's okay. As soon as her mind turned, Xiang Ying decided to continue acting. Mr. Chu, we have already arrived. After only 10 minutes, the insurance company had already delivered the car. I see. Chu Chen put down the phone. Don't believe me, I'll show you. After all, Chu Chen got up and walked outside. With a puzzled expression, Xiang Ying followed Chu Chen curiously and left as well. Is this kid really a poor man? Did your roommate lie to you? For a time, Xiang Ying became suspicious. After all, Chu Chen had Koenigsegg, a high-end villa, all of which were said by roommates, and there was no real evidence, not even photos. Back at Wutong Street, Chu Chen saw Manager Yang of the insurance company not far away. At this moment, next to Manager Yang, the brand-new Knight bicycle was parked there. Look. Chu Chen pointed to the Knight and said to Xiang Ying. This, looking at the night, Zhang Yingying was stunned. Really a broken bike? Not Koenigsegg, not a sports car. There are only 2 seats. Chu Chen took back the night from Manager Yang. Looking at Chu Chen's bicycle, Zhang Yingying's face turned green and yellow, and her whole body trembled with anger. At this moment, she was sure. Chu Chen is a poor man. It was that bitch who deceived him, and caused him to waste so much time and smiles, to actually accompany a poor man to drink milk tea. No matter how handsome he looks. What's the use? Can he give her a house, give her a luxury car, or buy her a bag worth hundreds of thousands? Bitch, I must clean up you when you go back. Zhang Yingying thought to herself. You are really a poor man. Just like you still want to be my mother's boyfriend? What about daydreaming? In the face of Chu Chen, Zhang Yingying was not pretending, but directly tore his face, like a shrew, scolding. Ha ha. Chu Chen sneered, his eyesight was okay, he was right. This Zhang Yingying thought her scheming was very good, but unfortunately, she was still far from a high-end scheming girl and a high-end green tea watch. This is not installed? Boring. Chu Chen didn't want to continue teasing Zhang Yingying, so after saying thank you to Manager Yang, he rode the night away. Watching Chu Chen leave, Manager Yang couldn't help but sigh, rich people today, I really don't understand. 4 or 5 million, buy a Lamborghini, isn't it bad to buy a Rolls-Royce, but buy a bicycle? Manager Yang shook his head with great emotion. The idea of rich people, I do not understand. What? Not far away, Zhang Yingying, who was about to leave, immediately stopped with a dull expression. What did she just hear? This uncle said that Chu Chen's bicycle is 4 or 5 million, the same as a Rolls-Royce? How can that be possible? Zhang Yingying thought she heard it wrong, so she turned around suddenly. Zhang Yingying asked Manager Yang anxiously. You said his bike was 4 or 5 million? Yes, don't you know, this is a night bike, designed by top international designers. There are only 3 in the world, and the price is comparable to a Lamborghini. Manager Yang said with great envy. What? Hearing this sentence, Zhang Yingying was dumbfounded. Is this a bike comparable to a Lamborghini? How is this possible? He really lives in Yuatan Garden and has a villa in Yuatan Garden? Zhang Yingying asked again, trembling all over. She was extremely nervous. Of course, we originally wanted to send the car to Yuatan Garden, but I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be nearby, saving us the trouble. Manager Yang said something, glanced at Zhang Yingying strangely, turned around and left. Only Zhang Yingying was left standing dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. It turns out that Chu Chen is really a low-key, tall, rich and handsome. It turns out that what the roommate said is true. It turned out that it was Chu Chen's test of himself just now. Do not. Zhang Yingying shouted unwillingly. Did you just lose a perfect opportunity to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady? No. Zhang Yingying's bowels are all regretful. Chu Chen, wait. For me, I was wrong, don't go. Zhang Yingying reacted and hurriedly went after Chu Chen. After running 5 or 6 meters, Zhang Yingying, who was wearing high heels, twisted her feet and fell directly. A dog came to eat the mud, and she was extremely embarrassed. For a time, Zhang Yingying felt as if she had missed one. No. It was a billion. Because there have been a lot of things going on recently, Chu Chen hasn't watched the live broadcast. Shark Live broadcast also continued to increase in popularity because of Chu Chen's incarnation of the super hero Nothing Brother, ranking first among the major live broadcast platforms. It's Okay, Brother also surpassed the major anchors and became the hottest topic of Shark Live. But because after that time, the Alright Brother never appeared again, and the strange voice appeared. Super God How Nothing Brother is just a trust, a fake god how created by a brokerage company, just for hype. The first person to raise this suspicion was Xiang Chuchen, a self-proclaimed professional anti-counterfeiting expert, and anchor of the Shark platform. Today, Xiang Chuchen started the live broadcast as usual, and the title of the live broadcast is still Online Real Hammer, Fake God How, It's Okay. Seeing the popularity breakthrough to 1 million, Xiang Chuchen felt extremely proud. This wave of rubbing heat, he rubbed it right. Hello everyone, I'm Xiang Chuchen, a professional anti-counterfeiting expert. Today, I will lead everyone to fight in Xiang Chuchen's live broadcast room and denounce the fake local tyrants for nothing. During the live broadcast, Xiang Chuchen said impassively, Xiao Qian is the nickname of Chu Chen's live broadcast. Xiang Chuchen also only thought of taking advantage of this popularity a few days ago, in order to hype and take advantage of the opportunity. Anyway, in the live broadcast industry, 99% of the super gods are fake. They are created by the brokerage companies behind the various anchors for marketing and attracting audiences. He said that this brother is nothing wrong with being a fake god. The news that Chu Chen is the new president of Shark Live, only a few super anchors and the executives of Shark Live know. This one is fine, it should be a hacker. You think, at the very beginning, he only spent a few thousand yuan and got more than 1 million gifts, and every time he won a lottery, this is definitely a problem. Come on, everyone, go to Xiang Chuchen's live broadcast room and scold her until she admits that it's okay, brother is a fake god. Xiang Chuchen said more and more vigorously, and finally stood up directly, as if he had a feud with the fake god. How to take his wife. With countless Xiang Chuchen's audience pouring into Chu Chen's live broadcast room, all kinds of insulting barrages appeared, and they were swiped in an instant. Looking at the countless insulting barrages in the live broadcast room, Chu Chen was stunned, very aggrieved, and burst into tears. She just wants to sing quietly, why are these people like this? In the past few days, someone has been insulting her in the live broadcast room, which is extraordinarily excessive today. Looking at Chu Chen with red eyes, Xiang Chuchen, the mastermind behind all this, was extremely proud. Everyone did a great job. Just spray her like that, it's okay to spray fake gods. Xiang Chuchen shouted again. This time, he is going to step on Xiao Qian and brother Wusher to become the top anchor of Shark platform. After returning to Yuatan Garden, Chu Chen was fine, so he turned on Shark Live. Seeing that Chu Chen was broadcasting live, Chu Chen clicked in, but he happened to see this scene. Fake god? Chu Chen smiled lightly. The next second, the super rocket worth 2,000 yuan in Chu Chen's live broadcast room began to swipe the screen. I have nothing to do, send gifts to the anchor 100 super rockets if you have nothing to do, send gifts to the anchor 200 super rockets if you have nothing to do, send gifts to the anchor 300 super rockets. The super rockets sent by others one by one, arrived at Chu Chen, and sent them directly 100 and 100. In an instant, Chu Chen's gifts had exceeded 10 million. Anyway, the Shark Live broadcast is now his, and it doesn't matter how much he spends if the money goes back to his account. As Chu Chen's gift swiped on the screen, the scolding just now disappeared. Xiang Chuchen and many of his audience were stunned. They never expected that Brother Noah actually came out, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 million gift was given. They were suspicious. Don't be afraid, everyone, continue to swipe the screen, this no-nonsense brother is definitely a fake god, just a care. Although his heart was extremely guilty, Xiang Chuchen was still stubborn. The news of the re-emergence of the super god-hearted brother instantly swept the entire Shark Live broadcast. A few minutes later, several big anchors of Shark's live broadcast appeared in Chu Chen's live broadcast room one after another. Don't worry, little sister, I'll prove that Brother Wu is really super heroic. Brother Wu is awesome. The first brother of Shark Live's game appeared. And he gave a gift of 3 million in an instant. Miss, I also prove that there is nothing better than my heart. Immediately afterwards, several very popular female anchors also appeared and sent millions of gifts. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Chen received gifts worth nearly 20 million yuan, all of which were from the super anchors of Shark Live. Of course, these super anchors did this to please Chu Chen. These super anchors are more or less related to the high-level executives of Shark Live, and they are the few people who know that Chu Chen is the new boss of Shark Live. Seeing that all the super anchors of Shark's live broadcast have come forward, the audience who questioned Chu Chen as a fake god just now shut up. User 1893-72223 has been permanently banned. User, your second uncle has been permanently banned. In the next second, all the users who abused Chu Chen and Brother Wu were permanently banned at the same time. The technicians of Shark Live saw Chu Chen appear and intervened immediately. Hello, anti-counterfeiting expert, what else can you say? Chu Chen also appeared in Xiang Chuchen's live broadcast room. Liar. Xiang Chuchen, you are a big liar. I greet your 18th ancestors, you villain. Go to hell, you liar. Countless viewers poured into Xiang Chuchen's live broadcast room to warmly greet him. Looking at these friendly barrages, Xiang Chuchen, whose face was thicker than the city wall, didn't care at all. I have become popular these days, and my salary this month is at least several 100,000. I'm a liar, what can you do with me? Facing Chu Chen's question, Xiang Chuchen retorted extremely arrogantly, to the extreme. Even if this alright brother is really proud, what can he do to himself in front of the computer and mobile phone? It's okay bro, you're a piece of shit. Xiang Chuchen laughed wildly, and ran away after making a fortune. He didn't care anyway. You ask if you are angry. Are you angry? What can you do with me, trash? As a professional troll, an internet keyboard warrior, this is what Xiang Chuchen is most proud of. On the internet, he can spray people as much as he likes, and it is not like saying a word in reality, and he may be beaten. With a sneer, the proud Xiang Chuchen sat down. Goodbye. It's okay, brother's barrage reappears. Goodbye? This alright brother was so scared that he was sprayed by himself, and left in a daze? Seeing Chu Chen's barrage, Xiang Chuchen laughed wildly. Let's go now. No, Xiang Chuchen said again. However, before his words were finished, the live broadcast room in front of him suddenly went dark. Then, a line of words appeared in the live broadcast room. Your live broadcast room has been banned. The ban date is April 9th, 2020 to April 9th, 2020. 2020 to 12,020, 10,000 years. His live broadcast room was blocked for 10,000 years? What are you kidding? Looking at the computer in front of him, Xiang Chuchen was stunned. How could this be? At this moment, he suddenly understood why. He was okay with the goodbye barrage. Goodbye indeed. No, never seen again. In 10,000 years, he may not even have ashes left. Just when Xiang Chuchen thought it was over, news came from the background of his live broadcast. Your live broadcast is suspected of violating the rules. The live broadcast income will be stopped, and the previous salary will be recovered. What? Seeing this, Xiang Chuchen jumped up directly, frowned. What are you kidding? Xiang Chuchen roared wildly. What he said just now, he took the opportunity to take advantage of the enthusiasm of the good brother. And made hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was a matter of this month. The end of the month has not yet arrived, and the income has not been sent to him at all. Even if he doesn't make it, he still has to recover his previous income? Asshole, bastard. Xiang Chuchen stomped his feet in anger, his whole body trembling non-stop. Drip. Xiang Chuchen's cell phone rang again, and he turned it on. Lawyer's letter, Mr. Xiang Chuchen, in this law firm, you have violated the so-and-so law to slander others or fabricate facts to slander others. Looking at the lawyer's letter sent by Shark Live, Xiang Chuchen was completely stupid. He knew that something really happened this time. And it was a big thing. If it's not good, he may have to go in and squat for a few years. Do not. Xiang Chuchen's legs softened and he fell to the ground in fright. Chu Chen didn't care about Xiang Chuchen, an internet troll. Chu Chen believed that the Shark Live broadcast would satisfy him. Brother Chen. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Chu Chen received a WeChat message from Chu Chen. It's alright, you can live stream well, and there will be no trolls in your live broadcast room in the future. After this incident, Chu Chen's live broadcast room will receive special attention from Shark Live, and will not give any trolls a chance to speak. In the evening, Yan Luoshui came to Chu Chen's house. My parents called and they'll be here tomorrow. Yan Luoshui said. I understand. Chu Chen nodded. The two had already negotiated and pretended to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I just didn't expect that Yan Luoshui's parents would come so quickly. My dad has been obsessed with chemical research all his life, and he has a weird temper. Please take more care. Yan Luoshui said very apologetically. A researcher. My future father-in-law is amazing. Chu Chen has successfully entered the role and nodded. I understand, no problem. After chatting with Chu Chen for a while, Yan Luoshui left. Sleep and raise enough energy to deal with the legendary father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chu Chen went to bed early. The next day, Chu Chen woke up, and the sound of the system appeared immediately. Ding, sign in task, whether to sign in again? Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked yes. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining all chemical elements, except radioactive elements, Seeing the sign-in reward, Chu Chen was taken aback. The system knew that he had to deal with his father-in-law who was engaged in chemistry today, so he gave him this. What the hell is all the chemical elements available? Chu Chen was very puzzled, but when he came to the living room, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Chu Chen's courtesy has a large cabinet that occupies one wall. The cabinet is divided into numerous small compartments, which store various chemical elements. Is this a collection of all chemical elements according to the periodic table of chemical elements? Looking at the huge cabinet, Chu Chen said in surprise. This is too arrogant. The system is mighty. Chu Chen couldn't help sighing. In his heart. According to the periodic table of chemical elements, it is terrible to collect all the chemical elements. When I was in school, I recited the periodic table of chemical elements by myself, but it was fatal. If there was such a cabinet at that time, looking at the back of the real thing, it would definitely be very simple. Chu Chen came to the cabinet curiously. Inside the cabinet, except for the radioactive elements, all the elements are lying quietly in it, and they are arranged according to the periodic table of chemical elements. According to the introduction of the system, the various elements in it are infinitely close to 100% purity. The higher the purity, the more expensive the price. In addition to the well-known gold and silver, such as element 45 rhodium, it is more than 2 million per kilogram. The most expensive element 98, californium, costs 200 million per gram. Yes, read that right, per gram, not kilogram. Moreover, these elements cannot be collected with money. In addition to these elements themselves, this cabinet for storing various elements is also expensive. You know, many elements are difficult to maintain, but now they are quietly in the cabinet. Chu Chen estimated that the chemical elements in this cabinet should be worth hundreds of millions. The system is so sweet. Chu Chen was extremely emotional. Yesterday he was still thinking, what should he give him for the first time? Unexpectedly, the system gave him an excellent gift today. For a person who has studied chemistry for a lifetime, seeing all the chemical elements is definitely an unforgettable event in a lifetime. It's so much better than sending anything antique, luxury, so much. It's a nice little gift. Chu Chen nodded. After breakfast, Chu Chen came to Yan Luoshui's house and went to the airport with Yan Luoshui. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yan Luoshui's parents' plane arrived. Mom and Dad. After seeing his parents, Yan Luoshui waved his hand excitedly. Chu Chen followed Yan Luoshui's gaze and saw a couple about 60 years old approaching. Yan Luoshui's father wore tall glasses and looked like an old pedant. Yan Luoshui's mother took good care of her and was a very temperamental old lady. Meeting with his parents, Yan Luoshui prepared to introduce Chu Chen. Dad, this is me. However, before Yan Luoshui's words were finished, a gentle and elegant young man of 28 or 9 years old with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly came out from behind. Hello, Auntie. I'm He Bowen, a friend of Luoshui. He Bowen grabbed in front of Chu Chen and talked to Yan Luoshui's parents. Seeing the sudden appearance of He Bowen, Yan Luoshui's expression turned cold. In an instant, Chu Chen understood that this He Bowen should be a boring suitor of Yan Luoshui. The first time we met, I prepared a small gift for my uncle and aunt. He Bowen spoke politely. He Bowen? I remember, you are Yuling's nephew, right? After listening to He Bowen's introduction, Yan Luoshui's mother suddenly realized. It turned out that he was the one that his friend introduced to Luoshui. Yes, Auntie. He Bowen said. With a smile. He also listened to his aunt's words and knew that Yan Luoshui's parents would come to Jiangzhou today, so he came to the airport. Xiao is not bad, a talent. Looking at He Bowen, Yan Luoshui's mother was more satisfied. After all, it was introduced by her friend. As for Yan Luoshui's father, he just nodded and said nothing, very plain. By the way, Auntie, I brought a small gift. While speaking, He Bowen took out an exquisite wooden box. Open the wooden box, there is a very beautiful small bowl lying inside. This is a Fine product from the imperial kiln, a large bowl with a dragon pattern inscribed in the powder-colored Ruigwa Sanduo. Royal Kiln Boutique? The shape is dignified and elegant, and the whole body is glazed, clean and bright. It is a superb product. It should not be cheap. Mother Yan could see at a glance the extraordinariness of this large bowl with a dragon pattern engraved in the pastel-colored Ruigwa Sanduo. However, it's only more than 10 million, and my aunt must accept it. He Bowen said humbly. Xiao He, your aunt has taken it back, you should take it back. Mother Yan said, although more than 10 million is nothing to the Yan family, but after all, it was the first time they met, and it was not good to receive a gift of more than 10 million. It's not a very expensive gift, don't reject it, Auntie. He Bowen refused to give up. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend Chu Chen. Yan Luoshui couldn't stand it any longer, and directly introduced Chu Chen. Hearing this, Yan Luoshui's parents and He Bowen were stunned. Did they think that Chu Chen was an employee of Yan Luoshui? Luo Shui, have you made a boyfriend? Father Yan finally spoke, very surprised. That's right, when did you pay it, why didn't you tell us? Mother Yan also asked. Chu Chen and I are just dating. Yan Luoshui explained. Hello, uncle. Aunt. At this time, Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hello. Yan's father and Yan's mother responded. At this moment, Yan's mother was a little embarrassed. Just now, she said that He Bowen was good, but now Luo Shui actually has a boyfriend. Oh, are you Luo Shui's boyfriend? He Bowen uttered a compelling accusation against Chu Chen. It's the first time we met, so empty-handed, I really don't know the etiquette. Hearing this, Mother Yan's expression changed slightly. Although He Bowen's words are thorny, they also make sense. Mother Yan was born in a scholarly family and attached great importance to etiquette. For the first time, seeing the elders come empty-handed is really outrageous. It doesn't matter if the things you take are expensive or not, even if you take a little fruit, it also shows the importance of the first meeting. But empty-handed, which is a bit outrageous. At first glance, Mother Yan was not satisfied with Chu Chen. What? Yan Luoshui was stunned for a moment, then anxious. How could she forget this matter? Yes, actually Yan Luoshui wanted to explain to Chu Chen, but was stopped by Chu Chen. Aunt, uncle, I also prepared a gift, but it's a little too big to carry. It's in my residence. Chu Chen gave Yan Luoshui a reassuring look. Hearing this, Yan Luoshui's heart warmed. It turns out that Chu Chen attaches so much importance to pretending to be his boyfriend and has everything ready. Ha ha. He Bowen sneered, not believing Chu Chen's words at all. This kid must have forgotten to bring it, so he found such a reason. Even if you take a step back, this kid really has a gift. Can it compare to his Royal Kiln Boutique? You must know that he spent a lot of money and thought to find such a large bowl of pastel Ruigwa Sanduo engraved with dragon patterns. According to her aunt, Yan Luoshui's mother liked to collect porcelain. Mom, let's go home. Yan Luoshui opened his mouth. In the end, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui's parents sat in Yan Luoshui's car, and He Bowen drove by himself and went straight to Yuatan Garden. 20 minutes later, they returned to Yuatan Garden. Uncle, Aunt, the gift is in my villa. Why don't you go to my villa first? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing this, Yan's father and Yan's mother were stunned for a moment. what kind of gift is it, and they still need to see it. 4a. Time, Mother Yan's favorability toward Chu Chen dropped again. All right. Yan Luoshui accompanied his parents towards Chu Chen's villa. Behind, He Bowen snorted coldly. Boy, I warn you, Yan Luoshui is mine, pay attention. He Bowen came to Chu Chen's side and lowered his voice to threaten Chu Chen's ear. I want to see what you can come up with. It's better than mine. He Bowen is extremely confident that his own imperial kills are the best. After all. He Bowen walked forward with disdain. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. It's right to be as low-key as yourself, this. He Bowen is too much. Walking into the villa, Chu Chen said lightly, this is a little gift I prepared. For my uncle. After seeing the shelf, everyone was stunned. This gift is indeed large and does not move in any direction. But what does Chu Chen mean by sending a shelf? Ha ha ha, what a bummer, are you humiliating your uncle and aunt? He Bowen rebuked Chu Chen. Before He Bowen's next sentence was finished, he suddenly saw Father Yan, who was calm before, with an unbelievable expression on his face, and walked forward quickly. How is this possible? How can that be possible? Looking at the chemical elements on the entire shelf, Father Yan was stunned. Because her husband has been engaged in chemical research all the year round, Yan's mother also has a certain understanding of chemistry. She stepped forward, and the next second, Yan's mother was also stunned. Looking at the shocked Yan's father and Yan's mother, He Bowen was very kind. What happened to them? He Bowen stepped forward and was stunned. Is this the real periodic table of chemical elements? Isn't it just a little chemical element, and it's not something precious? He Bowen shook his head. However, as soon as He Bowen's voice fell, Yan's father immediately scolded He Bowen severely. What are you talking about? Do you know how much energy and effort it takes to collect so many chemical elements? To be honest, Father Yan also thought so, but after several years, Father Yan gave up. This is something that cannot be accomplished at all. It's just that he never imagined that here today, what he dreamed of was finally completed. Uncle, how about this little gift? Chu Chen asked. It's great, it's great. Father Yan was extremely excited, looking at Chu Chen, as if he saw his confidant. After calming down, Father Yan said, No, I'll just take a look. These chemical elements are at least several 100 million. They are too expensive. I can't accept them. Hearing Father Yan's words, everyone present, even Mother Yan, was stunned. Several billion? They knew that these things were valuable, but they never expected it to be so terrifying. Several 100 million. Is this the little gift that Chu Chen said? This, He Bowen was equally astonished. Several 100 million, how many 100 million for this shelf? This is dozens of times higher than his imperial kiln porcelain. How is this possible? This pen is too big. The next second, Father Yan suddenly held Chu Chen's hand. Many male readers say that they are more handsome than the protagonist, and female readers say that they are worth 100 million points, but I don't believe them. Unless you send a recommendation ticket to prove yourself, I will admit, he. Holding hands excitedly by Yan's father, Chu Chen was afraid that he would say, Confidant, let's become brothers. In this way, wouldn't he become Yan Luoshui's uncle, and his seniority was too messy. What should I call Yan Luoshui, niece? Big niece, hello. It doesn't seem to be a loss. It's a pity that Father Yan didn't say that. Holding Chu Chen's hand, Yan's father said earnestly, I'm very relieved to give Luo Shui to you. When will you get married? Cough cough? Fortunately, Chu Chen didn't drink water, otherwise, it would definitely spray out. Admire. Really admire. This Uncle Yan really didn't say anything, and he was a blockbuster. The span was too large, and Chu Chen was overwhelmed for a while. So you can safely hand Yan Luo Shui to yourself? A set of real periodic table of chemical elements. In exchange for Yan Luo Shui, seems to have made a fortune. Cough, Chu Chen just thought about it, and had no other ideas. Cough, old Yan. Mother Yan coughed a few times to remind her husband. What's the matter? I'm sick, please drink some hot water. Seeing his wife coughing, Uncle Yan said immediately. After listening to her husband's words, Yan's mother was really helpless. Beside him, Yan Luo Shui touched his forehead, he was definitely his own. As a gift. You sold yourself to Chu Chen? It's too random. But on second thought, if he really and Chu Chen become husband and wife, it seems not bad. On the other hand, curious about how much the periodic table of elements actually cost, he Bowen checked it. The next second, he was directly intimidated. 1 gram and 200 million? Looking at the information on the phone, he Bowen couldn't believe his eyes. Too expensive. His own imperial kiln porcelain instantly seemed worthless. Although he could spend several hundred million, he was really reluctant to try to please Yan Luo Shui's parents. This kid is indeed more courageous than him. He Bowen had to sigh that Chu Chen's courage dared to make such a big gamble. It's good to be successful and become the son-in-law of the wealthy Yan family, but if it fails, hundreds of millions will be lost. Just a few hundred million wants me to give up, it's impossible. If Chu Chen took out tens of billions in one breath, he would give up immediately without saying a word. But now it's only a few hundred million. Father Yan looked and looked in front of the shelf, and finally handed the phone to his wife. Take a picture of me. I want to show off to those old guys that I have a good son-in-law. Seeing the real periodic table with my own eyes today is like a dream. If you show the pictures to those old guys, they will definitely envy themselves. Father Yan was very proud and very satisfied with Chu Chen, his son-in-law. Because of this gift, Mother Yan's impression of Chu Chen changed slightly. This gift showed that Chu Chen really attached great importance to the first meeting. But that's all. In Mother Yan's heart, Chu Chen was still a little white face. She had to admit that Chu Chen was very handsome, the most handsome and temperamental man she had ever seen. Although Chu Chen is not the kind of little white face who only eats soft rice, but at present, apart from being rich, Chu Chen does not have any advantages. It doesn't matter whether young people have money or not, but they must be professional and capable. At the beginning, the reason why she thought He Bowen was good was that He Bowen's family background was only one aspect. On the other hand, He Bowen is now the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. The company was created entirely by He Bowen and is now thriving. This is enough to show that He Bowen's ability is young and promising. Up to now, she has not seen Chu Chen's ability, so her attitude towards Chu Chen is relatively indifferent. She suspected that Chu Chen had completely used her looks to win a picky daughter. Uncle, Aunt, if you have time in the afternoon, go to my company for a walk? He Bowen is still very confident in his business ability. Since daring cannot compare to Chu Chen, it is compared to strength and achievement. Talk later. Father Yan was not interested in this, just responded lightly. A few minutes later, several people were about to leave Chu Chen's villa and go to Yan Luoshui's house. Wait a minute, Chu Chen, take the baby with you. Yan Luoshui suddenly spoke. Hearing this, everyone was completely confused. Baby? Both Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui already have babies? Is it that fast? Luoshui, you. Looking at her daughter, Yan's mother, who has always paid attention to etiquette, was very angry. Didn't I just get together with you, Chu Chen? Why do I have a baby? Father Yan said in astonishment. The most shocked was He Bowen. At this moment, his face was green and his whole body was shaking with anger. He felt that his head was green. Did Chu Chen strike so quickly? Do not. Seeing his parents' reaction, Yan Luoshui couldn't help but laugh and quickly explained, Mom and Dad, what do you think? The baby is my cat. Where is it at? Chu Chen's house, call. Hearing this, Yan's father and Yan's mother let out a long breath. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, which is okay. Masters. He Bowen couldn't help but scolded in his heart, it turned out to be like this, it's okay, he has a good chance. Chu Chen hugged the baby and walked out of the villa with a few people, preparing to go to Yan Luoshui's house. At this time a silver Rolls-Royce Ghost stopped not far away. A middle-aged man in a suit walked down. It's him? After seeing the middle-aged man, He Bowen recognized it instantly. The visitor is none other than Zhao Guangji, the president of Lingyun Capital, a well-known Southern investment group. Half a month ago, he had negotiated with Lingyun Capital and wanted Lingyun Capital to invest in his company. Unexpectedly, Lingyun Capital attaches so much importance to him, the dignified president, actually came to Jiangzhou to see him in person, and even chased him here. For a time, He Bowen felt extremely proud. He Bowen spoke very ostentatiously and took the initiative to introduce Zhao Guangji, uncle, aunt, this is Mr. Zhao Guangji, the president of Lingyun Capital, who came to me to discuss investment matters. Lingyun Capital? Hearing this name, Yan's parents and Yan's mother were stunned. The Yan family is a wealthy family with a large group. Although Yan Luoshui's grandfather and several uncles have always been in charge, Yan's father is so obsessed with research that he doesn't participate much. Because of the family relationship, they have heard of some big companies in the south as the top 10 investment groups in the south. Lingyun Capital naturally knows it. Little he is amazing. It really is young and promising. Mother Yan couldn't help but speak. Even Father Yan looked sideways slightly. He didn't expect He Bowen's connections and strength to be so powerful. He was a little worried about Chu Chen. Like his father, Yan Luoshui became worried when he heard He Bowen's words. This Ho Bowen. General. Hearing Mother Yan's praise, He Bowen said humbly despite the smile on his face. Looking at Zhao Guangji coming over, He Bowen walked forward, preparing to talk to Zhao Guangji. Mr. Zhao, how are you? He Bowen stretched out his hand and said with a smile. However, in the next second, something he never expected happened. Zhao Guangji passed him by. He didn't mean to pay any attention to him, and he was very indifferent. He Bowen's hand stopped in the air, extremely embarrassed. Finally, Zhao Guangji came to Chu Chen and said with great enthusiasm, Mr. Chu, hello. Mr. Chu, I am Zhao Guangji, the current president of Lingyun Capital, just call me Lao Zhao. Zhao Guangji introduced himself very politely. Hello. Chu Chen responded politely. Seeing this scene, several other people present were stunned. How did that happen? Just call me Lao Zhao? When did the dignified president of Lingyun capital become so polite? Just like a dream. The development of things is a little different from what they imagined. No, it is not a little different, but a world of difference. Originally, they thought that He Bowen would have a warm conversation with Zhao Guangji. But now, Zhao Guangji was very polite and took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Chen, while He Bowen, who stepped forward, stood there awkwardly. What the hell? This, looking at Chu Chen, Zhao Guangji, and He Bowen, Yan Luo Shui, was extremely surprised. She really didn't expect that Chu Chen actually had such great energy. As expected of the person she liked, Yan Luo Shui was very proud. Yan's father and Yan's mother looked at each other and saw the surprise and shock in the other's eyes. Of course, they know that although the total market value of Lingyun capital is only 30 billion, the most terrible thing about it is not the market value, but the huge network of people in all walks of life. Now, the president of Lingyun capital took the initiative and politely shook hands with Chu Chen and talked. This is something they never imagined. Xiaochu is amazing. Father Yan nodded with satisfaction. He did not see the wrong person. To be able to make the president of Lingyun capital like this is enough to show Xiaochu's terrifying connections and strength. Give Luo Shui to him and rest assured. Am I wrong? Mother. Yan muttered dumbly. Originally, she expressed serious doubts about Chu Chen's ability, thinking that Chu Chen was just a handsome, playful little white face, but she never expected that Chu Chen's network and strength were so terrifying. Even Zhao Guangji had to make good friends. Old. In the end, Mother Yan sighed, and she admitted that she had misunderstood. Chu Chen is indeed young and promising. Luo Shui didn't see the wrong person, she was wrong. At this moment, Mother Yan also recognized the identity of Chu Chen's son-in-law in her heart. Why? Watching Chu Chen and Zhao Guangji talking, it took He Bowen a long time to react. How could this be? Why did the president of Lingyun capital take the initiative to befriend Chu Chen? This is unreasonable. No, it must be wrong. He Bowen refused to believe what he saw, took a deep breath, and He Bowen walked forward. Mr. Zhao, hello, I'm He Bowen. He Bowen smiled and asked, Zhao is always here for me, right? You, who are you? However, in the next second, Zhao Guangji spoke, making He Bowen completely stunned. I'm here specifically for Mr. Chu. Not for He Bowen, but for Chu Chen. Zhao Guangji already knew about the fact that Vice President Sun Dian came to Jiangzhou to see Chu Chen. Of course, Sun Dian was extremely embarrassed, and Zhao Guangji also knew that he was shocked by Chu Chen's terrifying financial resources. With Sun Dian's experience, Zhao Guangji was extremely low-key and polite this time. Mr. Zhao, I'm the president of Bowen Company. I talked to Lingyun Capital about investment before? He Bowen introduced again. Bowen Company? Zhao Guangji seemed to have a little impression. Seeing this, He Bowen became nervous. I remembered. I sent a secretary to your company before. You can talk to him about the specific things. Zhao Guangji spoke, making He Bowen even more dumbfounded. Secretary, only send one secretary? Not even the manager or vice president. It was only a small secretary who went to him, but to Chu Chen, it was Zhao Guangji himself? Is he so neglected? For a time, Zhao Guangji's heart seemed to be stabbed with a knife. Do not. Introduction. This is Uncle Yan. Chu Chen introduced the person next to Zhao Guangji. Yan? Are they from the wealthy Yan family? Hearing Chu Chen's introduction, Zhao Guangji was taken aback. Mr. Chu is actually the son-in-law of the wealthy Yan family, Strong. For a time, he admired Chu Chen to the extreme. The Yan family is an old-fashioned wealthy family, especially the current owner, Mr. Yan, who was a powerful man in the business world back then. Zhao Guangji and Yan's father and Yan's mother greeted politely. At this moment, he was even more determined to make good friends, and even to please Chu Chen. Even if he did not get Chu Chen's support, he must not offend Chu Chen. I'm not here today, Mr. Chu, we'll talk next time we have time. I won't bother you anymore. Zhao Guangji said very knowingly. Goodbye. After all, Zhao Guangji got on the Rolls-Royce Ghost and left the Moon Sandalwood Garden. Little Chu, it's amazing seeing Zhao Guangji leave, father. Yan couldn't help but say to Chu Chen. Where? Uncle, aunt, come in quickly. Chu Chen said something. Afterwards, they walked towards Yan Luoshui's villa together with Yan Luoshui and Yan's father and mother. Seeing this, He Bowen was extremely confused. His courage is no match for Chu Chen, his connections are no match for Chu Chen, he has already lost 2 games, what should I do? Go in. He Bowen didn't want to give up like this, he decided to struggle one last time. This is his last stubbornness. He Bowen also bravely walked into the villa. Uncle, aunt, it's your first time in Jiangzhou, you must play in Jiangzhou. He Bowen took the initiative to speak, stirring up the topic. Jiangzhou, the most famous place is Tian Leisure Villa. It has a beautiful environment and beautiful scenery, which is very suitable for you. I've already arranged it there, you can go there for a walk and relax. Hearing this, Mother Yan said, You're welcome, Xiaohe. Trouble Xiaohe. He Bowen was so enthusiastic, and Father Yan replied. It's just a pity. Originally, I wanted to arrange a villa for my uncle and aunt in Tian Villa. But the owner of Tian Villa is too impersonal. He has to have a platinum card to live in the villa. I had to arrange a suite for my uncle and aunt in the hotel. Don't dislike it. He Bowen was very annoyed at the boss of Tian Villa. He knew the manager of Tian Villa, and he originally wanted the manager to get a villa. But the manager disagreed with life and death, saying that they had just changed to a new boss and everything had to follow the rules. There is nothing he can do, he is not qualified to know the owner of Tian Villa. This is the rule of the owner of Tian Villa, it doesn't matter if you don't live in the villa. Mother Yan spoke. Well, the owner of Tian Villa seems to be me. A soft voice came. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Chen again. Cough cough. Just after taking a sip of water, He Bowen almost choked when he heard Chu Chen's words. What? The top 3 Tian villas in Tiannam province are actually Chu Chen's property. He Bowen was really frightened. Brother Chen, I took it, I really took it. Uncle, aunt, I still have something to do, so I'll go first. After all, He Bowen got up immediately and rushed outside quickly, as if escaping from here. Terrible. Chu Chen is so scary. He is a devil. Continue. To stay, He Bowen feels that he will be beaten to death by Chu Chen. What the last stubborn, go. Special. He surrendered. Have pity, let him go. Looking at Chu Chen at this moment, Yan Luoshui's family was also in a mess. Chu Chen is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Tian Villa. Little Chu, you are really beyond my expectations. Father Yan said with emotion. Because he was not interested in business and devoted himself to research, he was often reprimanded by the old man. Now that he has found such a young and promising son-in-law, let's see what the old man has to say. Xiao Chu must come to our house for a while. Having completely recognized the son-in-law of Chu Chen, Father Yan had already started to think about letting Chu Chen go to Yan's house to see the old man. Of course, by doing this, Father Yan still has a purpose to show off. Let's see what the old man has to say. Mother. Yan looked at Chu Chen and became more and more satisfied. It's all my fault. Since my uncle and aunt are going, I'll arrange it right away. Chu Chen made a phone call. Okay, uncle and aunt will go later. And you can live in Villa number 1 directly without any formalities and VIP cards. In the living room, Chu Chen and Yan's father were chatting, while Yan's mother took Yan Luoshui to the kitchen. Mom, how's it going? Don't rush for a blind date. Yan Luoshui said to his mother with some pride, seeing as she always urges him to go on a blind date. What happened today was something she never expected. After a while, Chu Chen had taken down all his parents. Good, good. Listen to my mother's advice, you should marry Xiao Chu and have children as soon as possible. The next second, the proud smile on Yan Luoshui's face completely froze. You are turning too big. Just now I misunderstood that I and Chu Chen had a child, and I was extremely angry, but now I actually want her to have a child. Mom. How could it be about wanting a child? Yan Luoshui said. Shyly, deliberately changing the topic, you better teach me to cook, my cooking skills are really not that good. Mother. Yan tapped Yan Luoshui's forehead, you girl, before I taught you to cook, you didn't study hard. Now you know. It's important. If you want to grab a man's heart, you must first grab a man's stomach. While educating her daughter, Yan's mother taught Yan Luoshui. A day passed. The next day, Yan Luoshui accompanied his parents to play at Tian Villa, but Chu Chen didn't follow. He had already arranged everything. Yan Luoshui's family would immediately receive the warmest welcome from Tian Villa. Old Chu, Teacher Gao retired yesterday. Chu Chen received a call from Fatty Han Yuan. What? Hearing this, Chu Chen was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Teacher Gao has retired. Teacher Gao is a very kind old man who treats Chu Chen very well. A few classmates are going to see Teacher Gao today, are you going? Go. Of course. Chu Chen spoke without hesitation. Because his father was still in the hospital, Fatty couldn't get out of his body, so he asked Chu Chen to take him to say hello to Teacher Gao. Because Han Shishir was in the 3rd year of high school this year, Han Shishir and her mother left Jiangzhou early and went back. Fatty left behind to take care of his father, who was much better. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen packed up and prepared to go to Teacher Gao's house. After several visits, he knew the way. You can't go empty-handed. What kind of antiques, money, or something seems insincere? By the way, Teacher Gao seems to like orchids very much. Chu Chen suddenly thought of Teacher Gao's hobby, so he came to his backyard. Chu Chen remembered that there was a very beautiful orchid in the backyard. That's it. Chu Chen found tools to dig out this orchid and prepared to bring it to Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao, who loves orchids alone, will be very happy to see this gift. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen came to an old-fashioned residential building. Dong dong dong. Chu Chen knocked on the door, and a gentle beauty, with a face value of over 95, opened the door. You also came to see Teacher Gao. I'm his daughter, please come in. The gentle beauty opened her mouth. It turned out to be the teacher's daughter. No wonder she is so beautiful. Thanks. Walking in with the orchid, Chu Chen was the first to see that 4 or 5 classmates were already sitting in the living room. Chu Chen. You are here too. Seeing Chu Chen, several classmates spoke. Teacher, I'm here to see you. Seeing Teacher Gao approaching, Chu Chen spoke sincerely. Don't forget about me, the bad old man, sit down. Teacher Gao said with a smile. I know the teacher likes orchids, so I brought a gift to the teacher. With that said, Chu Chen handed the orchid over. It's so beautiful. The first time he saw Chu Chen's orchid, Teacher Gao's eyes were reluctant to leave. Sit down. When the teacher opened her mouth, she was very cold to Chu Chen. When other students came to see the teacher, they gave him either bird's nest or sea cucumber, and he gave him a flower. When I came to Teacher Gao's house before, I knew that my mother was a bit snobby, but Chu Chen didn't care too much. Chu Chen, I heard that you were also a rich second generation. Why did you send a flower? Would you like to give it away? A young man with his legs crossed said contemptuously. His name is Sun Hongshua, he is from the class next door to Chu Chen, and he is also a famous second-generation rich of their department. Today, he brought birds' nest worth tens of thousands of yuan. It was the first time he saw Chu Chen, who was famous in the school. He thought that Chu Chen would also give some valuable gifts. Unexpectedly, he sent a flower. How disrespectful. You are to the teacher, is it shameful? Hearing this, everyone did not speak, and agreed with Sun Hongshua's words. Indeed. Send a flower, what does it look like? What about the rich second generation? The teacher not far away also nodded slightly, looking at Chu Chen a little displeased. It's okay, Xiao Chu's heart is here, Teacher Gao spoke. And did not discriminate against Chu Chen at all, because he sent a flower. He was only halfway through his words and suddenly stopped. Looking at the flower that Chu Chen sent, Teacher Gao suddenly thought of something. Little Chu. Is your flower expensive? Teacher Gao asked, suddenly. It's not expensive, it's just a flower. Chu Chen shrugged and answered. Casually. He didn't spend any money, he just dug it from the backyard. How much is a flower worth? The crowd couldn't help but complain. No, no. The next second, Teacher Gao suddenly walked into the study and took out a reference book. After carefully observing the orchid sent by Chu Chen for a while, Teacher Gao was extremely surprised. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. I still have a chance in my life to see it. Seeing Teacher Gao's excited appearance, everyone present was stunned. Mr. Gao, what happened to this orchid? Sun Hongshua asked, curiously. It's Tang Fingyu. Teacher Gao said with great attention. How much? It's hard to say exactly. The last time I read the news, it was a little bit different from this great Tang Fingyu. It sold for more than 2 million. The minimum price for this one is 3 million. Teacher Gao thought for a while. What? After listening to Teacher Gao's explanation, everyone was completely stunned. 3 million? A flower costs 3 million. Impossible. At this time everyone suddenly thought of what Chu Chen said just now. Not expensive, just a flower. 3 million is not expensive, how much is that? Expensive? For a time everyone doubted life. 3 million? The wife, who had just come out of the kitchen with the fruit, froze in place, mumbling constantly. She was frightened. It's just an orchid, but it costs 3 million? Teacher Gao's daughter, Gao Shiyun, a gentle beauty, with a face value of more than 95 points, is also staring at Tang Fingyu with wide eyes. It's not because of the price, but because of the legendary Lanzhong. Impressed by her father, Gao Shiyun also has deep feelings for orchids. Seeing Tang Fingyu today makes me extremely happy. The Tang dynasty in the past, Fengyu today. Teacher Gao looked at Tang Fingyu excitedly, his hands trembling. Luxurious and domineering, they are pampered like an oiran. There is both the coquettishness of beautiful women in the south, dancing with a light green waist, and the royal charm of neon clothes and feather clothes dancing gracefully, showing the noble demeanor of a king. As expected of Tang Fingyu, the best in Lanzhong. After looking at Tang Fingyu for a long time, Teacher Gao reluctantly looked away. Xiao, your teacher Cindy has taken the lead. I am very satisfied to see Tang Fingyu in this life. I can't accept it. Although he was extremely reluctant to part with it, Tang Fingyu was too precious for him to accept. Whether an orchid is valuable or not depends entirely on who it is in the hands of. Teacher, you are a person who understands Lan Alan. This great Tang Fingyu is given to you to reflect its value. Teacher, don't refuse. Hearing this, Teacher Gao was even more excited. Jean, confidant. Teacher Gao held Chu Chen's hand and said with emotion. Chu Chen's words were very useful to Teacher Gao, and he finally accepted it. Chu Chen sat down and chatted with Teacher Gao, while Sun Hongxue and the others stood there awkwardly. 3 million things, just give it away so casually? Brother Chu is awesome. Orchids are valuable, but the teacher's nurturing kindness is priceless, and Brother Chen's love for the teacher is even more priceless. The next second, the classmates who were a little disgusted with Chu Chen just now began to praise Chu Chen's spirit. There were also 2 female classmates who even sat beside Chu Chen and tried their best to please Chu Chen. Handsome and rich, this is definitely the best choice for a boyfriend. Xiao, bring out the fruit. The wife also came over with the fruit, uncharacteristically, extremely warm and kind. Don't leave at noon today, stay for dinner. The mistress, who had a cold attitude towards Chu Chen, just now seemed to have never appeared. Thank you, mistress. By the way, Xiao, you must have spent a lot of time and energy in getting to Tang Fingyu. Tell me about it. The teacher is very curious about the origin of Tang Fingyu. Yes, Brother Chen, how much did you spend to buy Tang Fingyu? Several other students were more curious about the real price of this Tang Fingyu. For a time all eyes were focused on Chu Chen. They all wanted to hear about Chu Chen's bizarre experience. Chu Chen answered lightly, I'm really sorry, this great Tang Fingyu was dug from the backyard at will, without spending any money or experience. Chu Chen told them the truth. What? Randomly dug from the backyard? An exclamation came, and everyone was dumbfounded. This was more shocking than hearing Chu Chen's bizarre experience, not shocking. This is not an orchid that costs dozens or hundreds of dollars. But a 3 million orchid is enough to change a house in the city. Is such a sky-high orchid, not bought, but dug from the backyard? And it's just random digging? After listening to Chu Chen's words, everyone seemed to be struck by lightning. If it were them, it would not be too much to lock such a sky-high orchid in a safe, but Chu Chen put it in the backyard at will? Is this what people do? Wrong? They recalled what Chu Chen said, and it seemed that the point was not here. If Chu Chen can put a sky-high orchid in his backyard at will, then there must be countless rare flowers and plants in his backyard that are higher than Tang Fingyu. If you are willing to decorate the backyard with so many sky-high flowers and plants, then how luxurious Chu Chen's home is, and how rich Chu Chen is. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. Is this the real tyrant? Xiao, do you still have rare flowers and plants like Fingyu in your backyard? Teacher Gao asked excitedly. I have a lot of flowers and plants in my backyard, but I don't pay much attention to how much they are worth. Chu Chen told the truth. Hearing this, everyone felt even more emotional. It was really inhuman. Isn't it convenient for phone to show the teacher? As soon as I heard that there are more rare flowers and plants, if I don't take a look, Teacher Gao may not be able to sleep for a few days. No problem. Chu Fan agreed, this is of course a small problem. Brother Chen, we also want to gain knowledge and take a look at the flowers and plants. Yeah, can you take us with you? A few classmates also spoke, seeing that the flowers and plants were fake, they actually wanted to see what Chu Chen's mansion looked like. Can? Chu Chen nodded. Finally, everyone went downstairs. Bugatti, is this a Bugatti? As soon as they got downstairs, everyone saw an extremely domineering Bugatti parked there. This car is at least over $1 million. Everyone looked at Bugatti in a daze. Teacher, get in the car. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Chu Chen opened the car door and invited the teacher in. Is this Bugatti from Chu Chen? Truly a rich man. Finally, Teacher Gao and his wife got into Chu Chen's car, and Chu Chen led the way. Several female classmates, including Teacher Gao's daughter, Gao Shiyun, sat in the second car, while the remaining male classmates sat in the third car and followed Chu Chen's car. I didn't expect Chu Chen to be so rich. I thought the rumors were false. In the girl's car, a chubby girl said enviously. Being so handsome and so rich, it is definitely the first choice to be a boyfriend. Someone took the lead, and for a while, all the girls in the car began to discuss Chu Chen. None of us are worthy of Chu Chen. Those present, senior sister Gao and Chu Chen, are the best match. In the end, everyone turned their attention to Teacher Gao's daughter, Gao Shiyun. As soon as they entered the door and saw Gao Shiyun, even they were shocked and ashamed. They had to admit that Gao Shiyun was too beautiful. It is simply the real version of the Jiangnan woman depicted in the painting, gentle and exuding a fairy spirit. Senior sister Gao, Chu Chen is so handsome, don't you think about it? Yes, senior sister Gao? Gao Shiyun was a little shy and did not speak. At present, Chu Chen is still very good in her impression. Not the nouveau riche embellished with gold watches and necklaces that she dislikes. Of course, this is only from the current point of view. How is Chu Chen's character, whether it is the kind of nouveau riche, you can see it when you go home. As for boyfriends, it's too far away, Gao Shiyun didn't think about it, after all. It was the first time they met. In the third car, Sun Hongshua still refused to believe that Chu Chen had such a top-level mansion. Such a mansion would cost at least several hundred million, which is too much. Chu Chen must be bragging. Son Hongshua was stubborn. Brother Shua, don't worry, whether Chu Chen is bragging or not, we'll see it in a while. In the car, other people were also extremely curious and looking forward to it. The author has always thought that he is the world's most handsome, but many people disagree. Do you agree? If you disagree, please wake up the author with a recommendation ticket. 20 minutes later, everyone came to Yuatan Garden. Chu Chen said to the security guard, and the two cars behind entered smoothly. In the car, the wife looked out excitedly. She was very curious about what the villa area was like. Is this the Yuatan Garden, our top villa area in Jiangzhou? Look, that is Linyue Lake, once a famous scenic spot in Jiangzhou, and now it is a private landscape of Yuatan Garden. In the car behind, everyone looked out curiously. Is it the first time they entered the villa area? Please come in. After parking, Chu Chen opened the villa door and invited teacher Gao and his wife to enter. Slowly, the two cars behind also stopped. I'm going, supercar. Oh my god, ghost sports car, Koenigsegg? This is too handsome. After getting out of the car, everyone saw the black Koenigsegg parked there at first sight, and these young people went crazy in an instant. Although Chu Chen's Bugatti is also very expensive, this Bugatti 16C Galloped is closer to a commercial vehicle and is not so shocking to young people. But the supercar was different. Seeing Chu Chen parked by Koenigsegg next to the villa, everyone was extremely excited. 25 million for this Koenigsegg. Someone checked the information from the mobile phone and suddenly took a breath. 25 million, is it so expensive? Millions of luxury cars. For a time, everyone except Gao Shiyun picked up their mobile phones and took selfies with Koenigsegg. More than 20 million sports cars, this is the first time they have seen in this life, and I am afraid it will also be the last time. We must commemorate it. Even Sun Hongshua was no exception. He also saw the legendary ghost sports car, Koenigsegg, for the first time. After taking the photo, Sun Hongshua turned his head reluctantly and muttered stubbornly, I don't think so. Even so, his eyes did not leave Koenigsegg's body, and his eyes were full of envy, yearning, and jealousy. Almost said it. Would it be great if I had such a supercar too? A few boys fantasize. The girls were also extremely envious, and some of them who had boyfriends complained even more about their boyfriends' incompetence. Bugatti, Koenigsegg, and Chu Chen already have $2 million sports cars, and they are not in Chu Chen's garage. Yes, how many luxury cars should be in Chu Chen's garage? It won't be a garage, will it? The crowd expanded their imaginations and was even more shocked. It's already like this outside, what's it like in the villa? A girl couldn't help but sigh. The crowd became more excited and curious. They walked forward quickly and walked into Chu Chen's villa, and everyone was shocked. Again. Fendi's sofa, Poliform's bookshelf, looking at the various furniture in the villa, everyone felt as if they had entered the palace of luxury. No, it was the palace of money. Everyone sit down. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing Chu Chen's words, and looking at least several million Fendi sofas, they hesitated. Don't dare to sit, but if it breaks, they can't afford to pay for it. Nothing. Chu Chen spoke again. Everyone sat down cautiously. Chu Chen served tea to everyone, but after returning from the kitchen, Chu Chen found another person standing there, staring at a shelf in a daze. Gao Shiyun, the beloved daughter of teacher Gao. What's the matter, why don't you sit down? Walking over, Chu Chen asked. Are these models, or are they real? Looking at the shelf, most of the chemical elements she had never seen before, Gao Shiyun asked nervously. Of course it's true. What's the point of having a model here? Chu Chen shrugged. Hearing this, Gao Shiyun was stunned and looked at Chu Chen with an incredible face. For a while, she didn't know how to describe her mood. It seemed only shocked. What's the matter, Shiyun? Seeing some abnormal daughter, teacher Gao was curious. Dad, here is the complete and real periodic table of chemical elements. Gao Shiyun replied. This scene is so shocking. What? Teacher Gao stood up abruptly. Although he didn't teach chemistry, he knew how terrifying it would be if it were true. Seeing teacher Gao get up, others also gathered around. Isn't it the real periodic table of chemical elements? Sun Hongshua said disdainfully. What kind of collection is this? There are some elements in it. I am afraid that each gram has been sold for hundreds of millions, and it is not something you can buy with money. Gao Shiyun corrected Sun Hongshua's words. Even in the richest man's family, there may not be one. For a time, Chu Chen's image in Gao Shiyun's heart became taller and more attractive. Chu Chen really is not a rich man who only shows off his wealth, but a person with connotation. Other rich people either collect luxury goods or all kinds of antique jewelry, but Chu Chen is different. He has collected a complete set of the periodic table of chemical elements. Of course, Chu Chen didn't know the huge change in Gao Shiyun's heart, and he didn't know that at this moment, he was considered by Gao Shiyun as a person with connotation. If he knew, Chu Chen would definitely nod his head in a low-key manner. He is indeed a low-key, connotative young man of the new era. What? Hundreds of millions? After listening to Gao Shiyun's explanation, everyone seemed to be struck by lightning. Is this $1 billion? Originally, they thought that Chu Chen's villa was worth hundreds of millions, but they never imagined that even a collection in Chu Chen's villa was already hundreds of millions. This is just one. Inhumane. Is this your villa? Sun Hongshua asked with trembling hands. It's too extravagant, isn't it? Luxury? Chu Chen replied. Inexplicably. It's not extravagant, isn't it like that in ordinary villas? If this is considered extravagant, then the villa no. One of Dongfang Hanhai is not extravagant, but a palace. At this moment, everyone felt even more that Chu Chen was really inhuman. Others don't know, it may be the first time to enter the villa, but Sun Hongshua is different. Not luxurious? Aren't all villas like this? Hearing these two sentences, Sun Hongshua was almost stimulated to vomit blood. He also has a villa at home, but there is no Koenigsegg, and there is no collection worth over 100 million. With this collection of Chu Chen alone, he can already buy 3 sets of their villas. Brother, villas are not the same as villas. Sun Hongshua was turned off by Chu Chen's inadvertent words. If Chu Chen's house is an ordinary villa, what is their house, a thatched cottage? Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at the shelf. From beginning to end. For the first time, they have seen a collection of over 100 million, so be sure to take a closer look. If you miss it, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in this life. Xiaochen, can you take us to the backyard to have a look? At this moment, teacher Gao can't wait, and looks forward to seeing other rare flowers and plants. Chu Chen dug a flower at random, that is, the 3 million. Tangfingyu. So what will his backyard look like? People look forward to it even more. Walking into Chu Chen's backyard, the first thing that catches the eye is a small rockery. Is this the best Taihu stone? The knowledgeable teacher Gao opened his mouth in surprise. Taihu stone is one of the 4 great stones in China. Such a big and top-quality Taihu stone is actually placed here as a rockery? Teacher Gao was very emotional. The better Taihu stones, the size of watermelons, are already worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and most of them are placed at home as decorations. But now such a large piece of top-quality Taihu stone is actually regarded as a rockery standing here. What, is this Taihu stone? After hearing Teacher Gao's words, everyone reacted. Although they have never seen Taihu stone, they have also heard of the name of Taihu stone. Luxury goods and other people's homes can't wait to be enshrined in Chu Chen, just be a rockery? This top-quality Taihu stone should be less than 6 or 7 million. Teacher Gao walked forward, and he couldn't help but stop every time he came to a flower or an ancient tree. This is the ultimate bamboo, dragon scale bamboo? Such a big piece? There are also horse chestnuts, silver fir, Baishanzu fir, and century-old wisteria. Looking at the countless rare and ancient trees, flowers, and plants in the backyard, Teacher Gao was intoxicated. Any tree or flower here is extremely valuable, and the price is above 6 figures. The total annual income of many ordinary families is not comparable to a random flower or grass here. After listening to Teacher Gao's introduction, everyone looked shocked. Even Sun Hongshua was extremely shocked. After being hit by Chu Chen just now, Sun Hongshua became extremely honest and didn't dare to say a word. Finally, Teacher Gao stopped in front of an orchid that was not in full bloom. Teacher Gao stared at the orchid, looked, as if thinking about something. Could it be? Seeing her father's appearance and looking at this orchid carefully, Gao Shiyun became excited. Yes, this is a rare plant in 100 years, Suguan heading. Finally, Mr. Gao came to a conclusion. Suguan Yiding? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, but they had never heard of it. Even Chu Chen was no exception, because this orchid was not in full bloom, so Chu Chen chose the blooming Tangfingyu as a gift to Teacher Gao. Mr. Gao, what is Suguan heading? Someone asked incomprehensibly. Orchids are respected by lotus petals, plain hearts, and leaf-shaped grasses. Of all the orchids in the world, only the crown and lotus cauldron is the best of all orchids. At an auction in the southwest, a top-quality Suguan heading was sold for a sky-high price of 15 million. Teacher Gao explained carefully. $1,500? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. An orchid costs more than 10 million yuan. This plant is still small, and the exact price is hard to say, but at least it's around 10 million. Teacher Gao estimated. 10 million. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Shock can no longer describe their mood, only horror is more appropriate. 10 million is too scary. It seems that the former owner of this villa is also an orchid lover. After listening to Teacher Gao's explanation, Chu Chen also had a new understanding of the Shuatan garden villa. He had previously underestimated the value of the villa. Without these exotic flowers and plants in the backyard, this villa would be no different from other villas in Yuatan Garden. But with these expensive and precious flowers and plants, its overall value has skyrocketed. It is a waste of energy and Money to gather so many precious flowers and plants. Chu Chen has been to Yan Luoshui's house. Although her house also has a backyard, there are not so many flowers and plants. Chu Chen speculated that these exotic flowers and plants were left by the previous owner of this villa. With these precious flowers and plants, his number 6 villa is probably the most expensive villa in Yuatan Garden. At this point, Chu Chen also understood why the system gave him villa number 6, which turned out to be the most expensive. The system is really nice to itself. The system is awesome. Chu Chen couldn't help licking, it was a wave of compliments to the system. Looking at this Suguan heading ding, teacher Gao Shiyun's father and daughter were deeply attracted, and the wife was attracted by this villa of Chu Chen. Chu Chen, my father and I have a small request, I wonder if you can agree? At this time, Gao Shiyun suddenly asked nervously. Why are you so polite, say? Can you take a look at this Suguan heading often? Gao Shiyun asked nervously, for fear that Chu Chen would refuse. Small things, of course. It's fine. Chu Chen nodded. Thanks. Exhaling what Chu Chen expected, after hearing that Chu Chen did not refuse, Gao Shiyun hugged him with great excitement. Sorry. The next second, realizing that she was too excited and rude, Gao Shiyun quickly let go of Chu Chen and apologized. Because of her father's influence, Gao Shiyun also likes orchids very much. Among all the orchids, she has a soft spot for the legendary Suguan heading. But because it is too precious, I have never seen it. I didn't expect to see it in Chu Chen today. This is definitely the most exciting moment for Gao Shiyun in recent years. Too bad it hasn't bloomed yet. Therefore, Gao Shiyun asked Chu Chen boldly. After all, it was the first time the two met, so it was not good to make a request. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen did not refuse. At this moment, Chu Chen's image in Gao Shiyun's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Not only connotation, but also love, easygoing if teacher Gao likes it. As soon as Chu Chen opened his mouth, teacher Gao quickly rejected him. Teacher Gao was already very sorry for accepting Chu Chen's 3 million Tangfingyu. Now this 10 million Suguan heading, he will never accept it. Finally, everyone ate together, and then they all left. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, it was the day when the fat man's father was discharged from the hospital. Fatty called Chu Chen. Said that his father must thank Chu Chen in person, and wanted to go to the door to thank him. Chu Chen refused. Fatty was his brother, and Fatty's father was also his elder. How could the elders come to the door to thank him? So Chu Chen said that the day Uncle Han was discharged from the hospital, he would go. That is, today, in order to exercise, Chu Chen is going to ride the night. Still too poor. Glancing at the garage, Chu Chen said with emotion. Those rich people's garages are full of luxury cars, while their own huge garage only has 2 cars. The road to the richest man is extremely difficult. No matter how many difficulties there are, I will definitely persevere. Getting rich has not yet succeeded, comrades. Still have to work hard. There is a system, so don't panic at all. Chu Chen left Yuatan Garden and rode toward the hospital by bicycle. When Chu Chen came to the hospital, in addition to the father and son of the Han family, there was also a young man and a woman. When the young beauty saw Chu Chen, she couldn't move her eyes for a moment. Very handsome. Is this the beauty of a fairy? For a time, she was extremely regretful that she should not have found a boyfriend so early. Next to him, the young man noticed that his girlfriend looked at Chu Chen. his face turned green, and he was immediately full of hostility towards Chu Chen. No, you must beat this kid, let the girlfriend you just made know who is the strongest. Soon. A plan of pretending to force appeared in the young man's mind. Old Chu, you are here. After seeing Chu Chen, the fat man greeted him. You are Chu Chen? Fatty's father was an honest farmer. After seeing Chu Chen, he immediately stood up. After waking up from the coma, he knew that Chu Chen helped him pay for the surgery, which saved his life. He was extremely grateful to Chu Chen. Thanks. With that said, Uncle Han was about to give Chu Chen a bow, but Chu Chen quickly stopped him. Uncle, Fatty and I are brothers, and you are my elder. The elder is sick, and it is right for the younger to do their best. Chu Chen quickly helped Uncle Han to sit down and explained. It's only a few $100,000, and it's not a lot of money, so Chu Chen didn't care at all. Thank you very much. It's a blessing for a Yuan to have a brother like you. Uncle Han spoke up. By the way, you take this. With that said, Uncle Han handed an envelope to Chu Chen. Taking it over, Chu Chen opened the envelope and saw that it was an IOU. This is what Uncle Han wrote to Chu Chen. For Uncle Han, 500,000 is already a lot, and he has to pay it back. This Chu Chen didn't want to accept it, but Uncle Han insisted again and again, so Chu Chen had to accept it. Find an opportunity in the future to give the IOU directly to Fatty or Han Sure. By the way, I forgot to introduce. The fat man patted his head and said quickly, this is my cousin, Su Jia, and this is her boyfriend, Yuan Fingyu. The young man and woman next to him turned out to be the fat man's cousin and boyfriend. Su Jia also works in Jiangzhou. Today, the fat man's father was discharged from the hospital, so she and her boyfriend came here specially. Hello. Yuan Fingyu took the initiative to step forward, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chu Chen. His pretend plan is about to begin. If he doesn't start, he is really afraid that the next second his head will be green. The fat man helped his father pack up and prepare to leave. Chu Chen and Su Jia, Yuan Fingyu, stood there. Little Chu, what are you doing now? Yuan Fingyu spoke. Not yet working. That's it. Yuan Fingyu nodded. If you don't have a job, you can ask Fingyu to help you. He is now a human resources supervisor in a listed company. Su Jia suggested to Chu Chen. It's a bit difficult. Our company needs a master's degree or above from 985 and 211 schools. Xiaochu may be in trouble. Yuan Fingyu spoke in embarrassment. But I can work on it and find a chance to get Xiaochu in. It's still a piece of cake. Yuan Fingyu looks like an elder. Not interested in. Chu Chen answered lightly. Not interested in? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Su Jia and Yuan Fingyu were a little embarrassed. Young man, don't always think about gnawing old, you have to work hard yourself. Just like me, although my annual salary is only 800,000, I still work hard. I think it will not be a problem to increase to 1 million next year. Yuan Fingyu had a humble look on his face. Although his actual annual salary is only 400,000 yuan, of course he has to talk a little more in order to pretend. 800,000 annual salary? 1 million next year? Hearing this, everyone present looked at Yuan Fingyu in surprise, including Su Jia. Although she knew that the boyfriend she had just found was the director Of a listed company, she did not know Yuan Fingyu's specific annual salary. I didn't expect so many, 800,000? Fatty. And Uncle Han were also shocked when they heard this. Bravo! We can't make so much money in 10 years? Uncle Han said with emotion, very envious. Looking at the shocked eyes of several people, Yuan Fingyu was extremely proud. And this is what he wanted. On the pretense, he is still professional. Only Chu Chen still stood there indifferently. Which made Yuan Fingyu a little uncomfortable. He spoke again, as if teaching Chu Chen. Xiao Chu, think about it. Carefully, find a stable job with a fixed income, dong dong dong. Before Yuan Fingyu's words were finished, the knock on the door suddenly came. Please come in. The fat man opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking in. Mr. Chu, I finally found you. I went to your villa just now. There was no one. After asking your neighbors, I found out that you are in the hospital. The middle-aged man said. You are? Chu Chen didn't know him. Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of Xingyuan Mining. According to our general manager Huang's instructions, I have sent you the share transfer letter. From today, 5% of Xingyuan Mining shares are yours. With that said, the middle-aged man handed the share transfer letter to Chu Chen. Hearing this, Chu Chen remembered. There was once a coal boss who wanted to buy his own villa in Dongfeng, Hanhai No. 1, but Chu Chen did not agree, so he threatened Chu Chen. As a result, with a phone call, the coal boss was cowardly. In order to apologize, the immediate boss of the coal boss gave Chu Chen a 5% stake in a coal mine. Sorry, Mr. Chu, the transfer of mining shares requires a series of procedures, which is very troublesome. I hope you will forgive me. The middle-aged man said apologetically. It's okay. Seeing that Chu Chen accepted the share transfer letter, the middle-aged man left. In the room, looking at Chu Chen, everyone froze. Villa? 5% coal mine? Chu Chen actually owns a mine and lives in a villa? He is worth at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. For a time, Yuan Fingyu felt hot on his face. His annual salary is only a few 100,000, yet he wants a person worth at least tens of millions to follow him? Wow. Looking at Chu Chen, Su Jie's eyes lit up. Not only handsome, but also rich. God, is this the top rich and handsome? For a time, Su Jie had the idea of breaking up and chasing after Chu Chen desperately. It's almost noon, let's go have a meal, I have already arranged it. Yuan Fingyu suggested. After eating, send Uncle Han away. After getting into Yuan Fingyu's car, everyone went to the restaurant. Finally, they stopped in front of Shuang Xian. Forgot to mention, I am the Human Resources Director of Shuang Restaurant Group, and Xiang Chuchen is under our group. In the car, Yuan Fingyu spoke. I booked a private room here, you are welcome. Employees of Snow Shadow Catering Group? Chu Chen raised his brows, what a coincidence? Xiao Yuan is troubled. Uncle Han said. It's okay, my place. Yuan Fingyu pretended to be the owner of his own territory, and answered at will. After stopping the car, Yuan Fingyu walked in with everyone. Came to the front desk and handed over a membership card. I booked a 1-star private room. Shuang Xuan's private rooms are divided into 3 levels, from 1 to 3 stars, with the lowest level. Just when the front desk staff was about to verify, a voice suddenly came. Open a 3-star private room directly. A chubby man walked out. It was the deputy general manager of Xiang, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao? After seeing President Zhao, Yuan Fingyu was taken aback. Does Mr. Zhao give himself face like this? He has risen from 1 star to 3 stars. For a time, Yuan Fingyu felt that he was floating. He did it again. The humble author asks for a recommendation ticket online. Before Yuan Fingyu could speak, Mr. Zhao took the lead and said, "Welcome President Chu to come and guide the work. Xiang will flourish." President Chu? Yuan Fingyu was taken aback. What is Mr. Chu? Why hasn't he heard of it? Suddenly, a terrible thought appeared in his mind. Following Mr. Zhao's gaze, Yuan Fingyu's body froze in the next second. Chu Chen. Is Chu Chen the President Chu? Impossible? Mr. Zhao, where is Mr. Chu? Yuan Fingyu asked nervously, for fear of hearing the answer he least wanted to hear. Mr. Chu is of course Mr. Chu Chen. Mr. Zhao replied. In an instant, Yuan Fingyu was dumbfounded. Really, it's true. Chu Chen is that President Chu. How is this possible? Wow. Next to Chu Chen, Su Jia called out in surprise. Covering her mouth, Su Jia looked in disbelief. Chu Chen is actually the CEO of Snow Shadow Catering Group, a listed company with billions of dollars. OMG. So young, about 20 years old. The key is that she is still so handsome, and for a while, she has completely fallen. No, she wants to break up with the trash Yuan Fingyu, she must break up. It's a pity that Yuan Fingyu didn't know Su Jia's thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely cry. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be coercive and let Su Jia recognize who is the best. Su Jia really saw it clearly. Yuan Fingyu is a piece of trash. Uncle Han and Fatty also looked at Chu Chen in shock. Originally they thought that Chu Chen was a rich second generation, but now it seems that Chu Chen is more like a rich generation. This is even scarier. As expected of my brother, he is awesome. A sense of pride welled up in the fat man's heart. Also, Xiao Yuan, Mr. Chu is here, so don't call me Mr. Zhao, just call me Zhao Hongliang, otherwise it will be disrespectful to Mr. Chu. Zhao Hongliang said to Yuan Fingyu seriously. Cough cough. Hearing this, Yuan Fingyu collapsed even more. Zhao Hongliang said that Chu Chen is at least the top 3 major shareholders of the company, either the second or the third. How could be? Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Chu Chen thanked him. Too polite. Finally, Mr. Zhao personally sent Chu Chen to a Samsung box. After leaving, Mr. Zhao returned to the office and called Xiang Chuchen, president of Xiang Catering Group. What, that mysterious Chu Chen appeared? Xiang Chuchen said in surprise when he heard Zhao Hongliang's words. Since this mysterious Chu Chen became the second largest shareholder of their group, Xiang Chuchen began to investigate Chu Chen. After all, Chu Chen's 15% stake had already threatened her position as president. But after investigating for a long time, except for a photo, she found nothing. Unexpectedly, today, this mysterious Mr. Chu actually appeared in Xiang. Well, you go and talk to Mr. Chu. At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, invite him to the group and let's talk. Since Chu Chen appeared, she must see him. Now that Chu Chen was eating, he seemed informal and inappropriate in the past. Understood. Zhao Hong brightened his head. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Chuchen fell into deep thought. You ask Manager Lin, Vice President Li, and the others to come. A minute later, Xiang Chuchen said to the secretary. These people are Xiang Chuchen's confidants and the company's top management. She decided to discuss the details of meeting with Chu Chen tomorrow. How should we treat Chu Chen, the mysterious second largest shareholder? 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? In the box, Chu Chen thought for a while when he heard Zhao Hongliang's words. Can. As the second largest shareholder of Snow Shadow Catering Group, it is indeed necessary for him to take a look at the company. Mr. Chu is troublesome. After that, Zhao Hongliang left. At the dinner table, Yuan Fingyu was cautious and did not dare to say a word. After eating with Chu Chen, Yuan Fingyu took them back to the hospital. Because Uncle Han had too many things, he kept it in the hospital and didn't bring it with him just now. After picking up the things, Yuan Fingyu was going to take them to the train station. Uncle Han, I'll go first, goodbye. Chu Chen didn't plan to go. After saying goodbye to Uncle Han and the others, Chu Chen quickly rode away. Fatty's cousin is so enthusiastic that she is almost sticking to him. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Boys must protect themselves outside, especially boys who are so handsome that they explode. It's so difficult for me. Chu Chen walked towards Rattan Garden while riding a bicycle. The next day, Chu Chen came to the living room after having lunch. What is that? Suddenly, Chu Chen noticed a small lady's bag in the corner of the sofa. Who? Chu Chen opened it curiously, and there were ID cards, a few bank cards, and some cosmetics inside. Gao Shiyun? Picking up the ID card, Chu Chen saw that it was Teacher Gao's daughter, the gentle beauty Gao Shiyun. Chu Chen remembered. Yesterday evening, Gao Shiyun came to his house and looked at the Suguan lotus ding. Again. Maybe I forgot to take it with me yesterday. Chu Chen called Gao Shiyun. Well, I forgot yesterday. I originally wanted to pick it up at your house after get off work today. Gao Shiyun explained. Ding at this moment, the sound of the system sounded. System task release, acquisition of any company in Yunfan building, task time, 12 hours, complete the task, reward the ownership of Yunfan building, Seeing this, Chu Chen was taken aback. Yunfan building? Are the rewards of this system so generous? Yunfan building is a high-end office building in Jiangzhou Financial Center. It is one of the most expensive places in Jiangzhou, with 80,000 to 90,000 yuan per square meter, and in some places it even reaches 110,000 to 120,000 yuan. Yunfan building has 18 floors, which are rented by many small and medium-sized companies. The first floor of Yunfan building is about 1,000 square meters. If calculated at 100,000 square meters per square meter, each floor is worth more than 100 million yuan. The entire 18th floor of Yunfan building is worth at least 2 billion. The reward of this system is actually 2 billion. So terrifying. By the way, where do you work? After listening to the system task, Chu Chen asked Gao Shiyun. Zealing Design Company on the 8th floor of Yunfan building. Gao Shiyun replied. You don't need to come, I'll deliver your bags and go to Yunfan building to deal with small things. Thanks. When Gao Shiyun heard this, she did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen whispered. By any company in Yunfan building? Since it is any company, of course, we have to find the cheapest small company in Yunfan building. As soon as Chu Chen investigated among all the companies in Yunfan Building. The Xiling Design Company, where Gao Shiyun works, is the cheapest, with a total value of about 30 million. Help me buy Xiling Design Company. Chu Chen called the secretary Mo Yuan and asked her to use the connections of Junlin Group to help him buy Xiling Design Company. Okay, Mr. Chu. Although she was very curious, Mo Yuan didn't ask any further questions. After receiving the order from Chu Chen, Mo Yuan did not care about the noon break and immediately went to do it. Chu Chen picked up Gao Shiyun's bag and rode towards Yunfan Building. On the 8th floor of Yunfan Building, at the front desk of Xiling Design Company, two beautiful girls are talking. With their heads down. There was a sound of footsteps. One of the girls said subconsciously, "Excuse me," however, before she could finish her words, she was immediately stunned. Looking at Chu Chen, the girl at the front desk fell. And her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Very handsome. What's wrong? Another girl who lowered her head noticed that her companion was abnormal, so she also raised her head and looked forward. Wow. When the girl saw Chu Chen, she screamed and covered her mouth with an incredible look. Is he a star? How can he be so handsome? Hello, which department? Is Gao Shiyun in? Chu Chen smiled and said to the two girls at the front desk. He talked to me, he talked to me. For a time, the two girls were about to jump up with excitement. They must have been noticed by Goddess of Luck today. Seeing Chu Chen's immortal appearance, they forgot to answer. After waiting for a while, Chu Chen shook his head helplessly and walked directly into Xiling Design Company when he saw that the two girls did not answer. It's a pity, these two beautiful girls have hearing problems, Chu Chen said with emotion, feeling very sympathetic to them. Chu Chen was walking in Xiling Design Company, saw another girl, and asked again. Hello, is Gao Shiyun here? Whoa. After seeing Chu Chen, the girl trembled and the information in her hand fell. So handsome. So handsome. Another superficial person? Chu Chen muttered helplessly. Another person who covets his looks, so helpless. When can a girl who sees his inner beauty appear? Finally, when Chu Chen asked the third girl, the girl finally answered excitedly. She's in the design department. While answering tremblingly, the girl showed Chu Chen the way. Thanks. Chu Chen nodded slightly to the girl and walked towards the design department. Mom, I'm in love. Looking at Chu Chen's back. The girl couldn't help muttering, and she was extremely excited. Soon, a major news appeared in all the WeChat groups of Xiling Design Company. A super invincible and handsome little brother appeared in the company. In addition, there is a picture of Chu Chen's perfect profile face. My God, how can you be so handsome? He's my Prince Charming. Where is he? I'm going to confess. Count me in. In an instant, all the girls in Xiling Design Company were all excited. Their design company originally had many girls and few boys, but now there is a handsome little brother. And all the girls are crazy. Countless girls left their desks and checked everywhere. I see, he's there. In the end, they found Chu Chen's figure. At this time, Chu Chen also came to the design department, and after looking around, he didn't see Gao Shiyun. She went to the general manager's office to hand in the documents. The second girl finally reacted just now and shouted to Chu Chen loudly. I'll take you. Thanks. After all, Chu Chen headed towards the general manager's office under the leadership of his sister. Behind Chu Chen, countless girls followed, constantly taking pictures with their mobile phones. The scene was even more terrifying than the arrival of the stars. Facing the admiring eyes of so many girls, Chu Chen was very indifferent. There's no way, he's too handsome, he doesn't know how much he has endured this kind of gaze from childhood to adulthood, he's used to it. How did you do this? What was written? Go back and do it again for me. If you can't make it right, don't leave tonight. When will it be finished, and when will you get off work? When he was about to arrive at the general manager's office, a mean scolding sounded. In the next second, Gao Shiyun walked out, extremely aggrieved. After seeing Chu Chen, Gao Shiyun was taken aback. Seemingly hearing the noise outside, the door of the general manager's office opened again, and a middle-aged woman with a pearl necklace and a mean look came out. Seeing everyone surrounding Chu Chen, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly turned gloomy. What are you doing? It's work time, who made you leave your job? Everyone's bonuses are cancelled this month. The middle-aged woman scolded everyone. Hearing this, countless girls are stunned and want to cry but have no tears. Their bonuses are And you, who are you? Our company does not welcome outsiders. Don't come again. The middle-aged woman reprimanded Chu Chen with a bad expression. What are you doing here? The middle-aged woman added. I'm here to deliver something and buy a company, by the way. Chu Chen answered lightly. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became extremely quiet. I'm here to deliver something and buy a company, by the way. Everyone was frightened by Chu Chen's words. Buy a company? Which company to buy? You're not daydreaming, are you? The middle-aged woman is still sarcastic. Just like you still buy a company, do you deserve it? Huh? Just as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, an elegant middle-aged man just came over. Mr. Chu? After seeing Chu Chen, the middle-aged man was stunned, and immediately spoke politely. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The elegant middle-aged man is none other than the chairman of Xiling Design Company. The contract has been signed, and the secretary who wants to come to you will give it to you soon. After looking around, the elegant middle-aged man said. I see everyone is here, announcing one thing. From today, Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, is the chairman of Xiling Design Company. Mr. Chu has bought the company from me. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Real? What this little brother just said is true. He really bought a company, by the way, not another company, but their company. OMG. Brother. Is so scary. Looking at Chu Chen, all the girls didn't know how to describe their feelings for a while. Any shock, surprise is not suitable. There seems to be only one old word that would be more appropriate. Fuck. It's almost like a dream. Gao Shiyun was equally shocked. For a while, she began to think wildly. Why? Did Chu Chen buy Xiling Company? Is it for her? Thinking of this, Gao Shiyun's heart beat faster, and she glanced at Chu Chen secretly. Okay, Xiling Design Company will be Mr. Chu's, from now on, I'm leaving. After saying a word, the elegant middle-aged man left completely with his own things. This immortal-looking little brother turned out to be his own boss? In an instant, all the girls went crazy. Brother, you are amazing. No, it should be called boss now. Boss, you are so handsome. Boss, I love you. All the girls went crazy. At this moment, they were extremely fortunate that God was so kind to them. It was like a dream to find such a handsome boss for myself. At the scene, only the mean middle-aged woman just stood there quietly. It's not that she is peaceful in her heart, but she is scared and stupid. Handing the bag to Gao Shiyun, Chu Chen slowly looked at the middle-aged woman. I, the author, ask for a recommendation ticket. Every reader who votes for a recommendation is more handsome than the author. Buy a company. Which company to buy? You're not daydreaming, are you? Just like you still buy a company. Do you deserve it? The words she said just now could not help but pop into the middle-aged woman's mind. This kid really bought a company, but is it still their company? Hearing the chairman's words just now, the middle-aged woman was frightened. How is this possible? This kid looks only 20 years old, how could he buy a company so easily? When the middle-aged woman was stunned, she found that Chu Chen was slowly looking at her. For a time, she was extremely nervous. Mr. Chu was my fault just now, I'm sorry, can you give me another chance? The middle-aged woman spoke with a trembling voice. Why are you standing here, don't you hurry back? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman exhaled and said quickly, thank you, President Chu, I'll go back to work right away. After all, the middle-aged woman is ready to go back. Chu Chen stopped her. You may not have understood what I said. What I mean is that you should go back and pack your things as soon as possible. You have been fired from the company. Chu Chen explained. Do not. The middle-aged woman's eyes darkened and she almost fainted. She regretted it to the extreme. In the end, under the supervision of everyone, the middle-aged woman took her belongings and left the company in despair. Oh. The old witch is finally gone. Our day is coming. Seeing the middle-aged woman leave, all the girls cheered excitedly and were extremely excited. In the company, middle-aged women are notorious for being mean and ruthless. But because of her status, no one dared to oppose her. Unexpectedly, today, the old witch finally left. For a time, Chu Chen received the support from the hearts of all the girls present. Boss, you are so kind. Little brother, you are the best, most handsome and most graceful boss I have ever met. Mr. Chu, we love you. Countless girls cheered and cheered around Chu Chen. Today is definitely their happiest day. Not only has the old witch gone, but also such a handsome boss has appeared. In the future, they will never be lazy in their work, and they must do their best. It is best to work overtime every day and see the boss all the time, hee. Gao Shiyun also looked at Chu Chen gratefully. The document she just handed in has been changed 7 or 8 times, but the middle-aged woman is not satisfied. Because of some things in the past, the middle-aged woman deliberately found fault with Gao Shiyun. If it wasn't for Chu Chen, I'm afraid she would have to work overtime until the early morning today, or even the next day. For a time, Chu Chen's favorability in Gao Shiyun's heart soared. Ding, mission completed. The sound of the system sounded again. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of Yunfan Building and becoming the new owner of Yunfan Building. So far, the entire Yunfan Building has become Chu Chen's property. Not bad. Looking at the rewards of the system, Chu Chen is very satisfied. The entire Yunfan Building is at least 2 billion. Moreover, Yunfan Building, located in the financial center, is rented by countless small and medium-sized companies. The monthly rent on each floor is in the 7 figures. Every month, Chu Chen would receive tens of millions for the rent of Yunfan Building alone. This time, Chu Chen made a lot of money. By the way, all her previous orders have been cancelled, and this month's bonus will not be deducted, but will be doubled. Chu Chen's opening mouth. Wow. A handsome boss is good. Boss, you are so good. To us, you will definitely become more and more handsome. All the girls cheered and kept praising Chu Chen. Boss? People don't want to work hard. Boss, the doctor said that I have a bad stomach, so I can only eat soft rice. Soon, Chu Chen was surrounded by countless beautiful employees. Yunfan Building has changed hands. After Chu Chen became the new owner of Yunfan Building, all the company bosses who rented Yunfan Building received the news. Along with this news, there is also a photo of Chu Chen. So young. You bought the Yunfan Building at such a young age. The strength is terrifying. I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Look at how young people are, they are worth billions or more, and I'm in my 40s, and I'm only worth a few $100 million. Looking at Chu Chen's photos, these bosses, who are admired and envied by countless people outside, said with great envy and emotion. Soon, the news spread. Finally squeezed out from the crowd of countless girls, Chu Chen glanced at the time. I go first. After saying a word, Chu Chen quickly got on the elevator and left. In a while, he will also meet the boss of Shuiying Restaurant Group. Boss, you must come tomorrow. We will wait for you. I love you, boss. Hearing this, Chu Chen, who was standing in the elevator, froze. Can't stand it, can't stand it. Even if you come again, you have to wait for the day after tomorrow. These beautiful staff members of my own are simply lawless. After Chu Chen left the company, all the girls ran to the window one after another, wanting to watch Chu Chen leave. They were afraid that this was a dream, and once they woke up from the dream, the immortal-looking boss disappeared. They must take a closer look. When Chu Chen rushed towards Shuiying Restaurant Group. In the conference room of Shuiying Catering Group, President Jiang Shunan, Chief Financial Officer Lin Hongfeng and other senior executives of Shuiying Group have gathered here. These are Jiang Shunan's cronies. President, when that Chu Chen comes, you must maintain your dignity. Lin Hongfeng suggested, be sure to give him a slap in the face. In this case, he won't have other ideas. Hearing this, several other Jiang Shunan's cronies also agreed. Yes, the company was created by you. And you cannot let an outsider intervene. Never let an outsider stand on our heads. In the early days of Shuiying Catering Group, Jiang Shunan lacked funds, so he found some rich people in Jiangzhou to invest and distributed a lot of shares. As a result, Jiang Shunan, who is the president, only holds 25%. And these cronies of my own also occupy some, and the total adds up to 45%. After the company's development and growth, Jiang Shunan wanted to buy back the shares from those wealthy businessmen more than once, but no one agreed. This Chu Chen did not know how to buy shares from several wealthy businessmen and suddenly became the second largest shareholder of Shuiying Restaurant Group. It's not the scariest. The most terrifying thing is that Chu Chen actually has a way to buy shares. If Chu Chen bought all the shares in the hands of the wealthy businessmen, the consequences would be disastrous. Well, I have it in my mind. Jiang Shunan nodded and made a decision. When Chu Chen arrives, he must give Chu Chen a slap in the face and ask him to be honest in the future. It's best to buy back the shares from him, if not, beat him and don't have other ideas. Time passed little by little, and soon the appointed time came, and Chu Chen had not come yet. 10 minutes late. 20 minutes late. What does this Chu Chen mean? It's already half an hour late, why hasn't he come yet? Is it really unreasonable? For him to deliberately give us horsepower? Too deceiving. Half an hour later, Chu Chen was still not seen. Everyone in the conference room was impatient, and they were so dissatisfied with Chu Chen that they cursed. At this moment, the conference room door opened. "I'm sorry, I just bought a building and I'm late." In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. What? For a while, everyone thought they had heard it wrong. Bought a building? What, are you kidding? Now which building? In Jiangzhou, the price is less than 100 million. Mr. Chu, what did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Someone said with a trembling voice. I just bought a building, so I'm late, sorry. Chu Chen said. Real. He really said he bought a building, did they hear it right? And how can you listen to the tone, buying a building so casually? I don't believe it, is it so casual to want to buy a building? Chief Financial Officer, Xiang Chuchen's confidant, Lin Hongfeng, spoke coldly. I don't believe Chu Chen's words at all. Buy another building? Why? Didn't you say you bought a street? What he said seems to be true. Just then, a shocked voice came. Who was making? Hearing that his own people actually refuted him, Lin Hongfeng was furious, stood up abruptly, and turned around to scold those who refuted him. But before he could say it, he swallowed it back. It was not someone else who spoke just now, but their president, Xiang Chuchen. President, are you wrong? Lin Hongfeng still refused to believe it. Buying a building, how can it be so casual? Without answering Lin Hongfeng, Xiang Chuchen looked at Chu Chen seriously. I don't know which building Mr. Chu bought. Yunfan building. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen was completely convinced that Chu Chen did not lie. Just now, I saw that President Li of the Zero Seal Group sent a message that Yunfan building has changed hands, and the new owner of Yunfan building is named Chu Chen. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chuchen spoke. What? Yunfan building? What Chu Chen bought was not an ordinary residential building, but the Yunfan building? Yunfan building should be at least 2 billion. Just bought it casually? The crowd was shocked. Gudong. Lin Hongfeng, who was still clamoring just now, his legs softened, and he slumped on the seat, dumbfounded. Is it true? At this moment, looking at Chu Chen, Xiang Chuchen was extremely ashamed. Just now, were you still preparing to let others down? As a result, one word from others scared them all. The Snow Shadow Catering Group, which they are proud of, has a total market value of 4 or 5 billion. The price of Yunfan building is also around 2 billion. Chu Chen can buy Yunfan building casually, which shows that 2 billion is not in his eyes at all. As for their 4 or 5 billion Shuiying group, I'm afraid they can just buy it if they want. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. Mr. Chu, please take a seat. Xiang Chuchen stood up and spoke very politely. Mr. Chu is late because he bought Yunfan building. Everyone can be considerate, right? In an instant, the senior executives of Shuiying Catering Group, who had been extremely complaining just now, also joined in, as if to please Chu Chen. Yes, 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 Mr. Chu didn't do it on purpose. Understandable, understandable. After sitting down, Chu Chen asked curiously, I don't know what President Jiang asked me to talk about. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen and everyone did not know how to answer for a while. Because of Chu Chen's words just now, all their plans and ideas were ruthlessly obliterated. Suddenly, Xiang Chuchen spoke amazingly. Mr. Chu, if you are the president of Shuiying Catering Group. Come take a seat. In the conference room, other high-level executives were stunned and looked at Xiang Chuchen. Soon, they understood. If this Mr. Chu really wants to be the president of Snow Shadow Catering Group, no matter how much they resist, it won't help. It is impossible to be the opponent of Mr. Chu with huge financial resources. It is better to take the initiative to give the president to Mr. Chu and sell Mr. Chu a favor. Be the president? Hearing Xiang Chuchen's words, Chu Chen was also stunned. What are you kidding? Doing tasks every day, easily. Hundreds of millions, several billions will be available, isn't it delicious? You have to be the president, work hard in the office, earn millions, tens of millions? I'm going to be the president with only 15% of the shares, so I'm too busy. How many presidents do I need to be? Chu Chen shook his head and said with great distress. I take the liberty to ask, apart from the Snow Shadow Catering Group, does Mr. Chu have any other company shares? Xiang Chuchen asked, curiously. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Chen. I'll think about it. Into Street, Shuitian Villa. Chu Chen told the truth. Shuitian Villa? Mr. Chu turned out to be the behind-the-scenes boss of Shuitian Villa? Everyone was shocked, knowing that Shuitian Villa was a private property with only one boss. It turns out that the behind-the-scenes boss of Shuitian Villa is this young Mr. Chu. The crowd was deeply shocked. However, in the next second, Chu Chen said something that made them even more unexpected. Xiling Design Company, Junlin Group, Lingyun Capital, etc. Chu Chen replied indifferently. What? Now, there is only horror left in the hearts of everyone. Even the kings. Landing Group and Lingyun Capital have Mr. Chu's shares, which seem to be not low. Fear. Horrible. After a long time, everyone recovered from the shock. Mr. Chu really doesn't want to be the president of the group? Xiang Chuchen asked again. Of course not, I just need to pay dividends. Chu Chen nodded. When you become a president, you have to keep managing, from morning to night. It is better to pay dividends by shares, monthly, or annually. Now, the Junlin Group under Chu Chen's name is still a group of company executives, and his secretary Mo Yuan is in charge. A few days ago, Chu Chen read the financial report of Junlin Group. Although he has become the shopkeeper, the King's Landing Group is still improving steadily, and Mo Yuan has done a lot of credit. Chu Chen promoted Mo Yuan, and now Mo Yuan is not only her secretary, but also the deputy general manager of Junlin Group. If Mo Yuan's performance after that made Chu Chen still satisfied, then the position of general manager would be hers. It's cool to lie down and take money. Okay, I understand what Mr. Chu thinks. Xiang Chuchen felt extremely ashamed after hearing what Chu Chen said. They are a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, short-sighted. Thinking that Mr. Chu wants to compete for the position of president? But who would have thought that countless companies would disdain to be the president of Shuiying Catering Group? Is there anything else? There is none left. In the end, Xiang Chuchen and all the company's executives personally delivered Chu Chen to the company's door. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Chu Chen rode his beloved bicycle and walked away. Seeing Chu Chen's disappearing figure, the executives of these companies were very emotional. This is the real rich man, keep a low profile. That is, Mr. Chu is worth tens of billions, but riding a bicycle is too low-key. Mr. Chu is so low-key. What qualifications do I have to show off as a person who is worth over 100 million? I'll go buy a bicycle now. Add me. Wait a minute, I'll go too. For a time, the senior executives of Snow Shadow Catering Group became popular with cycling. It's a pity that they didn't know that Chu Chen's bicycle was different from theirs. A few days ago, the author picked up an ala lamp nail, and the nail god asked the author to make a wish. The author thinks that he is already so handsome. If he wishes to be handsome again, how will other people live? So the author made a wish to make all male readers more handsome and female readers more beautiful. 4. The sake of the author's wish for everyone, please vote for the recommendation. A new week has begun, don't stop recommending tickets. On a new day, the system has released a new task. Ding, system task, experience the work of Didi driver. Again, complete 5 orders, and get more than 3 praises, task time, 48 hours, quest reward, 1 Rolls-Royce head of state LWB. After seeing the new task, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The system tasks were normal, but this reward made Chu Chen very interested. The Rolls-Royce Furor LWB is a limited edition model launched by Rolls-Royce, a 6-seater luxury car. The body is 7 meters long and 2 meters wide, making it a mobile office. The 6.7 L V12 engine provides for 60 horsepower and a powerful torque of 73.4 kgm. It doesn't take much effort to push the Phantom LWB that weighs more than 3 tons. The acceleration of 0 to 100 km per hour in 6.1 seconds, and the rapidity of 240 km per hour will definitely be make the owner of the back seat absolutely satisfied. When driving, the interior of the car is as quiet as if it were isolated from the world. Because it is a limited edition, there are no more than 10 cars in the country, or even less. A few days ago, Chu Chen was complaining about his garage. There were few luxury cars, and once there were too many people, there would be no suitable cars to drive. Today, the system released such a task in a very timely manner. He looks handsome, and even the system favors him. Master Didi Chu is online again. Chu Chen drove his Koenigsegg and left to a Tian garden. Wenhua Road, Ms. Dong? Soon, Chu Chen received the first order and galloped towards Wenhua Road. Culture Road, a red Ferrari SF90 Stradale, a man of 27 or 8-year-old is broadcasting live. He is a well-known outdoor anchor of Tiger Cat Live. His nickname is, I am really rich, nicknamed Brother Tian. Brothers, today's live broadcast has started. See, I drove a Ferrari SF90 Stradale from the garage today, over 3 million. Brother Tian introduced to the audience in the live broadcast room. As an outdoor anchor, the most common thing he does is to show off his wealth. He often dresses up like a beggar, and then goes into luxury stores to buy things, or drives a luxury car to chat up beautiful women. He calls himself a super rich man in the live broadcast room, but in fact he is also an ordinary person, all disguised for the effect of the live broadcast. As for this Ferrari SF90 Stradale, he rented it for 5,000. Wow. Brother Tian is really a local tyrant. It was still a Lamborghini a few days ago, and today, it's a Ferrari. I envy me to death. Hearing Brother Tian's words, countless audiences were amazed and felt that Brother Tian was indeed a big local tyrant. Today, let's change the way of playing, be the master of Didi for a day. And see if there are any beautiful girls? Brother Tian said his program. While driving, Brother Tian was looking for a suitable list. What? There is a beautiful beauty there? Suddenly, Brother Tian noticed a long-legged beauty waiting there on the side of the road not far away, looking very good. Brothers, there is a goal. Now you don't have to wait for the list. If you get such a big beauty, the popularity will definitely be very high. Saying that, he turned the phone camera around. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Brother Tian, go talk to me, I'll give you a gift. Come on, I can't wait. In the live broadcast room, after seeing the long-legged beauty, all the audience became excited. Thinking about it, Brother Tian drove towards the long-legged beauty. He doesn't care if this beauty has any dates, or who is waiting. He is driving a Ferrari SF90 straight-ale of 3 or 4 million. Which girl does not kneel and lick when she sees it? He has done this more than once. Stopping the car and opening the window, Brother Tian asked with a smile, "Beauty, where are you going?" When he saw a car stop, Dong Danden's eyes lit up. Did he think it was Didi that he was waiting for? It was a chat. I'm waiting. The long-legged beauty, Dong Danden, answered lightly. Hearing this, Brother Tian was stunned, but he didn't expect that someone would reject him. He drives a Ferrari SF90 straight-ale. It was the first time he had seen this. I'm going, Miss is so cold. I like it, Brother Tian, don't give up. Go on, Brother Tian. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were excited when they saw Brother Tian being rejected for the first time. Many viewers sent gifts. After seeing the gift, Brother Tian smiled. Beauty, who are you waiting for? Brother Tian continued to ask. Drip. Hearing this, Brother Tian was stunned. If this beauty is waiting for some tall, rich and handsome boyfriend or something, it's okay to refuse him, but it turns out that he is waiting for a drop. Could it be that his charisma, his Ferrari is not as good as an open drip? For a time, Brother Tian felt that his self-esteem was severely hit. No, you must let her in the car. Beauty, wait for Didi, what kind of broken car is that? It's only 100,000 or 200,000 garbage at most. Look at me, Ferrari SF90 straight-ale, priced at 3.9 million, no matter the level of comfort, or whatever, it will crush the drip you are waiting for. Brother Tian boasted. You'd better take my car, it's free. Hearing this, Tian Dandan was about to refuse when a roar that belonged to a supercar came. The next second, a black Koenigsegg stopped not far away. Looking at Koenigsegg not far away, Brother Tian was taken aback. 25 million Koenigsegg CCX. What a handsome car. Ghost sports car, Koenigsegg. In a small place like Jiangzhou, there are still luxury cars of this level? In the live broadcast room, countless viewers frantically swiped the screen. After getting down from Koenigsegg, Chu Chen saw Dong Dandan at first sight. Miss Dong? Chu Chen asked tentatively. You are? After seeing Chu Chen, Dong Dandan was also taken aback. What a handsome little brother? Dong Dandan asked curiously. Your Didi has arrived, please get in the car. Chu Chen opened the passenger door and said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Didi driver? Is he actually a Didi driver? Driving a 25 million Koenigsegg, do you drive a Didi? In particular, Brother Tian was even more dumbfounded. He also said just now that his car will definitely crush the long-legged beauties and others. In the end, people were waiting for a Didi with a Koenigsegg. In front of more than 20 million Koenigsegg, his Ferrari is a younger brother. You have Koenigsegg, why are you opening Didi? Brother Tian spit out. Stay bored and experience life. Seeing Dong Dandan getting into the car, Chu Chen walked to the side of the main driver and casually replied to Brother Tian. The next second, Koenigsegg launched and galloped away. In the live broadcast room, there was no barrage for a long time. The audience was also stunned, surprised by the inhuman Didi driver. Looking at Chu Chen, who was far away, Brother Tian cried and was deeply hit. Tired of idle time, open Didi? Is this the bad taste of rich people? Don't bring such bullying. He wants to be so boring too. Among Koenigsegg, Dong Dandan, a long-legged beauty, was also extremely surprised. She never thought that she would call a Didi and a Koenigsegg would come. This is second, the most important thing is that this little brother is still so handsome. She couldn't describe in words how handsome this little brother was. Even if this little brother didn't drive a Koenigsegg just now, but came on a bicycle, she would definitely get on the bicycle happily. Little brother, I want to ask you a way? Sitting in the co-pilot, Dong Dandan said seriously, what way? Chu Chen answered curiously. The way to your heart. Little brother, how do I get to your heart? I want to live in your heart. Dong Dandan asked Chu Chen with a smile. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, but did not expect this long-legged beauty to be so straightforward. Hey, it's a sin to be handsome. He was actually seduced by the beauty. Who covets his looks? Go to my heart? You are already in my heart. Chu Chen replied. Is this little brother interested in himself? In an instant, Dong Dandan became a little shy and excited. But before Dong Dandan finished speaking, Chu Chen's next sentence made Dong Dandan stunned, not knowing how to answer. I belong to unmarried women all over the world, and of course you are among them. Finally, Dong Dandan was sent to the location. And Chu Chen drove away. Oops. Looking at Chu Chen, who was far away, Dong Dandan patted his little head and said with remorse, Dong Dandan, you are going to be fooled to death by yourself. Why did you forget to ask for his WeChat? By the way, his cell phone number. Thinking, Dong Dandan opened WeChat. Ding, task progress. Number of orders, 1/5, number of positive reviews, 1/3, the system sound appears. Just now, Chu Chen received a call from Dong Dandan. He sold his WeChat account in exchange for a good review. Chu Chen felt a little pain in his conscience. He sent WeChat to Dong Dandan entirely because he wanted to complete the system tasks. Definitely not because Dong Dandan is beautiful and has long legs. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen received a second order, a young man of 23 or 4 years old. When he saw Chu Chen's Koenigsegg, he was instantly dumbfounded. I took several pictures next to Koenigsegg before getting in the car. After sending the young man to the place, Chu Chen was about to take the third order, but at this time, Chu Chen received a bad review. Reason, that Didi master is actually more handsome than himself, so he must be rated badly. Seeing this bad review, Chu Chen was helpless. It's not his fault that he looks handsome. If you are handsome, will you be discriminated against when you open Didi? Just because he is handsome and drives a Koenigsegg, and that young man is ugly and has no money, so he gave himself a bad review? Won't his conscience hurt? Task progress, number of orders, February 5th, number of positive reviews, 1/3, it's hard to get good reviews. Chu Chen sighed. The number of orders is easy, but the Praise is not easy. The system stipulates for itself that the task must be completed with 3 or more praises. Now Chu Chen still has 3 orders left, and he must try his best to meet the requirements of the passengers so that the task can be successfully completed. It's a big deal to keep a low profile and hide your handsome appearance a little. Suddenly, Chu Chen's cell phone rang. Chu Chen answered the phone, and a sweet voice came from inside. Hello, Mr. Didi, I want to place an order, but I have 5 people here. I wonder if your car can sit down? Hearing this, Chu Chen's mind flashed. If you meet her conditions, then it's not too much to ask for a good review. No problem, no amount of people can sit down. Chu Chen agreed. Okay, I'll place the order now, thank you. The girl is very polite. Outside the Firefly show, a sweet-looking, 2-dimensional girl hung up the phone and placed an order. All right. Everyone wait a moment, the car will come soon. The 2-dimensional girl said to the 4 companions next to her. It is good. Let's wait here for a while. They are freshman students. They heard that there is a comic exhibition here, so they came to play together. Next to several girls, a middle-aged aunt in her 50s heard this, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. The car is coming soon. Great. Her business is coming. These days, the business of touching porcelain is not easy to do, and many people have experience. Therefore, middle-aged aunts set their sights on these young people, especially girls. They are young and have not experienced much, so they are easily deceived. As long as you threaten a little, you will obediently give money. Her hands more than once. They cheated many girls out of their living expenses. It's a pity that such little girls don't have much money. This time they have more people, so I can knock a little more. Hey. Thinking about it, the middle-aged aunt looks for a suitable position and is ready at any time. As soon as the car arrived, she immediately lay down in front of the car. 10 minutes later, the 2-dimensional girl received a call. You're almost there, okay. Beside, the middle-aged aunt heard this, and her eyes lit up. Little sister. Have you heard of touch porcelain? Auntie will let you know Zhang today. Looking at the 2-dimensional girl, the middle-aged aunt thought proudly. Immediately, she has money. The middle-aged aunt couldn't wait, so she sat on the ground first. And then lay down after a while. Just then, a huge roar came. A helicopter went from far to near. And finally stopped in a large open space in the distance. The helicopter door opened and Chu Chen walked down. Didn't the girl say that there were too many people? Her Koenigsegg would definitely not be able to sit down. And neither would the Bugatti in the villa. If you complete the task yourself, the Rolls-Royce Phantom head level LWB rewarded by the system should be similar. But the car hadn't been obtained yet, so Chu Chen drove Koenigsegg to June's landing group and sent someone to come here by helicopter. Isn't there a lot of people, enough helicopters? The eyes of everyone around were focused on Chu Chen. For a time, they were extremely curious about what Chu Chen was doing. Wow! What a handsome little brother. Xin, I'm in love. Looking at Chu Chen, who came down, the companions of the 2-dimensional girls spoke in succession, excited. No, this little brother is coming towards us. Did he notice me? Too? Seeing Chu Chen walking towards them, these girls were even more excited. When they came to them, something they never expected happened. Your drops have arrived, please go up. Chu Chen opened his mouth. What? Did it arrive? Several little girls were completely stunned. This handsome little brother is actually a Didi driver? The first thought in their minds. Wrong? Soon, they realized that the point of the matter seemed not to be this. This handsome little brother actually drove a helicopter to drive Didi? OMG, this is crazy. As for the middle-aged aunt on the ground, she was even more dumbfounded. What just happened? This is the first time she has encountered such a situation after 5 years of practice? The middle-aged aunt was completely stunned on the ground, looking at the helicopter in the distance, and then looking at Chu Chen. The middle-aged aunt's face was full of astonishment. Came in a helicopter? She was stunned. What was she doing? Just now, actually want to touch the porcelain helicopter? He is definitely the first person ever to touch the porcelain world, and the first person to die. And this kid? What are you doing? Why don't you come with a yacht? Isn't it just picking up someone? Is it so grand? She just wants to touch porcelain. Why is it so difficult? Don't touch porcelain. She will never touch porcelain again. This industry is too dangerous. Let's go. Seeing that the girls didn't move, Chu Chen spoke again. What? They did not understand what Chu Chen said. Get on the plane and I'll take you back. Several girls subconsciously went to the helicopter with Chu Chen. Nearby, those onlookers were even more shocked when they watched this scene. Just now, they were wondering what this young man who came by the helicopter was doing. Now they know, it turned out to be a Didi driver. What are you kidding? With tens of millions of helicopters, they still drive Didi, and even take a helicopter to drive Didi? They swear that this is definitely the most shocking thing they have ever seen in their lives. They don't understand the world of local tyrants. Do local tyrants just pass the boring time like this? Little brother, are you really a Didi driver? On the helicopter, a girl couldn't help asking. What, don't I look like that? Not like. The girl shook her head. You are like a tall, rich and handsome, more like a prince who fell from the sky. The scene just now was deeply imprinted in the hearts of these girls. There was no way, it was too shocking. Who would have thought that when he called a Didi master who was driving a helicopter actually came? It's like a dream. Several little girls were taking a helicopter for the first time and looked around curiously. 10 minutes later, the helicopter stopped in a large open space not far from their school. Girls, don't forget the praise. Standing on the helicopter, Chu Chen waved to them and said. Under the shocked eyes of several girls, the helicopter went away. Task progress, number of orders, March 5th, number of positive reviews, February 3rd. Looking at the progress of the system, the number of positive reviews was increased by 1, and Chu Chen was in a good mood. It's still a girl with a conscience, Chu Chen said with emotion. With the second praise, it is worth dispatching the helicopter by myself. Back at the Junlin group, Chu Chen inspected it by the way. Everyone in the Junlin group was working step by step and was thriving. Standing on the top floor of the president's office, looking out into the distance, Chu Chen sighed infinitely for a while. It's only been a month, and he has already undergone earth-shaking changes. With the system in hand, the King's Landing Group will one day become a super large enterprise like the Penguin Group and the Ali Group. Even beyond them, beyond Microsoft, Apple, and other global giants. Chu Chen continued his big plan. Soon, Chu Chen received the fourth order, which was a little fresh meat and makeup. Before, others were deeply shocked by Chu Chen. This time, it was Chu Chen's turn to be shocked. On Chu Chen's way to his destination, within 10 minutes, Xiao Xianro actually answered the phone of 3 girlfriends. One of the girlfriends was about to have her 60th birthday and asked him to prepare a gift. Bull pen. Having 3 girlfriends is fairly average, but having a 60-year-old girlfriend really makes Chu Chen admire. Brother, bull pen. I've heard of it before, but I didn't expect to encounter it today. Looking at Chu Chen's surprised eyes, Xiao Xianro thought that Chu Chen was envious of having 3 girlfriends at the same time. I'm going to meet my 4th girlfriend, Xiao Xianro said proudly. Compared with the rich, he can't compare to Chu Chen, who drives Koenigsegg, but he is still very confident than stepping on a few boats. Brother, let me tell you a wise saying. If you step on 2 boats, sooner or later, they will overturn. If you step on 10,000 boats, they will not be overturned. I'm already working hard, brother, you are so rich, so go ahead and work hard. Before leaving, Xiao Xianro spoke amazingly. Hearing this sentence, Chu Chen was even more shocked and stunned. For a while, he couldn't refute it. He had heard before that something would definitely happen when he stepped on 2 boats. But now that he heard this poisonous chicken soup, Chu Chen was in a mess. Although this sentence is extremely scumbag, there seems to be some truth to it, and Chu Chen can't refute it. Take it, I take it. Chu Chen sighed in his heart. It's already night, today SDD is here first. And the task time is still long. The next day, Chu Chen drove his own Bugatti instead of the 2-seater Koenigsegg, just in case. Chu Chen's last order was for a young couple. When Chu Chen's Bugatti stopped in front of them, the young couple was deeply shocked. After Chu Chen opened the car window, the girl was even more horrified. So handsome. Looking at Chu Chen, the girl's eyes seemed to sink in. The couple sat behind the Bugatti, and Chu Chen drove towards the destination. Behind, the girl's eyes still sneaked to Chu Chen from time to time. And the man's face turned green, and his heart was even more jealous. Why is he so handsome and so rich? Don't look at it, so handsome, it must be fake, plastic surgery. Later, the man said to his girlfriend. Although he lowered his voice, he was still heard by Chu Chen. Chu Chen was instantly messy, your uncle's. You just had plastic surgery, I really have a natural face. Before Chu Chen could speak, the man continued to say to his girlfriend, don't envy him for driving such a good car, he was definitely taken care of by a rich woman. Or he made a good girlfriend. In a few days, his girlfriend may have her 80th birthday. With a strong hatred and jealousy, the man slandered Chu Chen in front of his girlfriend in order to regain some face. Hearing her boyfriend's words, the girl thought for a while. No, I cannot. The girl shook her head. She didn't believe it. Such a handsome little brother is definitely not like that. Brother, have you changed your girlfriend? Last time I took you to the hotel, wasn't this girl sitting next to me? At this moment, Chu Chen suddenly spoke. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire car became strange, and a strong smell of gunpowder emerged. Zhu Yutong. The girl scolded her boyfriend angrily. You actually went to the hotel with me and others behind your back? Hearing this, the man quickly explained, Dear, listen to me, I don't know him at all, let alone ride in his car. When did he see me? Is he framed me, do you believe me, or him? The next second, the girlfriend said, I trust him. He is so handsome, he must be a righteous person, he will never lie to me. The girlfriend said righteously. To Zhu Yutong. Hearing his girlfriend's answer, Zhu Yutong was dumbfounded. What? Do I trust him? Your girlfriend doesn't believe in herself, but instead believes in a Didi driver who only has a relationship? Zhu Yutong felt that he had failed terribly. Dear, I'm innocent. You have to believe me. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. While talking, Zhu Yutong handed his mobile phone to his girlfriend, and even took the initiative to unlock it. Suspiciously took Zhu Yutong's phone, his girlfriend opened WeChat and looked at the person Zhu Yutong had contacted recently. Sure enough, there were no girls in it, the only woman was Zhu Yutong's mother. Did he really not cheat? Beauty, sometimes. The person who remarks more like a boy's name is likely to be a girl. At this time, Chu Chen made up the knife. And to check WeChat, you don't have to check the chat records. You can also check the transfer records, like 520, 1314 or something. It makes sense to hear that the beauty here is bright. On the contrary, it was Zhu Yutong, whose expression changed in an instant. Your uncle, damn Didi driver. What the hell are you talking about? Who told you to say that? Zhu Yutong was roaring in his heart. He was extremely angry and hated Chu Chen, but in front of his girlfriend, he had to remain calm and indifferent, and he had nothing to do with Chu Chen. He was indeed flirting with a girl recently, and he just succeeded. The reason why he took the initiative to hand his mobile phone to his girlfriend with confidence was entirely because every time he finished chatting with the girl, he would delete the chat history. And for the girls he added, he would remark a boy's name, just in case. But now, Zhu Yutong was trembling with anger when he was randomly punctured by Chu Chen. Why did you transfer the money to Lu Wei, either 131.4 or 520? According to what Chu Chen said, the girl really found the clue. Listen to me, Zhu Yutong hurriedly found a reason to justify. At this moment, Zhu Yutong's mobile phone vibrated, and a message came. Lu Wei, dear, let's go to the movies tomorrow night. Seeing this, the girl's face turned green. Watching a movie tomorrow night, still dear? Zhu Yutong. The girl scolded and slapped Zhu Yutong hard in the face. Half of Zhu Yutong's face was instantly swollen. Didi brother really didn't lie to himself, he really is a righteous person. The relationship between my boyfriend and this Lu Wei is definitely not normal. If the name Lu Wei is fake, it must be a girl. But if Lu Wei was really a man, it would be even more terrifying. Zhu Yutong, my mother wants to break up with you. Break up? Thank you so much, little brother. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know my head would be green. Before reaching the place, the girl asked to get off the bus. Seeing his girlfriend get out of the car, the boy also got out of the car and hurried to chase. The girl stopped when she saw Zhu Yutong, who was chasing after him. Zhu Yutong thought his girlfriend was going to forgive him, so he hurried to his girlfriend. Before Zhu Yutong could speak, his girlfriend suddenly stepped on Zhu Yutong's shoes. What? Zhu Yutong screamed. But his girlfriend was wearing 7 centimeters high heels, and stepping on it was really fatal. The old lady has nothing to do with you anymore, get out. Seeing Zhu Yutong snorting coldly, the girl turned around and walked away. In place, only the screaming man Zhu Yutong remained. In the car, Chu Chen shook his head. He originally just wanted to finish this single drop and complete the task. Who would have thought that this kid would actually insult him, saying that he has an 80-year-old girlfriend? Tolerable or unbearable? So Chu Chen said a little bit, but he didn't expect to actually say it. It's not Chu Chen's fault for this. If Xu Yutong hadn't cheated on him, the following things would not have happened. I'm really a good person, saving my sister from fire and water. Chu Chen said with emotion. He saved a girl from the hands of a scumbag. What a virtue. He's handsome and likes to do good things. I'm really an outstanding young man in the new era. After all, Chu Chen drove away. It's just a pity that, in this way, his mission may be in vain. 5 orders were completed, but 3 praises were blown. Suddenly, Chu Chen's phone rang. Chu Chen turned on his phone and saw a good review. Thanks to the handsome little brother Didi today, who helped me identify a scumbag and freed me from the scumbag. Brother, you are a righteous person. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. Seeing this good review, don't think about it. She must be such a girl just now. It turned out that it was not Xu Yutong who placed the order, but this girl. Here are 3 good reviews. Ding, task completed, number of orders, May 5th, number of positive reviews, 3/3, reward a Rolls-Royce Phantom headquarters LWB, to store in the garage, please pay attention to check hearing the systems. Voice, Chu Chen laughed. Another luxury car in hand, good, good. Chu Chen's mood became happy, it was almost noon. Chu Chen drove the car to a restaurant, ready to get out of the car and go in for dinner. Not far away, the quarrel of a couple caught Chu Chen's attention. Yuan, don't leave me, okay? The man begged. Wearing a plaid shirt, the man looks like the kind of honest man who is not good at speaking. Hearing the man's words, the gold worshipper sneered, Xiang, we have broken up, you can't give me what I want. Your monthly salary is only 4,500. Don't let me drive a luxury car and live in a villa. You can't even afford a decent bag. What do you say you can do, useless? The gold-worshipping woman is extremely disgusted. Honey, get in the car. At this time, a white BMW stopped not far away, and a middle-aged man in his 50s got out of the car and shouted loudly to the gold worshipper. Hearing this, the man was stunned. Isn't he your boss? The gold worshipper smiled sarcastically. Only an honest person like you will believe it. To be honest, you are not worthy of connecting with me. Pointing to the BMW not far away, the gold worshipper said bragging. Did you see that BMW, more than 800,000 yuan, my new boyfriend said that I will give you one for a while. And you can't afford it in your life, you bastard. After that, the woman turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a voice of complaining came. Brother, your Bugatti is not very good. Chu Chen walked to the man's side, like an old friend. Hearing this, several people were stunned. What? Bugatti? The woman turned around abruptly and looked at Chu Chen and her ex-boyfriend in shock. As for the man, he was stunned. Come on, go to your villa and take a look at your new Koenigsegg. After all, Chu Chen took the man and walked towards Bugatti. Hearing this, the gold worshipper was completely stunned. What? Wait a moment. The gold worshipper spoke quickly. Is she your nanny? It's so ugly. Also, that's her dad. He drives an 18-handed, wrecked BMW, that's about to be scrapped, pretending to be a rich man. Babysitter, ugly? Hearing this, the gold worshipper was angry, but now is not the time to be angry. Is this Bugatti really Xiang Chuchen's? The female gold worshipper asked with a trembling voice. This is Bugatti, a luxury car that must start? Of course, but he recently bought a Koenigsegg in the villa. Chu Chen replied. Koenigsegg? Villa? The golden girl was stunned. How could this be? Why didn't Xiang Chuchen tell himself this useless idiot? Is it like in the movie? Xiang Chuchen is actually a rich second generation, in order to test himself, so he pretends to be poor. Yes, it must be Xiang Chuchen. Ashwan, it's my fault, right? Can you forgive me? The gold-worshipping girls' acting skills are on the line, with red eyes and a look of grievance. It was he who lied to me. I am innocent. The gold worshipper held the hand of the honest man, Xiang Chuchen, and pleaded. Ashwan, hee. Just now you called me a jerk. The honest man sneered, and at this moment, he finally woke up. From today onwards, there is no more relationship between us. Throwing away the hand of the gold-worshipping woman, the honest person was decisive. No, Ah Xian, give me another chance. In the end, the gold worshipper knelt directly in front of the honest man. However, Xiang Chuchen did not speak, got in the car, and left with Chu Chen. Ashwan. Ashwan. The gold worshipper quickly stood up and chased Bugatti. But how can the legs catch up with Bugatti, and soon? The gold worshipper was left far behind. Do not. Standing there, the embarrassed-looking, gold-worshipping woman even regretted her bowels. How did that happen? How did that happen? Did she just miss the chance to marry into a wealthy family? In the end, the gold-worshipping woman could only sigh. Forget it, after all, he has a rich new boyfriend. Wrong? Suddenly, the golden girl thought of what Chu Chen said just now. 18 hands, a BMW that is about to be scrapped? The gold-worshipping girl froze, turned her head abruptly, and looked at her new boyfriend who was over 50. Didn't he say that it was a BMW that was just bought? How could it be 18 hands, and it was about to be scrapped? On the other side, the middle-aged man's expression changed. His car also looks new from the outside. It is indeed an 18-hand car, and it is about to be scrapped. It's no problem to deceive outsiders who don't understand cars, but in the eyes of experts, it's easy to be exposed. I have something else to do. I'll go first. Revealed, the middle-aged man hurriedly got into the car and left. Do not. In situ, the gold worshipper was completely stupid and shouted unwillingly. The surrounding onlookers, seeing this scene, sneered, 2 words, deserve it. In Bugatti, Xiang Chuchen said gratefully, brother, thank you. At the beginning, he was very surprised, he obviously didn't know Chu Chen. But in the end, he understood that Chu Chen was helping himself preserve his last dignity. I've been talking about such a girlfriend since I was a child, and after chasing it for 3 years, I ended up being blind. Xiang Chuchen laughed at himself. I originally wanted to persuade you, but when I heard you say that, I didn't persuade me anymore. Chu Chen said helplessly, I've never experienced that feeling of yours. You're so handsome and girls have chased after me since I was a child. I've rejected a lot, and now I don't know what it's like to be rejected. Without experiencing this feeling, Chu Chen was not worthy to speak. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen, who had slowed down a little, almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. He felt as if a knife had stabbed into his heart. Brother, I won't persuade you, don't say it. Zhang Xian burst into tears, feeling that he had been deeply hurt, even more sad than encountering a gold worshipper. People are more mad than people. After 2 streets, Zhang Xian got off. Anyway, brother, you helped me today. I'll take note of this favor. Before leaving, Zhang Xian said seriously. Chu Chen nodded, but he didn't care too much. He couldn't bear to watch it just now, so he helped Zhang Xian. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen returned to Tian garden. Came to the garage, where the black Rolls-Royce Phantom Führer LWB was parked. This is Chu Chen's 3rd luxury car. I'll just drive it when I get home tomorrow. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This Rolls-Royce can seat 6 people, so you don't have to worry about running out of seats anymore. Chu Chen's home is in Linshui County, next to Jiangzhou. And it takes about a few hours to drive. Tomorrow, Bilingualing will also have a holiday, so Chu Chen and Bilingualing discussed going back together tomorrow. The next day, Chu Chen drove a Rolls-Royce to Tian University to pick up Bilingualing, and went to Linshui County together. Originally, today's beautiful neighbor Yan Luoshui was going to be with Chu Chen, pretending to be Chu Chen's girlfriend. But because Yan Luoshui has urgent matters in the company today, Yan Luoshui will be 2 days late and can go the day after tomorrow. Linshui County, Mingzhu Community, Chu Chen's mother came back from grocery shopping. Knowing that her son is coming back today, my mother bought a lot of vegetables on purpose to prepare a big meal for Chu Chen. As soon as I walked downstairs, I happened to meet my neighbor, Aunt Zhao. What a coincidence, came back from shopping? Aunt Zhao greeted. Well, are you going out? Mother Chu Chen spoke. My son bought a new car and he took me to buy something. While speaking, Aunt Zhao walked to a brand new Mercedes-Benz parked not far away. Some show off, this car cost my son a year's salary, more than 400,000 yuan? Aunt Zhao's son is a few years older than Chu Chen and has good academic performance. After graduating from a prestigious university, he entered a foreign company and became an executive. Although the relationship between the two is good, they are still competing in secret. Aunt Zhao was naturally very proud of her son's promising future and bought a Mercedes-Benz. Every time she met someone, she would show off a little. By the way, has your family, Xiang Chuchen, not bought a car yet? Tell me when you buy a car. My son knows insiders and can give you a discount. Aunt Zhao continued to show off. Although I can't buy a car like ours, it's not bad to buy a car that costs 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Hearing this, Chu Chen's mother frowned slightly. At this moment, a black Rolls-Royce drove slowly over. Mom, I'm back. Opening the car window, Chu Chen spoke excitedly. Hello, Auntie Wang. Bilingualing, the co-pilot, also shouted politely. What? Seeing this, Aunt Zhao was a little surprised. I didn't expect Xiang Chuchen to buy a car too. Seeing that Chu Chen actually bought a car, Aunt Zhao was a little disappointed. Xiang Chuchen, be careful when you park, don't bump into our new Mercedes-Benz. Aunt Zhao told Chu Chen. It's all right. Chu Chen, just park your car. As soon as I walked down, I heard that my mother actually said that to Chu Chen, and Aunt Zhao's son Zhao Yang spoke quickly. Mom doesn't know what kind of car this is. But he does. Looking at Chu Chen's car, Zhao Yang was shocked. Son, you bought a new Mercedes-Benz, for, or 500,000, in case he accidentally scratches it? Aunt Zhao complained a little when she heard her son's words. Mom, you only know that our car is $4,000 or $5,000, but you don't know how much the car is? Zhao Yang took a deep breath. How much? Aunt Zhao asked, very curiously. In Aunt Zhao's heart, Chu Chen's car is only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. What kind of garbage truck sign is this? She has never seen it before. How can it compare to my son's Mercedes-Benz? How much? Hearing his mother's question, Zhao Yang pondered for a while and said, add a zero after it. To be honest, he didn't know Chu Chen's model either, but the striking flying goddess logo on the front of the car showed the horror of this car. Rolls-Royce is a random car, no 4 or 5 million, can't win it. Add a zero, what do you mean? When she heard her son's words, Aunt Zhao was a little confused and didn't understand. After thinking for a while, Aunt Zhao suddenly realized, with an unbelievable shocked expression on her face. You mean his car costs 4 or 5 million? Aunt Zhao's body trembled. It is true? 4 or 5 million, you can buy 2 big houses. Chu Chen's car is so expensive? Zhao Yang nodded. Even so, Zhao Yang still underestimated, and the price of Chu Chen's car will be several times higher than that of 4 or 5 million. How come? With a shocked expression, Aunt Zhao looked at Chu Chen's Rolls-Royce, completely stunned. At this time, Chu Chen also parked the car and walked over with various gifts prepared for his parents. Chu Chen, what my mother said just now was too much, I'm sorry. Zhao Yang took the initiative to apologize to Chu Chen. Hearing this, Aunt Zhao also spoke quickly. Sorry. It's okay. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Finally, Chu Chen took all kinds of things and went upstairs first. Mother and Bilingualing chatted downstairs for a while, and then went up later. I asked Bilingualing what happened in Jiangzhou, and my mother finally asked her most curious thing, Lingling, tell the truth to my aunt, did Xiang Chuchen find a girlfriend in Jiangzhou? Hearing this sentence, Bilingualing was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Should not. Brother Chen is hers. It is good. Mother understood and went upstairs with Bilingualing. Auntie. I'm going home first. Bilingualing's family lived next to Chu Chen's house. After going upstairs, Bilingualing left. In the evening, the family eats together. Dad, don't go to work tomorrow, let's go buy a car. At the dinner table, Chu Chen opened his mouth. Dad's car is a few years old. When he was in high school, Chu Chen wanted to let his dad change the car. But their parents did not agree. They saved money for Chu Chen to prepare for Chu Chen to get married, buy a house, and buy a car in the future. After getting the system, Chu Chen has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now there are 3 luxury cars, 2 villas, and various assets. No need for his parents to work so hard, it's time for him to make his parents happy. Changing cars was Chu Chen's first step. The second step is to change the house. They lived in an old-fashioned apartment that didn't even have an elevator, and their parents were old and rude. Dad wanted to refuse, but was persuaded by Chu Chen. Don't want a villa? When Chu Chen asked his parents what villas they liked, they said they didn't like villas and didn't want to spend money indiscriminately. Since you don't like villas, buy a duplex. There seems to be a high-end Riverview duplex apartment in Linshui. You can see the river view from the house, and the environment is excellent. The price is no less than the villa. That's it. The next day, Chu Chen drove and took his parents to pick a car. Parents are not suitable for sports cars such as Lamborghinis and Ferraris, so Chu Chen took them to the Bentley Force store. After looking at Chu Chen, the eyes of several female salesmen were straight. Very handsome. Such a handsome little brother. In an instant, the beautiful saleswoman who was sitting there leisurely rushed towards Chu Chen together, for fear of walking too slowly and being taken away by others. Do you need help? Hello, what are your requirements for the car? Can I introduce it to you? 4 or 5 pretty saleswomen asked with a smile. Seeing this scene, several male salesmen were immediately jealous. They've worked here for a year or 2, and they haven't seen a few pretty salesgirls smile at them. But now, they are scrambling to apologize to that kid. Don't you just look handsome? I don't think this kid looks like a rich man. Can he afford a Bentley? A few of them rush up. It's definitely a waste of words and a waste of time. Several male salesmen whispered disdainfully, with great jealousy. If you let a few female salesmen hear it, they will definitely mock them. They will be very satisfied if they can stay with this beautiful little brother for a while. If they can add WeChat, it will be a big happy event. It doesn't matter whether the little brother buys a car or not. What do they know, a bunch of ugly people. Chu Chen also noticed the sarcastic expressions on the faces of the male salesmen, and couldn't help feeling emotional. He looks handsome, but I'm also helpless. It's not your fault that you are ugly. But it's your business to be ugly, but make fun of it. Surrounded by several beauties for sale, Chu Chen and his parents began to choose a car. Look, this Continental uses cutting-edge technology in today's automobile manufacturing industry. The W-shaped 12-cylinder 6-liter twin-turbo engine is the shortest 12-cylinder car engine in the world. In front of a silver Bentley Continental, a saleswoman spoke first. This Continental GT has a 6-speed automatic/manual transmission front, 4-wheel drive, and electronic stabilization program not only satisfy the perfect performance of power and comfort, but also better ensure the safety and reliability of the car. Looking at the silver Bentley Continental, Chu Chen's father also lit up and liked it very much. But when I asked the price, it actually cost more than 3 million, so I quickly shook my head and took Chu Chen to see others. After a few cars, the parents took a fancy to a black SUV concept car, Bentley EXP9F. But when they heard that the price was more expensive, it was 4 million, and the parents shook their heads again. In the distance, several male salesmen who were always watching here sneered. They are a few poor writers, and they came here to gain knowledge. What are you kidding me for? Expecting them to buy a car? What about dreaming? Surprised by the price, my mother said, Xiang, why don't we go to other stores to take a look? Chu Chen shook his head and asked his parents, Mom and Dad, do you think this one is better, or the silver Bentley Continental there just now? Hearing this, the parents did not answer directly. The car is very good, but it is too expensive. Seeing his parents hesitate and pointing to the Bentley EXP9F and the silver Bentley Continental in front of him, Chu Chen said to the female salesman indifferently, I bought this one and that one. Since parents don't know which one to choose, they buy both. Just kidding, sprinkle water. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The female salesmen looked at each other a few times and were shocked. They didn't think that Chu Chen would buy a car. After all, there are too few people buying Bentleys, and sometimes they can't sell one for half a month. What they never expected was that this handsome and explosive little brother not only bought, but also bought 2 cars in one go. I'm afraid it will cost 7 or 8 million together. All? In such a casual tone? In the distance, when they heard Chu Chen's words, the male salesman stood up directly, their faces horrified. What does this kid say? Bought? Can this kid really afford a Bentley? And because I didn't know which one to choose, I bought them. All? Don't use it so embarrassingly. For a time, a few male salesmen who had seen big scenes began to doubt their lives. In the eyes of this kid, no, this local tyrant, money is probably just a pile of paper. What's wrong? Seeing that several female salesmen were indifferent after he finished speaking, Chu Chen opened his mouth in surprise. What did you just say? Bought everything? A saleswoman couldn't help but ask, and she still hasn't recovered completely. Chu Chen nodded and handed her a bank card directly. Finally, in shock, the female salesman completes a series of contracts. Do you just drive away, or do you? Finally, the saleswoman asked. Well, I'll put it with you today, and I'll tell you the address tomorrow, and you can help me deliver it. Chu Chen wants to buy a new house for his parents, and he is not sure of the exact address yet. Okay. They dare not object to such a big client's request. In the eyes of everyone in amazement, Chu Chen and his parents left the Bentley Force store, accompanying my parents to the famous high-end Riverview apartment Jianglin Garden. In the end, Chu Chen picked a duplex on the 6th floor. Your vision is really good. This duplex is one of the best here. The area is as high as 500 square meters. The furniture is imported from abroad. You can totally move in with your bags. The salesman introduced to Chu Chen with a smile. How much? The price of this duplex is 26.66 million, because we have some agreements with the bank. If you take a loan, you can also give certain preferential conditions. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. What's the matter, do you think the price is too high? Seeing the slight change in Chu Chen's expression, the salesman became nervous. No. Is there a loan for this amount of money? Full payment, sign the contract now. Chu Chen answered lightly. He comes with a set of villas, all worth hundreds of millions, just over 20 million, and he doesn't need loans at all. What? The salesman looked shocked. Full payment, direct payment? Encountering such a big customer, under the arrangement of the sales, Chu Chen quickly paid the money, signed a house purchase contract, and bought the duplex. Although I bought a house, I couldn't live in it directly. My parents had to go back and clean it up. The next night, Chu Chen left home, rode a bicycle, and headed for a restaurant not far away. Because it was so close, Chu Chen was too lazy to drive. Yesterday, I learned that Chu Chen was back, and a few friends I had known since childhood were going to get together. Chu Chen, you are here. When Chu Chen came to the restaurant, it happened that several other friends also arrived. Just as they were about to enter the restaurant, a very cool Porsche Taycan stopped. A thin young man walked down gracefully. Wow, Lao Lin? Lao Lin is so developed now that he actually drives a Porsche? Seeing this scene, everyone was emotional. The young man's name is Lin Zian, who is 2 or 3 years older than Chu Chen. His academic performance is the best among them, and he is now working. He also came back a few days ago, and it happened that Chu Chen also came back, so Lin Zian took the initiative to invite everyone to get together. Long time no see everyone. Looking at a few old friends, Xian opened his mouth with a smile. Last year, he graduated from college and entered a listed company as a manager. Half a month ago, he took out a loan to buy this Porsche. I came back a few days ago and heard that Chu Chen was also back, so Xian invited everyone without hesitation. When he was in school, he had the best academic performance in this place, a well-deserved scholar who should have received the most attention. Just because Chu Chen was so handsome and attracted the attention of countless girls, Xian did not receive much attention. He has been brooding over this matter. He had been looking forward to it for so many years, and he wanted to one day raise his eyebrows and step on Chu Chen's soles. Pretend to be adored by everyone. Today, the opportunity finally came. Seeing that Chu Chen in the circle of friends is also back, this time the Porsche he just bought can show its might. Taking a look, Chu Chen didn't come by car, and Xian was even more sure that Chu Chen didn't mix well. Now that Ong is even driving a luxury car like a Porsche, I really envy me. This Porsche is very expensive. I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands. We won't be able to earn it in a few years. The crowd gathered around Xian and said enviously. Feeling the envy and admiration of everyone, Xian was extremely proud. This is the effect he wants, pretending to be cool. Is cool. After he became the manager of the company, he did not show off immediately, but kept a low profile in order to surprise everyone on such a day. The best students learned back then are still the most successful. Now, feeling the adoring gazes of the crowd, Xian secretly glanced at Chu Chen and frowned. At this moment, Chu Chen was extremely calm, and there was no expression of surprise at all, which made Xian a little unhappy. Hundreds of thousands can't buy this Porsche Taycan. It cost me more than 1.3 million. Xian showed off. I'll go, more than $1 million? So expensive? Hearing the specific price, everyone was still taken aback. 1 million people could buy an ordinary house with them. And just developed. Where, I'm just working as a personnel manager in a listed company, with an annual salary of 600,000 yuan. Xian said indifferently. Cow pen. An annual salary of 600,000. The crowd was amazed again. In the end, while licking Xian, everyone entered the restaurant and came to the private room prepared by Xian. By the way, Chu Chen, what are you doing now? Listening to everyone's praise, Xian was a little erratic. Open drip. Chu Chen answered casually. Open drip? Chu Chen is actually opening a drip? For a time, everyone was very emotional. At the beginning, Chu Chen was the most concerned among them, and countless girls were very crazy when they saw Chu Chen. Now, the handsome guy back then has actually become a DD driver? Sure enough, looking handsome really can't be eaten as a meal. Thinking of this, everyone praised Xian even more. Open drip? Xian muttered, saying that Chu Chen also had a car. Chu Chen, what car did you buy? Let me tell you, the auto industry is too deep right now. A car of 100,000 or 200,000 yuan is too rubbish and unsafe. Xian spoke very generously. You haven't driven a luxury car, right? I'll lend you a Porsche in a few days. If you drive out and pretend, maybe you can find a girlfriend. After Xian finished speaking, several others agreed. And is generous. It's really different for the rich, brethren. Why don't you lend me a day and let me pretend? Under the praise of everyone, Xian became more and more floating. It's so cool to pretend. At this moment, Chu Chen's cell phone rang. Hello. Mr. Chu, where did we deliver the Bentley Continental and Bentley EXP9F you bought in full yesterday? On the phone, the voice of the female saleswoman yesterday came. Because she was sitting next to Chu Chen, the saleswoman's words happened to be heard by Lin Zian. What?